Chapter 181. Let's discuss it first. Lu Ming knew she was in a hurry, but he was responsible for everyone's lives. He called several team leaders and held an emergency meeting. After discussing, they decided to select 50 Wind-type superpower warriors to investigate the situation first. Considering the energy consumption here, they each brought 2 more tubes of energy liquid. This time, Chang Yi's request to go with them was directly ignored. Even if the Wind-type warriors were suppressed in combat power, their speed of action was not something she could keep up with. In just a few breaths, they could not see the figures of these warriors. Okay, let's wait for news here, Lu Ming said to her as an explanation, and turned around to arrange the warriors to clean up the surroundings and use this place as a temporary camp. Chang Yi sat down by the stream alone, picked up a stone, and threw it hard at the water surface, breaking its calmness and splashing white water. After waiting for half an hour, no one came back. She couldn't help but run to ask Ling Yu if there was any news. She couldn't understand the secret code between the soldiers, so she could only ask them again and again. No, they haven't found anyone yet. Ling Yu gave the same answer again, there's nothing to do, go fishing by the stream. This seemed to be annoying her. Chang Yi nodded, said oh, and left the tent. There were indeed 2 young soldiers, who couldn't sit still fishing by the stream. Following their direction, she approached unconsciously. Seeing that they hadn't picked up the fishing rod for a long time, she was curious about their harvest and looked at the bucket at their feet. There was no trace of fish in the clear stream. Bao, let's go fishing too. Yang Qianqian had actually been following her for a long time. Seeing that she seemed to be interested in fishing, she stepped forward and said to her, "You want to fish?" Chang Yi thought she wanted to fish, so she remembered the fishing rod in the space, took it out, and stuffed it into her hand. "I have a rod here, go ahead." Yang Qianqian held her back. "Bao, you come with me." Chang Yi looked towards the waterfall again, where no one could be seen now. "Okay, let's go fishing." Sitting on a small stool, holding the fishing rod in his hand, he numbly swung the rod, then sat there motionless, staring blankly at the water. "Bao! Bao!" Yang Qianqian gently pushed her shoulder, squatted in front of her, and called softly. "Have you found it?" Chang Yi asked excitedly, stood up, and was about to rush to the waterfall. Yang Qianqian hugged her tightly, patted her back, and whispered in her ear, "No. No. We haven't found the person yet, we find him soon." Chang Yi came back to her senses, and heard clearly. She left her arms and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, I was distracted." "What did you just tell me?" "It's okay. I just wanted to tell you that you haven't even put the bait on your hook yet." "Oh." Chang Yi returned to the small stool, picked up the fishing rod she had just thrown, lifted the reel and took a look. There was really no bait. She was not interested in fishing anymore. She put away the fishing rod and stared at the waterfall in a daze. Sugar. Lai Kai, who had woken up, found this place with his sensitive sense of smell, put his forelimbs on her knees, and looked up. "Are you awake, little guy?" She picked up Lai Kai and held him on her knees, and took a spiritual beast pill to feed him. After taking the spirit beast pill, Lai Kai couldn't calm down, twisting his body around, so Chang Yi took out another spirit beast pill to coax him. "Don't move, here. I give you another one." Plop. Lai Kai moved too much, Chang Yi couldn't hold him, and he fell into the water without paying attention. He couldn't swim, so he struggled hard in the water, but couldn't float up. Chang Yi took off his shoes and socks, rolled up his trouser legs, and stepped into the water barefoot. The water was not deep, just above the knees. "Hey!" The chill she hadn't imagined came over her. Lightsai's head was about to be submerged. She quickly reached out, grabbed its neck, and lifted it up. Splash. Lai Kai choked several times when he left the water, and vomited a small fish. Cough, cough, cough. Puff. Halfway through vomiting, he bit the tail of the small fish, sucked it back into his mouth, chewed it twice, and swallowed it. Delicious. Chang Yi was amused by its greedy look. It knew how to eat before its eyes were opened. She carried it to the shore and scolded with a smile. "You want to be a full ghost even if you die, right?" Like I didn't know what full ghost meant. He was still savoring the delicious taste in his mouth. He drank a little too much water. He was swung by her twice, and his stomach felt a little nauseous and he burped. "Hey, you are so dirty." Seeing that it could eat small fish, Chang Yi was not ready to control the water for it. Now it seems that this step is still necessary. She sat back on the small stool, picked up Kai, and let him lie on her knees, head down, body leaning forward, pressing his swollen belly with her hands. Water arrows spurted out of his mouth. Along with the water arrows came the undigested food, some plant fibers, and the small fish he had just swallowed. The water was almost controlled. Lai Kai stopped spitting out water, just retched twice. Chang'e lifted him up from her legs by the soft skin on the back of his neck, and put him on the ground. She stood up, holding a small bucket in her hand, and fetched a bucket of water from the stream, ready to use it to clean up the mess that Lai Kai had just vomited. As soon as she turned around, she saw Lai Kai about to bite the small fish. She took 2 steps at a time and ran back to the shore, shouting at Lai Kai, "Don't eat it." She raised the bucket and aimed it at the small fish, and rushed into the stream with a splash. Oh, that was close. This little guy was too greedy. If he had just eaten the fish he had vomited, she would have been sick to death. Chang'e grabbed Lai Kai's neck, turned his head back to look at the small fish, looked into its eyes, and warned it seriously, "Don't eat what you vomited back. Did you hear me? If I find out, you will no longer have candy to eat. Remember that?" She kept repeating it 3 times to it, and it was determined to make it remember. After falling into the water, Lai Kai not only did not feel scared, but for the sake of the small fish in the stream, he kept probing with his claws at the stream, trying to catch the small fish in it. The persistence of the foodie touched its owner. Chang'e shook her head and took out a fish basket. The bait had run out last time, so she scraped some spirit beast pill powder into it, chose a position among the water plants by the stream, and stuck it upstream. Thinking that she was worried, she picked a stone to press it. "Come here, keep an eye on it, and call me when the fish goes in. If you want to eat good food, you must work hard." With the smell of the spirit beast pill, Lai Kai was drooling as he stood by. After settling Lai Kai, Chang'e went back to the tent to find Ling Yu and the others. High-precision instruments could not be used here, so they did it themselves and hand-painted a map. Now, several people were surrounding the map and correcting the topographic map based on the information sent back. "Have you found the people?" Chang'e also poked her head out to look at the map, but unfortunately she really couldn't understand it. She only saw various winding lines and symbols with different patterns. Lu Ming pointed to the place where the triangle was drawn and said to her, "They found people in these locations." Chapter 182. There are 3 places marked with triangles. One is on the left side of the waterfall. Chang'e didn't understand the location of the other 2 places. She pointed to the triangles on the waterfall and asked, "Is there anyone in the waterfall?" Ling Yu looked up at her when he heard this. The expression in his eyes seemed to ask if she was stupid. Lu Ming looked at the place she pointed, paused, and replied, "There should be a cave behind the waterfall." The remaining place was marked with a big question mark. Lu Ming followed her gaze and explained, "It's not certain here. The news said that there were traces of activities, but no one was seen. When can we go to rescue them?" The location was found, so the rest was to set out for rescue. Lu Ming avoided her eyes, turned his head to look at Ling Yu, and motioned him to explain. "Not yet. We need more information. Please wait patiently here." Ling Yu took over the question and replied calmly, "If you are bored, you can try to extract some more energy liquid. This time our consumption will definitely be greater than before. Women are troublesome. Find something for her to do so that she won't be urged all the time." Chang'e stood aside and listened to their analysis for a long time. She didn't understand what they said, so she could only turn around and leave the meeting room and walk to her tent. Ling Yu was right. She needed to prepare more energy liquid. Back in the tent, she took out a box of energy stones and started to extract. She picked a low-level one first. After brushing it twice, the energy liquid inside ran out in one direction by itself, which was smoother than before. She tried several stones in succession, and it was the same. This place seemed to be particularly suitable for extraction. Without any force, the energy liquid would come out on its own, and it was mostly in one direction. She just held the tube of energy liquid, like connecting tap water, one tube after another, and in less than half an hour, the energy stone in the box was empty. She still held the last tube of energy liquid in her hand, looking through the wall of the tent, looking in the direction that kept attracting energy liquid. What was there? Fish. 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 Lai Kai's anxious call interrupted her thinking, and she looked down at the man who was pulling her trouser legs with his claws, trying to take her out. This was Lai Kai, who was guarding the fish basket by the stream, and ran to her to pick up the fish basket and collect the fish. After collecting the energy liquid, Chang'e followed Lai Kai to the stream to check the situation of the fish basket. Lai Kai ran too fast, and she had to jog to keep up. When she got to the stream, she saw that the ground was full of water. The basket that was originally placed upright was now turned upside down, and the position of the basket was also moved a lot to the middle of the stream. "Have you pulled it yourself?" The water flow in the middle was quite fast, and the basket floated up and down with the water flow. Seeing that the fixed line was about to be washed away, she hurried forward to step on the end of the line on the shore, then bent down and wrapped her hands around it a few times before starting to pull it back. Alas! The resistance in the water was very large, and the basket became quite heavy. She couldn't pull it with one hand. Could it be that a stone fell into it? Thinking randomly in her mind, she held the fixed rope tightly with both hands and slowly pulled it back. Fortunately, the basket was not big, so she could still pull it. After the basket was pulled to the shore, she loosened the rope in her hand, and several rope marks were left on her palm. Bending down, holding the 2 ears of the fish basket, she slowly pulled it up. As the fish basket left the water, a lot of water leaked out of the basket. The weight of the basket was still not light. As soon as she dragged the fish basket ashore, Like Eye, who had been waiting by the side, couldn't wait to climb onto the fish basket with his whole body and tried his best to drill his head into the mouth, just short of burying himself in the fish basket. Be careful, don't flip it over. Chang'e hurriedly reached out to stabilize the fish basket that was tilted by it, and looked inside. The things inside were too dense and dark to see clearly. She could only see a lot of things turning inside. She took out an aquarium and put it on the ground, took out the fish basket and poured it in. With a splash, black and white small fish rushed into the box, mixed with a few small stone crabs. They were all small things, crowded together, filling the fish basket. No wonder she couldn't lift it. Wow! Bao, you caught so many! Yang Qianqian couldn't catch fish for a long time, so she went to wander around. Just after walking around, she saw Chang'e's full basket of fish. Chang'e smiled at her. Like Eye likes to eat. Such small fish are mostly thorns. Seeing Like Eye jumping anxiously next to her, she leaned over and picked up 2 big ones and threw them to him. After eating the delicious fish again, Like Eye happily let out his original animal cry and chased his tail in circles. Yang Qianqian squatted in front of the aquarium, picked up a small fish and looked at it, then pinched it, looked up and said to her, "Let's fry the small fish." There were quite a lot of small fish, and Like Eye couldn't eat them all with one animal. She wanted to eat them, and Chang'e had no objection. If you want to fry them, fry them. These small fish are too troublesome to do anything else, but they are just right for frying small fish, because frying small fish does not require additional treatment. Just wash the surface mud and sand with clean water, then coat them with a prepared seasoning, and fry them in a pan. Frying is done, and Yang Qianqian carried the aquarium to the back kitchen. Like Eye saw it, and immediately followed behind to catch up with its small fish. Chang'e left Chang'e to clean up the mess by the stream, and she took the fish basket to the stream to wash it with water, and put the spirit beast pill powder in it. This time she chose a place with more lush water plants, and fixed the fish basket in the middle of the water plants. When she was washing the fish basket, she noticed that there were still a lot of small fish circling where she had just put the basket. After putting the fish basket away, she took out an aquarium and put it next to it. She found a rattan basket made of flying shuttle as a tool, aimed at the school of fish, and slowly lowered the edge of the basket downstream of it. The stream began to flood the basket. She carefully moved the basket by the handle. When it reached the bottom of the school of fish, she lifted it up with force. The first time she used the basket to catch fish, the effect was good. Although many ran away, she still caught a lot of them, and kept them for Like Eye to eat. She picked out the small fish, and threw them into the aquarium to raise them. After she stirred them up like this, the originally gathered school of fish ran away without a trace, and there was no way to catch them for the time being. There were a lot of water plants, mud and sand in the basket, and 2 small river clams. They were too small, so she threw them back into the water. Then she put the basket in the water and shook it twice, lifted it up and shook the water, and there was a water mark on the clear water surface. From time to time, she turned her head to look in the direction of the waterfall, but there was still no one in sight. She could only see the occasional flash of light in the forest. They were passing messages, but she couldn't understand. She picked up the washed rattan basket and walked to the back kitchen. As soon as she approached the back kitchen, she smelled the burnt aroma of fried food. Yang Qianqian's cooking skills were still as good as ever. Like Eye, why don't you go in? Seeing it squatting at the door and drawing circles, Chang'e asked casually. Woo woo woo. Unexpectedly, just this one sentence made it cry breathlessly, and the tears flowed, and it opened its mouth with a pursed mouth and complained to her aggrievedly, "Little fish. Light size, it's gone, wow. It's gone." Saying one word, crying one word, it can be seen that it is really sad. Chapter 183. Chang'e understood that the fish was taken away by Yang Qianqian, and Like Eye didn't get to eat it. She leaned over and held it in her arms, comforting it as she walked. It's okay, I caught a lot more for you, in the aquarium by the stream, I take you there later. Seeing that it was still crying very sadly, Chang'e took a spirit beast pill to coax it. With candy, Lai Kai's injured heart was temporarily healed. When she walked into the back kitchen, she saw Yang Qianqian holding a large colander in her hand, constantly turning the fish in the pot, with a focused expression, afraid that it would be burnt. Chang'e held Lai Kai, approached the pot, and asked, "How is it fried?" Hearing her voice, Yang Qianqian picked up a few fish that were cooked with a colander, drained the oil in water, pinched the tail and picked up a fish, and enthusiastically brought it to her. "Baby, open your mouth, come and try it." For fear of scalding her, she blew on it intimately. Chang'e was fed a lot by her when she was in college. Now she was skilled at opening her mouth and biting the fish head with her teeth. She blew on it and waited until it was not so hot before eating the whole thing. The freshly fried fish was crispy and fragrant, and even the bones were crisp. Before she could say a few words of praise, Lai Kai in her arms shouted anxiously, "Mine! Mine! Mine!" The tears in his eyes had not dried yet. His big watery eyes stared at the fried fish in Chang'e's mouth. He kept shouting anxiously. Thinking of the missing fish, his eyes began to tear up again. Seeing Lai Kai's look, Yang Qianqian hurriedly helped to pick a fried fish and put it in front of him. "Here. This is yours." Lai Kai's long tongue quickly rolled up the fried fish, and the crisp chewing sound sounded more delicious than Chang'e's. But he finished eating in a few moments, and his eyes were fixed on the fried fish still turning in the pot. "You can't eat too much fried food." Chang'e raised her hand to cover its eyes, and said hello to Yang Qianqian. "I put another basket by the stream, and will bring it to you later." After that, she left with Lai Kai, who was still making a fuss. Lai Kai, who was forced to leave the kitchen, hid in the basket, and lay there ignoring people. The dazzling light shone from the waterfall again. This time, it seemed that the time it took to shine seemed longer than before. Chang'e turned around and walked towards the stream, and hurriedly walked towards the meeting room. He thought it was too slow, and just jogged. Pushing open the door of the meeting room and walking in, he looked up and saw Leng Yu pointing to a place on the map and saying something to Lu Ming with a happy face. "Is there any new news?" "Yes, there is good news." When he said this, Lu Ming's tone was obviously much lighter than before. "Found the people? The news just came back that the soldiers we sent out have contacted Shan Mufeng and the others." Lu Ming said, as he called up the place that was said to be uncertain before, "This is a fruit forest of the alien ape group. They pick fruits in this area during the day." Chang'e had never thought of this news. The alien apes actually knew how to raise prey to work for themselves. Then how can we save them? We are discussing whether to ask the military to send a batch of supplies over. Lu Ming said hesitantly, and looked at her with an embarrassed expression from time to time. Chang'e is not stupid. He understood his behavior after a little thought, and immediately said, "I will make up for the insufficient supplies consumed this time." She calculated that because of the concentrating incense, the instructor has been sending her supplies continuously, so it is no problem to bear all the consumption this time. People are more important than anything else. She gave it too readily, and Lu Ming was a little embarrassed. He touched his nose with a guilty conscience, cleared his throat, and then patted his chest to assure her. "It doesn't need to be so much, and this is not your family's business. Don't worry, with your words, there will be no problem." Leng Yu looked at her strangely when he heard her words, as if he was a little satisfied and a little disgusted. The cause of this time was the Chang family. The military asked them to come, and a big reason was for the soldier such as Shan Mufeng who came to rescue later. The military wanted the Chang family to share some expenses, but when talking to Chang'e, it was purely Lu Ming's selfishness. As a senior officer in the military, he knew that the concentrated incense had a lot to do with her. His original intention was just to buy some concentrated incense from her, but he didn't expect her to be so rich and powerful that she would directly ask for a guarantee. "Mine. Mine. Mine." Like I had been robbed all day. He had just picked up a fruit from the bottom of the basket and had it eaten, but it was robbed again. He used his strong hind legs to prop up his body, so that he could be as high as possible and closer to the fruit, and used his tongue to desperately roll up the stolen fruit. "Leng Yu, what are you doing?" He was halfway through the conversation when Chang'e saw Leng Yu suddenly jump to the side and snatched the fruit that Lai Kai was about to eat. He took it in his hand and looked at it repeatedly, and even showed it to Lu Ming. Where did this fruit come from? After studying with Lu Ming, Leng Yu confirmed that it was a rare water cherry bead, and squatted in front of Lai Kai to ask it. When Lai Kai saw the fruit that had just been robbed appear again, he stretched out his tongue to roll it. Lung Yu quickly put his hand behind his back to prevent it from eating it. After it retracted its tongue, he held up the water cherry beet again and asked, "Where did you get it? Tell me, and I give it to you." Light Eye's saliva was about to fall out. He swallowed his saliva, stared at Lung Yu's hand, pointed at the overturned basket, and said 3 times, "There. There. There." The basket that Chang Yi washed and brought over was turned over by Lai Kai at some point. The handle of the basket was bent, and a section of watergrass vines could be seen on the bottom of the basket. "Where did you get this basket?" Lung Yu also saw the watergrass vines at the bottom of the basket. These should be the vines of the water cherry beets. There was no basket in the room, so Chang Yi must have just brought it in. The watergrass should have been stuck by the stream. Chang Yi told them about her catching fish for Lai Kai by the stream. Lu Ming's eyes were still on the fruit that Lung Yu returned to Lai Kai. When he saw Lai Kai quickly stuff it into his mouth and eat it, he retracted his gaze and asked her, "Is it the water belt in front? Is this kind of fruit rare?" She had never seen the water cherry beets, so she didn't feel anything about Lai Kai eating it, unlike the two of them, who seemed to feel very sad. "High-quality nutritious fruits, do you think they are rare?" Lung Yu carefully pulled out the vines at the bottom of the basket. Water cherries always appear as fruits, and they have never seen their vines before. "Go look for them if you have time," Lu Ming suggested sincerely. If it weren't for the urgent need to save people, he would also want to go and look for them. Oh! She was not in a hurry to find high-quality nutritious fruits. When she heard this, she just nodded to show that she understood and brought the topic back. "When do we start the rescue?" "We will start as soon as the support from the military arrives." Lu Ming gave a clear action message. Lung Yu saw that she was still standing by and didn't leave, and said lightly, "It should arrive tomorrow." Chapter 184. Hearing Lung Yu's words, Chang Yi nodded gently. She turned around and was about to leave, but she turned back as if she remembered something and said, "I will take 2 soldiers to find the water cherry beets together." Lu Ming looked at Chang Yi's departing back, silently thinking in his heart whether he should let her subsidize him. If not, he would be reluctant, but if he did, it would seem a little guilty. She is Shan Mufeng's wife. Lung Yu's light words scattered all his little thoughts. "Don't you hate her?" Lung Yu raised his eyes and glanced at him, but did not respond. He concentrated on studying the map in front of him. He didn't like Chang Yi very much because there were too many troubles in her family, but he couldn't watch her being bullied, otherwise it would be difficult to explain when Shan Mufeng came back. Chang Yi held Lai Kai in her right hand and carried a basket in her left hand. She walked slowly to the stream. She was thinking in her heart that she didn't bring much supplies this time. The only thing that was sufficient was energy stones. She had only extracted a basket in the morning, and she could extract more after collecting the fish baskets. She said that she would find the culprit to reimburse the material consumption this time. Thinking of this, Chang Yi looked in the direction of the waterfall. After this incident, some people should learn their lesson. As soon as Lai Kai approached the stream, he wanted to pounce on the fish basket in the water. Chang Yi firmly grasped the soft skin on the back of his neck and pretended to be fierce to scare him. "If you fall into the water again, I will definitely not save you." There were not many fish in the aquarium, so she simply took them all out and put them in the basket. "Here. These fish are yours. You are not allowed to go into the water." After settling Lai Kai, she walked to the place where the fish basket was placed. There were only water plants where the fish basket should be, but no fish basket. She found the stone that pressed the line, moved it away, and pulled the rope up from the water little by little. There was weight under the water. It should be that the fish basket was knocked crooked by something and fell into the water, which means that the fish might be running away. Song Gu ran over from a distance and greeted her. "Chang Yi, where are the water cherry beets?" Lin Jiang was more perceptive, and without asking anything, he took the wet long rope from her hand and helped to collect it. "It should be in the water grass here." She was just thinking about finding the fish basket, and she didn't have time to find the water cherry beets, but it should be in the water grass here. "It's delicious." Lai Kai remembered that the delicious fruit just now was called water cherry beets. When he heard them say this word, he didn't even eat the fish. He pulled Song Gu's trouser legs and stared at him, thinking he had it. "It's delicious." "I think so too. If you find it, you must share it with me." Song Gu had never eaten water cherry beets, but it didn't prevent him from blindly confident in high-quality nutritious fruits. Not smelling the smell of water cherry beets on him, Lai Kai disdainfully loosened his trouser legs, staggered back to the basket, rolled up his whole body and stuffed it into the basket, hid all the small fish in his chest pocket, and took out one from time to time to stuff it into his mouth. "Are there any fish in it?" Lin Jiang had helped to lift the fish basket up. Sure enough, The fish basket had sunk to the bottom, and the outside was full of mud and sand. Yes. Lin Jiang looked at the mud and sand outside the fish basket, lifted it, and put it in the water to float, washed off some of the mud and sand, so that it looked less dirty, and weighed it in his hand twice. It was heavy, and there were still many fish in it. That is. Songgu, who was standing next to him, didn't know what he saw. Suddenly, he rushed into the water like crazy, without even taking off his shoes, and bent down to pick up the water plants that had just been pulled up by the fish basket with his bare hands. Chang'e stood on the shore and asked Lin Jiang with his eyes whether he had taken too much medicine or didn't take any medicine and had an illness. Lin Jiang's facial muscles twitched. He didn't want to admit that he was his friend. He squinted at the crazy person in the water. When he saw the bunch of water grass in Songgu's hand, snap! The fish basket in his hand fell to the ground next to the aquarium. Chang'e felt a gust of wind passing by her. There was a crazy person in the water. Wow, haha! Songgu stood in the stream. His clothes were soaked, his hands were white, and he laughed wildly at the water grass in his hand. As he looked at it, he actually lowered his head and opened his mouth to eat the water grass. Lai Kai, do you think they are possessed by something dirty? Chang'e squinted her eyes. No matter how she looked at it, they were just some ordinary water grass. She didn't get a response, so she called again, Lai Kai. She was thinking about whether to ask the two people in the water to come ashore. She saw Lai Kai with a round belly in the corner of her eyes, still lying in the fish pile and eating non-stop. She hurried forward and picked up the glutton. You're going to die of fullness. Do you know that you're still eating? She poked its belly with its scales stretched to the seams, letting it feel how much it had eaten. Light-sized burp smelled of fish, delicious. It didn't know whether to live or die, smacking its lips, still looking at the fish on the ground with a look of aftertaste. Chang'e felt a little headache. Why did she always meet a group of greedy guys? Closed her eyes, sighed deeply, found a fishing line, tied Light-Size's mouth with the line, so that he couldn't eat for the time being. As soon as Lai Kai regained his freedom, he immediately moved away from her, and kept pulling the line on his mouth with his claws. Chang'e looked at it with a slight smile on her lips. She wanted to untie the line, but it was dreaming. She had deliberately put the knot inside, and the line could not be untied without using tweezers to pick out the end of the rope. The fish on the ground in Lin Jiang had been almost eaten by Lai Kai, with only a few clams in their shells left. She picked up the fish basket on the ground and shook it. There seemed to be something underneath. She turned it over and put it in the aquarium. It was also a riverside fish. One of them was too fat. The soft meat sticking out had not been completely retracted. The meat looked very thick. Unexpectedly, such a small riverside fish had such fat meat. Chang'e changed her mind, and picked up the riverside fish on the ground, and threw them back into the aquarium. Chang'e, these are for you. When she put the fish basket back, the two people who had been crazy in the water for a long time finally got ashore. Chang'e looked at the water grass handed over by Songgu. There were white dewdrops on the oval leaves. What is this? This is the water cherry bead. Lin Jiang, who followed Songgu ashore, explained with a smile. Is this a water cherry bead? She just saw a blue fruit. Where is the fruit here? Look carefully. Songgu put the water grass in front of her and said mysteriously. Chang'e turned her gaze back half believingly, staring at the water grass in his hand. Her eyes were about to become cross-eyed. She seemed to be dazzled, rubbed her eyes with her hands, and widened her eyes. It was so magical. The dew on the water grass actually began to change color, from transparent water beads to blue water cherry beads. No wonder the two of them were like crazy just now, pinching a fruit into their mouths. How to describe the taste? You don't need to bite the water cherry beads. Just put them in your mouth and gently sip them, and they will explode inside, just like a little fish jumping in your mouth, with a faint milky aftertaste. Chapter 185. The water cherry beads that left the water quickly turned into the familiar blue color. Who would have thought that this thing could change color? No wonder everyone rarely encounters it. Chang'e couldn't tell which water grass in the water was the water cherry beads. Have you caught all the water in the water? No, these seem to have been carried down by something, Songgu said with regret. He and Lin Jiang caught all the water that could be caught in the previous wave. Chang'e looked at the stream. The place where Songgu and his friends caught the water cherry beads was no longer the shore. The water there was as deep as waist, but the place where she washed the basket just now was on the shore. Maybe it grew on the shore. Have you looked for it in the water grass on the shore? How could it be here? Songgu didn't think that the water cherry beads would grow in such an easy-to-find place. Maybe? Chang'e replied, leaving him behind in a daze, and strode to the place where she had just washed the basket. The muddy water in front has now become clear again, and the bent water plants have also regained their upright posture, swaying gently underwater. The green water plants are intertwined, and it is impossible to tell which one is the water cherry bead. Chang'e unbuttoned her cuffs and pulled her sleeves up hard. She stopped when she couldn't pull them up anymore. She squatted on the shore and leaned down. When she felt that she had touched the bottom, she opened her palm and grabbed all the water plants that could be touched and pulled them up by the roots. Don't untie it. Before she could see if there were any water cherry beads in the water plants she pulled up, she saw Like sneaking to find Songgu. It's already full and can't eat anymore. Songgu was frightened by her shout, and the water cherry bead in his mouth almost spurted out. He urgently covered his mouth with his hands, swallowed too quickly, and choked several times, cough cough cough. Got it, I won't untie it. Looking at Like with an apologetic look, your master has given the order, just watch me eat. Like saw that he had no hope, and was still eating water cherries to tempt him, so he used his long tail to hit him lightly and ran away. Chang'e saw Like leave, and began to carefully look through the water plants she had caught. The water plants out of water were easy to distinguish. There was a sticky film on the outside. After pulling them up, they were all soft and did not have the upright feeling in the water. There were no water cherry beads in this water plant. It shouldn't be. She just washed the basket here, so it should be there. Throwing away the water plants in her hand, she stretched out her hand to continue pulling the water plants, but there were none. None! Still none. Could she have guessed wrong? Chang'e, give up, there won't be any here. Songgu had already eaten a handful of water cherry beads in his hand, and was ready to go into the water to look for them again. Seeing that she was still pulling water plants, he advised her with a smile. Lin Jiang asked him to pick all the water cherry beads one by one, wrap them in 3 layers inside and outside before putting them in the storage box. When he heard their voices, he turned his head and looked over, his pupils shrank slightly. It seems that there is really one. What did you say? Chang'e was about to give up. Her hands were about to be blistered by water, and she still didn't see a single one. She planned to collect the fish basket if there was no more. Lin Jiang walked forward quickly, stared at the blue between her fingers and said, Look at your fingers. Is that the flesh of the water cherry beads? Fingers? Hearing his reminder, Chang'e threw away the water grass and spread her palms. There was no flesh of the water cherry beads. She had pulled too many water grasses, and her hands were not dyed green. Just as she was about to ask, her eyes suddenly widened. It really is. There was blue flesh between the nails. She carefully picked it out with her fingernails, and put it on the back of her hand to observe. It looked a bit like the flesh of water cherries. Where is it? Where is it? Let me see. Both of them said yes. Songgu turned back from the water, and came to Chang'e to stare at her hand. The blue flesh was so small that his face was almost touching it. He was still unsure and looked up to ask them, Is this it? Just find it and you know. Chang'e closed her swollen eyes, and couldn't tell whether it was it or not, but she knew there was definitely no such color among the water plants she pulled. I help you find it. The 3 of them worked together, and the water plants were soon pulled out. Chang'e stared at the bare mud and sand under the water. How could there be no water cherries? After pulling out the water plants, there was no water cherry. Songgu and Lin Jiang returned to the stream, hoping to encounter another wave of water cherries in the middle. Chang'e silently reviewed all the details just now in her heart. Suddenly, she seemed to have discovered something. She took out a small rake and started to dig from where the water plants grew. The clear water surface quickly became turbid. Suddenly, the rake in her hand seemed to hook the rhizome of the water grass. She didn't dare to pull it hard. She slowed down her movements and adjusted the direction of the rake so that it could hook the rhizome below more firmly, and then used her strength to pull it up little by little. Swish! Chang'e saw the leaves on the rake starting to change color, and she grinned unconsciously, finally finding it. She looked up and saw the 2 people still groping in the water. She didn't remind them out of spite. Remove the water cherry bead from the rake. This is a complete water cherry bead. Seeing the whole process of its color change, Chang'e understood why they couldn't find it. It's not just the fruit that changes color, the whole plant will change color. The fruit will turn from transparent to blue when it leaves the water, and the stems and leaves will turn from the color of stream stones to green. Chang'e did not rush to continue digging for water cherry beads. She waited until the muddy water became clear, then slowly explored with water, carefully looking for traces of water cherry beads. Knowing the result would be much faster than the previous blind search, she soon touched the stems and leaves of water cherry beads. It was actually on the surface of the mud and sand, and she could touch it with her hand. She only pulled out the tall water plants in front of her, and did not pay attention to the abnormality at the bottom. Song-gu and his team pulled out the water plants, relying on their own strength, and pulled them up by the top without touching the bottom at all. Yang Qianqian, who had fried the fish, waited for her in the kitchen for a long time, so she came to the stream with a plate to find her. She saw her groping in the water from a distance. "Baby, what are you doing? Come and eat fried fish." Changyi heard the voice, and responded without raising her head, "Wait, I'd be there soon." She pulled up the water cherry beets under her hand, and stepped ashore. She had already touched all the water cherry beets nearby. This one was the last one. She was afraid of missing it, so she scanned it 3 times. Yang Qianqian saw her coming ashore, and couldn't help complaining, "Why didn't you come to the kitchen to find me? Come and try it. I added some chili powder. Do you think it's okay?" Changyi put the water cherry beets down, and took the fried fish from her hand. "Huh?" The chili powder was so strong that she choked as soon as it entered her mouth. She chewed it twice, and started to swallow it. "Ha! Suck! Ha! Water, drink some water." Yang Qianqian saw that she was spicy, and opened a can of fruit for her to suppress it. Gulp! After drinking the whole bottle, the spicy taste in her mouth was better. "It tastes good, better than without chili powder." Changyi gave a fair evaluation. The fried fish with chili powder made people want to eat more, but unfortunately, she couldn't eat spicy food. Don't look for it. Come and eat fried fish. Chapter 186. After struggling in the water for a long time without any results, the 2 men heard Changyi's shouts on the shore, and went ashore one after another. Where did the fried fish come from? Song-gu was the first to go ashore. The water drops on his body slowly slid into the mud as he walked. He was still asking, but he had already picked up a fried fish, and put it into his mouth. Changyi also held a fish in his hand, and bit it in small bites. It was a little spicy, but it was really fragrant. "We originally caught a lot of small fish for Lai Kai, so we fried them, and ate them as a snack. Don't you think it's spicy?" Seeing him catching one fish after another, Changyi looked at the bright red chili on the fish, and couldn't help asking. "Not spicy. The taste is just right," he said another one, and while eating, he didn't forget to call Lin Jiang. "Come over quickly, or I finish it." The plate of fried fish that Yang Qianqian took didn't have much. When Lin Jiang came over, there was still half left on the plate, but in fact there were only 5 or 6 fish. "Baby, what were you doing in the water just now?" "Looking for water cherry pearls." Song-gu licked his fingers clean, and took the time to reply for her. "Did you find any? Show me." Yang Qianqian had just been in the kitchen, and didn't know that there were water cherry pearls, a rare and high-quality nutritious fruit. When she heard them asking excitedly about looking for water cherry pearls, she also wanted to see them. "Found it. But I've finished mine," Song-gu said embarrassedly. He didn't control his mouth for a moment, and ate it all directly. "Tsk." Yang Qianqian rolled her eyes at him with disdain. He was so greedy at such an adult, and he still had the nerve to say that. Lin Jiang had just finished eating the fried fish on the plate. Hearing their conversation, he said to her, "I still have some left. I give you 2 later." It was just water cherry beets. Changyi had no shortage of them now, so she said generously, "No need. I have a whole tree here. Just pick the one you like, and take it away." As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 people repeated in disbelief, "A whole tree? Hearing is not as good as seeing." Changyi directly dragged the basket of water cherry beets over, and opened the lid. "Look for yourself, are these water cherries?" Yang Qianqian circled around the basket of water cherry beets, gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely, "Great, my treasure." Song-gu asked in disbelief, "Are these all the ones you just found?" He secretly pinched his thigh, but it didn't hurt at all. Sure enough, it wasn't real. Hiss. Lin Jiang, who was standing next to him, couldn't help it, biting his back teeth, and said, "Can you let go of your hand?" "Ah!" When his hand was slapped away by him, Song-gu realized belatedly that he had pinched the wrong place, and quickly let go, and apologized to him. "Ha. Sorry. I said why I didn't feel anything. Did you find all these on the shore?" Lin Jiang rubbed his thigh root, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect Song-gu, this idiot, to be so cruel to him. I'm afraid his leg will be bruised." "Yeah." Changyi smiled and nodded. She was in a good mood now. Just now she remembered that her wedding ring seemed to be able to sense Dan Muffin's vital signs. She didn't feel anything, which meant that he was in good physical condition. The 4 people gathered around Changyi's basket of supplies, and had a brief chat. After asking about the method of finding water cherry beets, they each took their handy tools, and ran to the shore. The first to suffer were the innocent water plants. As they found them an eyesore, Song-gu and Lin Jiang opened their hands at the same time and cleared a 10-meter-long gap in a moment. Chang'e ignored the three people who were in high spirits. She also asked them to pull out all the water plants on the place where the fish basket was placed. She asked Lin Jiang to lift the full fish basket from the water plants and put it on the shore, waiting for her to come over to take it. Like I was not there, so she didn't rush to deal with the fish in the fish basket. She poured it directly into the aquarium and didn't care about it anymore. She hadn't dealt with the newly dug water cherry beads yet. She sat on a small stool and took a small basket to hold the fruits. The peels were too thin and they would break if touched. Her hands were too small, so she had to put them one by one. If there were more than 3, the flesh would be pressed. The bottom of the basket was too hard, so she found some useless water plants and laid a thick layer underneath, so that the flesh would not be bumped. She stacked them with a layer of water plants and a layer of fruits. If there were fruits whose peels were broken by her fingers, she would just stuff them into her mouth and eat them. After cleaning up, she was full. She picked all the water cherry beads, just enough to fill a basket. Although half of them were water plants, it still looked like a full basket. The 3 people who were digging water cherry beads on the shore had now gone into the water together, and were almost digging in the middle. She also picked up her rake again, picked a place, pulled weeds, and dug water cherry beads. There were many water cherry beads in this location. At first, she was very careful not to bump into them. Later, when the basket was full, she threw the whole tree directly to the shore, thinking about picking the fruits later before filling it. The water cherry beads in this stream have not been harvested all year round, and there are so many of them. The 4 of them soaked in the water for a day, but still couldn't dig them all. The afterglow of the sunset dyed the clouds in the sky red. The pink clouds meant that tomorrow would be a good day, and the water in the stream began to have a noticeable coolness. It's getting late, let's go up. Chang'e was so engrossed in digging for water cherry beads that he didn't even go back for lunch. When he was hungry, he just stuffed a few water cherry beads into his mouth, or ate a few snacks. Now Chang'e's stomach was rebelling, so he shouted at them and dragged the water cherry beads he had just dug out step by step towards the shore. The other 3 people didn't know if they heard what she said. They bent over and dug in the water without any intention of going ashore. After going ashore, they didn't see the water cherry beads they put on the shore. Chang'e thought she remembered the wrong place and walked up a few steps. No! She stopped and looked down carefully. These were all branches of water cherry beads, but there was no water cherry bead on them now. She remembered that she had not picked the ones after the basket at the beginning. Could it be that they dealt with them for her? Who of you helped me pick all the water cherry beads? After searching for a while, and not finding anything to hold the water cherry beads, she asked the 3 people in the water. What did you say? Yang Qianqian didn't hear clearly and asked straightened up. I said, who of you helped me pick my water cherry beads? Chang'e used her hands as a trumpet and shouted at the top of her throat. Song-gu swallowed the flesh in his mouth and replied, no one helped you pick it. He looked up and saw that it was getting late. He didn't eat lunch. If he didn't eat dinner, he would not be able to sleep at night. He turned to Lin Jiang, who was still working hard, and said, it's getting late, let's stop here today. This cluster of water cherry pearls has a lot of roots, which is not easy to dig. Finally, they were dug out. Lin Jiang picked it up with a happy face and nodded to Song-gu and replied, okay. Let's go back together. How much did you dig today? On the way back, the 2 chatted with each other about today's harvest, talking and laughing. Chang'e on the shore looked for the water cherry pearls with an increasingly ugly expression. At first, she thought someone helped them deal with it, or someone was joking with them, but the more she looked, the more something was wrong. Chapter 187. The latest combat uniforms, which are not wet even when soaked in water, stamp twice after landing, and the water drops on the surface fall off, and the clothes become dry again. Yang Qianqian cleaned herself up, walked to Chang'e and asked, Bao, who did a good thing to your water cherry beads? Song-gu? Are all your water cherry beads here? Chang'e did not answer her, but turned her head and asked her and urged, where did you put them? Go and have a look. What's the matter? Is it missing? No one here takes ours? Her expression was too serious, and Yang Qianqian's heart was beating fast. She couldn't help but speed up her pace and walk to the place where she placed the water cherry beads. She was a little afraid of water and didn't dare to go to deep water. She had been moving not far from the shore like Chang'e. The place where she stored them was also close to Chang'e, and she could walk there in a few steps. The branches and leaves scattered on the ground declared that her harvest was not safe. Who did it? Come out if you have the guts. Yang Qianqian kicked the empty branches on the ground away, and her place looked even messier than Chang Yi's. Chang Yi was lazy and piled the water cherry beads she fished up on the shore at random. They were scattered, and didn't look very embarrassed. On her side, they were tied in bundles and neatly stacked. Now the ropes used to tie them up have been broken into pieces, and the branches of the water cherry beads are thrown all over the ground. Don't be angry first, this may not be done by our people. If it was someone from the camp, Chang Yi felt that they would not make such a mess at the scene. There were just a few people who wanted to take advantage, and secretly took some. They would not deliberately pick all the fruits and spread the branches and leaves all over the ground. The most important thing is that no one has touched the fruits she packed in the first basket. Who did it? Get out here, and I will twist your head off. Before the lawsuit between the two of them was settled, Song Gu's curses were heard from below. There was no need to guess anymore. He must have been stolen too. Yang Qianqian only had some rotten branches and leaves left, so there was no need to clean them up. The two turned around and walked towards Song Gu and his friends. Before they got close, they saw Song Gu jumping up and down in anger, cursing non-stop, and his eyes were about to spit fire. You were also stolen. This was an affirmative sentence. Looking at the branches and leaves on the ground, they were similar to hers, so this should be Song Gu's storage point. The word also made Song Gu stop cursing, turned around and looked at the two of them and asked, "Why are your water cherry beads gone too?" "All of mine are gone." Speaking of this, Yang Qianqian was also very angry. She didn't know what kind of wicked thing had done this, leaving her nothing. Chang Yi replied calmly, "I only have the basket I packed at the beginning. I had already put it into the space for fear of being stolen again. It's better to lose a little energy than to lose it all. Mine are basically all there." Lin Zhang's words made the other three people look at him with envy. He worked carefully. Although he didn't have time to pick the water cherry beads, he always carefully put them in the storage basket. He was afraid that they would be knocked over, so he pressed the lid with a stone to reinforce it. Except for a few sporadic ones, the rest were still there. As they were talking, there was a sudden thump in the water. Something fell into the water. Several people looked in the direction of the sound. The basket floating on the stream seemed a little familiar. Lin Jiang. "Is that your basket?" As soon as Song Gu finished speaking, Lin Jiang ran after him quickly, wanting to get his own basket of supplies back. They didn't react as fast as him, so they followed him and caught up. When they arrived, Lin Jiang had already grabbed the supply basket in the stream and was walking back. Seeing that he was about to come back, they slowed down and prepared to wait for him on the shore. Suddenly, Chang Yi saw that Lin Jiang was not in a good state and shouted loudly, "No! There is something in the water, go and help him." Lin Jiang, who was walking back in the water, was obviously grabbed by something, and was about to lose his balance and fall into the stream. Fortunately, Song Gu arrived in time and took Lin Jiang's hand to help him stabilize his body. The two of them walked back together and fought with the underwater things. Yang Qianqian took out the energy gun on the shore and fired at the water near the supply basket to help stop the underwater things. At the critical moment, Chang Yi took out the soul-catching bell and rang it. While they were unable to move, she ran to Song Gu, took out the awakening leaf and put it on his wrist, then pinched him again and said, "Hurry up." Song Gu, who had not yet recovered, had already begun to pull Lin Jiang back obediently. When he felt that the thing below had resumed its movement, Chang Yi rang the bell again. After the sound of the bell spread this time, the thing in the water poked its head out of the water before being fixed, and made a sharp cry. With the cooperation of the two, after the bell rang 3 times, Lin Jiang was finally pulled ashore. The few people who survived the disaster sat on the ground, and had time to look at the hairy head that emerged from the water. It looked like a hairy man, with great diving skills. In a few breaths, it reached the other side with such a large basket. Yang Qianqian stared at the head that had already swam away and asked, "What is that thing?" The sky was getting a little dark at this time, and the vision was not so good, so it was not very clear. It should be a strange ape. Lin Jiang had recovered, and his eyes staring at the supply basket were a little deeper. "It is a strange ape." Lu Ming's serious voice came from above. Some of the wind warriors sent out have returned. Through their descriptions, they know that the missing people are basically not in danger for the time being. They have also made contact, and will wait for the supplies to arrive tomorrow to rescue them. Lu Ming and Ling Yu have time to take a breath. Who knew that as soon as they went out, they heard gunshots here, and on the way they were on Chang Yi's ringing, they were stopped halfway. When they arrived, Lin Jiang had been rescued to the shore, and was out of danger. They shone the light on the other side, and now everyone could see clearly that it was a strange ape that stole their water cherry beads, and there were not just one, but 7 or 8. After landing, the ape dragged the basket of supplies on the shore, opened the lid, grabbed a handful of water cherry beads to check the goods, and confirmed that there was no problem. Then he turned around and ran to the side, picked up a stone, and held it in his hand. What is it going to do? Before Song-gu finished speaking, the stone on the opposite side was already close at hand. Quick, retreat. While Lu Ming was speaking, he did not forget to pull away the person who was slumped on the ground. Thank you. Song-gu thanked the person behind him in a daze. The brute force of the ape was too terrible. There was probably more than 30 meters between the two sides. It could actually hit people with stones at such a long distance, and it almost hit them. They were scared to death by the sudden stones, but the ape on the opposite side seemed to have found a way to vent, and began to hold the stones and hit them continuously. What do they mean, stealing our water cherry beads and hitting us with stones? Yang Qianqian was hit on the arm by a small stone, and she was so angry that she raised her energy gun to fight back. Leng Yu reached out and pressed down the tip of her gun and said rationally, "Don't continue to provoke them. We can't afford to offend them now." Chapter 188. The alien apes always live in groups, and they are smart and vengeful. Of course, they are not afraid of just a few of them, but according to the news brought back by the Wind Warriors today, there are thousands of alien apes in this group. Moreover, their combat power is suppressed, supplies are insufficient, and there are hostages in their hands. No matter from which perspective, it is not wise to fight with them at this time. They have too many concerns and dare not fight back. They can only stand on the shore and let the alien apes on the opposite side vent their anger and leave with their hard-earned water cherry beads. Before they leave, there is also an alien ape with a tuft of white hair on its chest. It turns around and sticks its butt out at them, and then poops before leaving. Seeing this scene, Chang'e raised her eyebrows slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Very good, it knows how to provoke, and she will remember it. After the alien apes on the other side disappeared, Lu Ming ordered the soldiers to strengthen the martial law on both sides of the water belt. How was your harvest today? On the way back, Lu Ming chatted and asked about their harvest. Don't mention it. Song-gu and I worked hard all day, and all of it went to those annoying apes. Yang Qianqian's heart was bleeding when she thought of her harvest today. Yeah. There was nothing left for me. Fortunately, I ate a lot. Song-gu was once again thankful for his foodie nature. He didn't let his mouth stop today. In this way, his loss was less than Yang Qianqian's. Being able to eat is a blessing. Hearing him say this, Lu Ming smiled and praised, "This is really a fool's luck. Are there many water cherry beads here?" Quite a lot. If they hadn't been stolen today, I'm afraid there would be hundreds of kilograms. Lin Jiang roughly estimated the number in his mind. Although the weight was only about 100 kilograms, the fruit of the water cherry bead was small and could not be weighed, so this number was already a high yield. After rescuing the people, if there is a chance, we will stay here for 2 days. Leng Yu said lightly after listening to their words. When it comes to rescuing people, everyone's faces are solemn. Although there is news that most people are safe, many people have died. It is said that several soldiers of the Chong family's hunting team died on the spot when they resisted. Are my father and the others okay? No matter how much she dislikes it, she will still worry. At this time, she can't help but gently ask Leng Yu for news. Your father and Chong Song are fine. Shan Mufeng asked you to wait for him to come back without worry. When talking about her father, Leng Yu's voice was full of regret. After Chang'e heard this, the big stone in her heart finally fell temporarily. It was great that they were all okay. Nothing happened until now, so it is likely that their family can return safely. Tomorrow, you don't have to go with me. Why? If I don't go, you still have to leave someone to take care of me. She didn't want to stay alone in the camp. You only hold us back. Leng Yu's answer was too ruthless, but it was true. Lu Ming helped to explain, you and Song-gu, stay here tomorrow, digging for water cherry beads, isn't it better? Chang'e heard it. It turned out that they had already discussed it. Tomorrow, they would leave them all here. It was a done deal. She didn't waste her breath arguing with them. Tomorrow, when will you leave? After asking for the time, she would start picking up the items when she got back, and try to prepare a few more boxes. Lu Ming replied, the military supplies should arrive in the evening, and we are ready to act before dawn. At this time, most of the alien apes will be resting, so it is more convenient to rescue people. Chang'e calculated that there were still 6 hours until the early morning, which was enough time for her to extract 10 more boxes of energy liquid. She would give them 5 boxes, and keep 5 boxes for herself in case of emergencies. The main task this time was to rescue people. The ingredients brought by the logistics were mainly quick. The meat was pre-made and simply heated. Changyi later caught 2 baskets of fish with a fish basket. Yang Qianqian fried them all and gave everyone a little. Lin Jian also provided 2 baskets of water cherry beads, and each person got exactly 2. Leng Yu chewed slowly in his mouth, swallowed, and asked calmly, "You also caught these fish from the stream?" "Yes. There are quite a lot of them, but they are too small." 3 full baskets of fish, coated with flour and fried, barely fit on one table, and the smaller ones were eaten by 1 chopstick each. After listening to her, Leng Yu turned his head and winked at Lu Ming. The 2 of them exchanged glances. After a while, Lu Ming put down his chopsticks and said, "The quantity is not enough, we can't be sure." After listening to her, Leng Yu thought for a while, turned his head and asked Changyi, "Can you catch more of this fish?" "Ah? Now?" Changyi didn't quite understand what he said. The chopsticks that were about to pick up the food changed course in the middle, picked up a piece of fried fish, and put it in the bowl, and fiddled with it twice. Even if the fish tasted good, he was not such a greedy person, right? Lu Ming didn't have so many scruples. He moved his position closer to her, and said to her directly, "This fish seems to be able to pry open the suppression of combat power, but the quantity is too small. We are not very sure. We need more fish to verify." After he said that, Changyi understood that it was a good thing to be able to break the suppression. It was always right to try it no matter whether it was true or not. She finished the food in the bowl in a few bites, put down the bowl and chopsticks and said, "I will take you to catch fish now." The stars at night were particularly bright. You can see the road ahead clearly without the sunstone. The water plants by the stream were pulled up by them during the day, which was just convenient for catching fish. Changyi took out the fish basket to demonstrate. There was no special technique in her way of catching fish. It all depended on the bait. Lu Ming and others saw the key after watching her operate it once. They each took out fishing tools and asked her to bait. She also had to extract energy liquid and had no time to accompany them to catch fish. She took out a bottle of spirit beast pill and stuffed it into Lu Ming's hand. "This is bait. You have seen how to use it. I won't be here." She turned around and went back to her room alone, extracting energy liquid overnight to prepare for tomorrow. The streamside is now more lively than during the day. Hundreds of people, holding all kinds of fishing tools, are setting up stalls like going to the market, occupying the waterside and forming a long line. The kitchen also moved the big pot here, and the small fish caught were cooked immediately. They didn't have the time to wrap them with flour and fry them like Yang Qianqian, so they fried the whole pot directly. The fried small fish turned transparent except for the eyeballs. They didn't throw away the small river clams caught from the corners, but boiled them in a pot. Everyone grabbed a handful and ate them as snacks. The vigorous fishing activity lasted until midnight. They basically caught all the fish near the camp. If they wanted to catch more, they would have to go to the area where the alien apes lived. After midnight experiments, Lu Ming and his team came to a conclusion that the fish and shrimp in this stream can help reduce the suppression of combat power, but it needs to be observed to be effective. He and Leng Yu each ate dozens of kilograms of fish and shrimp before they recovered to the intermediate combat power. Chapter 189. The fishing activity was over, and the time for the military to deliver supplies was approaching. Lu Ming sent the others back to rest. He, Leng Yu and several team leaders stayed in the meeting room to wait for them to arrive. At the expected time of the supply, there was a noise outside the camp. Lu Ming took the lead and led everyone out of the door to the open space to wait for the landing of the supply ship. Roar! Who? The unique cry of the alien ape sounded. The sergeant on duty blew the siren in his hand. The sergeants quickly gathered and formed a human wall in the direction of the alien ape. The energy guns in their hands were loaded and ready to shoot enemy attack. Be careful of enemy attacks. The sergeants who had just laid down to rest gathered again in the center of the camp. The whole camp was illuminated by the sunstone without a trace of darkness, just like daylight. Changyi, who was extracting in the room, heard the alarm outside, and hurriedly rushed out of the door with the energy liquid he had just extracted, and ran towards the gathering point. She was too slow to keep up with the soldiers. She had no choice but to grab a soldier passing by and hand him the energy liquid in her arms. "This is the energy liquid I just extracted. You take it to Lu Ming." The soldier who was about to shake off her hand took it tightly, nodded to her carefully, and ran forward. The alien ape group in confrontation did not attack them as they imagined. Instead, they raised their chins and proudly threw a basket of supplies in front of them, and then roared and yelled, as if giving them some orders. The soldiers did not understand its animal language, and did not dare to act rashly. After looking at each other, they could only continue to be on guard with energy guns. After waiting for a long time for the two-legged beasts on the opposite side to offer sacrifices, the leading alien ape felt insulted. It was originally the second in command in the tribe, second only to the king. But in the past few days, the alien apes below, because they caught useful slaves to bring benefits to the tribe, caused its status in the tribe to plummet. When it found two-legged beasts entering the forest again, it wanted to catch them all to show the tribe apes that it was still the strongest existence except the king. Unexpectedly, the king said that there were too many slaves and it was too troublesome to feed them, so he would not allow it to go down and catch them back. It was so angry that it brought its younger brothers down to vent its anger on them. Later, it saw Chang'e and others digging their favorite fruits by the stream. It thought that if these slaves did not need to be fed by their tribe and could help them pick food, the king would definitely reward it. But it didn't expect that it was fine in front, but after being discovered by them, they dared to attack it. If it hadn't been afraid that other tribesmen would find out about this good idea, it would have called the apes over and told them who was the master here. It finally waited until the king and the others fell asleep before it brought its little brothers to find these two-legged beasts and asked them to pick food for it. Now, they actually ignored its orders, and it should teach them a lesson. The angry ape hammered its chest with its two forelimbs and roared loudly. The other apes it brought also beat their chests and raised their heads in response. It was unknown which ape started the fight first. Stones flew from the air and hit the soldiers in the front row. The energy gun shattered the stones, and small stone chips fell, becoming the horn of battle. The combat power was suppressed, and they all fought back with energy guns. Under a round of fierce attacks, the ape group was forced to retreat. The energy on the energy guns was quickly exhausted, and the counterattack here gradually stopped. The injured soldier was replaced. What should we do? The military supplies haven't arrived yet. The supplies we brought are not enough. We can only last 2 more rounds at most before the energy gun can't be used. Lu Ming was anxious and didn't dare to let others find out. He quietly discussed with Leng Yu. Leng Yu also understood this situation. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the alien apes retreating to the distance with a cold and sharp gaze. The support should be coming soon. You take out the remaining energy liquid and divide it. Just hold on for a while. Okay, I divide it now. In this damn place, the energy is consumed too quickly. 1 tube of energy liquid is only enough for them to launch 3 attacks. The combat power is suppressed to the primary stage. I don't know how long they can hold on. At this time, a soldier was holding a box and ran from the back. Commander, this is the energy liquid given by Chang'e, the gifted teacher. She said there is more if it's not enough. Chang'e's energy liquid is a timely rain. Lu Ming took it and opened the box to check. It was another full box of energy liquid. Now they have hope to hold on for a while. There was no more time for them to think. The alien apes rushed again. This time, the boulders they used were larger and denser than the last round. The energy guns that were expected to be used for 2 rounds lost their effect early. The warriors had to take energy liquid and start attacking with superpowers. Bang! The leading alien ape was hit by superpowers and fell to the ground. Because of this change, the alien apes stopped their attacks and surrounded the fallen alien ape, roaring and screaming. The warriors did not stop their attacks and took the opportunity to counterattack. Without the command of the leading alien ape, the remaining alien apes hurriedly fled to the tribe, leaving only the bodies of dead alien apes on the ground. At this time, the soldiers who were responsible for welcoming the military support materials outside the forest area came back with the newly arrived materials. Seeing the battle that had just ended, the soldiers ran forward and reported to Lu Ming. Colonel Lu, the materials have arrived, please check them. Okay. Lu Ming raised his hand without hesitation and saluted the opposite side, with a standard and neat military salute. Then he turned to the soldiers behind him and shouted loudly, "The captains of each team will immediately follow me to the meeting room to gather, and the rest of the people will quickly clean up here. After completion, wait for the next order on the spot. There must be no slackness or delay." With his order, the whole scene became tense in an instant, and the soldiers took action one after another, carrying out their respective tasks in an orderly manner according to his instructions. In the meeting room, Lu Ming saw everyone sitting down, and he said solemnly in the main seat, "The alien aid group launched an attack in advance. We don't have time to wait. Wait, after distributing the supplies, we will set off to the alien aid group immediately. Wind warriors take action in advance, contact the people in the alien ape group, and tell them to act in advance. A series of instructions were issued. The emergency and simple meeting ended quickly, and the soldiers made preparations for the war. Chang'e also handed over all the newly extracted energy liquid to them. The large army left, leaving only the wounded and some logistics personnel in the camp. They were too dangerous to stay in the camp because of their low combat power. Shortly after the combatants left, they evacuated to the outside of the forest area. On the other hand, Shan Mufeng and others did not close their eyes at night, always ready to cooperate with the rescuers. Chapter 190. The defeated apes fled back to their tribe in panic, and their panicked cries woke up the sleeping apes. When the Ape King found out that they went to pick fruits with two-legged beasts, but were killed by two-legged beasts, he slapped the apes who came to report the news. The repeated cries of apes broke the tranquility of the night. Experienced warriors soon heard that this was the signal for the apes to gather and attack. Are they going up the mountain? Zhang Zixing said, while vigilantly observing the apes, who were responsible for guarding outside the cave. Shan Mufeng opened his sharp eyes and looked outside the cave. They were scattered in 3 places. The supplies brought by the soldiers from the Chang family had been used up. They didn't insist on holding on to the end when they saw that the situation was not right, so there were still some supplies left. The alien apes were quite satisfied with their performance in the past few days. The guards were not as strict as before. There were only 2 alien apes guarding outside each cave. Now the supporting team had already attacked the mountain. They only needed to follow the plan during the day, deal with the alien apes guarding, reunite with them, and leave the forest area. Be quick, take the Chang family's team away first after you go out. Shan Mufeng told him solemnly. There were many women and children without combat power in the Chang family's team, and many of the warriors they brought this time were not very powerful. The cave they were in was with the alien ape cubs, and the guards were stricter than the other 2 caves. They would definitely not be able to escape without help. Bang! The battle outside the cave was officially declared to have started. Go! With Shan Mufeng's order, the warriors who had been prepared for a long time started together and attacked the alien apes guarding the cave entrance. Although the combat power was suppressed to the lowest, the power of multiple people attacking together should not be underestimated. After a moment, the 2 iron tower-like alien apes at the cave entrance fell to the ground. Without hesitation, after taking the energy liquid, Zhang Zixing led a team of soldiers to the cave where the Chang family team was located, while Shan Mufeng led the remaining personnel to meet up with the people in another cave and killed down the mountain together. The Ape King led the strongest warriors of his tribe to the camp at the foot of the mountain to avenge the dead apes. Halfway up the mountain, he met Lu Ming and others who came to rescue people. The enemies were particularly jealous of each other. This group of alien apes had thick skin and strong strength. Ordinary attacks could not hurt them at all. The power of the energy gun could only cause minor scratches to them, and did not pose a danger. The energy of the energy gun was quickly exhausted. The soldiers took the energy liquid and launched a formal attack. Only one encounter caused the alien ape as the vanguard to be seriously injured and lose its combat power. Where did the energy liquid come from this time? The effect is so good. I feel that my combat power has recovered. The soldiers were delighted to find that the suppressed combat power was briefly restored after taking the new energy liquid. This sudden surprise turned the battle into a one-sided slaughter of the alien apes by the warriors. The invincible alien apes tasted defeat for the first time. The Ape King led the tribe to turn around and evacuate urgently. The warriors took advantage of the victory and chased after them. The alien apes had a natural advantage in the jungle. They wanted to run and quickly left Lu Ming and others behind. The people and horses going down the mountain and going up the mountain met on a narrow road in the mountain road in front of the waterfall. The alien apes, who had just been defeated, saw that the slaves who were supposed to be imprisoned in the cave had actually run out. The scarlet eyes of the Ape King ignited a blazing fire. The battle started again. The Ape King looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. The alien apes used local materials and used the stones and trees that were readily available nearby to attack the crowd. The first to suffer were the Chang family guards, who rushed to the front. Their supplies had been exhausted long ago, and their combat power was only elementary. They could barely protect their vital points and not fall to the ground immediately. Run! Run back! Someone kept shouting, calling on everyone to turn around and run back. In the panic, there were constant cries of people falling and being trampled, but they didn't dare to stop and look back. Chang's father was holding a little girl who had just fallen on the road in his arms, and he ran back desperately. He had only one thought in his mind, Don't stop, absolutely don't stop. The moment he stopped to pull up the child, he saw the strange ape slap a lagging person with one palm. The person flew in the air, his eyes wide open, his face pale, and he felt like a lifeless rag doll. They didn't know how long they had been running, maybe a long time, because the ape group was getting closer and closer to them, and the fleeing team was getting smaller and smaller. Maybe it was very short, because they had not yet run back to the original cave. All of you lie down. Lie down quickly. This deafening voice made them obey subconsciously, and lie down on the ground collectively. The timely attack of the warriors interrupted the pursuit of the alien apes. The alien apes were so angry that they refused to give up. They had to resist and counterattack under their attacks. At the critical moment, Lu Ming and his support finally caught up. Just when the alien apes were about to attack the escaped personnel again, the alien apes behind them let out a tragic cry. The sudden screams of their companions stunned the ape group. The leading alien ape turned his head to look at the screaming tribe apes, his eyes full of confusion. Why did they suddenly fall down? Lu Ming and his attacks did not stop. Various thunder balls and flames came one after another. Shan Mufeng and others took the opportunity to meet up with the Chong family's team, retreated carefully, and distributed the few supplies to the Chong family's warriors, who were still capable of fighting. The constant injuries of the tribe apes made the Ape King extremely angry. Its momentum was constantly rising, its hill-like body was gradually getting bigger, and its hair was also changing, with the brown hair turning into dark red. Under the influence of the Ape King, the fighting power of the alien apes became stronger, their eyes turned blood red, and the 10-meter-thick giant tree was like a toy in their hands. A giant palm fell, leaving a 5-meter-deep pit on the ground. These are not the most dangerous. The most terrifying thing is that Lu Ming and his team found that the fighting power they raised by taking energy liquid was suppressed again. This time, the suppression was more severe than the previous one, and they could barely even reach the primary fighting power. The fighting power of the alien apes was constantly soaring, and their fighting power was constantly suppressed. They had to take energy liquid frequently to resist. Fortunately, this wave of fighting power burst of the alien apes was time-limited. After an hour, both sides lost their fighting power. Except for the Ape King and a thin alien ape, no one in the alien ape group was still intact. The situation on the warriors' side was not much better. More than half of the warriors fell, and there were less than 100 people left who could fight. The two sides fell into a strange peace. At this time, Lai Kai suddenly rushed out from behind and yelled at the Ape King. The Ape King lowered his eyebrows and glanced at the little guy that he usually didn't care about. This cunning thing was the most annoying guy in their tribe. Now, he didn't know if he could trust it. Lai Kai didn't wait for the Ape King's reply. He turned his head to communicate with the thin alien ape beside him. From time to time, he turned his head and pointed at Leng Yu and the others, as if telling something. The thin alien ape seemed to be persuaded by Lai Kai, turned to their king, and persuaded something. The Ape King finally spoke, and reluctantly responded to Lai Kai. Chapter 191. The two beasts reached some kind of agreement. Lai Kai, who got its reply, stood up proudly, and used its short hind legs to imitate humans, taking self-proclaimed elegant steps. Its bulging belly shook regularly as it walked. If you help them treat it, it will let you go. Lai Kai walked in front of Leng Yu and conveyed the Ape King's request. Its words made Leng Yu and others' eyes flicker. He did not rush to agree, but looked in the direction of the Ape King with sharp eyes. The Ape King, who felt his sight, widened his big copper-bell eyes and looked back at him. Leng Yu looked at the Ape King and said solemnly, "How can I believe its words? It's not that humans have not tried to communicate with alien beasts, but whether they are intelligent or not, they all refuse to communicate with humans. The animal language communicator developed can only be used on pets for entertainment. It is useless on alien beasts in the wild." Lai Kai obviously hadn't thought about this. He turned around and spoke to the Ape King in a babbling animal language. He pretended to think from time to time, his eyes rolling. After a moment, he turned his back to Leng Yu and continued, "It is willing to swear to the beast god." Afraid that they didn't understand the value of this sentence, Lai Kai added, "The beast god is the greatest existence, and the belief of all of us beasts. No one can lie to the beast god, otherwise they will be despised by all beasts." Leng Yu and the others didn't know what the beast god Lai Kai was talking about, but it seemed that Lai Kai was serious, so he should be the god that the alien beasts believed in. "We can treat these injured alien apes, but we have to go outside the forest area." No matter how it swore, they would not believe it easily. The most useless thing in the world is an oath, let alone an oath from a strange beast. As long as they get out of the forest area, their fighting power will be restored. At that time, whether they are willing to keep their promise depends on their intention. The Ape King is obviously not stupid. It knows the special situation outside the forest area. It did not agree directly, but chose a compromise place and asked to go to the stone forest altar. Lu Ming considered that their fighting power was not much. Although the Ape King was also at the end of his strength, if he was forced to give up resistance directly, it would be troublesome to massacre the Chong family. In the end, he nodded and agreed to evacuate to the stone forest area together. After they helped to treat the hostages, the Ape King would release the hostages. After the two sides reached an agreement, the Ape King took the tribe apes that could still move and drove the slaves who ran down the mountain back to the cave, leaving the injured people and apes to be cleaned up by Lu Ming and others. There were too many injured people, and there was no way to use the treatment device here. Lu Ming was worried about the injured people on the ground. If he carried them down one by one, how long would it take? Roar! Roar! The noisy roars made Lung Yu and others clench their weapons again and enter combat mode. Lai Kai walked in front of them calmly, waved his paws at them, and said to comfort them, "It's okay, it's okay. They are here to help." As if to verify its words, the alien apes that came this time were all a group of half-grown miners. After they came, they carried the injured tribe apes swiftly and walked down the mountain. They were very clear about the difference, and did not touch any of the human wounded. Some of them even secretly kicked people away when they passed by. In order to prevent the wounded from getting more injured, Lu Ming quickly ordered those who could still move to take the wounded down the mountain quickly, and took the seriously injured down the mountain first. The intelligent rescue robot could not be used here, so they could only use a simple stretcher to take the wounded down first. On the other hand, Chang Yi and others who evacuated outside the forest area did not return to the camp outside, but waited in the fruit forest at the junction of the stone forest. In this place, the combat power of the soldiers was not suppressed, and the equipment could be used normally. Using robots to clear a piece of the fruit forest, set up a protective shield, and set up a temporary house, a simple camp was completed. When Lung Yu and others arrived at the stone forest area, they saw the familiar light in front of them, and they smiled unconsciously, and their steps became much lighter. The alien apes had the order of the Ape King to put down the wounded after arriving at the stone forest area and stopped moving forward. Lung Yu and others did not have this restriction. They took the wounded and quickly passed through the stone forest and walked into the temporary camping point that Chang Yi and others had just arranged. The repair cabin inside was ready. As soon as they saw their figures, medical staff were waiting by their side to help them place the wounded. Although they came for rescue this time and brought many treatment cabins, there were too many wounded. They could only save the lives of the wounded first, and slowly repair other injuries after returning. As long as they found that the person in the treatment cabin was out of danger, they would take him out and replace him with another person. Knowing that they had reached an agreement with the alien apes, and there would be no danger inside for the time being, the logistics personnel also followed them up the mountain to help bring the wounded down the mountain. The alien apes who came down the mountain again saw the first batch of wounded people still lying on the ground intact, and said a lot of things to Lung Yu and others, accusing them of something. In the end, Lai Kai came to translate and figured it out. They expressed strong dissatisfaction with Lung Yu and others for only treating their own people and not their people, and breaking their promise. They wanted to go back and complain to the king and let the king punish them. After understanding, Lu Ming had to ask the medical staff to treat the injured apes in front of him. There was another conflict here. The seriously injured apes needed to use the treatment cabin, so they had to leave the stone forest area. The apes refused to let them take the wounded out because of the order of the Ape King. No matter how they explained, they just didn't agree. There was no way. Lu Ming and his team could only let them go back and ask their queen for instructions before dealing with it. Lai Kai, as an interpreter, followed the apes to see their king. Following the half-grown apes came down with the skinny monkey who followed the Ape King. Lai Kai translated that this was the wise man of their tribe. It came here to replace their king and watch them treat the wounded. After Lai Kai's translation and explanation, the apes agreed to let them take the wounded out of the stone forest, but only 5 meters away from the stone forest. They required that the treatment cabin must be under their noses. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect these big fools to have so many thoughts. The soldier in charge of carrying the treatment cabin couldn't help but mutter a few words. The soldier next to him carefully moved the heavy treatment cabin, raised his head, and scanned the alien apes, who were watching from a distance with a complicated look. They were the ones who were injured, and now they were the ones who saved the person. He had never encountered such a weird thing. He retracted his gaze and replied calmly, Don't talk nonsense, move it quickly. Chang'e stood at the door of the garrison, looking at the junction in the middle, which was full of treatment cabins. The alien apes surrounded the treatment cabin, looked at the tribe ape lying inside, and occasionally slapped the cabin cover to observe the reaction inside. Fortunately, the material of the treatment cabin was special, otherwise it would be scrapped in these 2 hits. Chapter 192. The vitality of alien beasts is much stronger than that of humans. With the same injuries and the same treatment, they recover faster than humans. In just 3 days, except for the repair of broken limbs and serious damage to internal organs, the other injuries of the injured alien apes have basically recovered. This is the result of their secret control, otherwise they would have recovered completely. The wounded have been treated almost, and the next step is to exchange hostages. The Ape King wants to release the hostages only after all the wounded return to the group, but they will definitely not agree to this request. Lu Ming and his team have been on guard against it for a long time. The healthy alien apes were not released directly back to the ape group, but they were coaxed into a tent transformed from alien beast cages and placed under house arrest, waiting for this time to come in handy. They did not trust each other, and no one could convince the other. In the end, they chose to release the hostages at the junction of the stone forest and the fruit forest. The seriously injured alien apes have not recovered yet and stayed in the camp temporarily. The Ape King also detained Shan Mufeng and 10 others as the last hostages and did not release them. Yi! You're here too? When Chang's father, who had been released, saw Chang'e's face, he felt a little awkward and didn't know what to say. He approached him hesitantly and asked this question awkwardly. Chang'e raised her eyelids, looked at him coldly, and replied to him sarcastically, "Well, let me see what treasures you have gained, and what great preparations you have made for the cold season." Her sarcastic words made Chang's father blush. He wanted to say something several times, but he didn't know what to say. He opened and closed his mouth, and finally he could only say, "Dad, I know I was wrong." "You are wrong." "How could you be wrong?" "I am wrong. I should have let my mother break up with you earlier and find her a stable and reliable life, instead of following you, being bullied by your family, and worrying about you." Chang'e was getting angrier and angrier. At the end, her eyes were red with anger, tears were rolling in them, her nose was sore and swollen, and she choked up in her words. "You are wrong. If you say you are wrong, all of us will follow you here to suffer." Chang's song, Shan Mufeng still keeps the strange beasts locked up in the mountains. "You say you are wrong? Is that the end?" Every time she said more, Chang's father lowered his head a little more. He stood in front of her at a loss. No matter what she said, he just murmured, "I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. I will listen to you next time." He really couldn't understand why it turned out like this. Obviously, everyone had good ideas. The master took them on the mission to subsidize them. He went on the mission with Chang'e, thinking that since his family had a bad relationship with Chang'e's family, he should ease the relationship with the main family, so that if there is any problem next time, there will be someone to help him, and he will not be isolated and helpless. Who would have thought that it would be like this? Chongqing watched Chang'e, a grown man, being embarrassed by his daughter. No one else dared to interrupt. He relied on his elder status, and pretended to teach a lesson to the younger generation. He pointed at Chang'e and criticized her. "You are the daughter of Uncle Chang. This incident was an accident. How can a daughter like you be so aggressive to your own father?" Chang'e kept saying this over and over again. Chang'e was so angry when she saw him like this, and someone just came to her door to ask for a scolding. "What are you waiting for?" Chang'e replied bluntly. "Who are you? It's your turn to take care of our family affairs. Do you know how to manage your own little piece of land?" Looking him up and down, he saw a woman behind him quietly pulling him and asking him to say less. Chang'e raised the corner of her mouth with a sneer on her face. "No wonder you haven't prepared winter supplies yet, and want to take your whole family out to take advantage. It turns out that you spend all your time meddling in other people's affairs. You uneducated girl, I will teach you a lesson today on behalf of your father." Chongqing was so angry at her words that he trembled all over and raised his arm to hit someone. Chang's father, who had been standing aside and dared not say a word, stepped forward, firmly grasped his raised arm, looked at him with a serious expression and said, "It is not your turn to say whether my daughter has family education or not." Chongqing did not hit anyone, but his hand was grabbed by Chang's father, and he could not get rid of it. He was embarrassed, his face flushed, and he said with his eyes wide open, "I am speaking for you, but you can't tell good from bad. You deserve to be scolded by the younger generation like a grandson. My daughter scolds me, I am happy, I don't need your help." Chang's father replied as a matter of course, this matter was his fault, and his daughter should blame him. It was not his turn as an outsider to point fingers. He had never dared to touch a hair of his daughter since she was a child, and he could not let an outsider hit her. Chang's father's attitude made Chang Xing embarrassed. When his wife persuaded him to leave again, he shook off Chang's father's hand, snorted coldly, and strode away with his wife and children. After Chang Xing's commotion, Chang Yi no longer had the heart to continue preaching, so she turned around and went back to the tent, leaving Chang's father standing there alone. He wanted to chase after her, but he didn't dare to, for fear of being disliked by his daughter. He could only turn around and find work to do in the camp to make up for his guilt. On the first night after the first batch of hostages were exchanged, the atmosphere in the camp was very depressed. The Chang family's team marked out a separate area next to them, and did not mix with the military. During this rescue, several soldiers from the military died, and the hostages left on the mountain were all sergeants from the military. Although this could not be entirely blamed on the Chang family, it was ultimately caused by them, and the sergeants from the military were not happy to see them. On the side of the alien ape group, because of the loss of many hostages, the Cubs' caves cried again. The Ape King drove all the hostages left by Shan Mufeng and others here, and forced them to take care of the cubs. Although they had not taken care of them, there were many feeding tools left in this cave that had been used by the Chang family before. After a little thought, they understood how to use them. The most comfortable person after this night was Lai Kai. After serving as a translator during the day, he followed the ape group back to their cave. Now, he was lying down and enjoying the fruit wine given to him by the Ape King. He drank until his whole body was red, and he was talking nonsense. After seeing Lai Kai was already asleep, the thin alien ape went to the entrance of the cub's cave to check. After a while, he avoided other alien apes, and found the Ape King's cave alone. He lay down beside his ear, and whispered something. The Ape King's eyes flashed with wisdom at this time. He nodded and agreed with the thin alien ape from time to time. After he finished speaking, the Ape King sat on the stone chair and stared at the direction of the cub in a daze. The next day, at dawn, the thin alien ape came to wake up Lai Kai, brought him the Ape King's new instructions, and made a solemn promise to him that as long as he helped the ape group complete this task, they would give him all the fruit wine in the pool in the cave. Chapter 193. A big reward will always bring courage, not to mention that the bait is its favorite. Lai Kai was lured by their big cakes, and hurried down the mountain to discuss important matters with Chang Yi. Chang Yi, who was worried and didn't fall asleep until the middle of the night, was woken up by Lai Kai early in the morning. She sat on the edge of the bed with a quilt in her arms, looking at Lai Kai who was talking on the ground with sleepy eyes, and slowly interrupted his beautiful fantasy. The treatment cabin may not be able to cure those cubs. This is the first reason. Second, you got the benefits, but we didn't. The treatment cabin consumes a lot of precious materials. Why should we agree to it? Her words made Lai Kai's excitement stop abruptly, and he looked at her blankly. The fruit wine tastes good. Then do you want to share it with me? Lai Kai understood this, and his head shook like a rattle mine Lai Kai's. The benefits are all yours, so why should I spend resources for nothing to make fruit wine for you? Lai Kai's eyes rolled wildly. Candy, candy? Beast eat. Their transaction was too troublesome, and Lai Kai decided to let them negotiate it themselves. The intelligence of the alien apes is much higher than that of other animals. She has never found a suitable opportunity to communicate with them. Now with Light Eye's help, it seems that it will be realized soon. Chang Yi took out the cayenne pill, put it in a sealed bag and handed it to Lai Kai, saying, "Give it to the Ape King." Lai Kai took the bag and put it in his chest pocket, looking at her with his big watery eyes. Candy, Light Eye's, candy. It hasn't eaten delicious candy for several days, and it can't help drooling when thinking of this. Seeing it like this, Chang Yi was really afraid that it would eat the cayenne pill on the way. She shook her head and laughed, and took out another Lingsho pill and gave it to it. Here. Your candy. After getting his reward, Lai Kai happily set off to the mountain, where there was delicious fruit wine waiting for him. After sending Lai Kai away, Chang Yi packed herself up, and went to the camp to discuss with Lu Ming that the Ape King wanted to send the cub down for treatment. She just told Lai Kai that she didn't know whether it could be cured. She was not lying to him. She really didn't know whether the treatment cabin would be effective for this congenital disease. When Chang Yi arrived, Lu Ming and others were in the meeting room to understand the situation on the mountain with the people of the Chang family. As soon as they talked about the developmentally retarded cubs of the alien ape group, she came in. You said that the Ape King wanted to send the disabled cubs down for treatment. Yes, Lai Kai just came back and said that I gave him a cayenne pill and asked him to give it to the Ape King. Chang'e was not sure whether the Ape King would eat the cayenne pill, and whether he would really come down the mountain to communicate with him. Chang Lei, who was sitting below Leng Yu, heard this and slowly said, "Those cubs should just be developmentally delayed, and the treatment cabin can treat them to a certain extent. The alien ape group is the overlord of this area. If they can communicate and trade with them as Chang'e said, they may be able to make up a lot of the materials they consumed this time." Chang'e saw the Chang family emblem on his uniform, and said slowly, "Remember to ask the tribe to make up for the materials consumed this time. I will make a list for you later." She was not familiar with the people of the main family, but she could still recognize the family emblem. This time it was all their fault. It was only natural to ask them to compensate for the loss. She was justified in asking for it. Her words made Chang Lei's face freeze. He turned to look at her in disbelief, wanting to confirm with her whether this was true or just a joke. Chang'e nodded solemnly, looked at his face, and reiterated again, "I won't report anything wrong. You can ask them to verify." Fearing that he would not believe it, Chang'e asked Lu Ming and others to endorse it. Seeing that he did not answer, she asked suspiciously. This time, the master family took the lead. "If something goes wrong, they won't let me post it alone, right?" Her eyes clearly said, "Why should I pay for the trouble caused by your master family alone?" Chang Lei's face was too thin after all. Being looked at by Chang'e like this, he nodded and agreed without thinking. "Know how much should be paid this time. I will transfer it to you when I go back, and I won't take advantage of you." Hearing this, Chang'e showed a satisfied smile. This was more or less. She didn't want to take advantage of the Chang family, nor did she want them to take advantage of her. Seeing Chang Lei agreed so easily, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and smiled, hoping that he would not regret it when he received Chang'e's bill. 500 tubes of all-attribute energy liquid was not a small amount. They didn't have to wait too long, like I came with a skinny ape. Seeing that it was not the Ape King, they were a little disappointed and thought that the deal could not be negotiated. The skinny ape stood and walked like a human from the moment it entered the door. In order to keep its balance better, it even got a branch as a crutch. "Please sit down." Lu Ming pointed to the seat opposite and motioned it to sit down. Since they were going to talk about the deal, basic respect should still be given. The skinny ape's eyes swept across the faces of the people sitting in the room one by one, then walked slowly to the seat with a crutch and sat down like them. Seeing how smart it was, the people in the room looked at it with different eyes. Chang'e looked at it and felt like seeing one of their ancestors just coming out of the mountains. "If you help us treat the cubs, we can give you these." The thin alien ape's voice was a little hoarse, and it sounded a little vicissitudes, as if it was quite old. It took out a gourd full of wine and an energy stone as black as ink from somewhere. Lu Ming and the others were completely attracted by the black energy stone. Such a pure energy stone can be used directly without extraction, and it is higher in grade than the one Chang'e gave to Dan Mufeng. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Ming clenched his fist and covered his lips with fake coughs, reminding everyone to pay attention to their image, suppressing the smile at the corner of his mouth, and pretending to be reserved and asked, "To treat your cubs, we need to consume a lot of supplies, and your things may not be enough. This is the price of a cub." The thin alien ape replied slowly. Hearing its words, Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he wanted to agree immediately. Leng Yu looked at the thin alien ape and asked, "How come you have so many cubs?" As soon as Leng Yu said this, the atmosphere in the room became weird. The thin alien ape narrowed his eyes and looked at him unkindly. His hoarse voice sounded again, "This is the gift of the beast god. If it is a gift, then they will not all be disabled." His words angered the thin alien ape, and it suddenly jumped onto the table and slapped Leng Yu. Leng Yu was not to be outdone, and condensed a fireball and rushed straight to its vitals. The man and the ape fought back and forth, and all the furnishings in the room turned to ashes. Chang'e was immediately pulled away from the battlefield by the collar by Chang Lei next to him. Bang! The meeting room was completely razed to the ground, and the man and the ape standing in the middle were in a very embarrassed state. Chapter 194. Leng Yu's uniform had turned into rags, barely hanging on his body. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and the slap marks on his cheeks were particularly obvious. The skinny ape was not in a good situation either. The crutches in his hands had long disappeared. He was on all fours, looking up and staring at the person opposite him. He kept growling in his throat, warning the enemy that he was not easy to mess with. Even though his figure was a little embarrassed, his hair was burnt black, and there was a faint smell of burnt fur in the air. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Lu Ming's solemn voice broke the deadlock. "We have no ill intentions. We just have the same needs as you." The skinny ape slowly shifted its sight to Lu Ming, his eyes still full of vigilance, and his arched back was ready to attack at any time. Lu Ming raised his hands, looked directly into its eyes, and said sincerely, "Really, we also want to have cubs. The same needs can bring each other closer. People are always indifferent to things that can be easily obtained, but have a deep obsession with those that cannot be obtained. High-level warriors cannot give birth to offspring, so this is the cinnabar mole in the hearts of all high-level warriors. The race of alien apes with extremely strong innate abilities is destined to have difficulty in giving birth, but now the number of cubs owned by this group of alien apes is obviously abnormal. They want to know the reason, which may be useful to them. This is the gift of the beast god to our tribe." The hoarse and low voice of the alien ape sounded, and the deliberately slowed down speed made the words seem particularly solemn and cautious. "Our meeting may also be arranged by the beast god." Lu Ming still had to persuade people. When he said this, the attitude of the alien ape was obviously loosened. The tense atmosphere between the two sides eased a little, and Lu Ming continued to deceive. "We help you treat the cubs, and you tell us how to have cubs. Isn't all this the best gift from the beast god? You only have one chance." Perhaps his words worked, and the strange ape agreed. Lu Ming and others couldn't help but smile when they heard its hoarse voice, which was like listening to fairy music, and their eyes brightened a little. Chang'e stood aside, her eyes swept across their faces, and she lowered her eyes expressionlessly, lowering her head to hide her thoughts. She didn't think highly of this so-called gift, but at this time, she didn't dare to say anything to refute it, for fear of causing public anger. Offspring are the reverse scale of all high-level warriors, and no one can touch them. Seeing it agreed, Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. While talking to it, he waved his hand to let the sergeant prepare the treatment cabin. "Okay. Then it's settled. You send the cub down, we will arrange it for you immediately, and then you tell us how to have a cub." The ape roared at Ling Yu, as if warning, and then turned and ran up the mountain. After watching it leave, Ling Yu, with his pig-like face, discussed with Lu Ming happily. The pain in his body could not stop his enthusiasm now. Chang'e was not interested in their topics. He turned around and went back to his tent silently. He sat alone on the recliner, holding the seeds given by Master Bai in his hand, playing with them repeatedly. There was no focus in his blurred eyes, and he murmured, "Why are you so greedy? Yi, do you think Shan Mufeng and your brother can catch up?" Chang's father got the news and ran to her to discuss it excitedly, fearing that the two people who were still hostages would miss this rare opportunity. Chang'e didn't get up after hearing his voice, but still lay in the rocking chair and rocked slowly. She just turned her head and looked at him, and asked lazily, "Do you want us to have children?" "Of course. Don't you want it?" Chang's father didn't understand what Chang'e meant. Which high-level warrior didn't want to have his own offspring? "Isn't this nonsense? Even if I have to exchange my life for it?" Her voice was empty and ethereal. It was better to say that she was talking to someone through him than asking him. Chang'e's words reminded Chang's father of the open secret, and the smile on his face faded a little. After hesitating for a while, he said firmly, "It doesn't matter if you don't want offspring. If Shan Mufeng doesn't want it, you can separate and go home to raise you." After that, he stood up and prepared to leave. When he walked to the door, he remembered something and stopped there and said, "Don't care what others say, just be happy. Dad supports all your decisions." Before he left, Chang'e said leisurely, "Dad, remember to report to Mom that you are safe. She is very worried about you." Chang's father's back froze, his eyes were red, and his voice was slightly nasal. He nodded heavily and replied, "Hey." After going out, he looked at the busy crowd outside, grinning, and said to everyone he met, "My daughter has forgiven me. My daughter has forgiven me." Although he was stopped for some reason, the soldiers in a good mood did not care about him, and congratulated him with a smile. After having a goal, the soldiers were particularly motivated. They volunteered to go up the mountain and bring the alien ape cubs down, and they also tried their best to squeeze out the treatment cabin for them to use. The last 10 hostages were released on the 3rd day after all the cubs went down the mountain. I don't know how Lu Ming and his team convinced the Ape King to release them directly. It was only a few days apart, but it seemed like a long time ago. Seeing a bit of fatigue on his cold face, Chang'e felt sad, and couldn't help but speed up his pace. Shan Mufeng saw Chang'e from a distance, with a gentle smile on his face. He opened his arms, and steadily caught his wife, who was running towards him. He held her tightly in his arms, lowered his head, and kissed the top of her head, and asked softly, "How are you recently?" "I'm sorry." Chang'e buried her head in his chest, and apologized muffledly. If it weren't for her father, who insisted on going on this mission, he wouldn't have suffered so much in vain. "Silly. I'm a soldier, and your husband. Without too many words, the two just tightened their arms and felt each other's warmth. Cough. Cough, cough. A very deliberate fake cough, reminding them to pay attention in public. There are other people around. After calming down, Changyi raised her head from Shan Mufeng's arms and heard Chang Song, who was still coughing. Stop coughing, you heard me. Dad is there, go find him to care about you. Chang Song pretended to be jealous and laughed and scolded. You are so heartless. You don't want your brothers now that you have a husband, right? Don't forget, we are the same people. Changyi turned her head and looked at him and retorted. From the sound of your voice, I can see that you are very good and don't need to be cared about. Don't think she doesn't know. Chang's father must have told him a long time ago that he was going to go on a mission with the main family, and he didn't object. So Chang's father's attitude was so firm. So he also had a part in this matter. You are heartless. Chang Song didn't care what she said. He forcibly pulled her out of Shan Mufeng's arms and hugged her tightly. Chapter 195. They hadn't washed for many days, and they were with a group of strange apes all day. The smell on their bodies was irritating. They were worried about their safety, and didn't pay attention to them before, but now they couldn't stand it. Changyi struggled to let her go, pinching her nose to protest. It stinks, let me go. The more she resisted, the happier Chang Song was. He deliberately tightened his arms and held her tightly. If you don't let me go, I won't let you go. Chang's father couldn't bear to see his daughter being bullied, so he stepped forward to pull Chang Song's arms away and rescued his daughter, who was almost out of breath. Okay, you are so grown up, and you are still fooling around like a child. It is always happy to get together. In the evening, in order to welcome their safe return, Lingyu took people to the river to fish out a lot of water cherry beads and small fish. Although the relationship with the strange apes eased, they didn't dare to easily pass through the stone forest and go to the area inside. As night fell, they lit a bonfire, and everyone sat around, chatting and sharing food. Eat more of this. Changyi picked up a piece of crispy roasted fish with chopsticks, and put it in Shan Mufeng's bowl, whispering in his ear, they say this can resist the suppressed combat power. Okay. Shan Mufeng enjoyed her care, nodded obediently, and ate the fish she picked up. After dinner, everyone shared the rare water cherry beads. This time, there were many people digging, and there were no alien apes stealing them, so they harvested a lot of water cherry beads, and put a portion in front of everyone. What are you looking at? Shan Mufeng found that Changyi's eyes were fixed there for a long time. There were 3 or 5 alien apes fighting for water cherry beads in the direction she was looking. Most of the alien apes have returned to the caves on the mountain after recovering. Only these few brave relatives would play in the camp every day, so Lu Ming also arranged a place for them during the dinner party in the evening. Changyi smiled and shook her head, nothing. Absent-mindedly, she picked up a water cherry bead and put it into her mouth to chew slowly. Her eyes occasionally glanced at the strange apes, as if thinking about something. She couldn't remember the other strange apes, but she remembered the one with a tuft of white hair on its chest very clearly. She didn't know when a small yellow fruit appeared in her hand. I'm going to walk over there and come back later. She said something to Shan Mufeng and stood up and walked towards the direction of the strange apes. Where is she going? Lingyu saw Changyi suddenly leave and asked casually. Nothing. Just walking. Shan Mufeng responded with his eyes, staring at Changyi's back. Seeing that she didn't leave his sight, he turned back to chat with them, and looked for her every now and then. After Changyi got up, she walked to the vicinity of the apes, keeping a distance of more than 1 meter, without looking at them, and directly chose a place to sit down, took out a fruit plate and started to eat, and occasionally exclaimed exaggeratedly. She kept paying attention to the movements of the apes with the corner of her eyes, and when she saw that the white-haired ape was drooling because of her seduction, she nodded with satisfaction, found an opportunity, pretended to be upset, and hurriedly left, leaving the fruit plate in place. There were not many fruits on the fruit plate, and at first several apes did not touch it. The first one who could not help it was the white-haired ape. When it saw Changyi walking away, it jumped off the stone table impatiently, jumped to the ground, picked up the fruit plate and ran away, and did not forget to stuff the fruit into its mouth while running. The other apes only remembered to grab it at this time, and they all got up and chased after it. Changyi kept an eye on their movements until she could no longer see them. Then she hummed a little tune and hopped back to her position. Did you find a treasure? So happy. Yeah. Happier than finding a treasure. Changyi smiled like a cat that had stolen some fish. In addition to the ordinary fruits on the fruit plate, there was a special fruit that could make people poop very smoothly after eating it. She was afraid that it would not take the bait, so she smeared some spirit beast pill powder on the fruit. He dared to steal her things and provoke her. Tonight, she would let him enjoy the gift she gave him. The white-haired alien ape had a miserable night. In the first half of the night, the gas generator kept releasing poisonous gas, and was crushed out by the apes in the same cave. In the second half of the night, he was so tired that his legs were weak, and he once suspected that he was going to die. There were several other companions in the same situation, but they didn't eat as many fruits as it did. They made a lot of noise in the first half of the night, but stopped in the second half. They thought that the food of the bipeds at night was poisonous, so they decided not to eat their food anymore. A good night's sleep. Aren't you going to sleep? Sean Moofing saw her wake up and asked softly. Yes, I'm not going to sleep. Why is it so noisy outside? What happened today? It was said that as long as the cubs in the treatment cabin recovered and were returned to the alien ape group, they could leave. In the early morning, there were many people walking back and forth in the camp. Sean Moofing saw her confused look, patiently explained softly. Today, the strange ape will take everyone to catch a strange beast that can give birth to cubs. Are they going to act so soon? Chang'e asked with a listless look. Are you going too? Seeing that she was not in a good mood, Sean Moofing sat at the head of the bed, put his arm around her shoulders, let her half lean on him, and said softly, Do you want me to go? If you don't want to, then I won't go. He was not as crazy about offspring as they were. From the day he detected his ability level, he was ready to have no offspring. Chang'e shook her head slightly, sighed, looked up at his eyes, and said seriously, I don't think this is reliable. These cubs of the alien apes have problems. He should understand what I mean. Although she also has her own selfish desires, and doesn't really want to have children, she can't show it too much. Then I won't go anywhere today. I stay here with you, okay? Really? Seeing him nod in affirmation, Chang'e's face was filled with smiles. She moved in, patted the seat beside her, and acted cute to him. Then you stay with me for a while. Dan Moofing thought that if he didn't go, there would be nothing to do today, so he nodded lovingly and agreed. He had just taken off his coat, and was about to go to bed with her, when the communication rang. He opened it, and saw that it was Lung Yu calling to ask him when he was leaving. I'm not going, Yugo, be careful. On the other end of the communication, Lung Yu rolled his eyes, and said sarcastically, Is your girl making trouble again? Don't listen to her nonsense on this matter. No, I don't want to go myself, it has nothing to do with her. He explained a few words, and hung up the call. From what he said, Chang'e knew with her toes that Ling Yu must have thought it was her instigation, and now he must be scolding her in his heart. If you want to go, go ahead. I don't mind. You say one thing and mean another. I'm not going anywhere. I just stay with you. Dan Moofing scratched her nose, got on the bed, hugged her, sat against the headboard, and listened to her talk about what happened after they separated. Chapter 196. The warm moment was soon interrupted. The person who called him, this time was Lu Ming. As soon as Sean Moofing picked up the call, the other party said, I heard that you are not going to go with us. He stroked Chang'e's black hair with one hand. Yes, I am not going to go. That's not possible. The alien ape wants us to leave directly after the completion. Everyone must act together. Lu Ming's words made Sean Moofing's pupils shrink slightly. He sat up straight and asked seriously, Why? The alien ape said that it was the forbidden land of the beast god. We only have 1 hour. Whether we catch it or not, we must leave immediately. Is it reliable? This sounded a bit abnormal. He was worried that this was a trap set by the alien ape. Lu Ming was silent for a moment and replied, We have to try it. Now, if he told others that he was afraid of the trap and wanted to leave directly, I am afraid no one would be willing. The temptation of offspring is too great. Sean Moofing knew that he could not persuade her, so he could only nod and agree. Be prepared before departure. Since they must go, they should be prepared first. The intelligent equipment in the central area cannot be used, and the combat power will be suppressed. They can only be villains, and take the ape cubs as hostages. After hanging up the call, Sean Moofing apologized to her. Get up. We are going together. Chang'e also heard their conversation. She did not make a fuss, but nodded obediently, sat up, and started to put on her clothes. Sean Moofing got out of bed, and put on the coat he had just taken off. He turned around and said to her, You can take your time. I will go to see what they are like first. For some reason, since she said she was going, her eyelids have been twitching non-stop. She always had an ominous premonition in her heart, and could not cheer up. She walked to the outer room listlessly. On the table was the breakfast prepared by Sean Moofing for her. It was a crystal clear steamed bun, with a filling made of minced meat from small fish caught in the stream. It was very delicious. The outer skin was a beautiful pink color. He used the juice squeezed from cherry and flour. I don't know where Shan Mufeng got the energy to get up so early in the morning to do this. Although the breakfast looked very tempting, she felt depressed and had no appetite. She barely ate too, and couldn't eat any more. She put the rest away, and went out to the meeting room to find someone. The people coming and going in the camp had excited expressions on their faces. They were all flushed and full of fighting spirit. They were packing up in an orderly manner to prepare for the next action. When Chang'e walked to the door of the meeting room, the hoarse voice of the thin alien ape came from inside. "You despicable guys, the beast god will punish you." The voice was full of anger. After standing at the door and waiting for a while, Chang'e heard only the roar of the ape inside. She turned the door handle and pushed it open gently. The meeting room was full of people. Lu Ming, who was sitting in the main seat, had a hypocritical smile on his face. He calmly held the teacup and quietly watched the ape opposite him venting. The thin ape kept roaring, saying only this one sentence. It was seriously lacking in language. The waving big palm and the cracked table in front of it reflected its irritable mood. The other people in the meeting room were just the opposite. They were very calm and watched it calmly, not taking its anger into consideration. Shan Mufeng saw Chang'e coming in and waved her hand to let her sit next to him. Chang'e walked over, but did not sit down. The chairs in the meeting room were full, and it was a bit inappropriate for her to sit down. She imitated other sergeants, who had no seats, and stood behind Shan Mufeng. After being ignored for a long time, the angry ape finally calmed down. He panted heavily and looked at the people sitting there with red eyes. He couldn't understand why there would be such a shameless person. Lu Ming, who was sitting in the main seat, poured himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he slowly said, "Master Wise, you should also understand us. It's too dangerous there." The wise once again expressed their sincerity. "We are willing to swear to the beast god that we will never take the opportunity to attack you." It turned out that this thin ape was the wise man of their tribe. Now it doesn't look like a wise man at all. It's just a runaway monkey with bloodshot eyes. The fire in its eyes seems to burn the people in the house to ashes. Lu Ming looked like a rogue. He clearly didn't believe their oath and said indifferently, "That's not our god. We will never let you take our cubs over, even if it violates the oath of the beast god." The wise stick to their bottom line and show them that they will never compromise. Its words made the people in the room narrow their eyes and look at it dangerously. Lu Ming pushed away the teacup in front of him, supported the table with both hands, leaned forward, looked sharp, and carried the pressure of a superior. His voice was cold and hard. "Then you all stay." As soon as the voice fell, the warrior guarding the door had already put his weapon on the wise man's neck. The warrior sitting on both sides of it stood up at the same time, holding its arms and pressing its shoulders, making it unable to move. It was still too naive. It dared to come alone to negotiate with humans. "Our king will definitely punish you." It was not afraid that its life was threatened. Its threat had no effect on Lu Ming, who smiled and replied, "Really? Yes. Will your king come faster, or will we take these cubs away faster?" After the disabled cubs of these alien apes were cured, they did not release all of them, but lied that some of them were too seriously ill and would take longer to recover. This number accounted for 2/3 of the total number of cubs, just to be used at this time. Lu Ming's threat worked. The wise man who had just refused to die remained silent, staring at the person opposite with his scarlet eyes. After a long time, he gave up resistance and said in a compromised manner, "All the cubs must be returned to us. There is no room for negotiation." It was obvious that it had not finished speaking. Lu Ming hummed and nodded, signaling it to continue. "I can give you a kind of, or that will not affect your combat power inside." Hearing this, Lung Yu and others looked at each other silently, and nodded to Lu Ming tacitly, indicating that this condition could be considered. They brought the alien ape cubs just to prevent them from being attacked and unable to resist under the suppression of combat power. But if the combat power was not suppressed, then there would be no need to bring these cubs. "Oh, do you have this kind of ore? Let me go first." Lu Ming waved his hand to signal the warrior to let it go. The wise man who regained his freedom moved his wrist, and then, under the gaze of everyone, he put his hand to his belly button and took out a piece of colorful mud from it. "Take this, and you will not be affected by the power of the beast god." "Is this enough?" "Yes." Lu Ming winked at Lung Yu and asked him to take the mud and try it out. Chapter 197. Lung Yu received his signal, stood up and walked to the wise man, took the mud from it, and went to the forest area for testing. After watching Lung Yu leave, Lu Ming put on a professional smile on his face and greeted the wise man enthusiastically. "Sit down and have some tea." It was as if he was not the one who threatened people just now. The wise man didn't buy his tricks, glanced at him coldly, kept silent, took out a wine gourd from the navel space, sat down and drank 2 sips, closed his eyes and waited. Chang'e's eyes were glued to the gourd in his hand, and he couldn't move his eyes away. Lai Kai, the stingy guy, hid the fruit wine he got from the strange ape so deep that he didn't even let him smell it. Seeing that he ran to the mountain on time every day to drink and came back in a daze, he knew that the taste of this wine was right. She slowly walked to the wise man's side, spread out her palm, and there was a round spirit beast pill in her palm. She didn't say anything, just kept standing there quietly. After a long time, the wise man secretly lifted his eyelids, glanced at the pill in her hand with the corner of his eye, and then sniffed it with his nose. He smelled the fragrance from the pill and asked in a rough voice, "What do you want?" It didn't trust these 2-legged beasts at all. This woman was tempting it with the pill in front of him. It must be a trick. He didn't want to pay attention, but the smell was really tempting, so he couldn't help asking. "The wine in your gourd." Chang'e didn't hesitate and gave a clear answer. It shook the gourd and asked, "This?" "Yes, but I want 10 gourds of wine." This needs to be made clear. It can't exchange its small gourd of wine for another one. She doesn't do business at a loss. The wise man hesitated after hearing this, as if he was calculating in his mind whether he would suffer a loss by exchanging it like this. He opened the gourd to drink some wine, and then glanced at the pill in her hand. Everyone in the room was secretly watching their transaction, listening with their ears perked up, waiting for the wise man's reply. Lu Ming held the teacup in his hand for a long time, but he didn't take a sip. It pondered over and over for a quarter of an hour before it made up its mind. It took out a row of gourds and placed them on the table, pointing at them and saying, "I only have this many." Chang'e looked at the gourds on the table. There were only 8 too short. She picked up a gourd at hand, opened the top lid, and put the gourd mouth to her nose and sniffed it. The rich fruity aroma came to her nose, and the smell of alcohol was very light. "I wonder how it tastes. Can I have a sip?" The wise man nodded to indicate that she was free. Chang'e waited for it to agree before taking out a cup and pouring a shallow sip along the wall of the cup. The golden wine slowly poured into the transparent crystal cup. Gently shaking the cup, the wine inside gently swayed and hung on the wall of the cup, and then slowly fell, like melted gold flowing inside. The fruit wine was slowly sent into her mouth. She did not rush to swallow it, but let the wine stay in her mouth for a moment, so that the whole mouth was filled with the aroma of the wine, and then let the wine slowly slide down her throat. Different from the pungent and spicy taste of strong liquor, and also different from the slightly sour taste of homemade liquor, it has only a strong fruity aroma and a subtle sweetness at the beginning, and it is soft and not choking at all. After entering the stomach, the body feels slightly warm, not uncomfortable, but very comfortable. "It's yours." She likes the taste of this wine very much. Chang'e put the spirit beast pill in front of it, and quickly put away the wine gourd on the table. Turning around, she saw that everyone in the room was staring at her. She wanted to pretend that she didn't see it, but she was a little embarrassed. Lu Ming cleared his throat twice and asked awkwardly, "Is this wine delicious?" Lai Kai always drank behind people's backs, and went to the ape group to drink every day, so except Chang'e, they didn't know that the ape group had this treasure. They also thought that the wise man's gourd was just ordinary juice. The cup that Chang'e poured out just now was obviously good wine. Between the face and the substance, Chang'e chose the substance and answered firmly, "It's not delicious. Not delicious at all." Silence is us at this moment. Lu Ming didn't expect that she could be so embarrassed to lie directly with her eyes open. He touched his nose and turned his gaze to Shan Mufeng, wanting him to speak up and help. Shan Mufeng would never help him. He avoided his sight, turned his back, and said to Chang'e with a smile, "It doesn't taste good. Take it back for Master Bai and the others to drink." Well, seeing that it was impossible to ask him to help, Lu Ming wanted to give up. He turned around and saw those useless people beside him looking at him eagerly. His adjutant was usually a drunkard. Now, he stood behind him and kept poking his back with his hands. No way. Lu Ming could only lick his face and speak again. "Well, can I exchange a gourd with you for the purple ginseng grass?" He didn't know what the pill she just took out was. He estimated that it shouldn't be very expensive, otherwise she wouldn't take it out to exchange for wine with the strange ape. It shouldn't be a loss for her to exchange it with the purple ginseng grass. Chang'e couldn't calculate the price between the purple ginseng grass and the 100-fruit wine. The cost of refining her spirit beast pill was not high. This wine had no other special effects except that it tasted good. Purple ginseng grass is a high-level nutritional medicinal plant, and its price has never been cheap. After all, there is no fruit wine on the market. It is difficult to estimate the price of this thing. If it is calculated based on the cost of refining the spirit beast pill, he will suffer a loss. If she can't figure it out, then don't count it. After all, if she still wants it, she can still exchange it with the spirit beast pill. Before the cup of wine was put away, she opened the gourd and filled it up, and then handed the gourd in her hand over. Can I exchange it with this pot? Okay. It's just 1 cup less, he doesn't care. Lu Ming took the wine gourd, poured himself a cup, and gave the rest to the adjutant, who couldn't wait behind him, and took out a purple ginseng grass, and pushed it to Chang Yi. The purple ginseng grass he gave was of good quality, and Chang Yi happily put it away, and went back to buy a bird or beast to stew soup. As soon as Lu Ming's adjutant took the wine gourd, he couldn't wait to take a deep breath, took out a large wine glass with patina, and filled it for himself. As soon as the wine entered his mouth, the wine gourd at hand was taken away by the sergeant next to him. When Lu Ming finished his glass of wine, and wanted to refill it, the wine gourd had already turned around in the room, and there was not a drop left. Because Chang Yi had wine, Shan Mufeng and everyone tacitly bypassed him. He drank a sip from Chang Yi's wine glass, and while everyone was still fighting for the wine gourd, he whispered to Chang Yi, "Find it to change some more." When Chang Yi heard what he said, she knew that this wine was good for them, and she drank another sip carefully. She had a low alcohol tolerance, and this kind of fruit wine was easy to drink and the easiest to get drunk, so she didn't dare to drink anymore. She gave him the rest of the wine, got up and touched the wise man again, and negotiated with it to see if she could change some more. Before she had finalized the deal, Leng Yu came running back in a hurry, his face filled with joy. She didn't even need to ask him, because just by looking at his expression, she knew that the piece of colorful mud was useful. Chapter 198. Zhang Zixing asked the question everyone wanted to ask the most. How is it? It's useful. Leng Yu replied with a smile. He walked to the stone forest with this piece of colorful mud, and was not suppressed at all. He was worried and continued to walk inside, until he came to the cave near the alien aid group, and his combat power was not suppressed before returning. Confirming that the colorful mud was useful, Lu Ming turned around and put on a professional smile, and negotiated with the wise man in a friendly manner to see if they could provide some of this mud. They must help send the cubs back healthy. Every failure makes a wise man. This time the wise man was not so easily fooled. He insisted that they return the cubs to them first before he was willing to give them the colorful mud. The two sides were deadlocked, and refused to give in. Finally, they took a step back and decided to exchange at the junction. After the deal was settled, the warriors dispersed and made final preparations. The wise man had to return to the tribe to get the colorful mud and exchange it with them for the cubs. Before leaving, the wise man privately found Chang Yi and asked her, "Do you want more wine?" "Yes, yes, yes." "How to change it?" Chang Yi was interrupted halfway through the conversation, and she was still worried that she would not have the opportunity to change the wine. "Come with me to the mountain to get it now." After saying that, the wise man kept silent and waited for her answer. Chang Yi looked back at Shan Mufeng, who was chatting with Leng Yu and others with some embarrassment. She wanted to change it, but she was a little afraid and couldn't make up her mind. "Will you guarantee my safety?" Unlike Lu Ming and others who disdained the so-called oath, Chang Yi knew what kind of existence the beast god was to them through communication with Lai Kai. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not violate the oath to the beast god, even if it meant death. "I can swear to the beast god that my people will not harm you, but do you dare to believe it?" After saying that, he narrowed his eyes and looked at her leisurely, his expression clearly saying, "I dare to say it. Do you dare to believe it? The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation." After weighing the pros and cons in her mind, Chang Yi still decided to go. Now, there are so many cubs of the alien apes in the camp. They should not abandon them easily. Another point, she had tried it before, and the soul-catching belt can be used normally in the forest area without being affected, so if something happens, she still has a chance to run away. "I go, wait for me, I go say hello to them, and then go up the mountain with you." The wise man nodded in appreciation and said, "I go see the cubs, you wait for me at the door." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the door slowly with his crutches. Chang Yi was in a hurry to change the wine. She trotted to Shan Mufeng, tugged at his sleeve, pulled him aside, and whispered, "I go get the wine with the wise man and come back soon." "You go alone?" "The ape's 100 fruit wine is good stuff, but he can't rest assured if she goes alone." "Well, I go alone, go quickly and come back quickly." After deciding to go, Chang Yi was very confident. She felt that she was well prepared and didn't have the consciousness that she was going to a dangerous area. No! Hearing that she really wanted to go alone, Shan Mufeng refused without thinking. Chang'e quickly asked back, why? Turning her head to see his solemn face, she realized belatedly that she didn't seem to have told him about her newly refined array weapon. She quickly took out the soul-catching bell and showed it to him. This is the soul-catching bell, I just refined it. Then, she simply and clearly introduced the function of the soul-catching bell to him, and repeatedly assured him that she would pay attention to safety and come back safely. Even though she took out the soul-catching bell to assure him, Shan Mufeng was still worried and refused to give in. He even turned around and persuaded her not to drink the fruit wine, saying that the wine tasted good and there was nothing special about it. After returning, he would buy her a better wine. Chang'e kept silent, staring at him with big eyes, and the 3 words "I want to go" were written all over her stubborn face. Persuasion failed, and there was nothing he could do about her. Shan Mufeng sighed deeply, took the initiative to retreat, and said helplessly, I will go with you. Ah! No need, I can really do it alone, and I have considered that there are so many cubs in the camp, they will definitely not touch me. I still have. Although she was determined to go, she didn't want to hinder him, so she told him all her preparations one by one to prove to him that she was really not fooling around. I know, but I'm worried. Either I go with you, or you don't go. This? Chang'e didn't know if the alien ape would agree to bring him along. After all, the wise man just talked to her in private, and his attitude clearly showed that he didn't want to bring anyone else. Then come with me to talk to the wise man, and see if he can bring you along. Shan Mufeng nodded, and asked her to stay there for a while. He went to tell Lu Ming and the others to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings if they couldn't find them later. When they packed up and went out, the wise man had just finished and came out of the treatment cabin. When he saw Chang'e coming out with a tail, he didn't say much, but ignored his existence and took the lead to walk up the mountain. This was Chang'e's first time to go to the cave of the alien ape. The route to the mountain was to walk along the water belt all the way up. The mountain path was a path that had been trampled out in the past few days. It was not easy to walk, but the scenery on the road was nice. There were trees on both sides, and the winding mountain road had a feeling of winding paths leading to secluded places. Going up along the water belt, the height difference of the mountain stream formed waterfalls of various sizes and shapes. The largest waterfall was the waterfall they saw at the foot of the mountain. The rushing stream hit the smooth boulders below, stirring up a large amount of water mist, and the white expanse looked like clouds in the sky. Is this here? She still remembered that Lu Ming pointed to the location on the map, and said that behind this waterfall was a cave of the alien ape. Although, no matter how she looked now, she couldn't find a cave where she could hide. Hearing her ask this, Shan Mufeng thought she was tired, so he stopped and leaned over to ask, Can you still walk? Do you want me to carry you? The cave where the alien ape lives is a bit far away. Although he has been half supporting her along the way, she still has to walk by herself. No, I can still hold on. Knowing that they haven't reached the destination yet, Chang'e is a little disappointed. They have been walking for nearly half an hour, and she can't walk anymore. Seeing her trying to be strong even though she couldn't walk anymore, Shan Mufeng wanted to laugh. He stood in front of her, squatted down, turned around and smiled at her, saying, But I want to carry you on my back. Chang'e was still a little embarrassed, and was trying to walk on her own. The wise man was getting impatient waiting in front, so he turned around and said to her, Hurry up and carry your spouse on your back. She is so useless, even slower than an old man like me. I don't understand how such a useless person can find a spouse. Being rejected by a strange ape, Chang'e didn't dare to dawdle anymore, and obediently lay on Shan Mufeng's back, wrapped her arms around his neck, and whispered in his ear, I'm not useless, they are not human. Chapter 199. Can a human like her climb the mountain at the speed of the alien ape? Yes. They are not human. Having another person on his back did not affect Shan Mufeng much. He followed the wise man's footsteps with big strides and agreed with her. With no one holding them back, they traveled much faster in the second half of the journey. After leaving the big waterfall, they went around a few bends and saw another wide waterfall. This time, Chang'e knew they had arrived without anyone telling her. The jumping alien apes saw the wise man coming up with the bipeds and stood on both sides, looking at them curiously. Ouch! Chang'e was hit on the head by a fruit without noticing. She covered the pain with her hand and looked around to find the culprit. Shan Mufeng heard her cry of pain, stopped walking, put her down, turned around and looked at her from head to toe. Where are you hurt? Let me see. He carefully took away her hand. Fortunately, It was just a little red on her forehead, and gently rubbed her with his warm palm, and looked around with a cold gaze, looking for the ape who did it. Maybe his gaze was too scary. The apes surrounding them fled into the cave, and only some of them came to the wise man, asking something in a gibberish. The wise man sent away the curious tribesmen, turned back, and called the two people. "Follow me, I will take you to see the king." The wise man returned to the Taoist tribe, put away his crutches used to carry people, returned to his nature, and walked on all fours. Chang'e was protected in Shan Mufeng's arms, and she didn't have to walk by herself, and followed the wise man to the cave behind the waterfall. She looked around curiously. There was a huge rock in front of the waterfall blocking her view. After going around the rock, she found a small path behind it, connecting to the cave above. When she entered the cave, there were 2 or 3 window-like gaps on the outside of the passage. Looking out from the inside, she could see the water curtain formed by the stream flowing down from above. There was a lot of water splashing in from the gap, and the outer passage was covered with moss, which looked very slippery. They could only walk as close to the inside as possible. Chang'e looked up at his cold chin and whispered to him, "Were you imprisoned here last time?" There was a small pond in front. Shan Mufeng simply picked her up by the waist and stepped over. "No, we are not here." The cave where they were imprisoned was not here, but on the left near the orchard, which was convenient for them to work. It can only be said that Zhou Popi's talent does not need to be taught, it is natural. Passing through this slippery and dark passage, and coming to the center of the spacious and bright cave inside, Chang'e looked at the cave in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh at the magic of nature. This cave is actually a building. There is a towering tree in the middle, reaching straight into the sky. The lush branches are like an open umbrella cover. The sunlight falls through the gaps between the branches, just right, so that the cave has enough lighting and retains appropriate concealment. The place where the strange apes lived was in the densely packed caves on the surrounding rock walls. Now many strange apes were sticking their heads out of the caves and looking at them curiously. The wise man walked to the front of the ape king, lowered his head, and waved his arms. This should be their etiquette. After a short cry from the ape king, he stopped, walked up the steps, approached the ape king who was half lying on the animal's skin, and whispered in his ear. Chang'e was a little scared at this time. She seemed a little too confident. There were so many strange apes. If they didn't keep their promises and attacked them, it might not be as easy to escape as she thought. Shan Mufeng noticed her uneasiness in time, hugged her tightly in his arms, and said gently in her ears, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Before he set out, he asked Lung Yu for the colorful mud, and now he was carrying it with him. Along the way, he kept testing it to make sure that his fighting power was not suppressed, and then he took her forward boldly. After the wise man finished talking to the ape king kept staring at Chang'e, who was curled up in Shan Mufeng's arms, which made her feel scared. Roar. The ape king suddenly roared, which frightened Chang'e. She trembled and held the soul-catching bell in her hand, and was about to ring it. Shan Mufeng reacted faster. He pulled Chang'e behind him with his left hand to protect her, and put his right hand to his side, holding his weapon, and watching the ape king's every move. At the critical moment, fortunately, there was the wise man as a translator. "Our king asked you how many of those pills you have." "Huh?" She was scared to death, and she thought he was going to fight. If it wasn't a fight, she wouldn't be afraid. Chang'e walked out from behind Shan Mufeng and said, "I still have a lot. I have as many pills as you have wine." Chang'e didn't lie. She had almost used up her spirit beast pill. After this, she found that it was still very useful, so she refined a few more furnaces in the camp. Most of the materials were given by the general in front, and a small part was prepared by her. The wise man helped translate it, and the ape king roared in Chang'e's direction again. This time, she was mentally prepared. She turned her head and looked at the wise man, waiting for him to translate. "Our king wants to see your pill first." Hearing this, Chang'e didn't say that she had already changed one before. She took out the spirit beast pill, poured one into her palm, and spread it out for them to see. Smelling the smell of the pill, the ape king propped up his body like a hill and jumped down the steps. His body, which looked so heavy, landed without a sound. He walked in front of her gracefully. He didn't rush to take action, but circled around them. His eyes kept scanning them. Finally, it stopped in front of them. Shan Mufeng was afraid that Chang'e would get hurt, so he took the spirit beast pill and held it in his hand, and protected him in his arms with one hand. Fortunately, the ape king did not attack. After circling around, he stood up, took the spirit beast pill, and returned to his original position and continued to lie down. The small spirit beast pill was pitifully small in its big hand, and was covered by its hair. If you didn't look carefully, You couldn't find it at all. It played with it in its hand for a few times, and then threw it into its mouth and ate it. 1 pill, 10 wine gourds. Although it was afraid, it couldn't do a business that would lose money. Chang'e mustered up the courage and trembled to stick his head out to remind it. The ape king ignored its words, ate the spirit beast pill, muttered a few words to the wise man, and then lay down and closed his eyes to rest. The wise man respectfully retreated to the bottom, came to Chang'e and the others and said, I will take you to get the wine. The place where the strange ape stored the wine was not in this cave. Chang'e and the others followed the wise man and carefully walked out of the cave from the passage they came in. After leaving the passage, she straightened her back and couldn't help but take a deep breath to dispel the tension in her heart. Shan Mufeng was more familiar with the direction the wise man was walking this time. He took Chang'e and followed him through the forest areas skillfully. When passing the orchard, he picked 2 handfuls of fruit for her. Chapter 200. Chang'e took the fruit but didn't put it away directly. Instead, he carefully looked up to observe the reaction of the wise man leading the way. Seeing that he didn't object, he carefully put the fruit away. Is this where you pick fruits? Yes. Shan Mufeng responded softly. Thinking of those days, he was driven out to do hard labor at dawn every day, and there were strange apes watching him all the time to prevent them from secretly keeping fruits. He had never been so frustrated. The fruits in this forest look like a combination of bananas and peaches. The pink peel has fine hairs and grows layer by layer on the trunk. The crescent-shaped fruits grow together closely, and there are 7 or 8 fruits in each bunch. Pick a ripe fruit, gently peel off the outer skin, revealing the snow-white peel inside, break off half, and give it to Shan Mufeng. Eat it quickly. The two walked and ate stealthily. After passing through the orchard, they saw a cave. Shan Mufeng pointed over there and said, That's where we stayed for a few days. Chang'e leaned over to look. The dark cave entrance was too dark to see. She wanted to take another look. The wise man in front was walking too fast, otherwise she would lose his figure. It's just an ordinary cave inside. There's nothing to see. Let's go! Shan Mufeng smiled and told her, pulling her hand to follow the wise man in front. The smell in the cave was not good. There were so many of them. Eating, drinking, defecating and urinating were all trapped in it. Although they were very careful, the environment was still very bad. He didn't want her to go in and see. The wise man in front didn't care about them. He kept walking forward. We're here. There was no cave where it stood. There were only trees in front of it. It walked to a big tree in the middle with vines wrapped around its trunk, lowered its head, and pulled the vines as thick as a baby's arms, went in through the gap in the middle, and disappeared. Awesome. Chang'e couldn't help but admire in her heart, looking at the vines that had recovered. If she hadn't just seen it with her own eyes, she would never have thought that she could walk into the tree. She imitated the wise man, pulled apart the vines on both sides, revealing the entrance inside, bent down and crawled in. There was no sunlight inside, and the small animals, like fireflies on both sides, were used to illuminate. The trunk was just the entrance to the passage. The actual place where they hid the wine was underground. Shan Mufeng explored the way ahead, and walked in little by little along the stairs going down. Snap! Finally reached the bottom, Chang'e looked at this underground cave, as big as a football field. This should be a natural karst cave. I don't know how these strange apes found this place. The cave was filled with a strong aroma of wine. Standing here without moving can make people drunk. In this cave, she saw Lai Kai, who had disappeared every day. At this moment, his whole beast was soaked in a red wine pool, and he was not afraid of drowning. When she got closer, she saw that it was sleeping soundly. She wanted to ignore it, but she was afraid that it had really drowned, so she took out a fishing rod, pulled it to the shore, and put it on the ground. It didn't wake up after all this trouble. There are many wine pools in the cave. In addition to the red wine pool where Lai Kai was soaking, they had seen the pool of golden wine before, as well as amber, green, and transparent wine pools. She didn't expect there would be so many kinds of fruit wine before coming here. Now, she didn't know which one to choose. Can all the wine here be exchanged? She wanted to exchange a little of each, but she didn't know if it would be willing. After entering here, the wise man went straight to the golden wine pool and was busy restocking his gourd. When he heard Chang'e's question, he stopped what he was doing, looked back at her, and asked in confusion, Don't you want this kind? Can't I exchange for other wines? It's such a pity to exchange for only one of these wines. She wants all of them. The wise man didn't understand her greed, but he didn't refuse. He just reminded her, 5 white gourds for one. The pool of wine inside was like clear water. If it hadn't told her, she would have thought it was just an ordinary pool of water. Unexpectedly, it was even more precious than the golden wine. She wanted to exchange more. Okay. Can I exchange 10 gourds for the others? The wise man nodded and started to take out the gourds again. Chang'e stopped him quickly. I brought the container. You can fill it with the gourd and pour it for me. Shan Mufeng took out the big wine barrel they prepared, put it on the ground, and signaled it to pour the wine in it. The wise man looked at their big wine barrel, his eyes flashed, and he didn't say anything. He silently started to pour the wine in with the gourd. He didn't let them interfere with this job. Chang'e stood by and watched him to prevent him from taking less. The wise man was not good at math, so for every gourd of wine he made, Chang'e gave him a pill. 1 pill for each gourd of wine, and 1 pill for each pill. When a bottle of pills was given out, the wine barrel was full. This was too inefficient, so Chang'e gave him a tube and changed the method of replacement, 1 barrel of wine for 1 bottle of pills. The wise man agreed because he thought it was the same as before. With the tube, several barrels could be filled with wine at the same time, which was much faster. In the end, they changed 2 barrels of each color of fruit wine. It was not that they did not want to continue changing, but that the wise man was unwilling to change again. After changing 2 barrels of wine, the wine in the wine pool was obviously half gone. Chang'e was unwilling to give up, and pestered the wise man to change 10 small gourds of wine. This time, no matter how she tempted him, the wise man was unwilling to change again, and drove them out of the cave together with Lai Kai. It was already mid-afternoon, and Chang'e thought that today's hunting operation would not be possible. The speed of going down the mountain was faster than going up the mountain. Chang'e didn't know when the wise man took the colorful mud. She seriously suspected that he had brought it from the beginning, because he took them to the camp as soon as he came out of the wine cave. When they reached the middle of the mountain, they met a group of strange apes waiting there. Chang'e saw at a glance that the fruit the white-haired strange ape was eating was the same as the one that hit her before. She had good reason to suspect that it was the one that hit her. Perhaps it was because Chang'e's eyes were too enthusiastic. The white-haired strange ape looked up at her, ate the fruit in his hand in a few bites, clapped his hands, and made a face at her. In a flash, Chang'e's body was faster than her brain. She took out the fruit hidden in her arms, and smashed it hard on its head. Her aim was never so accurate. The perfect parabola hit the bull's eye. The fruit came into close contact with its head, making a loud thump. The white-haired ape was a little confused by the blow. After reacting, he took out the fruit with a grin and fought back. Roar! The wise man's loud roar stopped a dispute that was about to break out. The stopped white-haired ape was still a little unconvinced, and complained to the wise man in a gibberish, but unfortunately, it seemed to be unsuccessful. On the second half of the road, the white-haired ape finally sneaked up from behind to find an opportunity to attack her. Chang'e did not suffer any loss. She always found an opportunity to retaliate. In the back and forth, it was inevitable that others would be hurt. Chapter 201. How could a young ape suffer this misfortune in vain? Soon, the fight between one man and one ape turned into a fight between 2 groups of people. When they arrived at the camp at the foot of the mountain, everyone and the ape had bruises on their bodies. They fought and quarreled along the way, and the way down the mountain became shorter. She didn't ask Shan Mufeng for help, and she chased the apes, and ran ahead of him, and went down the mountain early. The camp at the foot of the mountain had been cleaned up long ago. When the apes arrived, they gave them the colorful mud, and the soldiers immediately released all the cubs in the treatment cabin. The apes picked up the cubs, and put them on their backs and turned back. The soldiers followed them up the mountain. Chang'e, who had just come down the mountain, had a green face. Since they were on the same road, why did she work so hard? Her bitter face made Shan Mufeng laugh out loud. He walked over and prepared to continue carrying her up the mountain, but he didn't expect that a monkey got there first. The alien ape that had just joined her camp didn't have a cub on its back. Seeing that she was walking in a timid way, she looked like a cub in a bad mood, so he simply walked over, picked her up and threw her on his back, carrying her like a cub. Oh, oh, oh! Chang'e was frightened by its sudden action, and hurriedly leaned over to grab the hair on its shoulders to keep her balance and prevent herself from falling. Shan Mufeng saw that she was carried by the alien ape, swaying left and right, and was afraid of something happening, so he raised his foot to chase after her. The wise man said slowly beside him, "It's okay, hurry up like this, they won't hurt her." Shan Mufeng's words slowed down his pace. Thinking about their fights when they were going down the mountain, both sides had always been very measured and didn't kill each other. He slowed down and followed the team, but his eyes never left her. Chang'e had ridden in various mounts, but this was the first time she had ridden in such a natural mount. Even those mounts in the cultivation world were trained to communicate and command, and professional mounts would provide a protective shield for the riders to prevent emergencies. The apes were all sturdy in size. After a brief panic, Chang'e quickly adapted to this new mount, a soft and warm convertible sports car, exclusively produced. After the ape under her felt that the bipeds on its back were no longer moving around, it quickened its pace to catch up with the team in front. When they were going down the mountain, they jumped up and down and made a lot of noise, and they never stopped. Now that they were on the upper body, most of the apes were carrying cubs on their backs, and they became much more stable. They also knew to take out fruits to coax the cubs on their backs. Chang'e was also lucky enough to enjoy this treatment. She hadn't eaten big and sweet peaches for a long time. The fruit given to her was not particularly hard, nor overripe. It was the kind of fruit with moderate hardness and softness, just enough to peel and eat. The peach was bigger than a fist, and she was full after eating one. The treated cubs are in better condition than before. They can now hold the peaches and chew them by themselves, and no longer need to be fed with juice squeezed out by humans. The cubs separated from them when they arrived at the waterfall cave. After sending the cubs away, only about 10 adult apes were left to accompany them to move forward. Chang'e's vehicle was still there, so she could continue to sit and not walk by herself. The apes led them out of the tribe's habitat and continued to walk along the mountain path. The mountains were connected to each other, and Chang'e couldn't figure out which mountain they were on. Ding ding. The notification sounds of the communicator came one after another. There is a signal. Everyone excitedly turned on the optical computer to check. There really is a signal. Mine works too. The signal is back. Finally, the signal is back, so their equipment can all be used. Lung Yu took out the detector and tried to fly it. The eye-shaped detector stopped steadily in the air, releasing detection light waves to detect the surrounding situation. Please note that a natural hot spring has been found ahead, and the surface temperature is between 48 degrees Celsius, which is a suitable temperature. The information from the detector has not been broadcast yet, and they have already seen the steaming hot spring pool. There is actually a hot spring here. I really want to go down and soak in it when I have time. If this place is developed and a holiday villa is built, it would be nice to come here and soak in it when you have time to relieve fatigue. Woo woo woo. Hey! Where is the crying sound of a child coming from? Looking around, they didn't see anyone else except them, but the crying of the baby could clearly be heard nearby. Don't worry about crying or not. Hurry up and catch up. The strange apes are going far away. The warriors looked at the strange apes in front of them, which were almost invisible, and urged everyone to stop meddling in other people's business and hurry up to catch up. Business was important. We're here. The unique hoarse voice of the wise man sounded in everyone's ears. We're here? Here? Lu Ming stopped with the wise man's footsteps, looked up and looked around. Except for the wet stones, he didn't see any strange beasts. The wise man slightly raised his head, opened his turbid eyes and looked forward, and slowly said, "Do you see the water outlet? Move the boulder away and walk along the water belt. There is a strange beast with a human face and a fish body. Their blood is what you are looking for." At this point, its eyes were filled with darkness. After a slight pause, it emphasized its tone and warned them solemnly, "The strange beasts are the gift of the beast god. You can't catch too many, otherwise you will be punished by the beast god. Remember, you only have 1 hour. Whether you catch them or not, you must leave. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Only they themselves know how much they took the wise man's words to heart. Anyway, they agreed verbally, and were quite happy. Chang'e didn't want to go in to catch strange beasts, so she followed the strange apes to the hot spring pool they had just passed by and took a bath. It would be the same if they came back in an hour, and went back together. Soaking in the hot spring, eating nutritious fruits, and drinking a few sips of fruit wine from time to time, this life was really comfortable. Just halfway through the hot spring, the baby-like crying sounded one after another. This time she heard it clearly. It was indeed the crying of a baby. "Wise man, are there any other two-legged animals here besides us?" The surroundings were empty, and there was no one except them. She could only hear their voices, but could not see them. This was too much like the place where supernatural events happened. She was a little scared. The wise man was a little old. After soaking for a while, he went ashore to rest early. He sat on the rocks and looked into the distance with cloudy eyes. When he heard her question, he came to his senses and replied, "No, there are only you here. What is this sound?" The baby's crying became louder and more frequent, echoing around one after another. If you listen carefully, you will find that the crying coming from behind is obviously more miserable than before, as if he is suffering from some extremely cruel treatment, as if he was beaten mercilessly. The wise man also heard these voices. His originally calm face changed slightly, his brows were tightly knitted, and a trace of imperceptible danger flashed in his eyes. After a short silence, the wise man slowly said, "This sound came from those strange beasts." Chapter 202. After it finished speaking, it stood up and howled to the sky. When the apes in the hot spring pool heard it, they stopped playing and came ashore one after another, standing by the pool to shake off the water droplets on their bodies. "Hey! Don't shake! Puff! Puff!" Chang'e, who was not prepared at all, was covered in the water droplets splashed by them. Her companions all ran away. She couldn't soak in this hot spring anymore, so she climbed ashore. "Go find your companions. We're going back." As soon as the voice fell, the wise man led the apes and ran away quickly. Chang'e didn't have time to say a few words to keep them, and they disappeared. She was left standing there alone, muttering, "Why are you running so fast?" Really? No one or animal answered her. She picked up Lai Kai, who was lying on the stone slab, and carefully held him in her arms. She pinched his red nose and asked softly, "Lai Kai, do you know?" Lai Kai, who was drunk, had not woken up since he came out of the wine cellar. Now, no matter how she fiddled with him, he didn't react at all. The apes ran away, and Chang'e could only walk to the place where they had just separated. The moment she stepped away, the hot spring pools around her suddenly exploded, and the water column shot up into the sky, and then fell down quickly. The falling water columns miraculously disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the few empty pools left on the ground, she would have known that this was not a dream, and there were hot spring pools just now. The sudden change made her heart jump suddenly. She was afraid that it was an earthquake, so she didn't dare to hesitate and ran quickly to the gathering point. The gathering point was empty, and no one was seen. The time hadn't come yet. Are they still inside? Wasn't the explosion just now an earthquake? Shan Mufeng, Lu Ming, Chong Song. Chang'e called everyone she knew, but no one responded. She was so anxious outside that she jumped up and down. She looked back at the hot spring pool that suddenly disappeared, gritted her teeth, and rushed into the dark cave. After entering the cave, the baby's cry became more obvious, as if it was right next to her ear. There was no light in this cave, and it was pitch dark inside. She tremblingly took out the sunlight stone and held it in her arms. The white light illuminated the dark cave, and she could see the surrounding environment clearly. The passage of the cave was barely enough for one person to pass through. On the right was a thin water belt, which should be the same source as the hot spring over there. Although the temperature of the water was not as high as that of the hot spring, it was also very warm. The water droplets condensed on the top of the cave kept dripping down, making a ticking, ticking, ticking sound. Although she had lived 3 lives, she was born with a fear of some things and could not control it. The crying of the baby and the sound of water dripping made her nerves collapse to the extreme. In order to give herself courage, she recited the interstellar law, hoping to use righteousness to dispel all evil spirits. There seemed to be a figure in front of her, great. No matter who it was, he was her savior at this moment. "Hey! Handsome guy in front, wait for me!" Chang'e shouted while running. "Huh?" She breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thankful in her heart. Finally I met someone. She couldn't wait to reach out her hand and gently patted the man's shoulder. "Thanks, handsome guy. Where are they? Are they not ready yet? It should be about time, right?" The sergeant standing there actually kept his original posture like a sculpture without moving, and didn't even turn his head. Seeing this, Chang'e couldn't help but frown and shouted again with a louder voice, "Hey! You!" Still without a response, Chang'e walked in front of the sergeant to ask if she could go back. Snap! The sunstone in her arms fell to the ground, rolled forward a few times, and stopped beside a soldier lying in front. Chang'e didn't know what she should do at this time. Her mind was blank, her limbs were stiff, she wanted to run, but her legs were weak, she wanted to scream. Her throat seemed to be strangled by something, and she couldn't scream. She heard her rapid breathing echoing in the cave. When the strange ape talked about the human face and fish body, she thought of mermaids and mermen, but she didn't think of a big loach with a human face, and now it was still opening its bloody mouth to suck human blood. The person sucked by the human-faced fish quickly turned pale. Ding! The soul-sucking bell rang, and the human-faced fish that should have been immobilized stopped eating, turned their heads to look at her, and after a pause, they began to slowly gather and approach her. Yes, they walked. These fish have legs under their bellies, although they are small and short. More and more human-faced fish came ashore, and the spacious passage was soon crowded with human-faced fish. My scalp was numb, I couldn't stand it. Chang'e trembled and took out a leaf and stuck it on the wrist of the sergeant closest to her, and the word "wake up" came out of her mouth with difficulty. It was too close. Those human-faced fish were about to touch her. She didn't know whether the sergeant was awake or not. She didn't dare to stay here for a moment. Protecting the soul-soothing bell in her hand, turned around and staggered out of the cave. I don't know what tripped my feet, and my body fell forward uncontrollably. Woo woo woo. Before she fainted, she heard a loud cry. When she woke up again, she found that she had left the mermaid cave and was lying on a stone platform. The azure sky, without clouds as a reference, was like a blue curtain. She wanted to turn over, but found that her body was controlled by a mysterious force, and her limbs could not move. Good child, have a good sleep. You will be fine when you wake up. A gentle and graceful male voice came from the air. Who are you? What do you want to do? Chang'e pinched her palm hard to prevent herself from falling asleep, but it was useless. After a moment, her consciousness began to blur. Ching Ching. I have a way to make you stay with me all the time. Wait, you will be able to play with me soon. Ching Ching. This is the mortal cake that I asked my junior brother to bring for me. It's delicious. When you wake up, we will eat it together. Ching Ching. What happened to her? Why did she remember such a long ago memory? Didn't she forget all these memories? Why did she still remember them? Beep. Beep. Ta ta ta. The impassioned sound of the swana brought her back to her senses in time. She suddenly opened her eyes, turned her stiff neck, and looked at the swana hanging in the air, playing hard. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she praised in a low voice, Well done. Soul-catching bell. The swana in the air is actually her soul-catching bell, which is its second form. She nurtured the soul-catching bell with her own soul. After sensing that her consciousness was attacked, it changed its form and saved her life. Alas! Why are you so naughty? The sigh of a strange man sounded in Chang'e's ear. After the soul-catching bell woke her up, she could move freely. She sat up and looked around. She didn't see the person who spoke, but she knew where she was. This is clearly a stone forest, but the stone forest now is different from the stone forest seen before. There is no difference in appearance, but it makes people feel that it is full of vitality now, and there is no sense of desolation as seen before. Chapter 203. Chang'e jumped off the stone platform and looked around. There was nothing but stone pillars. She didn't find the person who made the sound. She looked around more vigilantly, and walked towards the exit carefully step by step. Bang! As she expected, this was indeed a trap array. When she was about to step out of the stone forest, she was blocked by the barrier. Who are you? Why do you want to trap me? What's your purpose? Although she recognized that this was a trap array, she didn't understand the array and couldn't break it. She could only ask the empty surroundings to see if the person behind her could show up. The energy gun in her hand fired at the surroundings without a target. Still no one was seen, but a lazy male voice came from the air. Who am I? It's been too long, I have forgotten what my name is. They all like to call me the Beast God. Beast God? Chang'e murmured and repeated. Unexpectedly, the Beast God mentioned by the alien apes really existed, and it seemed that his strength was not weak. Why did you trap me? Since you are a god, it should not be difficult for you to take my life. She was betting that this guy who claimed to be the Beast God did not kill her directly, but tried to trap her, so she must still be useful, and maybe she could save her life. You are very smart, but I don't need your intelligence. You just need to be obedient and return to the altar. The tone was very gentle, but the meaning behind the words was not so gentle. As the voice fell, Chang'e felt her body out of control again. Well? She tried to gather her mind and wanted to regain control of her body, but it was in vain. She watched herself approach the altar step by step. Soul-catching bell. Save me! In the critical moment, she desperately called the soul-catching bell in her heart and released her consciousness to connect with it in the air. Fortunately, it was still somewhat useful. The passionate and surging swana sounded again, which relieved her confinement a little. Although she did not completely regain control of her body, she could at least stop moving forward. Noisy! What a disobedient child! A golden light flashed in the sky, and it went straight to the soul-catching bell. Be careful! Hide! Chang'e's body could not move, so she could only shout in her heart. Her eyes followed the direction of the soul-catching bell, and controlled her consciousness to let the soul-catching bell avoid its attack. The soul-catching bell was still a step slower in reaction. Ding! The golden light directly knocked the soul-catching bell away and dropped it outside the stone forest. Well, the soul-catching bell was attacked, and Chang'e's face turned pale instantly. Cold sweat fell on her forehead like rain, and her body, which was struggling to support, fell into a coma again. While she was unconscious, a silver-haired ape-man tore through the air, and with it appeared the sky altar that was exactly the same as the stone forest. On the altar, a silver-haired ape-man was lying. It looked the same as it, but much smaller. It was a cub that had just been born. Give up. It's useless. This is the law of the universe. You and I can't change it. Why do you want to implicate innocent lives? Just by listening to the voice, you can tell that this is an extremely gentle beauty. There is no third person in the stone forest. The voice comes from the silver-haired ape-man. I waited for 1,000 years to meet this pair of suitable candidates. This is God's will. How can you say it's forced? The gentle and stubborn male voice sounded, and the white-haired ape-man didn't speak. But except for Chang'e, who fell into a coma, it was the only one in the stone forest. The silver-haired ape-man waved his arm gently, and Chang'e, who lost consciousness, floated to the altar stone without wind and fell asleep on it. Soon, a green version of Chang'e appeared in the air. She frowned and her eyes were closed, as if she couldn't wake up from a nightmare. A green smoke floated above her head to the altar in the air, connecting with the little ape-man lying there. As the time of the connection passed, the green version of Chang'e gradually shrank, while the little ape-man in the sky altar was the opposite. His eyebrows and eyes gradually grew, and he grew from a toddler to a 3-year-old child. Stop it! You will be punished by the law. The silver-haired ape-man looked at the changes on the two altars, and anxiously persuaded him to stop. They went against the will of heaven, and gave birth to the child who should not have been born, which was a big mistake. Now, in order to let the child wake up and grow, they set up an altar and sacrificed human souls. This is even a big mistake. I am afraid that the final result will not be what they want, and innocent lives will be implicated. Don't you want to see our child grow up? The silver-haired ape-man opened his left eye, and the warm male voice uttered cold words. Whether it was a warm male voice or a gentle female voice, they were all the voices of the silver-haired ape-man, and there were 2 different souls in his body. The beast god is the name given to it by the strange beasts. Its real name is Zay, the origin of all beasts. It has been one body with 2 souls since birth. In the long river of life of tens of thousands of years, they fell in love with each other. Those ordinary beasts can give birth to offspring, and they also want to have a continuation of the 2, but the laws of the universe do not allow it. Zay is the origin of all beasts, regardless of gender. All beasts in the world are their continuation. There can only be one Zay, and the heaven does not allow the birth of a second Zay. In order to have his own offspring, the beast god Zay tried every possible way, even stealing the offspring opportunities of other creatures in the world to deceive the heaven, and secretly gave birth to his offspring Kong. But the truth cannot be hidden. When the laws of the universe noticed the existence of Kong, they punished it, trapped it in infancy, sealed its soul, and made it fall into deep sleep forever. Zay was also punished to be trapped in the void, and suffered from tearing for 1,000 years. After leaving the void, beast god Zay has been looking for a way to wake up Kong. His soul is sealed by the laws of this universe, so as long as he sacrifices the soul of another world, there is hope to break the seal. Moreover, as long as Kong can successfully absorb the soul of another world and wake up, it can become a new species, and the laws of the universe will accept its existence, and will no longer be rejected by the old laws. In the past 1,000 years, it has extradited many souls from other worlds, but always failed in the final sacrifice. It searched for a long time before coming to the conclusion that this was all because they did not have the trigger for Kong's soul to merge with it, that is, the power of life. Chang'e is the most suitable person for it to sacrifice in the past 1,000 years. It has a premonition that this time its Kong is really going to wake up. Well, the little ape-man in the air muttered, making beast god Zay's right eye red, and shedding a crystal-clear tear. Afterwards, it closed its eyes, and its lips moved slightly, and it seemed to say sorry from the shape of its mouth. Did you see that? Our Kong is about to wake up. The left-eyed divine beast Zay stared at Kong on the altar above almost crazily. The green version of Chang'e below had shrunk to the size of a child, and the color had become much lighter, and it was about to disappear. Tick tick tick. The soul-catching bell that Zay had thrown out of the altar rang again at this time, and this time, the groan was even more turbulent and exciting. Chapter 204. I wanted to let you go, but I didn't expect you to come to me. The beast god knew of her existence long ago, and she was also on its shortlist. It was only after comparing many options that Chang'e was more qualified, so it let her go. Unexpectedly, she woke up and found this. The person who appeared with the soul-catching bell was Yang Qianqian, Chang'e's good neighbor. At this time, she was different from the sunny and bright face when facing Chang'e. Her face was gloomy, like a rakshasa from hell. Let her go, I will exchange. She looked at Chang'e, who was less than 3 feet tall on the altar. Exchange? This won't work. You can come with me. As he said that, Zay flashed in front of her, raised his hand to pinch her neck, and wanted to pull her into the altar. Beep! The sharp and piercing sound of the swana rushed straight into its eardrums, causing it to pause. It's useless, don't waste your energy. The hand pinching her neck gradually tightened. Even though it was strangling her throat, and she couldn't breathe, Yang Qianqian still let the soul-catching bell continue to play. Her eyes were not on the beast god Zay in front of her, but on the altar in the air, really. She curled her lips, and showed Zay a mocking look. Woo 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 woo. The crying sound came from the altar in the air. Hearing Kong's crying, the beast god Zay looked back anxiously. His left eye was scarlet, and his 5 fingers were folded again, warning her sternly, "Stop it, quickly." At this time, he no longer had the gentle, calm and lazy look before. Let her go. Yang Qianqian's lips moved silently. The soul-catching bell was blown by her own consciousness. Even if she was strangled to death, she would continue until her soul was exhausted. You are looking for death. As the strength in his hands continued to increase, the extreme suffocation made her unable to breathe. Yang Qianqian simply closed her eyes, gave up resistance, and just controlled her consciousness to play the swana. The clouds in the distance floated over, gathered near the altar, rolling and surging, looking for something. Baby! Don't cry. Zay, who was crying, was panicked. Seeing the clouds surrounding the altar, his face suddenly changed. He turned back and said to Yang Qianqian, "Stop, I can consider letting you change." He loosened his fingers slightly, allowing her to breathe. Yang Qianqian smiled lightly, and her damaged vocal cords made her voice sound a little hoarse. Stop the sacrifice first. She controlled the swana above her head to lower the volume, change the rhythm, and play a soft and lingering music to comfort the crying Kong. Beast God Zay looked at her with an unclear expression, and with his fingers, he turned his back and shot out a golden light to cut off the connection between the 2 altars. You can go and exchange her out now. Seeing that the sacrifice really stopped, Yang Qianqian showed a comfortable smile on her face, nodded perfunctorily, and walked towards the altar firmly. As soon as she stepped into the altar, she quickly took out a formation plate and shot it outside, setting up an isolation barrier outside the stone forest altar to prevent anyone from breaking in later. What are you doing? Noticing her unusual movement, Beast God Zay realized that something was wrong and immediately turned around to break into the altar, but this time, he was stopped outside the stone forest. Yang Qianqian inside did not pay attention to the movement outside, but took out the human-faced fish that had been hidden long ago step by step, and fixed them one by one on the stone pillars of the altar with sharp stone nails. The blue blood of the human-faced fish flowed along the stone pillars, and the stone pillars absorbed every drop of the blood like a sponge. As the blood was absorbed, the stone pillars in the array seemed to be activated, and an abnormal light appeared on the pillars. A mysterious magic array emerged under Chang'e. Zay didn't know what she wanted to do, but he could feel that things were out of his control. While warning her, he kept attacking the isolation barrier outside. Stop! I warn you, no matter what you want to do. Stop now, otherwise I guarantee that none of you can leave here. Yang Qianqian turned back and smiled brightly at it, silently saying thank you. Turning her head, she climbed onto the stone slab, helped Chang'e who was lying on it to sit cross-legged, and sat down opposite her in the same posture. I'm sorry. Ah Yuan. Forgive me. She looked at Chang'e with her eyes closed and burst into tears unconsciously. She kept apologizing, and kept pinching her fingers and hitting the stone pillar. With her last finger gesture, the stone pillar turned and blood-colored fog rose around. The thick fog completely enveloped them. People outside didn't know what she had done. A quarter of an hour later, the upper and lower altars were successfully connected again, and the suspended sacrificial ceremony was restarted. The altar in the sky cast golden light, dispelling the blood mist below. The scene in the altar appeared in people's eyes again. At first glance, the altar did not change much from the previous one. The green version of Chang'e appeared again. This time, there was a blue version of Yang Qianqian opposite her. Unlike her original handsome short hair, the blue version of her had long aqua blue hair wrapped around her body. On her pale face, her eyebrows were slightly frowned, looking so lovable. The beast god Zay outside the formation was still attacking the isolation barrier to enter the altar. Unlike the shrinking Chang'e in the previous one, this time the green version of her was constantly recovering. On the contrary, the figure of the sky on the altar in the sky was shrinking back. The energy it absorbed from Chang'e was being returned through the newly activated altar. The one who changed the fastest among the three was the blue version of Yang Qianqian. Two threads separated from her body, one green thread connected to Chang'e, and the other blue thread served as the connection between Kong and Chang'e. Crack! The isolation barrier set up by Yang Qianqian cracked under Zai's attack. Zai had a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and his cold eyes were enough to torture her tens of thousands of times. Once the crack appeared, the barrier was quickly broken. Looking for death. As soon as he stepped into the altar, Zai raised his hand, and a golden light slashed at Yang Qianqian's head. Bang! Its attack was unsuccessful, and was bounced back by the protective shield of the altar. How is it possible? Zai's pupil shrank suddenly, and he looked at the protective shield that suddenly appeared in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he would be repelled by the altar he set up. He launched several attacks in a row, but without exception, they were all bounced back. Calm on the sky altar made a slight mumbling sound. Hearing its voice, the beast god hurriedly looked up to observe its situation. At this time, Kong's body turned back to the appearance of a 3-year-old child. Seeing that it was still shrinking, it had no time to care about Yang Qianqian. The finger gestures in its hands were about to leave a residual image, and the golden light continued to shoot out. It had to stop the operation of the altar first, and then settle accounts with them. The altar that should have stopped with its control was now unresponsive. The beast god Zai's eyes were red, staring at Yang Qianqian in the formation, and squeezed out a few words from his teeth. What did you do? The blue version of Yang Qianqian opened her eyes, with a gentle smile on her lips, and sneered. When you stole other people's memories, didn't you learn it all? The complete formation cannot be interrupted midway. Once interrupted, everyone in the formation will die. Chapter 205. After hearing her words, the beast god's eyes were almost solidified, and he wanted to skin her alive immediately, and cursed, cunning two-legged beast. But he didn't dare to attack her recklessly again. Sorry! What do you want in exchange for not hurting my child? The gentle Zai came back online, looking at the little man hanging in the air with affectionate eyes. Promise me that you will let them go later, and I will tell you how to keep the little cub. She needed to ask for a guarantee for Chang'e and the others, otherwise, in the end, no one would get a good result. Okay. I promise you. A's. The male voice of Zai didn't agree that she believed the two-legged beast so easily. It didn't believe her, and she also said, no evidence, I don't believe it. The male Zai appeared and shouted angrily, don't push your luck. The female Zai seemed to be always so gentle. What do you want to believe? Yang Qianqian was not affected by them, and calmly stated her request. I want you to give me a drop of blood from your forehead. As soon as she made this request, the male version of Zai was instantly furious. You are delusional. Whether I am delusional or not, the decision is in your hands. If you don't want it, you can refuse me. Yang Qianqian calmly looked up at the altar above, silently reminding it that time waits for no one. After saying this, she kept silent, closed her eyes, and accelerated the speed of the sacrifice. Unable to hit or destroy, seeing that Kong was about to return to his early childhood, the beast god's face turned green, and he nodded with difficulty. I give it to you. Its long nail touched the center of the forehead, and a golden bead of blood floated out. It gently pushed the blood on the forehead in front of Yang Qianqian with the wind of its palm. Remember what you promised, otherwise, I will let all of you go to accompany my child. Don't worry, I won't. With blood on her forehead, Yang Qianqian quickly pinched the seal to send it into Chang'e's body. You should leave the stone forest quickly. The sacrifice reached the most critical moment, and Yang Qianqian reminded the beast god to leave. The disappeared blood mist reappeared, and the figures of the people in the formation disappeared in the blood mist. Only a few colorless lights could be seen occasionally flashing in it. In the blood mist, the blue Yang Qianqian merged with the main body. She opened her eyes, and looked at the person in front of her reluctantly, muttering, Take care, my Ayuan. After saying goodbye for the last time, she burned with a faint blue flame all over her body, and her body turned into a blue energy body. She slowly walked towards the altar in the air, step by step approaching the sleeping Kong. Shiji. After absorbing the energy, Kong stretched comfortably on the altar, turned over to find the kind blood power, and approached Chang'e below. The beast god looked at Kong, who had woken up in the sky altar, and was so excited that he was at a loss. He opened his arms, and waited for his arrival. Zai, who wanted to reunite with him, saw his cubs curled up in Chang'e's arms, and cuddled with her. The beast god's face was distorted with jealousy, and he patiently coaxed, Child, come here, I am your father and mother. Kong, who was reuniting with his relatives, heard the words, turned his head to look at Zai, looked up and down, and asked in confusion, I don't know you. Are you my people? It felt that they had blood ties, but not as close as it and its master. The beast god's eyes were in panic. How could this be? Why didn't their cubs recognize them? They wanted to find someone to ask this question clearly, but the only person who knew the answer had disappeared forever, and no one could give them an answer. Next, no matter how they tried to coax Kong, Kong was unwilling to leave Chang'e. Later, he would take a fighting stance as soon as he sensed their approach. Chang'e, who was still repairing her soul, didn't know anything about the outside world. She recalled many past events in her dream, those people and things that were buried deep in her heart, and she thought she had forgotten long ago. It turned out that she remembered them so clearly, not even forgetting the slightest detail. The tears that silently slid down from the corners of her eyes hit Kong's cheeks. He reached out and gently wiped them for her. "Don't cry. I be with you." Kong spoke the first human words without a teacher. Who was comforting her? Was it her in the dream? Chang'e was eager to know, and there was a voice in her heart constantly telling her to wake up. Wake up! Baby! Hoo. She didn't want to. She didn't want to. She panted quickly, still thinking about the scenes in her dream, and didn't know where she was now. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Kong will accompany you. The furry little guy tried to reach out and hug her to comfort her. Thanks to the voice of this little guy, she was pulled out of her dream. She touched its furry little head, and the slippery and soft touch was really good. Little guy, where did you come from? Whose kid is it? You are so well behaved. My kid. The male voice was sarcastic, and the vinegar in the words could make people's teeth sour. Beast god Zay? As soon as she saw who was next to her, Chang'e quickly hugged Kong in her arms, jumped off the altar, and rushed out of the stone forest, trying to escape from him. Seeing that she was running in a panic, she was afraid that she would fall and hurt Kong, so the female Zay comforted her. Child. Don't panic, we won't hurt you. Keep this to deceive ghosts. It sounds nice and won't hurt her, so let me go. Chang'e rolled her eyes in her heart and muttered fiercely. Her body couldn't move again. Her eyeballs rolled around, and she released her consciousness to find her soul-catching bell to save her life. Shoshinza held the swana in his hand and tossed it up and down to play, and asked her mischievously, "Are you looking for this?" Chang'e's body passively turned her head to face him. Her eyes followed the movement of the swana, and her consciousness suddenly pounced on the swana he threw up. When she touched it, she was delighted and quickly pulled the swana back and blew it. Her consciousness seemed to be stronger than before. As soon as her body regained freedom, she ran away immediately. With a whoosh, the beast god Zay appeared in front of her and blocked her way. Don't waste your energy. You can't escape without my permission. You can flash, you are amazing. Chang'e stopped running and looked at him helplessly and asked, "What do you want to do? Give me my child back, and I will let you go." Zay stared at the little guy in her arms and said, "Child?" Chang'e looked at him, then lowered her head to look at the little guy in her arms, who looked silly and cute. Don't say it, this comparison seems to be quite similar. This is really his child. There is still a difference. Although the little guy also has silver hair, it is more beautiful. There is a tuft of beautiful blue hair between its eyebrows, which makes it look very noble. You mean this guy? Yes, this is my child. The gentle big sister came online again, looking at Kong who was hiding in her arms, and didn't want to look at them with tears in her eyes. It's not that I won't give it to you, but you see it doesn't seem to want to go with you. In order to make her words more convincing, Chang'e even let go of her hands, so that it could see clearly. Chapter 206. Kong might know that the person in front of him, who looked very similar to him, wanted to snatch him from his master. He tightly grasped Chang'e's clothes, and his small body pressed against her. He turned his head, and bared his teeth at the beast god, and squeaked a warning sound. Seeing the two of them like this, the beast god Zay was also helpless. What could he do with his precious child? He could only coax him patiently. Baby, good boy. You are my child, you can't go with her. Be good, come home with me, okay? Squeak. Kong slapped away the hands that he stretched out, and scratched it. If soft methods don't work, he will use hard methods. The male beast god Zay directly grabbed Kong's arm, and tried to pull it out of Chang'e's arms. Crack! Chang'e's combat uniform lost a piece of cloth on the chest. Kong was forcibly pulled away from Chang'e's arms, and he flew up, his eyes turned red, and his body burned with red flames. In the blink of an eye, his body became as tall as Zay. He swung his strong and powerful arms, and rushed towards the beast god Zay. It also sprayed a blue fire dragon from its mouth. Seeing this, the beast god hurriedly dodged to the left to avoid its attack. The fire dragon rushed forward and hit the stone pillar behind, instantly turning it into powder. Chang'e saw this change in front of her, and the image of the first traitor in the heaven emerged in her mind. He could spit fire, and the good father was only 3.5 feet tall. He was full of force and challenged the world. He was all right. That father had a tower to protect his life, but I don't know if this father has a tower to protect his life. Someone avenged her, and she was happy to watch the excitement from the side, waving flags and shouting for the little guy to see who is more powerful. Little guy, it's behind you, left, hurry. It ran away again above you, that's right, spray it. It can be seen that the beast god really loves his child, who has been through so much trouble. He is not angry when the beast god burns his beautiful fur. It is not enough to just hide and not fight back. He will deliberately reveal a flaw to Kong from time to time. Leave. Zay's unique voice sounded in Chang Yi's ears. Chang Yi's eyes flashed when he heard the voice, but his expression did not change. He continued to shout hard to cheer Kong, come on, little guy. Good job, little guy. But he quietly turned his feet and slowly retreated. After making sure that he would not be discovered, he turned around and ran away. Kong became more and more excited with Chang Yi's encouragement. With the deliberate guidance of the beast god, he gradually indulged in it. He only wanted to defeat the person on the other side, so that he would not dare to snatch it from his master again. He did not realize that he was already very far away from Chang Yi. After getting away from the beast god, Chang Yi did not dare to stay. He ran all the way back to the cave of the human-faced fish with the soul-catching bell. Since she woke up, she had a feeling that she could deal with the human-faced fish now. She rushed back to the cave and met the ape king and the wise man who were peeking out at the entrance. The two strange apes were looking in furtively, and their expressions showed that they had bad intentions. Why are you here? The two strange apes froze at her voice. The wise man turned around with a guilty conscience, smiled at her, and made up a far-fetched excuse. We just came to see if you left. You are not here to see if we are dead or not, are you? At this point, Chang Yi also understood that the strange apes must have some tricks in bringing them to find the human-faced fish. Ha ha ha. The thick hair on the wise man's face couldn't hide his embarrassment, and he explained with a fake smile. How could it be? I really came to see if you had left. If you hadn't left yet, I thought I would give you some specialties. Our little cub likes you very much. This was not entirely false. Chang Yi didn't deny it directly, but just followed its words and asked, really? Where is the specialty? Give it to me. The wise man looked at her open palm and didn't know what to do. He turned back and looked at the ape king quietly. The king is the king. The ape king didn't feel like he was lying at all. He naturally took out a black stone from the storage space and put it in her hand. The wise man quickly followed up to explain, this is the specialty we brought for you. The stone was warm to the touch and looked like an energy stone, but she didn't feel any energy on it. Anyway, this was just an excuse, and she didn't dwell on it. She put away the stone, which was an excuse to recognize them. Okay. Then I'm going in now. Do you want to come with me? No, no, no. If you go, we won't go in. The wise man decisively rejected her invitation, shaking his head like a rattle, and his feet retreated, fearing that Chang Yi would pull him in with him. The ape king was even more direct. He looked at Xianting strolling slowly, but in the blink of an eye, he was already 10 meters away. After driving away the two unstable factors, Chang Yi flashed into the cave. With the previous experience, this time she held the sun-shining stone in one hand and the soul-catching bell in the other, and quickly passed through the passage outside to reach the cave inside. The situation in the cave was better than she had imagined. Fortunately, the human-faced fish were not too big and their numbers were limited. After drinking, they returned to their nests in the water to digest the food quietly. The people in the cave were able to save their lives, but they all fell into a coma. Chang Yi walked to the center of the cave and played the swana. As the sound of the swana sounded, the fish in the water did not attack her this time, but chose to hide in the depths. The passionate sound of the swana awakened the unconscious people, and the soldiers gradually regained consciousness. Huh? What happened to me? My head hurts. Why is there a wound on my foot? Why is there a hole on my waist? The soldiers who just woke up found inexplicable wounds on their bodies. How did you get here? As soon as Shan Mufeng opened his eyes, he saw Chang Yi standing in the middle playing the swana. He shook his dizzy head to make himself sober, and staggered towards her. Seeing that most of the soldiers had woken up, Chang Yi stopped playing, turned around and saw Shan Mufeng staggering over, and hurried forward to hold him up. I saw you didn't come out, so I came in to find you. Don't move around when you just woke up, sit for a while. Take out a chair, help him sit down, and after settling him down, Chang Yi went to find Chang's father and the others. Chang's father found a good place. He was lying on a dry and flat stone slab, with a human-faced fish in his arms. The human-faced fish heard the sound of the swana and struggled to leave, but was held tightly by Chang's father's iron palm, and could not move at all. It could only open its mouth and bite his palm again. Chang's father, who was in a coma, felt the pain, but instead of letting go, he held it tighter, and the human-faced fish was about to be crushed to death by him. "Wake up!" Chang'e patted him on the face, trying to wake him up. Chang's father's eyelids twitched, but he still didn't wake up. Chang'e leaned over to his ear and shouted, "Go after him. Your fish has been stolen. Don't run." This trick worked. Chang's father opened his eyes, jumped up, stood up, and got ready to fight the person who stole his fish. Chapter 207. The fish that had been unable to escape just now, this time it didn't need to make any effort. The awakened father of Chang directly used it as a grenade and threw it far away. It fell into the water with a click and quickly fled to the depths. Chang Song was not as lucky as his father. His face was pale and almost transparent. There were wounds on both sides of his feet from being bitten by the fish. It looked like he had been donated blood by more than one fish. This time he woke up, but he was dizzy and weak from losing too much blood. He didn't even have the strength to get up. Chang'e helped him up, let him sit against her, and poured a bottle of medicine into his mouth. "Are you feeling better?" Chang Song supported his still dizzy head, nodded gently, and said weakly, "I'm fine. It will be fine slowly." Chang'e waited until he could stand up by himself before getting up to feed the other pale-faced soldiers with medicine. After taking the medicine, the soldiers were able to stand up quickly, but they were still a little dizzy and not so stable. How could they fly the flying ship in this state? Chang'e remembered the incense she brought with her when she came out, and took it out and lit it, and used it on them first. With the help of the incense, the soldiers recovered quickly, but the incense lured the human-faced fish that had just lurked out again. "Be careful." The soldier who was close to the water surface was almost bitten by the human-faced fish again. "Get out quickly." Chang'e took out the swana and blew it to disperse the human-faced fish that were lurked up, and asked everyone to leave the cave. "Go!" Her words were not as effective as Lu Ming's. As soon as Lu Ming said the word "go," the soldiers immediately began to walk out of the cave one after another. Shan Mufeng was not satisfied with their speed and shouted, "Leave immediately, no stopping, violators will be punished by military law." The power of military law is great. The soldiers changed their procrastinating attitude and quickly left the cave in an orderly manner. Chang'e followed the team and continued to play the swana to prevent the human-faced fish from following her. Chang Song, Shan Mufeng, Leng Yu and others protected her. Okay, those fish should not leave the cave inside. As soon as they left the cave, Shan Mufeng asked her to stop. The human-faced fish behind them stopped chasing them, and they were temporarily out of danger. "Did you catch the fish?" Before they were completely out of danger, the soldiers began to ask each other about their gains. "No." "Did you catch it?" The soldier who answered the question had a look of regret on his face, looking back at the dark cave, his eyes flickering, and I don't know what he was thinking. "This trip is really a loss. I didn't catch anything, and I was injured." Some soldiers sighed. "Can you drive the flying ship now?" Chang'e was still very uneasy on this planet, and asked Lu Ming and others as soon as she left the cave. "Maybe we have to wait a while." Lu Ming's face was not very good either. His condition was not much better than Chang Song's. His face was as pale as a corpse. Now, if he was asked to drive the flying ship immediately, something might happen. How long will it take? Chang'e looked at the direction they came from. She always felt that the beast god would catch up at any time. According to the current situation, they might not be able to defeat it together. Yee! What happened? Dan Mufeng saw that she kept asking again and again, and was afraid that there was some danger, so he asked. Chang'e didn't know where to start. After thinking for a moment, she sorted out the sentence in her mind and said, "I met the beast god. The human-faced fish inside was also created by it. Its combat power is very high. We are no match for it." Beast god? Isn't this the belief of the alien apes? There really is such a thing. Chang'e nodded firmly. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. It even caught me as a sacrifice." "You are not injured?" Hearing Chang'e say that she was caught as a sacrifice, Shan Mufeng pulled her over anxiously, looked her up and down, and started to check. "No, I am really not injured. I just slept, and I feel that my consciousness has been strengthened." Chang'e herself was also surprised by this. Before she fell into a coma, she thought she was going to die this time, but she didn't expect that there was nothing wrong with her when she woke up, and her strength even increased. She just wanted to leave here quickly now, and repeatedly assured Shan Mufeng that there was absolutely no problem with her body, and took out the potion and asked him, "Sit down and rest. Do you want to drink a potion?" "Okay." Hearing Chang Yi's experience, Shan Mufeng also wanted to recover quickly, took the potion in her hand, drank it in one gulp, and accelerated the catalysis of luck. After Lu Ming and others understood, they followed Shan Mufeng's example and took out the medicine to drink, trying to recover as soon as possible and leave this dangerous and strange place as soon as possible. Today, they were destined not to be able to recuperate in peace. In just a quarter of an hour, the wise man who left earlier came back again, and this time he brought a lot of strange apes with him. "What are you doing here?" Seeing them coming, everyone's face changed suddenly, looking at them defensively, holding their weapons tightly in their hands. Their current state is not suitable for fighting. "Don't be nervous. We will definitely not break our oath." The wise man waved his hand to let them put down their weapons, and not be nervous. He left the group of strange apes where they were, walked forward alone, and asked carefully, "How many fish did you catch? Are there any fish left? Why are you asking this? If you want to know, why don't you go inside and take a look yourself?" Lu Ming now looked at the wise man with a very unfriendly look. He originally just suspected that he was tricked by it, but now, he was basically sure that they were fooled by this group of strange apes. Hee hee. That's the place of the beast god. Without its permission, we dare not go in casually, right? The wise man smiled and explained softly. "Then why did you let us in?" Lung Yu heard it nearby and couldn't help but interrupt. "I said it was a forbidden area." Lu Ming saw its slapping look and wanted to give it a sword, but unfortunately, the situation was stronger than people, so he had to swallow this dumb loss. "We were bitten by the fish inside. Do you know if there is any way to treat it?" Just now, when they were regulating their breathing, they found that the place where the human-faced fish bit them felt like the air was flowing out. Although they didn't know if it had any impact for the time being, and whether they could recover later, now there is someone familiar with the situation coming to the door. It's a waste not to ask. After hearing his question, the wise man narrowed his eyes slightly, stroked the hair on his chin in a pretentious manner, raised a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth, but did not speak. Seeing this, Shan Mufeng, who was standing aside, thought for a moment, then leaned over and lowered his head to Chang Yi's ear, lowered his voice, and asked softly, "Do you still have the pill for exchanging wine?" When he said this, Chang Yi knew what he was going to do. He glanced slightly, took out a bottle of spirit beast pill, and gave it to him, and said softly, "There are 50 pills in it." Shan Mufeng nodded in understanding, "Thank you." Afterwards, he took the spirit beast pill and walked forward, stood in front of the wise man, opened the bottle cap, poured out a crystal-clear spirit beast pill with a faint fragrance, held it in his palm, and showed it to him, "1 pill in exchange for your answer." Chapter 208. He opened the bottle cap, poured out a spiritual beast pill with a faint fragrance, held it in his palm, and showed it to the wise man. The wise man's eyes only stayed on the pill for a moment, and then he looked away and said calmly, "I don't know." 3 pills. Shan Mufeng was not in a hurry, and poured out 2 more pills to continue to increase the bet. The additional pills were still a little tempting, and the wise man's tone was a little relaxed. "I seem to remember a way, but I can't remember it for the time being." 5 pills. The number of pills in Shan Mufeng's palm was still increasing. It was tempted, but still didn't reach its price. "Oh. I'm old, and my memory is not very good. Is this how you exchanged wine with me? I don't remember it like this." "Some talks are not a problem." Shan Mufeng readily poured out 5 more. 10. "I just want one method." If the wise man still doesn't agree, he plans to try to start with other strange apes. Chi-chi. A strange animal cry came from a distance. The sound was very small. It should be some distance away from here. Hearing the cry, the wise man stopped pretending and rushed forward, reaching for the pill in his hand, saying, "Just use the mud we gave you to paste it." After getting the pill, he seemed to be in a hurry to leave, and shouted to Chang Yi, "Our king asked us to send you a specialty. We put it here for you. Next time, remember to come to us to exchange for wine." After saying that, he commanded the group of strange apes behind him to put the things on the ground, and then quickly led them away, coming and going in a hurry, as if there were monsters chasing behind them. Seeing them leave so happily, Lung Yu wondered in his heart, "Are they really here to give you special products?" They didn't really believe this reason, but looking at the appearance of the alien ape group, it seemed that this was the reason. Whether this was the reason or not, the real owner had left, and there was no place to verify it. Shan Mufeng accompanied Chang Yi to collect the pile of things left by the alien ape group. Most of them were fruits, and there were also a few energy stones and colorful mud. "Master, Where are you? Master. Kong Kong shouting floated in the sky. This little guy has been looking for her since he found Chang'e missing. No matter how the beast god threatened or lured him, it was useless. Master. Kong Kong, flying in the air, found Chang'e's position and swooped down towards her with a happy face. Chang'e heard Kong Kong's voice, looked up and looked around, looking for its figure. Before she found anyone, she saw a group of white shadows flying towards her. It was about to be hit, and she was scared and fled in a hurry to get rid of the attack of the unknown object. Bang! The violent collision stirred up dust all over the ground, and the stones that were ejected hit people with a crackling sound. Chang'e thought she ran fast enough this time, but she was still hit by stones on her back. Fortunately, she successfully avoided it. If she was hit in the face, she would be seriously injured. Woo woo woo, master. Don't you want me anymore? Kong Kong, who was not caught by his beloved master and fell directly to the ground, climbed out of the pit and looked at Chang'e, who was still running desperately and couldn't help crying loudly. Is this voice Kong Kong? The familiar voice made Chang'e stop and turn around to look back. The short hair on Kong Kong's cheeks was wet by tears, and it became strands of hair stuck to his face. He had a furry face, a thunder god mouth, French double eyelids, and big eyes like copper bells. To be honest, this crying was not so pretty, and it was a bit scary. Kong Kong? Why are you here? Where's Zay? It's not a monster. Chang'e turned around and approached, squatted down, took out a handkerchief to wipe the tears and snot on its face. With her left hand, she stroked the fur on the back of its head and comforted it. Don't cry, Kong Kong. I didn't run away on purpose. I just didn't see clearly that it was you. Really? You didn't abandon Kong Kong, right? You will take Kong Kong with you, right? Kong Kong, who was afraid of being abandoned by her again, pulled her sleeve and asked. Why did this little guy ask such a difficult question? How could she answer it? She was willing to take it with her. After all, it was obedient, had high combat power, and its fur was so smooth. It would definitely relieve stress to touch it when she had nothing to do. But the problem was that its perverted parents would probably not agree. If they knew that she had kidnapped it, she was afraid that the beast god would hunt her down until the end of time. Kong Kong, dear. You haven't answered me yet. How did you find me? Where is the beast god Zay? Bad guy. It's a bad guy. Kong Kong doesn't like it. When it comes to the beast god, Kong Kong is as angry as a bloated pufferfish. That tribe member deliberately tricked Kong Kong into going to its home, causing Kong Kong to not be able to find its owner. It also trapped Kong Kong and prevented Kong Kong from looking for its owner. Fortunately, Kong Kong was strong and ran out by himself. Okay. Don't like it, we don't like bad guys together. Chang'e echoed its words, looking around anxiously, looking for the figure of the beast god. Why hasn't it come yet? Is it really willing to let Kong Kong go with her? Kong Kong has coaxed it to sleep, but the beast god hasn't come yet. What's this? Dan Moufling was beside her, and waited until she coaxed Kong Kong before asking softly. Chang'e looked at Kong Kong, who was sleeping sweetly in her arms, and whispered to him about the origin of this little guy. After that, she asked, What do you think? What should we do now? Do we really take it with us? After listening to her, Shan Moufling wanted to leave more urgently. This was not a cute little guy, but a time bomb. The beast god knew it was not a good thing. It was powerful and unpredictable. Maybe when he saw the little guy here, he would be angry and kill him. Shan Moufling wanted to take Kong Kong from Chang'e, but Kong Kong was still holding Chang'e tightly in his sleep. He was afraid of waking it up, so he didn't dare to force it. He whispered to her, Leave it here, while it is still asleep, let's leave quickly. This is the best way. Chang'e nodded to show that she knew it. She used scissors to carefully cut off the collar that Kong Kong was holding, then stood up and followed Shan Moufling to tiptoe to the waiting team. The soldiers who had recovered almost boarded the flying ship in an orderly manner. Chang'e and the other two were the last wave. They stepped on the stairs of the flying ship and were about to enter the cabin. The chilling lazy male voice rang in her ears, Take it with you. Otherwise, you all stay to keep it company. Shan Moufling, who was following behind her, saw her suddenly stop moving, looked up and asked her suspiciously, What's wrong? Is there anything else? Chang'e turned around and gave him a smile that was uglier than crying, pouting and opening her mouth, and said helplessly, Well, we may have to go back and take it with us. She pointed at Kong Kong, who was placed on the ground. Its father asked us to take it with us, otherwise we are not allowed to leave. Chapter 209. Shan Moufling's pupils shrank slightly when he heard this, and he looked around with his weapon alertly. He didn't see the so-called beast god. Could it be invisible? Is it around here? Chang'e was stunned and didn't react. Ah! It's not here. After understanding, she shook her head and denied it, explaining to him that the beast god communicated with her directly with the spirit consciousness, and the body was not here. Not here? Then you? Shan Mufeng looked at her suspiciously. How to explain this? That is, it uses the same energy as the optical brain to transmit the words to my mind, but the person is not here. In the interstellar era, technology is advanced and physical fitness is strong, but the spirit consciousness is relatively mediocre. I haven't heard of anyone who can use the spirit consciousness to transmit sound. Can it hear you? Of course. Chang'e was sure. After this period of contact, she found that the beast god knew many ways of cultivation. Since it could use its spiritual sense to transmit sound, and found them, and was about to abandon Kong Kong and run away, it meant that it could definitely monitor them in real time. Although Shan Mufeng didn't want to take Kong Kong back, but after hearing what Chang'e said, he couldn't leave without them, so he could only accompany her to turn around and go back, holding Kong Kong on the flying ship. Finally, they successfully boarded the ship. Chang'e asked Shan Mufeng to carry Kong Kong to the room and put him down. She sat down in the lounge and looked around and found that someone was missing. She asked Zhang Zixing, who was sitting opposite, "Where is Qianqian? Why don't I see her?" Since they separated, she hasn't seen Yang Qianqian. It was too chaotic in the cave just now. Later, the strange ape and Kong Kong came to her door. She didn't remember for a while. Now everyone is on the ship and preparing to return, but she is still missing. This is not normal. Lu Ming is trying to contact her. We haven't seen her since we woke up. I wonder if she's still in the cave. The flying ship hasn't started yet, because they found out that Yang Qianqian is missing. After hearing the news, Chang'e stood up excitedly and asked louder, "Missing? How could this happen? Yang Qianqian can't be in trouble. She applied to come here to help her. If something happened, how could she feel at ease? Are there any of you going down to look for her? I go with you." Leng Yu came over and just heard that she was going to look for someone together, and said, "Don't make trouble. Lu Ming is already in contact. If we can't get in touch, we consider how to find someone. When can we get in touch with someone?" She couldn't think about it. The more she thought about it, the more flustered she became. She always felt like she had forgotten something important. She obviously had it, but she couldn't remember it in her mind. She was confused. Seeing Lu Ming walking towards the hatch, Chang'e quickly shouted, "Lu Ming, have you contacted Qianqian?" Lu Ming took back his foot and turned back to ask her, "Did you see her later? Her light brain can't contact her. Some people said that they saw her turn around and leave the cave not long after entering the cave." "No. I haven't seen her since I separated from you." Chang'e thought carefully and realized that she didn't see Yang Qianqian later. When she answered this way, there seemed to be a voice in her heart saying that you have seen her. She shook off this inexplicable idea and said, "Are you going to find her now?" Knowing that Chang'e hadn't seen her either, Lu Ming didn't have much hope of finding Yang Qianqian. She was a gifted master, alone without a warrior guard, and any alien beast could take her life. What's more, the area they were in was the central area, the territory of high-level alien beasts. We can only hope that she didn't go far. As long as she is still in the territory of the alien ape, she still has a chance of survival. Chang'e quickly stood up, walked to Lu Ming and said, "I want to go with you to find someone." Lu Ming said indifferently, "If you want to go, go, just don't go far alone, otherwise we will find another one after finding one." "Okay. I will definitely follow you." She didn't dare to run around alone. Shan Mufeng came out of the room, and knew that she was going out to find someone, so he followed her to find someone. The closed hatch opened again, and the search team came out one after another. They were going to split into 3 groups, and act simultaneously in the human-faced fish cave, the altar mentioned by Chang'e, and the gathering place of the alien apes. As soon as Chang'e got off the flying ship, the beast god knew about it and asked in confusion, "Why don't you leave?" Chang'e had never liked the voice of the beast god as much as at this moment. She asked excitedly, "One of our partners is missing. Have you seen her?" The beast god didn't say anything, and she didn't even think about it. Isn't there a ready-made live Skynet? As long as it is willing to help, it won't take a minute to find someone. Since she is missing, why are you looking for her? As soon as she said missing, the beast god knew that they were looking for the woman who offered to sacrifice herself. Chang'e heard it say this, and asked 3 questions in a row excitedly. "Have you seen her? Where is she now? Can you tell me?" "Yes, you can see the details yourself." As soon as it finished speaking, A familiar yet unfamiliar picture appeared in Chang Yi's mind. After a while, Shan Mufeng noticed that Chang Yi, who was walking behind him, was not in a good state. Her body was shaky, and she seemed to fall to the ground at any time. He quickly put his arm around her shoulders, supported her body, and asked softly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I take you back to the ship first." Chang Yi raised her hand and held his hand, saying to him in a lost and heartbroken way, "I'm fine, don't worry. Let them all come back. Don't look for them, they can't be found." Before she finished speaking, her face was already covered with tears. From the first time she met Yang Qianqian, she was shocked by her natural maturity. From the initial awkwardness to the later happy getting along, she became more and more important in her heart unconsciously. In the end, she died for her, and she realized that their fate had started so early. What a pity! They were doomed from the beginning, and there was no good ending. Shan Mufeng sent a message to the search team to ask them to come back, while holding Chang Yi and walking back. Seeing that she had only been crying and not talking since the beginning, he was very worried and asked carefully, "Do you know her whereabouts? She became the sacrifice of the beast god in my place." Shan Mufeng was also shocked by the news. Ever since Chang Yi learned about the sacrifice, he was very worried. He had always planned to take her for a comprehensive examination as soon as he returned to avoid any problems. Now he learned that Yang Qianqian became the sacrifice in her place. Although it was wrong to think so, he still secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his Chang Yi was not there. Knowing what happened to Yang Qianqian, Shan Mufeng kept silent and let Chang Yi calm down and digest it. However, his hands moved more gently. Chapter 210. When Lu Ming and others came back, they had already received the news from Shan Mufeng. Those who knew better would not mention this matter in front of Chang Yi. Yang Qianqian's departure made Chang Yi confused. She didn't understand why it turned out like this. Their relationship was not as simple as others thought. They were entangled in two lives, and once had the same body. Her depressed state disappeared after hearing Kong Kong's dream talk. Yang Qianqian died because of the sacrifice of the beast god, and the sacrifice of the beast god was for Kong Kong's awakening and growth. Chang Yi didn't know why she walked to Kong Kong's bed. Looking at the curled-up ball on the bed, holding the cloth cut from her lapel in her hand, she raised her hand several times to kill it and avenge Yang Qianqian, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Kong Kong in his sleep knew nothing about his master's murderous intentions. In his dream, he was eating a delicious cake and naturally gave it to the girl named Ayuan. Chang Yi covered her mouth tightly, stood by the bed, and cried silently to it. She was not dead, but just changed her way to accompany her. On the way back, Chang Yi stayed with Kong Kong all the time and met all its needs. Ling Yu was amazed at Chang Yi's attitude towards Kong Kong. When they went to find the human-faced fish, she said she didn't want a child. Now what? Is she raising the ape man as a child? Shan Mufeng looked back at the two who were playing games together, and replied lightly, "As long as she is happy." Chang Yi married him, and the matter of having a child was doomed to be slim. If she was willing to raise the little ape man as a child now, he had no objection. His family was still rich, and he had the ability to raise a few little things for her to amuse herself. Don't you think this is good? Raising a pet and a bodyguard is no worse than raising a child yourself. Chong Song is happy to see Chang Yi raising a little ape. They have seen the strength of those adult apes, not to mention that this mutant ape has fire ability. If it is well raised, Chang Yi will take it out with him, and the safety factor is very high. That makes sense. After Chong Song said this, he saw Chang Yi playing with the little ape again. Lu Ming and others are considering whether to discuss with the apes next time to help them raise a few cubs. Shan Mufeng reminded them not to have any fantasies. Don't dream. The fertility rate of the alien apes is not high, and the human-faced fish is not that easy to catch. Can the human-faced fish really increase the fertility rate? Chang Yi, who was tired of playing and came to pour water, happened to hear Zhang Zixing's words. She paused and said leisurely, "Yes, but the child will be disabled, just like the cubs of the alien apes." This news was also revealed to her by the beast god. The human-faced fish was a test subject made by the beast god Zhe himself in order to have offspring. Its blood does increase the possibility of fertility to a certain extent, but its fatal flaw is that it will prevent the cubs born from having a healthy body. Zhe used the alien apes that were most similar to himself as experimental subjects, asked them to catch the human-faced fish, give birth to cubs, and observe the subsequent development. When he found that the cubs born with the blood of the human-faced fish were all disabled, he gave up this method. When the group of alien apes first started to catch the human-faced fish, Zhe secretly helped them behind the scenes, and everything went smoothly. Later, Zay gave up the experiment and ignored them. When the alien apes entered the cave of the human-faced fish on their own, they had the same experience as them, or even worse. They didn't have Changyi's Horcrux, and no one woke them up, so they almost got wiped out. It was Zay who took them out of the cave, because he thought he might need to use them for experiments in the future. Since then, the mermaid cave has become a forbidden place. This time, they let Lu Ming and others in to explore the way and find out the situation. They didn't want to lose a way to have a cub, even if it was imperfect. Changyi's words were intended to make them give up this idea, but unfortunately she underestimated their persistence. That's not unacceptable. Zhang Zixing muttered softly. Although the others didn't say it out loud, it can be seen from their expressions that they felt that the slight defect could be solved by using a treatment chamber after birth. Changyi watched their reactions calmly, stared at Shan Mufeng, and said sternly, "The child born with a human-faced fish will definitely not be healthy. No one has tried it, and no one knows whether there are hidden dangers that cannot be cured by the treatment room. Anyway, I will never have a child knowing that he will be disabled. Knowing that it is impossible to do it, spending huge manpower and financial resources, and sacrificing the healthy life of the mother to have a child who is known to be unhealthy, this is obviously unwise for women." She hopes that they can all give up this idea. Give birth to a disabled and weak child. Are you sure you can protect him all the time for his whole life? Will he not resent his parents after he is born? How do people with low combat power live, don't you know? Shan Mufeng calmly asked several key points, leaving others speechless. He also showed Changyi that he would never do such a stupid thing. Alright. The people she focused on have already expressed their attitudes, and the others, it depends on themselves. Changyi nodded with satisfaction, turned around and looked for Kong Kong to continue to travel in the star network. Lu Ming broke the sudden silence and said lightly, "Oh, it's too far-fetched to think about these things. We didn't even collect a portion of the blood of the human-faced fish this time. What's the point of thinking about whether the child is healthy or not? It's unnecessary." On the way back, Changyi accompanied Kong Kong to wander around the star network and bought a lot of things, mainly new clothes for him. When they landed, it was already the morning of the next day. Before entering the house, Changyi stopped and looked at Yang Qianqian's house and murmured, "Can I buy it?" Shan Mufeng stroked her hair and whispered, "Yes, I will do it for you later." "Thank you." Changyi knew that her request was a bit excessive. Although Qihong Star has a small population, residential buildings with good locations are a major means for it to attract talents. If she now occupies an extra house and leaves it empty, I'm afraid there will be many people gossiping behind her. Go back now, and have a good sleep. When you wake up, the house will be yours. Dan Mufeng knew that Yang Qianqian had not yet let go of her departure. She did not want to tell him the reasons, and he did not force her. He could only try his best to meet all her needs, hoping that she could get over it as soon as possible. After not seeing him for many days, Mr. Bai and his friends took good care of him. The fruit forest behind him had taken shape. Changyi gave Mr. Bai several delicious fruit seeds that he got from the ape group, and asked them to choose a place to plant them. He also introduced Kong Kong to them, and then went upstairs to rest with peace of mind. Chapter 211. She slept until the afternoon. Shan Mufeng had not returned from the military department yet. He left her a message saying that he would take her to Chang's house for dinner in the evening. Chang's mother asked her to go there early if she had nothing to do. After waking up, she saw the housekeeper's 99+ message reminder. She remembered the things she bought on the Star Network with Kong Kong on the return flight, and went back to the warehouse to unpack various packages. "This cloak is nice, Kong Kong. Come here and try this." Changyi took out a red cloak and called Kong Kong to try it on. She fell in love with this hood at first sight. When she saw Kong Kong chasing the beast god that day, she felt that it lacked a handsome red cloak and looked less majestic. So she arranged it for it as soon as she came back. Mr. Bai and his friends were busy at the manor behind with the new seeds given by Changyi. Kong Kong was unfamiliar with the place, and could only use his light computer to wander around the Star Network alone. When he heard her call, Kong Kong immediately turned off the light computer and ran to the warehouse to find her. Kong Kong listened to her the most, and wore whatever she told him to wear. He let her do whatever she wanted to him, and he tied a small bun, put on a cape, and put on boots. When he walked out of the warehouse again, he changed from a rough and natural ape man to a primitive man who had just come to the city to learn to be a human. The hair on his head was not long enough, so he could only tie a small bun, which was not as big as the hair band that Changyi used to tie the hair. In order to prevent the hair band from falling off, she also reinforced it with a clip. The incongruous small bun, with a big red cape, was not very handsome, but very funny. After dressing up Kong Kong and letting him go out to play, Chang-Yi sat on the ground and continued to open the blind box. She bought too many things, and she couldn't remember what was in the box, but it was very fun to open it like this, and she was full of expectations every time she opened it. She was so happy in the warehouse that she didn't know that her house was almost completely demolished because of the new equipment she bought for Kong Kong. Bang! Bang! Caw! What happened outside? It's rare to have someone like her who can blow up the furnace and make a lot of noise. I don't know when the new neighbor came. She is not afraid of attracting the security team with such a loud noise. Alarm! Alarm! Mistress, the house has been damaged by external forces. I will contact the security department for you and open the defense shield for you. Please pay attention to safety. The alarm system in the house suddenly sounded, issued the highest red warning, and forced emergency measures. What? So serious? Chang-Yi received the alarm and immediately turned on the light brain to contact the little things in the house, asking them to find a good place, protect themselves, and wait for rescue. Dan Mufeng, who was still in a meeting at the military, rushed back immediately after receiving the news that his house was attacked. When they arrived, the attack was over. Lung Yi looked at the place in front of him, which was not much different from the ruins, and asked the doubts in his heart, "Has your house been attacked by a high-level monster?" But apart from his house, there was no other damage around, and a few brave people came out to watch the excitement. Today, no monsters were found to break into the residential area. The leader of the Ministry of Public Security said this very confidently. The safety of the residential area is the top priority. It is impossible for a high-level monster to break into the residential area without them noticing anything, unless the monster was brought in deliberately by someone. Chang Song was very anxious when he saw Chang-Yi's good home turned into this. Stop talking nonsense, go in and save people. After that, he took the lead and rushed into the ruins behind Shan Mufeng, shouting Chang-Yi's name. Ahem. Before they had time to search, Chang-Yi crawled out of the ruins by herself. She was covered in dirt and raised her hands in case no one saw her. She weakly shouted, "I'm here. Are you not hurt?" Shan Mufeng was the first to spot her. He ran to her and carried her out of the ruins in his arms. After being apart for such a short time, she had made herself look so miserable. Lung Yu curiously asked, "What happened to you?" Compared to the attack of the alien beast, he believed that the furnace she had blown up was too powerful this time. His question once again aroused Chang Yi's anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "Naughty kids are destroying the house." She really didn't expect that the little cubs in her family were so capable that they could turn her good house into ruins in just half an hour. At this time, the rescue personnel of the Ministry of Public Security pulled several strange animals and plants of different shapes and asked, "Are all these from your family?" The leader who was caught was Kong Kong, who had just returned. The small tuft on his head had disappeared, and only half of the hairband was left firmly clamped. The cloak he had just put on had turned into a few rags. There were several hairs missing on his exposed back, and the pale pink flesh inside could be seen. Bai Yi huddled in his turtle shell, hiding in the exclusive nest on the second floor built for him by Niu Qinbian, and dared not come out. Zhu Er drooped his big head and looked at Chang-Yi with tears in his eyes, trying to arouse her sympathy. The outer skin on his back was roasted yellow. When he got closer, Chang-Yi felt as if she could smell the smell of roasted suckling pig in the air. Niu Qinbian's condition was not much better than theirs. The dense branches and leaves were burned bare. If it weren't for the branches that occasionally retracted back, she would have thought it was burned to death. When Xiao Mao saw the bare board of Niu Qinbian, he thought of the mini-array device he bought, and felt relieved. He suppressed the smile on his lips and asked, "What are they doing?" Lung Yu looked at these little guys and turned back to ask her, "Did they destroy your house?" "Yes." This word was squeezed out from Chang-Yi's teeth. She was opening the blind box happily today, but suddenly received an alarm. She thought some strange beasts had lurked in and chose her house unlucky. Unexpectedly, when the defense system behind began to attack the creatures that caused the damage, she received a call for help from Mr. Bai and found out that these were all tricks by them. There were no strange beasts at all, just the noise made by a few of them. After turning off the defense system, she immediately walked out of the warehouse. Unexpectedly, what greeted her was not her carefully decorated home, but a pile of ruins. "What's your situation now?" The Ministry of Public Security confirmed with her that there were no alien beasts invading, but the pets at home were not good at destroying the house, so they asked her to withdraw the rescue application in time, and then led the team to leave, leaving her to deal with the rest by herself. "I take you back to Chang's house to rest for a while, and I come back to clean up here later. You can think about it and change your style." Dan Mufeng didn't have much emotion about the destruction of his home. He just wanted Chang Yi not to be injured. The house could be rebuilt. Fortunately, most of his family's supplies were in the military's supply warehouse, and the destruction of the small warehouse at home would not affect their lives. Yes, you should go home and live recently. Come back after we have cleaned up here. Chang Song helped to speak on the side. The little guys who got into trouble didn't dare to say anything now, but just followed her silently and walked towards Chang's house together. Chapter 212. The cause has been found. It was not an attack by a strange beast, so the people who came to help said goodbye and left. The rest were their family affairs, and everyone said goodbye and dispersed one after another, and the remaining family members walked towards Chang's house. On the way, Chang Yi was held in the arms of Dan Mufeng, with a stern face the whole time, closing his eyes to rest, and ignoring the little guys following behind. Kong Kong wanted to get close to Chang Yi several times, but he knew that he had done something wrong, and did not dare to get close. Zhu Er, who was carefree, was not afraid halfway through. He had been to Chang's house many times, and was familiar with this road, so he ran to the front to lead the way. Oh! How did you get into this? Go in and clean up. Chang's mother received the news from Chang Song that they were coming back to stay for 2 days, and waited at the door early, but she didn't expect that when she saw Chang Yi and the little guys in such a mess, she quickly called them in to clean up. When they arrived at Chang's house, Chang Yi called Chang's mother lightly, and went back to her room to clean up, without even looking at the little guys behind. Bai Yi and his friends are very familiar with Chang's mother. When they saw Chang Yi leave, they came to Chang's mother and acted cute. Since they had Cayenne Dan, they had no obstacles in communicating with Chang's mother, and Chang's mother liked them the most. Not long after, Chang's mother happily took them to the backyard to clean up. Kong Kong was not familiar with her, and did not come up to her. He hid behind Chang Song hesitantly. In the end, it was Chang Song who took him to clean up. Chang's father got the news at the military headquarters that Chang Yi's house was demolished by the little guys she raised and turned into ruins. He didn't believe it. On the way back, he took a detour to take a look and found out the truth. After seeing it, he made a video call with Chang Song and asked him to let Chang Yi and the others stay at home. He was going to the trading city to buy some daily necessities for them. After so many incidents during this mission, he had been looking for an opportunity to repair his father-daughter relationship with Chang Yi. This was the best opportunity. He was usually very stingy, but he bought a truckload of food and daily necessities in the trading city. Not only for Chang Yi and Chang Yi, he also prepared a lot of things for the little ones. When he got home, he was carrying a lot of bags in his hands. He was still in the yard, and he shouted to the inside, "Chang Song, come out quickly and help take the things down." Chang Song in the room was just not used to the atmosphere inside. He stood up from the sofa with a whoosh and responded happily, "Hey! Coming right away." He was walking fast and quickly away from the low-pressure area. "Yee! I bought a lot of things you like to eat today. Wait and see what you like to eat. I make it for you in the evening." Chang's father, who was eager to show off, reported loudly before he even saw him. His smile froze after seeing the strange scene in the living room. In the living room, Chang Yi sat expressionlessly in the middle of the sofa. Opposite her stood Kong Kong, the ape man, Kue Zhu Er, Bai Yi, the white-haired badger, and finally the bald couch Indian. The little guys who usually never stopped were now standing there, not daring to move. The atmosphere was too depressing, and he didn't dare to sweep the tail of the typhoon. He shut up urgently, and tiptoed to the kitchen. He saw Chang's mother washing fruits again and again in the kitchen, and pointed outside and whispered, "What's the matter?" The little guys fought and demolished the house, and she is looking for them to settle the score. Chang's mother poked her head into the living room, and looked around, then turned back, and lowered her voice, and whispered. The couple looked at the little ones, who were feeling wronged, and wanted to help them, but they didn't dare. At this time, their son who had just come in became the best candidate. The couple helped him out and said, "Chang Song, you came at the right time. Take the fruit out and help them talk. Let the little ones know that they were wrong. Let her stop being so angry, and just rebuild the house." "I won't go. If you want to go, you can go by yourselves." Chang Song is not stupid. The most difficult person to mess with in the family is Chang Yi. If she gets angry, she will either make a noise or ignore you. If you accidentally look at her, she will kill you with a knife in her eyes. Go quickly. If you don't go, I will arrange 10 blind dates for you every day starting from tomorrow. It didn't work to persuade her. Chang's mother threatened directly. She just promised Mr. Bai that she would speak for them, and she couldn't go back on her word. Chang Song looked at Chang's mother speechlessly. This was too unreasonable. Blind dates were impossible. He could only reluctantly take the fruit plate from Chang's mother, take a deep breath, put on the brightest smile on his face, and walked into the living room with a mentality of seeing death as home. Chang-yi, these are the fruits that Mom just washed. You've been tired all day. Eat some first, take a rest, and then teach them a lesson later. Chang Song's tone was almost flattering. He carefully looked at her face to please her. Seeing that she was not so disgusted, he continued to speak. Well, you think about the planning of the new home. Take advantage of this opportunity to rebuild it, and connect it with the place behind you to make it a real manor. How about it? Chang Song glanced at him coldly with the corner of his eyes. He didn't say yes or no. He reached out, and picked a red fruit from the fruit plate he sent over. He bit it, and it was crunchy. For a while, the only sound in the living room was her chewing. Shan Mufeng, who was handling the follow-up, had been paying attention to the situation here. After hearing Chang Song's proposal, he agreed. His proposal is good. How about we move the address of the new home back? Move it to the middle, so that in the future, different fruits can be planted in different seasons around the four sides. In this way, you can enjoy different beautiful scenery every day and eat different fruits. Since the house has been destroyed, it is useless to blame them. The cause of this incident is the jealousy of Bai Yi and others. They felt unbalanced when they saw Chang-yi bought so many things for the new Kong Kong, so they deliberately pulled his cloak and hairband. Bai Yi also instigated Zhu Er to paste poop on his new boots, which made Kong Kong angry, and the following things happened. Kong Kong's force is not comparable to that of ordinary beasts. Bai Yi and Zhu Er can't beat it together. Until later, Bai Yi pulled Niu Qindian to join the battle, and the two sides barely tied. The temperature of Kong Kong's flame can reach tens of thousands of degrees. How can the house withstand it? It burned it to ashes in a short time. Fortunately, it always remembered where Chang-yi was and avoided that place. Niu Qindian didn't want to join the battle, but they moved the venue to its territory in the back garden. Kong Kong, who was on top, attacked it indiscriminately, burning many of its branches. It joined the battle after being burned, making the scene even more chaotic. When Chang-yi came out to stop them, except for the warehouse where she was, other places had already become ruins, and the fruit forest that had just been cleaned up in the back was also destroyed. The little guys who caused trouble didn't dare to say anything now, but just followed her silently and walked towards Chang's house together. Chapter 213. She was definitely angry that her home was destroyed, but being angry alone would not solve the problem. Mr. Bai and his friends were like newly awakened spiritual beasts in the world of cultivation. They were impulsive and irritable, and would do things without considering the consequences. They would destroy the home at any time. This was actually a normal phenomenon. She also forgot that spiritual beasts of different species would repel each other, because she got along so well with the previous ones. Chang-yi did not speak again, until she finished the red fruit in her hand. Do you guys know you were wrong? She had forgiven half of it in her heart, but her face did not change at all. Bai Yi was smart. As soon as she finished speaking, he immediately stepped forward to admit his mistake. We know we were wrong. We will never fight at home again next time. Chang-yi was so angry at what he said that he laughed. He was playing word games with her, right? If you do it again, I will send you to the exotic beast cage for a month. Well, you are obviously wrong this time. Why does it have it, and we don't? Bai Yi didn't dare to speak too loudly in front of her. He only dared to whisper in private. Afterwards, he secretly winked at Zhu Er to let him take the lead. Cape, I want a cape too. Zhu Er was very envious of the empty cape. He didn't know whether he was jealous or not. He just knew that the empty cape was beautiful, and he wanted it too. Niu Qindian didn't have that intention. He only rebelled and joined the battle because he was affected. He now had a correct attitude and said honestly, if they don't come to fight me, I won't fight them. Very good. After the three little guys expressed their attitude, the culprit of the matter was successfully exposed. After the three of them finished speaking, Chang-yi turned her eyes to Kong Kong, who was standing alone. Kong Kong was not stupid either. As soon as he met her gaze, he took the opportunity to complain. Kong Kong, be obedient. Kong Kong will never destroy the house again. They are bad and steal Kong Kong's things. Kong Kong doesn't like them. Chang-yi's eyes swept back and forth between them, and finally stopped at Bai Yi and Kong Kong. These two were troublemakers, and only by dealing with their relationship could today's incident not happen again. Kong Kong was straightforward, overbearing, and had high martial arts value. If it was the only one in the family, it would be easy to deal with. Just follow it, support it, and slowly guide it. But there was more than one in the family. There was also Bai Yi, who was smart and would not suffer any loss. Before Kong Kong came, it had a stable position as the boss in the family, and Zhu Er was honest and listened to it, and would not go west if he was told to go east. As long as the benefits were in place, Niu Qindian would negotiate everything, and basically meet its requirements. Even if it was something it didn't want to do, it would just ignore it at most. Now there is another Kong Kong who has high martial arts value, and is disobedient, and it seems to be more value than it. It keenly feels that its family status is in serious danger. Today's incident was just to show the newcomer a warning, but it didn't expect it to make such a big fuss in the end. At this moment, although it temporarily bowed its head and admitted its mistake, if the relationship between them is not resolved, it will definitely cause trouble in private. Chang Yi looked at the two of them with a headache, and turned around and decided to deal with the two that were resolved first. Zhu Er, I will place an order for your cloak for you later, and you will receive it tomorrow. Tell me directly if you want anything in the future. I will buy it for you if it is reasonable, but you can't rob others like today, and destroy it if you can't get it. And you, Niu Qindian, don't listen to Mr. Bai's nonsense in the future. If they fight on your chassis again, just notify me. I will let the person who destroyed it compensate you for the damage. If you join in like today, you can slowly absorb and recover by yourself. The two that were easy to deal with nodded and promised not to do it again, and Chang Yi let them go. There were two troublemakers left, and Chang Yi started with Kong Kong, shifting her gaze to him. Kong Kong, who was dressed up by her at first, was now back to his original appearance, with red eyes. Did he cry in private? Seeing his aggrieved look, Chang Yi couldn't blame him too much. After all, he didn't start this matter. Kong Kong. You are my family, and so are they. You should get along well in the future, and you should be careful about the fighting between family members, not like today. Of course, if they bully you, you must protect yourself, and then tell us as soon as possible, and we will take care of it for you. Kong Kong was very sensitive to her emotional changes, and knew that following her words would make her happy, so he nodded and promised immediately. Kong Kong knows. Kong Kong will get along well with him. The most difficult troublemaker Chang Yi was left to the end. Bai Ye's IQ can be said to be the highest among the little guys. When talking to it, Chang Yi didn't use any rhetoric, and told it directly, don't do things in private. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can come to me directly. If it happens again, I will never let it go easily. You will have to pay for the things you destroyed this time with your share later. When he heard the word share, Bai Ye's indifferent attitude disappeared instantly. He widened his eyes, and looked at Chang Yi in disbelief. No one else had to deduct a share, so why did it have to deduct a share? It was so angry that it jumped up and down, screaming, unfair. Unfair? Today, wasn't it you who instigated Zhu Er? Didn't you deliberately move the venue to Niu Qindian's place? Didn't you take the lead? Chang Yi's 3 consecutive no's silenced the anger of Bai Yi, who was jumping up and down. Even though he was very reluctant, he had to say, I know. After all the perpetrators were educated, Chang Yi also began to discuss the construction of the new home with Shan Mufeng and others. She also thought Chang Song's proposal was good. It was wonderful to think about owning her own manor. Chang's father dared to come out only after seeing the smoke in the living room end, and asked, is it ready? If it's ready, shall we have dinner? During Chang Yi's education, Chang's father and mother had already prepared dinner. Let's eat. After saying that, Shan Mufeng got up and walked to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Chang Song followed him in, and took out the bowls and chopsticks, and set them up. Chang Yi washed her hands, and sat down to eat. Chang's mother used to prepare food for Bai Yi and others separately when they ate, whether it was energy stones or nutritious fruits. Today, seeing that they had just been criticized and were not in a good mood, and they did not dare to get close to Chang Yi, she secretly gave them their share, and let them go back to the exclusive base behind to eat. Kong Kong, as a new guest who came to the Chang family for the first time, enjoyed special treatment. After Chang's mother asked Chang Yi that it could eat anything as long as it had energy, she made a special plate for it, gave it a separate portion of each dish, and let it sit and eat with everyone. The dinner was very rich, and Chang's father also spent a lot of money to please Chang Yi. The dish of ling clam stewed with blood lotus light in the middle cost 100,000 interstellar coins. When Chang Yi saw this dish, she looked up at Chang's father, then lowered her head and ate the food quietly. Big and small people like to make trouble. It's not so easy to buy her with such a small favor. Chapter 214. Chang Yi's new home was finalized 3 days later. After discussion among all the family members, the new building plan was decided to refer to the design of a Chinese courtyard. The middle hospital is the main living area for Chang Yi and Dan Mufeng, and was built into a Chinese-style antique building according to Chang Yi's wishes. The left side is the activity area for the little ones. Following their opinions, a large number of trees are planted here. Their respective nests are built by themselves after they have chosen them, and everyone has their own private area. The right side is used as a guest house to entertain friends temporarily. The exterior adopts the design of a spiral floating island. There are a total of 4 floors, and each floor has 3 independent suites that can accommodate a family of 5. The appearance of each room is designed with reference to the characteristics of different planets. The area with the largest area among the 3 is the area for the little ones, which is a full 10 acres of land, and a sign called the Moth Garden is hung. Chang Yi's own residence is relatively small, covering a total area of 3 mu, or 2,000 square meters. The lotus pond, flower garden, rockery, and pavilion in front of it occupy most of the space. The plaque on the gate of the new house is engraved with 3 characters Zai Yaju. The smallest area is the guest house called Lu Yuxuan, which only occupies 1.6 mu of space. The materials of the new house, this time have specially increased the fireproof function. The wood used is all hardwood that is fireproof and impact resistant. It takes a lot of time and energy to find all these materials. Fortunately, Chang Yi has the scarce Ningxuan incense, which can be used to exchange for the materials he wants. Although the new house is more complicated than the previous one, it only took 5 days longer to build it. On the day of moving to the new house, Chang Yi bought a lot of salutes and set them off for fun. The salutes of the interstellar era are perfect except that they are not cheap. You can customize them in any shape you want. Looking at the empty salutes that kept shaking their capes in the sky, Chang Yi's mouth twitched a little. She shouldn't have given them the right to customize the salutes. What kind of things were they? She didn't know that Bai Yi had such a great heart. After the empty salutes dispersed, the giant Bai Yi appeared. Not only did its salutes increase in size by hundreds of times, but it also had a horn on its head. Chang Yi's family was already famous after the last ruins incident. The salutes that were set off this time became famous throughout the planet. On that day, almost everyone at home in the living area came out to watch the excitement. There were too many dishes, and she couldn't handle it herself, so she called Chang Song for help. Chang Song, come in quickly, and help me take the things out. The first meal in the greenhouse was a hot pot, a giant 3-meter-long pot that could accommodate 30 people at the same time. There were many people at night, so the dishes were mainly ordinary ingredients, supplemented by some primary nutritious ingredients and a small amount of intermediate ingredients. It was not too expensive to use all nutritious ingredients. Considering that some people were not so close, if they did so, they might be taken advantage of. So after asking other people, they chose the medium to high specifications. More people meant more fun. The meal lasted more than 3 hours, and Chang Yi's face was almost stiff from laughing. Fortunately, they didn't usually invite people home to get together. If they got together a few more times, she felt that she would be useless. Ji Shuya's position was facing the window. She saw that there seemed to be white snowflakes floating outside. She poked Lung Yu, who was sitting next to her, with her elbow and asked, "Hey, do you see if it's snowing outside?" Lung Yu heard her and looked out the window along her gaze. It was really snowing. In the blink of an eye, the snowflakes outside the window became obviously denser. This year's cold season has begun. The people sitting next to him also noticed the changes outside and exclaimed, "It's snowing! It's snowing!" There were many people in the room, and it was hot enough. If they hadn't seen the snow outside, they wouldn't have noticed that the cold season had arrived. Shan Mufeng turned on the light brain to check. The temperature outside showed that it was about -10 degrees Celsius, and the temperature was still dropping rapidly. Fortunately, his family was well prepared. He took out the energy core and installed it as soon as possible. The snow fell suddenly, and the warm house banquet was forced to end early. Everyone had to go home and start cold-proof measures. The guests dispersed. Chang Yi made a pot of hot tea and sat by the window to enjoy the snow. She liked snowy days very much. The pure white snowflakes kept falling, covering all objects with a thick quilt. Hearing the sound of the door opening and closing, she turned to look at Shan Mufeng, who came in from outside, and asked, "Have you seen it? Are they coming over?" The energy cores she got can be used in a large area. She originally thought that this must be enough, but she didn't expect that the new house she moved to was so large that it was difficult to use one in the main house, and it was impossible to take care of other places. So Shan Mufeng just went to the area of the little guys to ask them if they wanted to move to the main house for a while. "They can't say it. Master Bai said he wanted to hibernate and asked us not to disturb him. The alien beasts have stronger anti-freeze ability than humans. When he went there, Master Bai was just preparing to hibernate, and Zhu Er had already prepared his own nest for the winter. He didn't know where he got a lot of plant stems that looked very soft. The remaining one vine and one ape said that they were not afraid of the cold, but he still left a small energy core for them in case they entered the extremely cold weather later. When the cold season comes, all outdoor activities stop and everyone starts staying at home to prepare for the interstellar new year. At this time, the quality of interpersonal relationships is very obvious. Some people's homes are full of people sending New Year gifts, while some people's homes are deserted and have no gifts at all. Chang'e pointed at the things that Chang Song just brought in and asked, "What does this mean?" She usually shares a share of her gains with her mother's family, and Chang Song and his family will remember to give her a share of their gains. It's because the family still needs to do these nonsense things at this time. Chang'e didn't know if Chang Song had misunderstood. He scratched the back of his head, still thinking about how to answer this question. After thinking for a moment, he explained to her awkwardly, "This is a New Year gift from the main family of Dixing. Because I don't know your address, I sent it to your home and specifically mentioned that it was for you." In previous years, the Chang family had never received New Year gifts from the main family. They always sent a regular New Year gift to her grandfather. Even if it was a New Year gift for their group, this year she received more than one gift. It was obvious that the gift was not a face-saving gift bought casually in the trading city. She couldn't think of anything else. "The supplies that should be supplied to me cannot be reduced by a penny. It has been more than half a month since I came back, and the supplies that the Chang family promised to supply her have not yet appeared. Now, if she accepts this gift and refuses the supplies from there, wouldn't she be at a big loss?" Chang Song had not expected this, and for a moment, he did not know how to respond. He could not guarantee whether the master would use such a New Year gift to get rid of the materials that Chang'e deserved. After a moment of silence, he asked hesitantly, "Then should I return it to them?" "No, I sent a message to ask." The master did not have much face in front of her, so she would not suffer this loss. She asked immediately, and called Chang Lei's number. After he answered the phone, she asked directly, "When will I get my materials?" Chapter 215. The man on the other end of the communication was silent for a long time before he replied with a guilty conscience, "Well, the supplies will be delivered to you in a few days, just wait a little longer." After Chang Lei came back, he also wanted to give her the supplies he promised to give her immediately, but after receiving the list sent by the military, he was a little worried. Although he knew that the consumption this time was not small, he did not expect it to be so much. Everything else was easy to deal with, but the amount of energy liquid provided by Chang'e was too much. According to the list sent by the military, most of the energy liquid used this time was provided by her. If all of it was provided, it would be the 3-month quota for the family. He really couldn't get it together at this time, so he kept delaying. Many of the families who went on the mission together this time were not in good conditions, so it was not realistic to ask them to help. He could only borrow from connections everywhere, but he was still short of 1/3 of the amount. This year, he specially sent her a New Year gift in the hope that she would wait for some time, but he didn't expect that it would backfire. Instead, she thought that he was deliberately refusing to give up these supplies, and then he specially called to urge him. "Okay. Do it as soon as possible. You don't need the New Year gift. I return it to you." Chang'e's tone softened a bit, but she still didn't want to accept this inexplicable gift. "Just accept it. It's all thanks to you that we can come back safely this time. Now that you have a family, I should give you a separate New Year gift. Just accept it with peace of mind. It has nothing to do with anything else. There is no reason to return a gift that has been given." Chang'e and Shan Mufeng are both strong, and they are both reasonable people. It will definitely not be a loss to make friends with them. Chang Lei sincerely persuaded her to accept it. At this point, it would be bad to return it forcibly. Chang'e said a few more polite words to him, and nodded to accept it. After hanging up the call, Chang'e asked Chang Song, "Did your family receive any New Year gifts? How are you going to return the gifts?" In previous years, the Chang family had never received any New Year gifts. Since she had won this time and asked Chang Song to send it, then the family must have received one too. Sure enough, Chang Song nodded and replied, "Yes, it's about the same as yours. My parents are going to send 10 kilograms of kuei pork as a return gift. The price of returning 2 gifts is similar, but kuei pork is hard to buy and rare, and it can also let the person who receives the return gift know that it is thoughtful." Chang'e thought for a moment, and asked him to wait. She also asked him to help send her return gift. Since Chang's father gave meat, she would not give meat. The fruit wine she exchanged from the alien ape this time was just right. She put the wine in a gourd and tied a big bow in the middle with a ribbon. 5 bottles of fruit wine with different flavors were put into the gift box together, which instantly looked high-end and classy. The price of fruit wine is hard to estimate. She also compared it in her mind before putting so much. She just didn't know whether it would be an equivalent return gift in the eyes of outsiders. Unsure, she asked again before taking it back to Chong Song. I give you these wines in return. Do you think it's okay? You won't feel that I'm taking advantage of him. No, if he is so ignorant, I will change the money for the New Year gift into interstellar coins and give it to him. In Chong Song's opinion, the value of these fruit wines is far higher than the New Year gift sent by the host family. If they don't like it, it's better. He will bring it back, and they can drink it themselves. Okay. With his words, Chong Yi was relieved. She just didn't want to take advantage of others, nor did she want to curry favor with them. If they don't like the return gift, then just treat it as buying it for fun with her own interstellar coins. Chong Song left after completing the task. Before leaving, he asked Chong Yi for a gourd of fruit wine. This wine not only tasted good, but also did not make him drunk. It could also warm up his restless fighting power. If they did not have anything that the alien apes liked, they would also want to exchange for a lot. He also took advantage of his relationship with Chong Yi to get some from her to satisfy his craving. At the beginning of the cold season, the snow kept falling. It started to fall as soon as it got dark. It was white everywhere outside. It affected the vision if he looked outside for a long time. She said Chong Song to the door and watched him get on the aircraft. She reminded him worriedly, "It's snowing now, go slowly on your way back." The weather was too cold, and everyone had nothing to do at home, so they especially liked to hold various parties. Chong Yi was not the kind of person who liked to be lively. She was afraid of this kind of party that visited people everywhere regardless of whether they were familiar or not after attending it twice. It was more comfortable to be alone at home. No matter which life she was in, she was not very interested in clothes, jewelry, bags and the like. She was only interested in things that could make people healthier and help prolong their lifespan, and all kinds of delicious food that could make her happy. She was not interested in anything else. But women talked most about clothes, jewelry, bags and other things at gatherings. She seriously suspected that this was because no one wanted to talk about the real good things, so they could only show off these expensive and useless things. She was not bored at home. This year was her first year married to Shan Mufeng. She needed to return the gifts from each family. The closeness of the gifts was obvious at a glance. Those gifts sent by families were all made of goods bought from the trading city. This kind of gift is the easiest to return. She only needs to put the gifts of the same price together and exchange them among the families. The trouble is that the gifts sent by the close relatives are all carefully selected by her. They are all practical and useful. Some of the good relatives are very careful to send 2 gifts, one for Shan Mufeng and one for her. Chong Yi looked at the list in her hand, writing and drawing, and she couldn't figure out how to return the gift for a long time. Shan Mufeng, who had just returned from a party, saw her wearing a pink fox fur suit, lying barefoot on the coffee table, writing with a pen in her hand, occasionally biting the pen, and looked over and asked, "Haven't you decided yet?" He heard his doting voice from above her head, and before she could turn around to find him, he had already sat down beside her, took her into his arms, and covered her feet. "Why don't you wear socks? The ground is cold, you know." "You're back?" "I'm not cold, there's an energy core at home, and I'm not cold at all with the warm stone given by the Ape King." Chong Yi followed the man's movements and nestled in his arms, explaining herself softly. She talked about hers, he warmed his. First put on socks for Chong Yi, then said, "Don't be so troublesome to return the gift, just return as much as you want. It doesn't matter if it's too much or too little, they won't care." In previous years without Chong Yi, he returned the New Year's gift casually. Anyway, ordinary relationships didn't matter, as long as it was returned. Close relationships, it depends on what good things you have. Then each family can share it. No one will care if it's too much or too little. That said, but her personality is like this. She doesn't like to take advantage of others and owe favors. She would rather stay away from those who can't pay it back. Chapter 216. Hearing Shan Mufeng say this, Chong Yi shared half of the trouble with him. "Then you take care of your share. This is the list in the material warehouse. You take care of it. I take care of my share." After dividing the responsibilities, it will be much easier for her. She personally did not receive many New Year gifts. In addition to the relatives and friends who had been in contact with her in previous years, this year there were more New Year gifts from Shan Mufeng's relatives and friends. She spent a long time swiping through her private warehouse, picking and choosing to decide on the return gifts. 2 gourds of fruit wine per person, 10 kilograms of intermediate nutritious fruit, plus a piece of kueh pork and 10 kilograms of seafood, all of which just filled a large gift box. Done! Looking at the preliminary New Year gifts, she was still a little hesitant, and Chang'e couldn't help but turn around and ask Shan Mufeng, I give you these, do you think it's okay? Shan Mufeng, who was choosing a return gift, turned around and looked at her New Year's gift list. Okay. They got a bargain. The things Chang'e gave were all good things that couldn't be found on the market. Not to mention the fruit wine that had never appeared before. Even the common nutritious fruits and seafood were rare good things. It was because she was lucky and had a lot of harvests that she was willing to give them away. Otherwise, if these were normal, people would give one of them, and it would mean they had a very good relationship. Really? I saw how expensive the gifts Ji Shuyao and the others gave me. Leng Yu stuffed the 2 exotic beast eggs he got last time into it? That time, she asked for so long but couldn't find out what he had gained. She didn't expect the answer to appear like this. It was precisely because the New Year gifts from Shan Mufeng's friends were so valuable that she was so troubled about how to return the gifts. None of these rich people would give ordinary things to them. Instead, they gave her rare and precious meat of exotic animals, medicinal plants for health preservation, or customized luxury cars and dresses. Some even directly transferred interstellar coins to her. She roughly estimated that the New Year gifts from each of them were no less than 2 million interstellar coins. She had a good harvest this year, but she kept most of it for her own use. She certainly couldn't compare to them in terms of liquid funds. If she had to outsource all the New Year gifts, she would become a pauper again. Shan Mufeng looked at her struggling and biting her hand, shaking her head and laughing. He touched her head and comforted her. Don't worry, your New Year gift is very good. He glanced at the 2 eggs she had taken out and put in the basket, and explained with a twinkle in his eyes. These 2 eggs are because Ji Shuyao may be pregnant, and it is not convenient to hatch them. What? Shuyao is pregnant? Is it Leng Yu's? This news was so shocking that Chang'e looked up at him excitedly. Her question was too straightforward. Shan Mufeng coughed twice, and suppressed the smile in his throat before explaining to her. Ahem. Of course it's his, otherwise, he wouldn't be so concerned and wouldn't even bear to watch the 2 eggs hatch. Although the interstellar marriage law stipulates that the husband has the same obligation to support the child born during the marriage, in reality, if the child is not of his own blood, there will always be a difference. How did she get pregnant? What is her pregnancy value? She still had a lot of questions about Shuyao's pregnancy. The timing was too weird. Shan Mufeng did not answer her question immediately, but pulled her up from the carpet, hugged her tightly, and rested his chin on the top of her head. A warm voice came from the top of her head, and went straight to her heart. No matter how she gets pregnant, I won't ask, and you don't have to think about it. He had doubts about Ji Shuyao's pregnancy from the moment he knew about it. She was pregnant, but it was equivalent to not being pregnant. A 5% pregnancy rate was useless. Moreover, they had been married for almost 10 years. It was hard for people not to be suspicious of her if she didn't get pregnant earlier or later, but at this time. The man's explanation not only did not make her feel relieved, but her heart tightened. There was indeed something wrong with her pregnancy. After a long silence, Chang'e asked her concerns. Isn't he afraid that the child will be unhealthy? There will always be people who are lucky and think they are the lucky ones. Leng Yu and the others' thoughts are easy to guess. As long as the child born is not mentally ill, other treatment chambers can help solve it. Then, I will exchange his family's New Year's gift for interstellar coins. After saying that, she turned on the light brain and crossed out the original things on the list of gifts behind Leng Yu's name, and wrote the New Year's gift at the price. Seeing her actions, Shan Mufeng felt that she was making a fuss. This, you don't have to be so careful. Chang'e ignored him. He had to listen to her on this matter. He retorted without raising his head. You don't understand. I call it a safe bet. Ji Shuyao is not only pregnant with a gold nugget, but also a time bomb. Who knows if she will be unlucky enough to run into the gun, so it's better to be cautious. Shan Mufeng smiled and shook his head. He didn't argue with her. Let her be. It wouldn't hurt to be careful. He didn't think Ji Shuyao's pregnancy would be good. Chang'e didn't like to go out. He had seen Ji Shuyao a few times recently. In just a few days, her face had become thinner. Leng Yu said that she vomited every day, vomited and ate, and she was hungry if she didn't eat. Recently, Leng Yu was looking for good things to nourish her body. Chang'e exchanged Leng Yu's New Year gift for interstellar coins, and sent it over. Leng Yu came to the door in person. The New Year gift was almost finished. Chang'e called a special person to deliver it. When he heard the noise outside, he thought someone had arrived, so he ran to open the door. Unexpectedly, It was Lung Yu who came. Seeing that his face was not very good, it seemed that he had something urgent. He asked in confusion, "Why are you here? Don't you need to stay at home with Shuyao? Let me ask, do you have any fruits with high nutritional value? Give some to me first." Lung Yu asked at the door without waiting to enter the door. Changyi looked at him and said nothing when she heard this. She was thinking about how to respond. She should say no. It would be so embarrassing if they were so familiar with each other and it was exposed. But she didn't want to give it to him like this. She was still afraid that she would get into trouble in the future. Shan Mufeng saw that Changyi had gone out to open the door for so long and hadn't come back. He stood up and walked out, asking, "Why don't you let people in to take things?" Well, she hadn't finished struggling yet, and someone came over to spoil the show. Changyi couldn't lie at this moment. She looked at Lung Yu's face and said seriously, "I can give you the fruit, but you better find someone to look at it before deciding whether Shuyao can eat it. It's not safe to look at it alone. It's better to find a few more people to look at it." Well, when she said this, Lung Yu finally understood what she was thinking just now. How could this person have so many thoughts? He hadn't even thought about this problem. He thought she was reluctant to give it up, and he was already planning in his heart to ask Shan Mufeng to help persuade her, give it to him first, and then he would double it back to her later. Chapter 217. Shan Mufeng, who had just walked to the door, heard their conversation and instantly understood why she stood still at the door. He would not interfere in this matter, but just stood behind her silently to show his attitude. No matter what decision she made, he would stand by her side unconditionally. Lung Yu said unhappily, "Don't worry. I won't rely on you." He said it too bluntly, which made Changyi feel embarrassed, but he still insisted on his principles. Remember to have someone look at it. Seeing her reminding him again and again, Lung Yu's heart was also beating. Is there really a problem? He straightened his face and nodded and replied, "Yes. I will find someone to look at it." With his words, Changyi felt relieved to give him the things. "Come in with me. You can move the things yourself." Lung Yu followed her inside and saw the beautifully packaged gift box on the ground. His eyes flashed for a moment, but he didn't say anything. He was afraid that she would misunderstand and retract his gaze, and no longer glanced in that direction. In order to avoid suspicion, he stood far away and waited. Halfway through the walk, Changyi looked back and found that Lung Yu was standing far away and didn't catch up. She didn't understand what he meant. Was he waiting for her to move? She didn't want to do such hard labor, so she said suspiciously, "Come over here. Just move one of the gift boxes on the ground. They all have the same things inside." Lung Yu continued to move forward after hearing her call. "Move anything?" "Yes. This is the New Year gift I prepared for everyone. It's all the same, just some fruit wine, fruit, and exotic beast meat. Why hasn't the errand runner come yet?" Changyi lowered her head and poked the light brain to urge the person who took the order, and replied casually without raising her head. Lung Yu, who had just picked up the gift box, was almost sprained by her words. After straightening up, he looked at her indifferent look, turned his head to look at Shan Mufeng who was helping to pack, and silently complained why his New Year gift was just tacky interstellar coins. Receiving his gaze, Shan Mufeng pinched his throat, cleared his throat first, and explained, "She is afraid of causing trouble for you." "Ha ha. Is she afraid of causing trouble for him? She is purely afraid that he will cause trouble for her." Now he knows that she is afraid of trouble, and it is not just a pretentious remark. Okay. Her attitude is so clear, so he will not continue to be annoying. He said hello to Shan Mufeng with the gift box and left. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Changyi stopped pretending to be busy and turned to ask Shan Mufeng, "Do you think he will really find someone to look at it?" What she said was really what she thought. Before there was a result in Ji Shuyao's incident this time, she didn't want to have anything to do with her at all, and she didn't want to get involved with such imported things. Seeing that she was still very uneasy, Shan Mufeng gave her another reassurance. Whether he watches or not is his business. You have already reminded him. If there is any problem, it will not be your fault. Shan Mufeng was not very optimistic about this matter. Now with Changyi's attitude, he felt that Lung Yu might not get what she wanted this time, but no matter what, he would definitely protect her. No one would casually get involved with her, not even his own brothers. Shan Mufeng said so, and Changyi sent a reminder message to Lung Yu and Ji Shuyao on the optical brain, and then temporarily let go of this matter, and started to work again. This year's Interstellar New Year's Day is destined to be an eventful time. After the last working day before the New Year's Day, Chang's mother prepared dinner early. In the evening, Changyi and his wife would come to eat. At the dinner table, Chang's mother looked at the small beads on the small table that were playing with energy stones as beads, and sighed. I don't know how the golden hoop is now. Turning to Changyi, she said, I get a few energy stones, and you can ask Pichio to play a video. This way, it can be considered a reunion with us. Pichio's visit fee is too high. Changyi later signed a contract with it for a year, which was paid in full. It would actively send her a video every 7 days. Today, it happened to be time again. No need for energy stones. Today is also the visiting time. I asked Pichio to send it now. Since the golden hoop entered the space for recuperation, Pichio made an excuse that opening the space would consume energy, and cancelled Changyi's right to check independently. Now, if you want to see the situation inside, you have to consult it. If Chang's mother hadn't mentioned it, Changyi wouldn't have felt that another 7 days had passed. Time passed so quickly day by day. The golden hoop had been in the space for recuperation for nearly half a year. Recently, she saw that the condition of the golden hoop seemed to have improved a lot. The body shape had almost recovered, but the luster was a little dull. After contacting Pichio and letting it play the real-time images in the space, Changyi looked at the images released by Pichio and asked nervously, Pichio, what are you doing? Where is the golden hoop? On the screen, there was only an empty pond. Where was the shadow of the golden hoop? Splash! The sound of the restaurant table cracking made the few days who were concentrating on questioning the missing people turn around and look for the sound. Bai Yi jumped on Ju Er's head and hid far away, with the 4 words "It's none of my business" written on his face, fearing that he would have to pay compensation again. Niu Qindian had already shrunk himself into a small strip to ensure that there was no small branch moving outside. It didn't want to continue turning the soil day and night. It was a plant, not a perpetual motion machine, and it also needed to rest. Kong Kong looked around and didn't find anyone who could save it. He quickly let go of the stick in his hand and covered his face with both hands, hoping that no one would see it. This time it really didn't mean to do it, and didn't want to cause trouble. It was just curious. Seeing the stick suddenly appear, it wanted to try it out. Who knew it would smash the table directly? Be careful. Everyone didn't care about anything else. Seeing the stick thrown away by Kong Kong, everyone rushed forward to catch it. The golden hoop stopped steadily in the air before they could catch it. Looking at it, Changyi's eyes were a little moist. The golden hoop that had been repaired in the Pichio jade pendant for half a year finally came out successfully today. Now, the golden light on its body has all converged, and it looks dim. Changyi didn't dare to recognize it. She approached carefully, reached out and gently stroked the stick, and asked softly, Are you completely well? Do you want to rest for a while? The golden hoop made a buzzing sound in response, and the stick took the initiative to stick to her warm palm, so that she could really feel her existence. I don't know if it's an illusion. She feels that the golden hoop now exudes a sense of stability, and its return makes the atmosphere at home more warm. During this period, Changyi repeatedly asked it many times to make sure it was really recovered. In order to prove to it that it was really fully recovered and had made progress, and was even more powerful than before, the golden hoop specially went to find Kong Kong, and the monkey and the stick jointly showed her what a magic weapon was. Kong Kong, who got the golden hoop for the first time, learned it by herself, and danced it vigorously, and others could not get close to him at all. Kong Kong's combat power was already strong, and now with the golden hoop in hand, Bai Yi and others could not beat him in a few moves. From this moment on, the family status of the family was completely reshuffled. Chapter 218. With the blessing of the golden hoop, Kong Kong came from behind and firmly sat on the top spot, and Master Bai could only retreat to the second place with grievance. In order to welcome the restored golden hoop, people who got the news came to celebrate for it. All the people who went on the mission together that time had come and sent a lot of energy stones. Changyi let it keep them by itself. Now it has the Pichio as its private space, so it can keep as many things as it wants. Changyi doesn't know how the two of them discussed the division in private, but anyway, it should be a plan that both parties are satisfied with. Leng Hui and Xiao Yaqing got the news of its recovery, and also made an appointment to come and see it together. As soon as they entered the door, Xiao Yaqing shouted loudly, Is the golden hoop really restored? Let it come out and show us. We brought it a gift. Hearing her loud voice, Changyi didn't go forward to pick people up, but directly called out the golden hoop playing in the orchard and asked it to greet the guests. Golden hoop, hello. Do you remember us? Xiao Yaqing greeted the golden hoop standing in the middle enthusiastically. Leng Hui looked at the golden hoop with a happy smile on her face, took out the prepared gift, and handed it to the golden hoop. This box of energy stones is for you. Congratulations on your recovery. Golden Hoop has been used to receiving gifts recently, and moved a little closer to her reservedly, touching her cheek to express his gratitude, and then neatly put the energy stone away. Xiao Yaqing's gift for the Golden Hoop was quite special. She brought a bag of glittering gold powder. Golden Hoop, I tell you, this is a good thing. After you apply it, you will definitely be the brightest one in the array. As she said this, she wanted to apply the gold powder to the golden cudgel herself. As soon as she raised her hand, it fell into the air. Xiao Yaqing didn't expect the golden cudgel to hide, and asked in confusion, "Don't you like it?" This gift was the most perfect one she had chosen after thinking for a long time. She thought the golden cudgel would definitely like it, but she didn't expect that it would not let her touch it now. She tried to get closer twice, but the golden cudgel still refused to apply the gold powder. She could only give up with regret and rewrap the gold powder and prepare to put it away. Seeing her action of collecting the gold powder, the golden cudgel was anxious to pull it away. This was a gift given to it. How could it be taken back? It just didn't apply it now, not that it didn't want it. Xiao Yaqing looked at her empty hands and looked at it puzzledly. She was confused by this wave of operations. Was it like or dislike? Chang'e watched their movements throughout the process. Seeing the eagerness of the golden cudgel to collect the gold powder, she understood after a little thought and helped to explain. It likes this gift very much, but it doesn't need it now. Xiao Yaqing turned her head and looked at her puzzled and asked, "Why doesn't it like the golden glow the most? With this gold powder, it can always be golden without consuming its own energy." Hearing her words, Lang Hui looked at the golden cudgel and wondered if there was anything wrong with the repaired golden cudgel. Anyone who has seen the golden cudgel before has this idea, mainly because the previous golden cudgel kept itself shining even in the last one, but now it is gray all day long and has no luster. She asked, "Is it still in the recovery stage?" Chang'e saw that the fruit tea was ready, turned around and bent down to fill the cups for her two friends before speaking slowly. "Don't worry, it has really recovered, but it has become low-key now, and knows how to keep a low profile. Recently, there are people asking this question every day." She doesn't know how many times she has explained this sentence, and it is almost a conditioned reflex. Seeing that the two of them still don't believe it, Chang'e sighed deeply in her heart, took out an energy stone, and handed it to the golden hoop, and turned back to greet them. "Let's go over there, and let it show you." This is also a recent reserved activity of Chang'e's family, just to let friends, who care about the golden hoop be completely relieved. The three of them moved to the open space in the front yard, and the golden hoop flew in the air and circled. Kong Kong, who was seen in the distance, immediately appeared. One of them jumped up and grabbed the golden hoop, and started to draw a wheel stick flower. After that, it stopped moving and lowered its head to look for Chang'e's figure. Recently, Kong Kong is like a child who is pulled out by his parents to show his talent during the New Year holidays. He was very excited at the beginning, but later he just dealt with it. Finally, now he shows his talent every time for the generous reward. He has been influenced by the other little guys in the family, and knows that he should ask for reward before working. He just played the golden hoop twice, and ran to Chang'e to ask for his reward. Chang'e also skillfully took out the spirit beast pill, and put it in his open palm. Xiao Yaqing looked at Kong Kong's movements, and whispered to Chang'e with envy, "These little guys in your family are so smart. Much smarter than other strange beasts I have seen. In the interstellar era, there are many people who raise strange beasts and array devices as pets, but no one can be like her little guy. They all know numbers, understand transactions, and sometimes come up with some small strategies." Bai Yi and his friends are almost setting up stalls in the underground trading city all year round. After receiving the reward, Kong Kong immediately went to work. He performed a set of handsome stick techniques with the golden hoop, chopping, picking, cutting, sweeping, and finally ending with a complicated stick flower with both hands behind his back. After the performance, he bowed politely and saluted. After hearing the applause, he stepped on the four-way step and left gracefully. Xiao Yaqing was the most respectful. The applause continued until their figures disappeared in the forest on the left. During Kong Kong's performance, she also cheered the most. She was the most enthusiastic one among those who watched Kong Kong's performance recently. Lang Hui looked at the golden hoop in Kong Kong's hand, which had returned to its gray appearance. Thinking about the green light it had just flashed, compared with the golden light before, she whispered in Chang'e's ear, "Is its light different now than before?" "Yes, it will now show different colors according to its needs." Chang'e did not continue to say how it changed. Anyway, this time the golden hoop became more powerful because of a blessing in disguise. Moreover, Kong Kong can cooperate with it to use the least energy and exert the greatest attack. This is why she always calls Kong Kong for every performance. Kong Kong has an energy that invisibly blesses the Golden Hoop. After watching the joint performance of the Golden Hoop and Kong Kong, knowing that it is really fully recovered, the three returned to the living room to chat, and talked about Ji Shuyao, who is taking care of the baby at home. My sister-in-law has lost a lot of weight recently. Now, she can only eat some fruits and a small amount of exotic beast meat every day, and can't eat anything else. When talking about Ji Shuyao's current situation, Leng Hui's face was solemn. She was afraid of pregnancy in her heart. Now seeing her appearance, she was even more worried every day. Xiao Yaqing also knew about Ji Shuyao's situation. After knowing that she was pregnant, several of their good friends came to visit her specially. They also made an appointment with Chang'e that day, but Chang'e said she had something to do and didn't go. Chapter 219. Xiao Yaqing and the others each brought some things to visit, but as soon as they entered the house, they were shocked by Ji Shuyao's face. Her usually fair and round face had become like a tortured prisoner in just a few weeks, with a hungry and yellow face and dull eyes. Seeing that she seemed to be about to collapse at any time, they did not dare to stay for long that day. After putting down their things, they hurriedly chatted for a few words and went home. After hearing their description, Chang'e's idea of staying away from her became more determined. Who knows when this time bomb will explode? Are you going to Emperor Star for the new year? I'm not going. I'm not familiar with that place. It's too uncomfortable to go there for the new year. For this issue, Chang'e and Shan Mufeng had already discussed it, and they had also informed the Emperor Star. Shan Mufeng personally delivered the New Year gift there. I won't go either. I stay here with my brother to celebrate the new year. Leng Hui also said that Ji Shuya's situation this year was special, and Ling Yu had already asked her to help stay here to greet the guests who came during the new year. Xiao Yaqing heard that they were not going to Emperor Star, and sighed sadly, as she looked at them pitifully and said aggrievedly, "Then I will be the only one going there to celebrate the new year." No! She just couldn't stand the cunning of the people in Emperor Star, so she ran to Qihong Star. It was rare to meet a few like-minded good friends here. She was thinking that this year's New Year's Day finally didn't have to fight alone with the cunning of Naquan, but she didn't expect that none of them would go back. This is your first New Year's Day after marrying Shan Mufeng. Why don't you go back? If you go, you can receive a lot of gifts, right? She tried to mobilize someone to go back with her. Chang'e put down the teacup, curled her lips and smiled. The more I receive, the more I have to pay back. I can't handle these things, so it's better this way. She didn't go to Dixing for the new year. Those who were close to her knew the news, and sent her New Year gifts early. It didn't matter whether she went or not. It would be a hassle to accept gifts from those who were not close to her. It would be better for you not to send, and I wouldn't return them. Persuasion failed. Xiao Yaqing could only give up with regret, cherish the last few happy days before the new year, and get together more. The time spent resting at home passed very quickly, and the new year came in the blink of an eye. The family gathered together for the New Year's Eve dinner. The dishes on the table were prepared by themselves, and they started to prepare 3 days ago. There were everything flying in the sky. There were everything swimming in the water, and running on the ground, all of which were high-quality nutritious energy ingredients. This was the most luxurious meal Chang'e's family had in recent years. This meal was equivalent to the family's annual income. Come! Let's raise a toast to wish our new year a new year of soaring combat power, outstanding talents, good health, and long life. Chang's father's wishes remain unchanged every year. Here they gather together, laughing and talking constantly, and telling each other the interesting stories in their stomachs for fun. Over there, at Leng Yu's home, the stove is cold, and there is no atmosphere of the new year at home. Although the energy core is installed, the house is still like an ice cave. Leng Hui really can't stand the atmosphere at home, so she took her phone and ran out alone, wandering aimlessly on the street, staring at the children running and playing with fireworks on the road. Every family is reunited, and it's not good to tell anyone about this matter in her family, but she feels wrong when she keeps it in her heart, and tears in her eyes flow out unconsciously. The more she thought about it, the more she felt wronged. The more tears flowed down her face. She had kindly stayed in Kehangsing to accompany her and take care of her, but when something happened, they took it out on her. Why? She didn't owe them anything. She stood on the roadside crying with red cheeks, and even her nose was frozen. She looked so pitiful. The children playing with fireworks in the square had already seen such a pitiful adult. In fact, she kept watching them crying, and the children felt a little sorry for her. So the child in the small military uniform was pushed out by his companions and ran to her and asked Leng Hui, "Hey, are you setting off fireworks? I didn't bring any fireworks." Leng Hui's brain was frozen and numb at this time. She responded with this sentence reflexively. Because she cried for too long, her voice was a little choked. The little brother knew it long ago. They were all generous children. It was okay to give her some of the poor adults. He waved his hand and said generously, "It's okay. We will each give you some." After that, the little brother stuffed the fireworks in his hand into her hand, turned around and ran in the direction of his friends. He stopped and looked back to see Leng Hui still standing there stupidly. He waved his hand and asked her to catch up quickly. "Come here." The expression on the little brother's face was full of sympathy for her. Such a stupid adult. No wonder no one played with her during the new year, and she had to stand on the street alone and watch them set off fireworks and cry with envy. Leng Hui didn't know the little brother's sympathy for her. At this time, she just wanted to be with these children with the cleanest minds, wash away the messy unhappiness, raise the corners of her mouth, and replied loudly, "Come. Wait for me." She put all her worries behind her and took big steps to catch up with the little brother's pace. With the company of the children, she felt much better. The children didn't have many fireworks, and no one gave her some. The group played for more than half an hour and then finished setting off. "We're done. Let's go back. The firework cores on the ground have been picked up 3 times, and there is no one that has escaped the net," the little brother said reluctantly. Leng Hui didn't want to go back so early. "Can you play for a while longer?" The little fat boy's voice was the loudest. "There are no more fireworks." A boy who looked smaller had not finished the candy in his mouth. When he spoke, the child's saliva flowed out of his mouth. He didn't waste it at all, and sucked it back into his mouth. "We've all finished. We could have set off more." The girl in the blue princess puffy skirt looked at Leng Hui while talking, reminding her that they had no more to play with so soon because they shared the fireworks with her. The child's little mind was no different from transparent. Leng Hui smiled and said, "Then I take you to buy fireworks. Can you play for a while longer?" The other children were very tempted, but they didn't dare to agree. They all turned their expectant eyes to the boy in military uniforms, asking him to express his opinion. It can be seen that this is their leader. Receiving the expectant gazes of his friends, the boy in military uniform imitated the adults and said seriously, "Fireworks are a bit expensive. We can just play with them once. We can't buy so many." She thought these children were curfewed and had to go back. Leng Hui waved her hand to reassure them. "It's okay, I haven't bought any yet. The ones I just set off were your share. I'm just returning them now. It's not extra." They didn't have to spend extra on the fireworks later, and they could continue playing. The boy in military uniform nodded, and the children cheered and surrounded Leng Hui to go to the sales point to buy new fireworks. Chapter 220. Leng Hui had a kid and a friend to play with, so she put all the unpleasant things aside for the time being. She forgot that she was afraid of being disturbed and turned off her computer. She didn't know that she couldn't contact anyone at home, so she started to go out frantically to look for her. Leng Yu, who had been running outside in the snow for a day, returned home exhausted. He pulled a chair and sat down at the dining table with the food box he had packed from Junwei Pavilion in his hand. He took out the food from the box one by one and shouted, "Hui Hui! Have you eaten? I ordered some food. Do you want to come out?" The room was silent, without any movement. Leng Yu did not hear a reply, and shouted again in a louder voice, "Hui Hui! Come out to eat." Someone responded this time, but it was not Leng Hui. He called, "Don't shout, Hui Hui is out." Ji Xuyao's weak voice came from the second floor. She came out of the room, stood at the railing on the second floor, and lowered her head to answer. Her pale face was bloodless, and her purple lips showed that she was severely anemic. "Why did you come out? Go back and lie down to rest." Leng Yu heard her voice, took a small tightly packed lunch box in his hand, and ran upstairs. He reached out his hand and helped her walk into the room, whispering, "I brought you a bowl of health-preserving soup, drink some later." Leng Hui is really a jerk. Why did she go out to play, and leave you alone at home? I will talk to her later. Ji Xuao stopped, pressed his wrist, and said weakly, "Don't blame her, I didn't control my temper," and said a few words to her. "Go find her later, and when she comes back, help me say sorry." "Okay. I won't say anything about her. Have a good rest." Leng Yu also knew that Leng Hui had been wronged at home recently. Hearing what Ji Xuao said, he thought that the two of them must have had a quarrel again. After helping Ji Xuao back to the room, drinking the health-preserving soup and lying on the bed, Leng Yu gently opened the door and called Leng Hui's number. Beep, beep, no one answered for a long time. He tried to send a message again, but no one replied. He thought that today's matter was not a small matter. Leng Hui must be really angry. She didn't even answer the call. He left her a lot of messages but no one replied. He filled his stomach randomly and looked up at the time on the wall. It was already late. It was dark outside. It was especially dark early in the cold season. It was dark and cold outside now. Time passed by minute by minute. Lung Yu sat there and kept looking at the time. Chirp, bang, someone outside started to set off a large salute. This was a signal to prepare for the New Year's Eve. It was already this time, but Leng Hui was still nowhere to be seen. Lung Yu could no longer sit still, so he put on his coat, opened the door, and went out to look for someone in the snow and wind, while constantly using his laptop to contact friends who might know her whereabouts. Hui. She didn't come to see me. Changyi was a little confused when she received his call. Leng Hui had to stay at home with Ji Shuao recently and hadn't contacted them for several days. On the other end of the call, Leng Yu hurriedly wanted to hang up the call when he heard that Leng Hui didn't look for her. Oh, that's okay. If she contacts you, remember to tell me. Changyi thought more and more that something was wrong and asked before he hung up. No. Did you bully Hui? Leng Yu was silent for a moment and explained. No. Shuao just had a few words with her. Nothing happened. Very good. This really pissed off Hui. Changyi didn't want to talk to him, but now it was important to find someone, so she could only ask in a cold voice. When did Hui go out? Probably in the afternoon. I don't know the details. I'm not at home today. At first, he just thought Leng Hui went out to relax and didn't care, and didn't ask too much. Bang! This answer made Changyi very angry. Who is it? She hung up the phone too hard. Shan Mufeng heard the sound, walked behind her, and asked softly, What's the matter? Hui ran away from home in the afternoon, and we haven't found her yet, because she quarreled with Ji Shuyao. Hearing this news, Shan Mufeng's pupil shrank slightly. He knew a little more than Changyi. Leng Hui ran away from home at this time, probably not just because of the quarrel, but this is someone else's family affair. He didn't want Changyi to get involved, otherwise she would definitely be angry with her temper. He put his arm around her shoulders and said, then try to contact her. If you can, tell her to go home early because Lang Yu is looking for her. Yes. That was the only way. Since Hui didn't come to find her, she didn't want them to interfere. She lowered her head and started to call Leng Hui, but no one answered. She tried to send her a message, but no one replied. No one answered. Let's go out and help find her, shall we? Changyi didn't know why she ran away from home, but it was freezing outside, and it was easy to get into trouble if she stayed outside for too long. Wait at home, I go find her. Shan Mufeng held her impatient figure. After sending Shan Mufeng and Chang Song out, Changyi kept sending messages to Leng Hui at home. Tomorrow we buy more fireworks, and we must buy more than those little brats. Zhu Er was not satisfied with the fact that they lost to the kids just now, because Bai Yi was reluctant to buy more fireworks. He kept complaining when he got home. We will definitely win tomorrow. If Leng Hui hadn't been there today, they would definitely not have won us. Bai Yi was also dissatisfied with the result of the fireworks competition tonight. They had agreed on it yesterday. If an adult hadn't suddenly appeared over there, and he was a lunatic, buying fireworks as if he didn't need interstellar coins, which adult would spend more than 10 million interstellar coins to buy fireworks? What a psychopath. Changyi stopped Bai Yi, who was about to go back, and asked, Wait! Who did you just say you were competing with in fireworks? The kids in the square. I tell you, you don't know how much they are going, they. Bai Yi, who was stopped by Changyi, rolled his eyes and began to exaggerate and start a long speech, hoping that she would buy him a lot of fireworks like Leng Hui tonight, so that they could go back tomorrow to avenge tonight's shame. Changyi was in a hurry now, so she didn't have time to listen to its long speech. She interrupted it and asked the key point. Stop! No, I'm asking if you have seen Leng Hui tonight. The prepared speech was not used, and Bai Yi replied listlessly, Yes. She helped those kids buy a lot of fireworks today, which caused us to lose the game. Where did you play with the fireworks? Is she still there now? Hearing that she had really seen them, Changyi stood up excitedly and rushed to Bai Yi to ask. It's over there in the square. Now, they should go home. It was too cold outside, and those children were not afraid of the cold. If there were not so many fireworks today, everyone would be reluctant to go back. Otherwise, they would have gone home long ago. Chapter 221. After receiving the news, Changyi immediately contacted Leng Yu and others to tell them that Leng Hui had appeared in the square. After receiving the news, Leng Yu and others rushed to the square. Leng Hui was not found, but ran into Han Yu, who heard the news and came to look for people. Han Yu saw Leng Yu without saying a word, and he came up and punched him. Leng Yu, who was not prepared, was hit hard. Lung Yu spit out the blood in his mouth, turned his head and shouted angrily, "Han Yu! Are you sick?" Han Yu didn't say anything, but pursed his lips and attacked him blindly. The two of them fought back and forth in the square. This year is the first new year after he and Leng Hui confirmed their relationship. As early as before the college holiday, he and Leng Hui agreed to celebrate the new year together. As a result, Ji Shuyao's incident happened, and Leng Hui temporarily changed her plan and stayed on Qihong Star for the new year. Han Yu was not particularly happy about this matter, but because he liked Leng Hui, he was willing to accommodate her and wanted to arrange the family affairs first, and come to accompany Leng Hui for the new year tomorrow. He didn't expect to receive the news of her disappearance in the middle of the night. After knowing that it was because Ji Shuya made her angry, she was furious. Why should the baby he held in his heart be bullied and run away from home in the cold season, even if the person was her brother or sister-in-law? Now, he didn't kill her because he was Leng Hui's brother. As brothers, Dan Mufeng and others knew about the recent trivial matters of Leng Yu's family, but for the sake of their brother's face, they didn't tell anyone, even their wives. Now seeing Han Yu was going to stand up for Leng Hui, they all chose to stand aside and pretend not to see it. He needed someone to wake him up. After parting with the kid, Leng Hui's anger was mostly gone. She looked at the fireworks blooming in the sky and realized that it was already this time. She thought that Leng Yu should have been home a long time ago. Why didn't he call her? Thinking of this, she turned on her light brain, and then realized that she had turned it off long ago. When she turned it on, it was full of red dots, and the most pinned message was Chang Yi's. Leng Hui took a quick look and found that they were all messages asking where she was. She simply stopped, stood there and took a photo of the fireworks blooming in the sky, and sent a message of safety. Chang Yi had been paying attention to her on the light computer in his hand. As soon as he saw the message, he immediately called her. As soon as the other party showed that the call was connected, he asked anxiously, "Hello? Hui? Are you okay? Where are you?" At this time, Leng Hui also knew that because of her momentary willfulness, she made everyone anxious and angry, and said embarrassedly, "It's me, I'm fine, I'm walking home." "It's good that you're okay, Hui. If they bully you, come to me, I will take Kong Kong to avenge you." Chang Yi made a serious suggestion. She had wanted to fight Leng Yu's bad character for a long time. She couldn't beat him before, and she was embarrassed. This time, he had given her the opportunity. Puff! Leng Hui was amused by her words, and the depression in her heart was swept away. Yes. Why should she endure it? She still has so many people who care and support her. Thank you. Kong Kong is too powerful. They are not worthy of Kong Kong's action. The two of them kept chatting all the way. Leng Hui hung up the call when she reached the door of her house. When she looked up, she saw Chang Yi standing in the snow. The wind was too strong this year, and it made people's eyes sore, and they couldn't control their tears. Although Chang Yi's body was not cold due to the warm stone, her cheeks and nose were still red from the cold wind. She put on a big smile and looked up at Leng Hui, who was standing not far away. Kong Kong held the golden hoop like a brave knight guarding her side. Leng Hui walked over quickly, her voice still a little hoarse after crying, "Why are you here?" Her eyes turned to Kong Kong, who was standing aside with a stern face, and she scolded, "You really brought it with you? You are my sister, no one can bully you. If I say I will avenge you, I will definitely avenge you. Don't worry, our Kong Kong can be a group of generals." Chang Yi said half seriously and half jokingly. Sisters came to her house to support her. Leng Hui felt sour in her heart. Her own brother was not as reliable as her friend. She opened her arms and hugged Chang Yi tightly, buried her face in her not-so-broad shoulders, and said in a muffled voice, "Thank you." When Leng Yu and others rushed home, they saw two women hugging each other at the door, crying and laughing like crazy people. Their cheeks were red, and they didn't know whether they were red from the cold or crying. There was also Kong Kong standing there like a door god, motionless. "Why are you standing at the door? Why no, go in." Leng Yu's face was hit hard by Han Yu, and one of his front teeth fell out. Now he speaks a little lisp. Hearing his voice, Chang Yi didn't even raise her head, and directly ordered Kong Kong next to her to start working. "Kong Kong, go!" Today is destined to be Leng Yu's day of suffering. He had just been beaten by Han Yu before, and now he has not even entered the house, and Kong Kong is chasing him with a stick. Han Yu cautiously stepped forward and asked, "Are you okay?" His face was not much better than Leng Yu's, with bruises all over his face, and his right eye was swollen to the point of a slit. Leng Hui heard the familiar voice, and didn't dare to raise her head in embarrassment. She had been crazy with the kids outside for a long time, and after coming back, she hugged Chang'e and cried for so long. She knew she must be in a mess now without seeing him. Not wanting him to see her like this, she lowered her head and shrank behind Chang'e, saying sullenly, "I'm fine, you guys come in and sit down." After that, she hurried forward to open the door, left a word and ran away. Hanyu wanted to catch up to see, but thinking about his appearance, he was afraid of scaring people, so he had to sit down on the sofa silently and took out the treatment device to treat himself. Chang'e saw that he even brought the treatment device, raised her eyebrows in surprise, and asked Shan, moving sideways, "He has prepared it a long time ago." As for who he beat, there is no need to ask. Among so many people, only he and Lang Yu looked like this. Lang Hui went upstairs to clean herself up. Lang Yu was still being beaten outside. Ji Shuao should be resting on the second floor. Shan Mufeng and Chang'e acted as the host, inviting everyone to sit down and drink tea first. When Han Yu's facial injuries were almost healed, Lang Hui finally came back. She held a plate of freshly washed fruits in her hands and put it on the coffee table. She said embarrassedly, "I really don't want to trouble you today. It's okay. It's cold and you're free anyway, so it's just right to exercise." Xiao Mao is alone this year. His family members are spending the New Year's holiday on Emperor Star, and he is the only one on Qihong Star. He was originally planning to have dinner and hang out in the bar today, but now it's not bad. Chang'e looked at the fruits on the coffee table, frowned and asked in a low voice, "Have you finished the fruits given to you?" She gave fruits in the New Year gifts to all her friends. As Lang Hui was the only good sister who stayed on Qihong Star for the New Year, she gave her an extra bag. At that time, she was afraid that she would give them to Ji Shuyao, so she specially picked medium and low-level nutritious energy fruits, but they tasted better. Chapter 222. The fruits she took out and placed on the coffee table were small and dry. They were all low-quality fruits with low nutritional value. They would not normally serve such fruits to guests, let alone at a time like this. "I've been eating a little too fast recently, and haven't bought new ones yet. Please bear with me." When Lang Hui said this, she was obviously very nervous and her voice was a little stumbling. Chang'e could see that she didn't want to talk too much about this topic, so she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she picked up the teacup on the table and asked about what happened today. "Why are you so interested in playing with fireworks with those kids today?" Lang Hui held the teacup in her hand, rubbing the wall of the cup with her fingertips. She didn't dare to look directly at her, lowered her head, and wanted to bury it in the ground, and explained with a fake smile, "It's the new year. I saw it, it was just a spur of the moment." Hui. You can't be so willful in the future. Do you know how worried we are about you?" Lang Yu's lesson seemed not enough. His face was still swollen, and he was grinning while brushing his teeth as soon as he entered the door. "Pa!" This was the sound made by Chang'e hitting Lang Yu's forehead with a fruit. Thanks to the training of Yuan, her accuracy is much better now. Hiss, Lang Yu covered his forehead with a bag and gasped in pain. His bag was swollen from Kong Kong's beating, and now he was hit by her again, adding injury to injury and pain to pain. The anger in his heart surged to his head, and he yelled with red eyes, "Chang'e, are you sick? You are uncomfortable coming to me during the holidays, right?" Seeing his embarrassed look, Chang'e felt better, and didn't take his roar seriously at all. She rolled her eyes at him, and said lightly, "I'm sorry. I wanted to treat you to a fruit to cool down, but my aim was not good, and I missed the target." "You?" No one believed this reason. Lang Yu was so angry at her rogue look that he wanted to find someone to judge. He looked around, and no one in the room met his gaze. They all held their teacups, and pretended to be deaf and dumb. "Okay. You all help her, right? Okay. I can't afford to offend you, but I can hide from you, okay?" Lang Yu threw his hands, and took a chair in anger, sitting alone with his back to the side to treat his wounds. At this time, Kong Kong, who had successfully completed the task, ran to Chang'e to ask for praise. He patted his chest, pointed at Lang Yu who was still treating his wounds, and told Chang'e that he had completed the task she had assigned very seriously. "Very good, thank you Kong Kong. This is your reward." Chang'e gave them the spirit beast pill and energy stone that they had agreed to at home. Lang Hui saw it from the side and smiled and took out an energy stone for it, and also took a fruit and put it in its hand. Kong Kong had never seen such a bad fruit since he was born, and he didn't know what it tasted like. He took it and started to chew it. "Aw tut, puff," he bit, spit and threw it all at once, without giving others any time to react. His movements were too fast, and when everyone reacted, the fruit had fallen perfectly and hit Lang Yu's head. Lang Yu, who was treating his wounds behind their backs, was attacked again. He thought it was Chang'e who did it again. He turned his head angrily and looked at her, shouting grimly, "Chang'e, don't go too far." Today, he came to vent his anger on Leng Hui. The more unhappy he was, the happier she was. She directly retorted, "Why did you ask me? It's not me who hit you. It's your family's fruit that tastes bad. We Kong Kong will repay you, right? Tastes bad? My family's fruit tastes bad." Leng Yu looked down at the bitten fruit in his hand while speaking, and stopped talking halfway. Holding the ugly fruit, he looked up at Leng Hui and asked in confusion, "Where did this fruit come from? Where are the other fruits at home?" The fruit in his hand was sour and astringent, only a little better than the ordinary fruit, and barely had a little energy. He couldn't figure out why Leng Hui would take this out to entertain guests. The people who came were not strangers. The fruits in the warehouse at home. Because of Ji Shuya recently, he had at least stockpiled hundreds of kilograms of fruits. Not to mention the ones he shamelessly begged from Chang'e. He also bought a lot from the trading city privately. It was not his turn to take out such things to entertain friends. Leng Hui hesitated and didn't know what to say. She opened her mouth several times, but couldn't say anything. She promised her sister-in-law not to tell those things. "Speak." Seeing her like this, Leng Yu stood up and strode over, staring at her face and urging her. Leng Hui blurted out in a hurry, "Oh! All the fruits in the warehouse are gone." This news had a great impact on him. Leng Yu narrowed his eyes after getting the promise and asked coldly, "How come they are gone?" At this point, Leng Hui was not nervous at all. She drank the tea in her hand, no longer concealed it, and simply told him everything. After hearing Leng Hui's story, Chang'e looked at Leng Yu with disgust. A blind man was worse than rotten cabbage. He hugged Leng Hui and put his arm around her shoulders. He turned his head and looked at Leng Hui and said, "Hui Hui, come home with me later. We don't want to play with such a fool as him." Leng Yu didn't expect so many things to happen at home in just a few weeks. He was the offspring of a high-level warrior and was destined to have a hard time. This time, relying on the blood of the human-faced fish that he secretly brought back, Ji Shuao finally got pregnant. Naturally, he was very concerned. Afraid that her body couldn't keep up, they begged for help everywhere to find all kinds of food and medicinal materials for nourishing the body. In short, all the resources that could be used were used, and energy must not become an obstacle. As the new year was approaching, they were afraid that she would be tired, so they kept Leng Hui at home to help. As a result, not only did they lose their child, but they also emptied their house. The Ji family was really good at tricks. "I see." After hearing everything, Leng Yu was so angry that he kicked over the chair beside him, and was ready to rush up to Ji Shuya to argue. Seeing that he was not in a good condition, Xiao Mao and others hurried forward to grab him, who was running away, and forced him back to his seat. Seeing that he was still not quiet, Shan Mufeng shouted angrily, "Enough! Didn't you cause all this? Now, why don't you blame others for what you are doing?" Ji Shuya was soft-hearted and easily influenced by people close to her. This was not a big deal. She had always been like this, and had never made any mistakes in all these years. This year, because of Leng Yu, she got pregnant. Since the Ji family knew about her pregnancy, people kept coming to the door. At first, it was just a few elders from the main family who sent some gifts and made 2 calls to congratulate. Later, there were female elders who asked for the secret recipe for their daughters and daughters-in-law who were also married to high-level warriors. Pregnancy and childbirth are dangerous, but not necessarily, and it is not impossible to take a chance with the benefits obtained during this period. But this secret recipe is not so easy to get. Ji Shuya herself didn't know all of it. Leng Yu only told her that he had obtained a treasure that could increase the probability of pregnancy, and asked her if she was willing to try it. After obtaining her consent, he directly gave it to her. How could she know what it was? She only knew that it was not the pregnancy fruit before. Chapter 223. There are many people coming to the house, and they are all elders in the family, so it is inevitable to entertain them. Ji Shuya's mother's family is a branch of the Ji family, and the conditions can only be said to be average. In the past, they begged Leng Yu, and they were afraid of offending him, so they naturally did not dare to go too far. But now it is different. Their daughter is pregnant, and the situation has changed. It is Leng Yu who asks his daughter of the Ji family to give birth to a child for him. The Ji family members, who are self-consciously standing up, began to act arrogantly in the Leng family. Every time they come to the house, they complain about this and that. It is not enough to just eat and drink well, and they also want to eat and take before leaving. Leng Hui wanted to turn against her several times, But because Ji Shuao looked at her with a pale face and was about to fall, begging her, she was soft-hearted and could only help to hide it from Leng Yu. 3 days ago, Ji Shuyao's cousin actually brought a group of people to the house, saying that they were worried that she would be depressed and bored at home alone, and came to chat with her to relieve her boredom. Among these people, there was actually the restless Lu Jiro. A group of people ate and drank well at Leng's house, and ordered Leng Hui around. If it was just like that, she would have tolerated it, but they talked about things like someone's child died at birth, and someone's child was half-born, big and small, which scared Ji Shuyao. She went up to chase them away, and forbade them to come again. Ji Shuyao's cousin began to provoke her in a veiled manner in front of her, saying that she couldn't see her sister-in-law being good, that she deliberately drove away her sister-in-law's family, and that she looked down on the people of their Ji family. Ji Shuyao didn't listen to her cousin's words on the surface, but she was too nervous at night, and had a miscarriage. Leng Yu just thought that the child was not destined to be born yet. Although he was sad, he didn't blame her. After sending her to the treatment center, he took her home and took care of her carefully. People work even harder to find good things outside to nourish her body, thinking that if she could get pregnant once, she could get pregnant again. There was always hope if she took good care of her body. When she came back from the treatment center, Leng Hui knew that she had lost her child, so she took better care of her. Today, when she sent breakfast upstairs in the morning, she heard the conversation between Ji Shuyao and her cousin at the door. They actually pushed the responsibility of losing the child onto her, saying that she secretly withheld Ji Shuyao's food, hid all the good things for herself, and gave Ji Shuyao all the bad things. It was such an outrageous statement, and the point was that Ji Shuyao believed it. Leng Hui was so angry that she trembled all over at the door. She even used the things in her private storehouse to supplement her, but in the end, she was still complained about. She wanted to quit at that time, but Leng Yu's message came in the communication, asking her to be more careful and help take care of her recently, and he would definitely double the compensation after this period of time. She closed her eyes and thought about how good the couple had been to her, over and over again, and then she barely suppressed her anger and sent the food into the room in a nice tone. But Ji Shuyao in the room didn't think so. She was completely brainwashed by her family. She looked at Leng Hui and found fault with her. She would find something to make trouble for her. Seeing that the food she sent in was not as good as before, she actually said that she had stolen her ingredients in front of her. Leng Hui's face turned cold on the spot, and she said, "No one in the Leng family is a thief. Only your Ji family likes to take advantage of others." After that, she walked out without looking back. This was the whole story of running away from home this time. Changyi really didn't realize that Ji Shuyao was such a person. She always looked like a calm and reserved elder sister. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be such a fool. She glared at Leng Yu fiercely, turned back to Leng Hui and said, "How much did you pay for Leng Yu to compensate you? Why does he need you, his younger sister, to help support his wife?" Hearing her words, Leng Yu tried to smile, but failed. Instead, he looked even more sad. He could only nod at Leng Hui and kept saying, "Yes, yes, yes. Tell me what you gave me, and I will make it up to you. This time, I am sorry for you. No, it's just some food. You usually give me a lot." Leng Hui didn't want to embarrass him, so she declined tactfully. Changyi interrupted her and advised, "Why not? Brothers should settle accounts clearly. One thing is one thing, and this matter cannot be mixed up. Changyi makes sense. Just keep it." Leng Yu looked very tired. After speaking, he turned to look at Changyi and asked, "Do you have more fruits and wine? What do you want to do? Is this man going to target her again?" She wouldn't give him more even if she had more, so that he would be so confused that he didn't even know that his house was stolen. Seeing her look of being on guard against thieves, Leng Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and explained, "I don't want yours. If you have any extra, give some to Hui Hui. I paid for the interstellar coins." He didn't know how much Hui Hui had paid, but the fruits were definitely gone. Now, it was difficult to find good fruits. No one in the trading city was selling them. There were still several months of winter season, and Leng Hui couldn't let her have no fruits to eat for several months. He knew Changyi must have a lot of them. If he asked her to buy them, she would definitely not give them to him. However, if he helped Hui Hui buy them, she might be willing to pay some. Only when she heard that it was for Leng Hui did Changyi nod with satisfaction and affirmatively said, "That's about right. You can give me 5 million. The price Changyi gave was a discount. She planned to give Leng Hui another one according to the standard of annual gifts. After entering the winter season, the price of materials changed every day. There was no one selling things in the trading city. They were all clearly marked with prices, and they were ready to grab them. They dared to bid 100,000 for a mid-level fruit, which was more than 5 or 6 times higher than before. When Ling Yu heard her offer, he took out his laptop and pressed it without saying anything. After that, he said calmly, "I transfer it to you." Chang'e glanced at the message he had just received. "Oh, so generous, double the price." Then she would add a little more. She raised her eyebrows and looked up at him with a smile and said, "I won't sell it to you. No, just give it to Hui. The price of materials is high now. If this is not enough, I will make up for it." He didn't care what Chang'e would give to Ling Hui. He was only responsible for giving out interstellar coins. After playing and paying, it was already late, so everyone simply formed a card game and waited for dawn at Ling's house to celebrate the new year together. Downstairs, people were celebrating the new year in a lively manner, while upstairs, Ji Shuya was lying on the bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She had actually woken up a long time ago, when Ling Hui started talking. She stood by the door and listened to everything. She wanted to go downstairs to defend herself, but she didn't know where to start. She did all those things. Ling Hui didn't lie. Finally, seeing Ling Yu's cold eyes, she didn't dare to go downstairs. She could only go back to her room and pretend to sleep and pretend she didn't know. At the moment before dawn, their communicators simultaneously issued a sharp alarm sound, which was a notification signal for an emergency incident in the military. Chapter 224. The alarm sound of the communicator made everyone present change their faces. They put down their cards in unison and turned on the light computer to check. Seeing the new message from the military, Shan Mufing's expression was particularly solemn. He stood up, picked up his coat, and prepared to go out. He kept a series of instructions. Chang'e, go home immediately to open a protective shield and pay attention to your safety. We are going to the military now. Please pay attention to the military's notification for follow-up news. Chang'e was the only one who was not from the military. She did not receive the message. She didn't know what was going on. Seeing their appearance of facing a great enemy, she became nervous unconsciously and asked anxiously, "What happened?" "Don't be nervous. It's not us who are in trouble. It's something that happened over there on the Emperor Star. We are going to the military right now. Please pay attention to your safety." After saying this, Shan Mufing didn't have time to explain more. He just gave her a hug to comfort her nervous mood and left. In the room that was just bustling, she was left standing alone in the middle. She looked back at the scattered cards on the table. Someone had knocked over the teacup in a hurry, and the tea had flowed to the ground. "You don't have to clean up. Go home. I asked the housekeeper to clean up here." Ji Shuyu's cold and weak voice came from the second floor. Chang'e, who was bending over to pick up the overturned teacup and preparing to clean it up, heard her words and looked up at her on the second floor. Originally, he wanted to blame her and seek justice for Ling Hui, but looking at her pale face, he couldn't say it. He could only shut his mouth, nodded, put his things away, and turned away. Hateful people also have their pitiful side. After all, only the person involved can decide whether to blame or not. Others can only watch and worry. Chang'e, who was about to go home, found that Niu Qindian was already waiting at the door. His appearance made her feel even more uneasy. After going up, she looked up at the second floor and called softly, "Master Bai? Are you there?" Niu Qindian stretched out a branch to hook her little finger, and Niu Qindian's somewhat panicked voice came from the sea of consciousness. "Those bad guys are out again." "What bad guys? Who are you talking about coming out again?" Its incoherent words made Chang'e confused. "Bad guys, just bad guys." From its tone, it can be heard that it has a strong fear of the bad guys it calls, so that its words are a bit upside down and incoherent. Chang'e had an indescribable premonition that the bad guy Niu Qindian was talking about might be related to the military's alarm this time. She stroked its leaves, slowed down her voice, soothed its emotions, and asked softly, "Tell me slowly, there's no rush. Tell me clearly what the bad guy is." Unable to explain, Niu Qindian directly shared the picture in his memory with her. It was a giant insect race. It was hairless, soft and boneless, without pain. From the beginning of its appearance, it continued to devour all living things until it was full and died. This creature seemed to have no weaknesses, not afraid of death and harm. Even if its body was decomposed, it would be useless. Each of its cells could grow independently. Every 1,000 years, they would randomly appear from the black hole of the universe. On the planet where they appeared, they would never stop until they had eaten all the living things. Niu Qindian had encountered them before. At that time, it relied on abandoning all branches, retaining only a few seeds in the core, and buried deep underground to fall into a deep sleep to save its life. Is this the bad guy? Is it the same this time? Chang'e, who had left her sea of consciousness, muttered to herself while looking at the busy aircraft in the sky. Chang's mother, who was waiting at her doorstep, grabbed her wrist as soon as she saw her come back, and asked anxiously, do you think we will have to move again? Chang's mother was very satisfied with her current life. She was away from Chang's grandfather and others, and her daughter and son-in-law were nearby. The family had a reunion dinner together every now and then, and she could find someone to discuss things with. She didn't want her peaceful life to be disrupted again. Chang'e couldn't answer her question either. If it was the creature in Yo Champion's memory, if it appeared, they seemed to have no other choice but to move. After all, this creature would not disappear until it had eaten all the life forms it sensed. No, Mom. You have to believe them. They will definitely protect this planet. She said comforting words, wondering if she had anything to save herself if it really happened. She didn't want to leave, because her private manor had just taken shape. In 2 years, she could live happily with this manor alone. After entering the house, Chang'e poured a cup of soothing tea for her restless mother, and asked her to sit in the living room to follow the latest news from the military on the Star Network. She took the little ones at home to the empty space left at the beginning to add a layer of protection for her manor. She was not familiar with the formation, but there was only one formation, called Heaven and Earth Prison. She would never forget that her good master would use the entire mountain as a formation to trap her, just so that she would not be disturbed before the sacrifice. Heaven and Earth Prison. As the name implies, once this formation is activated, the entire formation is an independent world. No one outside the formation will notice the breath inside, even if the formation is turned upside down. But this formation is actually very easy to break. For those life forms with weak mental power, it is just a thicker fog. As long as you don't use your brain and violently break this formation, it will completely disappear. After understanding the characteristics of the Star Beast, she thought of using this formation as a protective shield. After placing enough energy stones in several formation eyes, she returned to the living room and focused on the news from the military with Chang's mother. I don't know which planet the Star Beast will choose to attack this time. Chang's mother saw her coming back and pulled her to sit next to her to watch the news broadcast by the military together. The Star Beast has not appeared yet. They received the news that the sensing system detected the abnormal fluctuations of the universe black hole. Now, all the planets in the universe are paying attention to the movement of the black hole. I don't know when and where the last pair of shoes will fall. Chang'e looked at the latest military forecast report, which was not too bad. Because of its location, Chihong Star did not seem to be the primary target of the Star Beast this time. The black hole energy fluctuations were the largest in the several central star regions headed by the Emperor Star. At that time, seeing this forecast, Chang'e felt less nervous. After all, her closest relatives were around her, and whether the Emperor Star had any problems or not would not affect her much. It seemed that her formation would not be used, and her energy stone could be dug out again later. That was great, Mom. Do you have some snacks in the kitchen? It was already bright at this time. Usually, this was the time to get up and eat breakfast. She rubbed her dry belly and felt a little hungry. I won't eat, you go and eat. Chang's mother stared at the latest news on the light brain, as if the Star Beast would appear beside her in a blink of an eye. Chapter 225. Okay. If Chang's mother doesn't want to eat, she will eat by herself. Chang'e hopped towards the kitchen. The locker was full of various delicacies. These were all prepared by Shan Mufeng for her recently. She picked a few that she liked and brought some to Chang's mother. She returned to the living room with the plate. Now insert the latest black hole news. The first black hole link has been opened. It is located on the east side of the Emperor Star. All residents of the Emperor Star are requested to prepare for evacuation and evacuate in an orderly manner. As soon as she walked out of the kitchen, she heard the latest news about the black hole being broadcast repeatedly above the entire residential area. The first unlucky guy appeared, but she didn't expect it to be the most arrogant Emperor Star. Thinking of some people on the Emperor Star, Chang'e felt a little gloating. I wonder if that family will regret settling there. Now they have to flee again in less than a year. Mom, eat something first. Chang'e put the plate in her hand on the table and stared at the projected Star Beast picture. The black vortex spun at high speed, as if it was going to swallow everything around it. When the vortex slowed down and expanded to become a 10-meter wide black hole, a white light spot appeared in the middle. This was the Star Beast. The first thing that caught my eye was a big mouth and its neat and sharp giant teeth. The sharp tip refracted the starlight, which made people shudder. I saw it twisting its huge body towards the direction of the Emperor Star. It was getting closer and closer. The Star Beast was about to fall. At this time, the warriors protecting the planet worked together to drive a purple electric net to cover it. Changyi's mouth was full of food, and his voice was a little vague. Who made this array? It looks very powerful. This array looks very much like the legendary net. Chang's mother is not as carefree as her. When she saw the Star Beast being stopped, she finally let go of her worries. She clasped her hands together excitedly and muttered, "Thank God. Star God bless, it's okay. It's okay." Changyi praised, "The Emperor Star is the Emperor Star, there are so many good things. The Star Beast is so famous, but it is unexpected that a simple array device from the Emperor Star can handle it. It's not good to handle it. In this way, we don't have to be afraid of the Star Beast in the future, we can all." Before Chang's mother finished speaking, the picture in front of her changed again. The Star Beast in the electric net automatically decomposed and turned into dust-like cells that floated out from the gaps in the net. Looking at this sudden change, Changyi silently put down the food in his hand and murmured, "Mom, doesn't the explanation say that each cell of the Star Beast can be transformed into an independent individual? They still have array devices to catch it?" Chang's mother stared at the picture in front of her, as if talking to herself or asking someone. Maybe? Changyi was more concerned about where will those scattered cells fall. Won't they drift to us? Chang's mother couldn't answer her question. It shouldn't happen. The distance is too far. Star Beasts can't survive in the universe for a long time without the help of black holes. This is its characteristic. Otherwise, according to its special vitality, it can eat all the planets in the universe. Although it has this characteristic restriction, no one can guarantee that there will be no accidents. They can't do anything about the Star Beasts. They can only continue to pay attention to the broadcast screen nervously, and silently pray in their hearts that the Star Beasts will not come. They are just ordinary people, and can only protect themselves. What they worried about did not happen, but the situation was not optimistic. The scattered Star Beast cells did not float to other places, but fell on the soldiers guarding nearby. The protective shields on their bodies did not work at all. The increasing Star Beast cells soon submerged their bodies. The screens filled the entire broadcast screen, and the director's voice disappeared at this moment. Chang's mother had never seen such a scene before. She was so scared that she trembled all over. The hand holding Changyi's wrist unconsciously increased the strength, and asked with trembling lips, "Can they still be treated?" The soldiers in the picture can be seen to be about the same age as Shan Mufeng and others. Their combat power is not weak. They should have had a long life, but now they disappeared without a trace in an instant. When she asked this, Changyi had a stern face, and shook his head with a solemn expression. This was simply impossible. She really couldn't be a superior. She didn't care at first, but when she saw dozens of lives disappear in an instant, her heart kept twitching, and her mind spontaneously began to think about what could deal with this difficult Star Beast. The first batch of defenses failed, and the planetary shield of Emperor Star had been opened long ago. After the Star Beasts had just had a full meal, they turned around and attacked Emperor Star, which had more food, and their giant teeth gnawed at the shield. At this time, the broadcast screen only had the sound of them gnawing, and cracks slowly appeared on the colorful planetary shield. Is there no other way for Emperor Star to deal with the Star Beasts? Seeing that the cracks on the shield were getting bigger and bigger, Changyi frowned so hard that he could kill a fly. The Star Beasts came once every 1,000 years, and each time they ended up abandoning the planet and escaping. Could it be that Emperor Star would do the same this time? This is the Emperor Star. It took tens of thousands of years of resources to form a planet. Did they just give up like that? She didn't believe that there was no way to resist the Star Beasts over the years. Maybe there is. Chang's mother herself was not so confident when she said this. If there was a way, the Emperor Star would not watch the Star Beasts eat the protective shield without stopping it. Sure enough, when she saw the first flying ship symbolizing the Emperor Star family flying away from the Emperor Star, the hope in her heart was finally completely extinguished. Beep! Changyi's communication rang. Looking at the caller displayed on it, she pressed the answer button. Class teacher? The person on the other end of the communication didn't beat around the bush, and went straight to the point and asked, Changyi, is your Qihong Star's current immigration policy still in place? I don't know, but you should be able to come now. Changyi looked at the flying ships that kept appearing on the screen, and replied lightly. No matter what era, resources are always in the hands of a small number of people. Half an hour has passed since the first flying ship appeared. The place where the Star Beasts gnawed has changed from the seam-like gap to holes of varying sizes, and the protective shield has become dim. It is not difficult to imagine that the Star Beasts must have appeared in the Imperial Star, but there is no sign of ordinary people evacuating in the picture. Those ordinary star citizens who grew up in the Imperial Star may never have thought that even if they are noble, as the people of the Imperial Star, they feel nobler than those remote star citizens since birth. When the disaster comes, they are the first to be abandoned like those remote star citizens. Chang's mother heard her communication and asked curiously, "Your class teacher is coming to us?" The Imperial Star is a little far away from the sailing star, and it should not be the first choice for those noble Imperial Star people. Chang Yi's class teacher is strange. Chapter 226. Well, she asked me if there are any immigration benefits. She must want to come here. Chang Yi was very welcome to the class teachers coming to Qiheng Star. The ability of the class teacher in the college is obvious to all. Moreover, the class teacher represents more than just her personal ability. Beep beep. I don't know why. Today, everyone seems to like coming to Qiheng Star. The class teacher just hung up the call, and the fat guy called again, and said he wanted to come and play with her. Chang Yi looked at the call records in the communicator. Today, the call records in 1 hour are equivalent to her half a year's volume. She didn't even know that there were so many people in her communication. Chang's mother had just hung up the phone. She looked up and secretly looked at Chang Yi's face, and said carefully, "Your uncle's family said they want to come over." Chang Yi raised his eyelids and looked at her, and said calmly, "I won't receive them." She had no feelings for her uncle's family. This family was the representative of those who wanted to take advantage and be good people. They never acted like evil people in public, and always pretended to be forced and wronged, but they never took less advantage. Her words made Chang's mother breathe a sigh of relief. It was better if she didn't oppose it. Okay, I will make it clear to them. Chang's mother didn't like these people in the Chang family either, but she always had to consider Chang's father's feelings, and didn't go too far. Fortunately, it was Chang's uncle who came, and their family would at least do some superficial work, so they wouldn't go too far. In the next few days, Chang Yi stayed at home to watch the real-time broadcast of the Star Beast situation. The Emperor Star had completely fallen, and there were 2 other planets like it. The number of casualties among the star citizens was no longer reported from the 2nd day onwards. The footage from the Imperial Star was no longer broadcast after the evacuation of ordinary people on the 3rd day. The current broadcast footage mainly focuses on the whereabouts of the black hole and the star beasts. You're back? Chang Yi was sitting in the living room watching the broadcast as usual. When she heard the noise coming from the door, she looked up and saw that it was Shan Mufeng, who hadn't been home for many days. She stood up and went forward to help him take off his wrinkled coat. The bottom of his eyes were dark blue, and the red bloodshot in his eyes was serious. It was obvious that he didn't sleep well. Chang Yi turned around and prepared to go to the kitchen to get him something to cushion his sleep, and then go upstairs to rest. Don't be busy yet, I have something to discuss with you. Shan Mufeng grabbed her wrist, stopped her from leaving, and took her to the sofa to sit down. He rarely showed her such a serious expression. Not knowing what the big deal was, Chang Yi sat up straight and looked at him. What's the matter? Seeing her look of being in danger, Shan Mufeng raised his hand to put her scattered hair behind her ears, and said softly, "Don't be nervous. If you don't agree, just refuse. Many of the disaster-stricken star people moved to our place. The military supplies are a bit tight. The general discussed with me whether we can sell him a batch of supplies." Knowing that it was this matter, Chang Yi could understand it, but there were still some things that needed to be clarified. Is it just our family? This matter was not big or small. He knew his wife was very smart, and understood everything at once. He held her in his arms, raised his lips, and said softly, "No, all officers have received a notice that the military is buying supplies at a high price. That's fine. The goods collected by Mr. Bai are still in the warehouse, at the back of the farm. You can see how much you want, and ask them directly. Mr. Bai's men account for the majority of the products on the farm. They were originally prepared to sell them, and it's just right to sell them to the military now. Thank you. I won't let them suffer a loss." Only with Chang Yi's ending, Shan Mufeng could go back to the general. After finishing the official business, Chang Yi absent-mindedly played with his fingers and asked hesitantly, "Do you have any family or friends coming to Qiheng Star?" Shan Mufeng's family and friends are all in the Imperial Star. This time, someone will definitely come to seek refuge in the disaster-stricken Imperial Star. She doesn't like to have strangers at home, so she pretended not to know and didn't ask. Chang's mother had talked about this matter several times in her ear, so she asked casually at this time. If there really is someone, then the guest bedroom at home can be used, and it won't affect their normal life. Shan Mufeng looked at her. She was obviously not happy, but she was still thinking about him. He was happy in his heart. The curve of his mouth became more obvious. He hugged her in his arms and replied, It has been arranged. Don't worry. The big families of Emperor Star all have other planets stationed. This time, their Shan family moved to Ziwei Star. There are only a few playmates of the same age who came to Qihong Star. They basically have military positions and are directly arranged by the military. He just needs to add some supplies privately. Qihong Star does not receive a lot of refugees, but most of them are ordinary people. The supplies they bring with them are limited. For a while, the prices on the planet have hit new highs. Ordinary ingredients have tripled, and nutritious ingredients are even more outrageous. Shan Mufeng helped sell the batch of ingredients from Master Bai at a good price. These days, they are so generous that they took the nearby children to set off fireworks in the square all night. If the parents hadn't come to ask for them, Changyi would not have known that there was a rich man in the family. Xiao Yaqing excitedly shouted to the two of them, Hui, I missed you so much. Come on. Sit down. Changyi patted the seat beside him and called her over. Xiao Yaqing was lying on the chair, feeling very emotional. If I had known, I would not have returned to the Emperor Star. It was so much trouble to go back and forth. Hui, you are smart and didn't go back. Seeing her expression of serious loss, Changyi asked curiously, when did you come back? People who came out of the Emperor Star need to be quarantined first, and in order to avoid confusion, they are not allowed to contact people before the end of the quarantine. Therefore, the people who came this time have not started to walk around until recently. Xiao Yaqing sat up straight, picked up the juice in front of her and drank it all, and then said leisurely, our family evacuated that afternoon, and we are considered the first batch of people. No one in the family was at home to discuss this matter. Changyi asked curiously, are the casualties of the Emperor Star this time okay? The report data on the Star Network only showed that there were a few soldiers on the first day. Other ordinary people only said that a few people were accidentally injured or killed during the evacuation, and there were no others. This report that always whitewashed the peace was hard to believe. Xiao Yaqing shook her head slowly and answered in confusion. I don't know, but I heard that the college will start recruiting students next month. They didn't know about this, but Leng Hui knew something inside, and said lightly, the number of students in the college has decreased by 1/3. Her words made the other two gasp, and Changyi put down the teacup and asked, is this news reliable? Han Yu told me, you can take a look at the situation in your class. Leng Hui was thankful more than once that her running away from home allowed Han Yu to come to Kahangsing in advance, otherwise, he might appear on the missing list. Hearing this, Changyi quickly turned on the light brain and checked the situation in the class. There was a list of dropouts hanging on the bulletin board. She counted 3 times, and there were as many as 12 people. Chapter 227. Sometimes not knowing the truth is always a good thing. Changyi couldn't help but think of the evacuation a year ago, and her disgust for that family increased. Calculating the time, it's time for the uncle of the Chang family to come to visit. Do you have friends coming from the Imperial Star this time? So far, she is very satisfied with what Xiao Yaqing asked. Those who have informed her about coming have not come directly to her house. No, those who come have other arrangements. Leng Hui sat aside holding a teacup in a daze. After a while, she seemed to have made up her mind. She looked up and looked at Changyi firmly. Can I stay in your guest room for a while? Ah? Her words made Changyi a little surprised. Is Ji Shuyao making trouble again? Surprised in his heart, his face remained calm, holding her hand, and said happily, of course, if you want to come, I welcome you anytime. I asked you to come a long time ago, but you still don't want to. Fortunately, she was not rejected. Leng Hui moved uncomfortably and took the initiative to explain. Ji Shuyao's family also said they would come this time. I don't want to see them, so I can only hide at your place for a few days. The things that Ji Shuyao has been doing recently are really disgusting. You can come and live here with me. I don't know what Bai Yi and his friends are doing recently. They are nowhere to be found all day long. The little guys of Bai Yi have been quiet at home for a few days since the day when the local tycoon brought his children to set off fireworks and was complained by the parents. Recently, they have started to stay away from home again. Every day, they ask mysteriously what they are doing, but they don't tell me. Then I will move in and live with you too. After hearing this, Xiao Yaqing started to act like a spoiled child and wanted to come. Okay, all of you come, there are plenty of rooms there. If you like, I take you to choose now. Since her bestie was willing to stay, she welcomed her very much, and then she stood up and took them to see the rooms. Xiao Yaqing made a request shyly. Can I live with Mr. Bai and the others? Changyi turned her head and looked at her face. Are you serious? Yes. Seeing that there was hope, Xiao Yuqing nodded heavily. I've been eyeing Mr. Bai's two-story house for a long time. The Nyo Chindian number 2 that Xiao Mao bought will eventually belong to her. Although, due to its size, it can only be used as a toy. She likes it very much and often takes it out to play with it, looking at it inside and out. Although Nyo Chindian was a little clever at the time and cheated Xiao Mao a little, the reduced version of number 2 was really exquisite and beautiful, and she always wanted to live there once. This request is indeed unique, but it is understandable if you think about it. The second floor that Nyo Chindian wove for Bai Yi is very delicate, like the forest hut in the fairy tale. Because of her request, the three of them turned around and walked towards the forest area in the north. All the plants in the north are centered on Nyo Chindian, which surrounds the entire forest area with vines. As soon as they approached, the little guy inside got the news. Hurry up! Hurry up! Bai Yi stood on Zhu Er's head and hurriedly directed Kong Kong and others to destroy the evidence. Chang'e saw the thick smoke coming out of the forest area before entering it, and her heart skipped a beat. Oh no, won't they fight again? Fearing that they would not know the seriousness of the matter and destroy the newly built home again, Chang'e did not care about the other two people following her, and ran towards the direction of the smoke, and at the same time used the optical brain to contact the smart housekeeper to prepare to come over to put out the fire. When she arrived, the fire on the ground had been put out. Fortunately, it was not burning randomly this time. It looked like they were roasting something. It was good that they were not burning the house. Chang'e looked at their obvious ghostly appearance and deliberately put on a stern face and asked with a frown, "What are you doing? Tell me." Kong Kong was the largest and the least courageous. He shrank his neck and hunched his body to make himself less conspicuous. He kept chewing something in his mouth. Zhu Er was the most carefree. He chewed like nothing happened. There was a suspicious white object sticking out of the corner of his mouth. Chang'e went forward to see it more clearly. He thought it was food he wanted to steal. He opened his mouth wide and chewed faster. He swallowed the food in his mouth in 2 or 3 bites. Xiao Yuqing, who was chasing after Chang'e, smelled the meaty aroma in the air. She took a deep breath, and the smell became stronger, making people salivate. Seeing Kong Kong still chewing, she asked, "It smells so good? Are you eating something delicious?" "No." Kong Kong denied it too quickly, which further proved that he was trying to cover his mouth. The meat residue that he had not completely swallowed almost fell out. Fortunately, he covered his mouth with his hand in time to avoid being exposed. He choked and swallowed all the food in his mouth. Chang'e, as long as they don't destroy the house, it doesn't matter if they eat something secretly. They are not ordinary people. As long as they are willing to eat, it will definitely not harm them. However, she still warned again, "I don't care what you eat, you are not allowed to burn the house again, understand?" "No." Kong Kong doesn't burn the house. Kong Kong roasts insects. Kong Kong, who obviously realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, covered his mouth tightly with his hands and looked at her with innocent eyes. Puff. This child is so funny that Chang'e couldn't bear to say anything to him. She could only pretend that she didn't hear anything. She turned around and pointed at Xiao Yuqing and asked Mr. Bai, "Can she stay on the second floor of your house for 2 days?" Mr. Bai looked her up and down, and after a little thought, he asked, "Do you want to pay the rent?" "Yes. Yes. Yes. Can I pay it in advance?" In order to live in the small house she had been dreaming of, Xiao Yuqing took out the energy stone on the spot and held it in front of it. With the energy stone paving the way, everything can be discussed. When Mr. Bai saw the energy stone in her hand, his eyes were as bright as 2 laser lights. His little claws pulled the energy stones one by one into his space and put them away. Only then did he have time to talk to her. Mr. Bai wanted to imitate the gesture of raising his fingers, but he only had 3 fingers, so he quickly put them behind his back, looked up at her and said, "Can you stay for 5 days? 5 days? Chang'e felt that Mr. Bai was a bit of a profiteer. Xiao Yuqing had just given him 20 energy stones, enough to stay in a hotel outside for half a month. She wanted to bargain for Xiao Yuqing, but the owner of the other party nodded and agreed. "Okay, Mr. Bai." "Thank you." "Mr. Bai." Xiao Yuqing agreed too quickly, leaving no room for others to interrupt. "Okay. The more they fight, the more they suffer. She won't be the bad guy." Xiao Yuqing's room was chosen. Chang'e turned around and asked Leng Hui, who was standing aside, Hui, where do you want to stay? Stay in the guest room or live here like her?" One sheep is driven, and a group of sheep are released. Since Xiao Yuqing is the leader, it is okay for Hui to not stay in the guest room. Chapter 228. Leng Hui smiled and shook her head. "I just choose an ordinary guest room." She just wanted to avoid the troubles at home, be alone and quiet, and live anywhere. Master Bai had just made another fortune, and was so happy that he took out a white wriggling worm from his mouth and wanted to give it to Xiao Yaqing. Xiao Yaqing's scalp tingled just by seeing the naked body. She waved her hands desperately to reject its good intentions. Her stiff body was full of resistance. I don't want it, you keep it for yourself. Thank you. What is that? Leng Hui was not afraid of this. She came forward with interest and stared at the worm in Master Bai's hand and looked at it carefully. Chang Yi didn't like this boneless creature from the bottom of her heart, but she was not afraid. She glanced at it and asked, "Is this the good thing you just roasted?" It looked a little small, but the white meat looked very similar to the exposed section of the pig. Delicious. The meat of the white worm tastes very good. Seeing that Chang Yi did not blame him, Kong Kong looked at the worm in Bai Ye's hand and swallowed his saliva. At this time, Leng Hui, who came forward to observe, seemed to have discovered something and asked, "Is it only this big?" Hearing her ask this, Kong Kong, who was standing aside, didn't know when to pull up a handful of grass and went forward to feed it to the white worm. This little worm looked small in size, but it ate food very fast. It ate a handful of grass in the blink of an eye, and its body grew about 1 centimeter. Kong Kong watched it finish eating and continued to feed it with grass. I don't know how focused his eyes were. If it hadn't swallowed its saliva a little frequently, I really thought it was feeding sincerely. The three of them looked at the little worm in Bai Ye's hand. It grew from the size of a finger to the thickness of an arm as it took in food. At this time, they all saw something wrong. The grown-up worm opened its iconic big mouth, revealing its row of sharp giant teeth. Xiao Yaqing, who was afraid of insects, couldn't even speak properly. She hid behind Chang Yi, trembling and pointing at it. That's... really? Chang Yi stared at the insect and asked Leng Hui, looking for the answer. Leng Hui observed the insect carefully again and nodded firmly. It's almost right. Kong Kong. Don't feed it anymore. Weren't you roasting insects just now? Now, this should be roasted. It won't taste good if you feed it meat. While talking, the insect grew bigger and was more than 2 meters long. Mr. Bai had already put it on the ground. Niu Qianbian used vines to control its movements. If you look closely, you can find that the vines are covered with dense barbs. Hearing Chang Yi's words, Kong Kong stopped feeding and asked Niu Qianbian to set up the insect. It was going to start roasting meat. The branches they used to roast the insects were fresh fruit would drag from the orchard. It was not easy to burn, but the empty flames made the fruit would sizzle, and the excess water evaporated continuously, emitting a unique fragrance. Xiao Yaqing smelled the faint meaty aroma of fruit wood in the air, and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Looking at the golden roasted insects, she murmured, "This insect seems to be quite fragrant. I wonder if it tastes good?" Chang Yi turned his head to look at her greedy look, and really admired her foodie spirit. She was scared to death just now, but now she has the courage to want to eat. The roasted insects are almost done, and Mr. Bai still remembers his big customers, and turned back to greet Xiao Yaqing. "Do you want to eat?" Xiao Yaqing stared at the roasted crispy meat. Although she wanted to eat it, her reason still made her control her desire, and she shook her head hard to refuse its invitation. Since she refused to eat, Bai Yi and his friends were not polite. Niu Qianbian helped and divided the roasted insect meat into 4 equal portions. The little guys could see that they had done it many times before. When they got their own portions, they couldn't wait to enjoy it. Chang Yi waited until they finished eating before asking Bai Yi, "Where did you catch the insects?" Qihong Star was not the landing point of the Star Beast this time, and there was no news of the Star Beast carriers from the quarantine station. But what Bai Yi and his friends had just eaten was clearly a Star Beast, and they had never left. She couldn't think of where Bai Yi and his friends could get the Star Beasts from. Bai Yi, who had just eaten and was rubbing his belly, heard her question, and his hand movements paused. He turned his head to look at her, blinking his little eyes, and pretending to be innocent, trying to get away with it. It refused to say, so Chang Yi asked someone else, "Kong Kong, where do you say this kind of insect comes from?" "Pixiu." Kong Kong had just said 2 words when Bai Yi flew over and blocked his mouth. Its reaction was fast, but these 2 words were enough. "Give me back the Pixiu jade pendant." If Kong Kong hadn't mentioned it, Chang Yi would have almost forgotten that the Pixiu jade pendant had been with him all day after the golden hoop came out. She hadn't seen this stingy guy for a long time. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Bai Yi was so angry that he kept jumping on Kong Kong's head. This big fool was more trouble than help. If it wasn't for its fighting power, it would definitely not take it. "Give it back to me." Chang Yi didn't care how angry Bai Yi was, and continued to demand it. Bai Yi reluctantly took out the Pishio jade pendant from the tortoise shell. Chang Yi reached out to take it, but it was still reluctant to let go. Chang Yi increased her strength and pulled the jade pendant out of its little claws. The Pishio jade pendant pretended to be dead the whole time, without any reaction, as if it could escape the disaster this way. Chang Yi had many ways to deal with it. Its sensitive sense of smell was its fatal weakness. Tell me the answer, or I will lock you up for 3 days and 3 nights, and I guarantee that you will be marinated for a month. Pa, the Pishio, who knew what to do, didn't need her to really do it. Just the verbal threat was enough for it to surrender, and the star beast's mother body that they hid in it was thrown out of space. The star beast like a hill suddenly appeared in front of them, scaring the 3 of them dumbfounded. Chang Yi swallowed her saliva nervously, and it took a long time to come back to her senses. Bai, master, tell me clearly where this came from. If you don't tell me clearly, I will shave all the hair on your body for you today. Chang Yi looked at Master Bai with a dangerous look in her eyes. As long as it didn't cooperate, she would definitely do what she said. Alarm! Alarm! There are star beasts invading! There are star beasts invading! The energy fluctuations of adult star beasts broke the barrier, allowing the planetary defense system to detect it and issue a red warning. The alarm interrupted Chang Yi's questioning. She hurriedly asked Pishio to put the star beasts away again, and at the same time used the optical brain to briefly report the situation at home to Shan Mufeng, so as not to make things worse and end badly. After sending the message to Shan Mufeng, the alarm stopped quickly, and a temporary statement was issued, explaining that it was just a test warning and not a real star beast invasion. The temporary solution outside, Chang Yi raised her head and swept her eyes over the bodies of several small ones one by one. She didn't know since when there were so many restless little guys in her house, as if they were raised inexplicably. Come with me into the house. No one is allowed to leave until we make it clear today. Chapter 229. After entering the house, Chang Yi did not interrogate immediately, but just sat and chatted with Leng Hui, deliberately leaving them alone. Kong Kong was timid, and could not help but slowly approached, wanting to admit his mistake to Chang Yi, but he did not dare to betray his friend, so he just tried to put his head into Chang Yi's arms. Shan Mufeng rushed home immediately after receiving the news at the military headquarters, and asked impatiently as soon as he entered the door, did they really catch the star beast and eat it? Chang Yi walked over and tapped the turtle shell with his fingers. Master Bai, take out a small one. The adult body now dared not let the Pishio out, so he asked Master Bai to take a small one as a sample. Master Bai, who was hiding inside, pushed out a small white worm from the turtle shell, and then retracted himself into the shell. Shan Mufeng squatted down, picked up a small insect that was no bigger than a finger, and carefully avoided its teeth. It looks like it, but it's too small to distinguish. That's easy. Chang Yi turned around and called Kong Kong, asking him to feed the insect with grass as before. A moment later, Shan Mufeng looked at the insects squirming on the floor of the living room, and confirmed that his little guys really brought the star beast home. Later, Shan Mufeng replaced Chang Yi's position, and questioned them strictly. Professionals are different. Chang Yi only knew that threats were different. Shan Mufeng defeated them one by one, using coercion, inducement, and multiple methods, and soon pieced together the whole story from their mouths. It was Kong Kong who proposed that the star beast could be eaten. There was a record of this kind of food in its talent inheritance. The flying ship was obtained by Bai Yi. As for the interstellar coins to buy the flying ship, they were personally delivered by Shan Mufeng, which were the ingredients he helped sell. They have clear division of labor. Kong Kong holds the golden hoop as the force of the whole team, responsible for suppressing the star beasts, and making it easier for them to choose suitable prey. Master Bai is the commander-in-chief, responsible for the entire battle layout and planning, the navigation of the flying ship, and the selection of the address. Niu Qianbian and Pishio are responsible for logistics. Their abilities have a suppressive effect on the star beasts. Master Bai uses energy stones as a reward and asks Pishio Jade Pendant to help them preserve the mother of the star beast. After hearing the whole picture of the matter, Chang Yi has a new understanding of the little guy at home. This is a complete hunting team, from the vanguard responsible for charging, to the commander who controls the overall situation, and finally there is a complete guard protection and logistics supply. Wow! Master Bai, you are so awesome, you can actually drive a flying ship. How can you be so awesome? Xiao Yaqing held Master Bai in the palm of her hand, and praised him again and again. It's not him who actually drives the ship, it's Niu Qianbian. Chang Yi was among the group correcting that with Bai Ye's small body, he couldn't even reach the control console of the flying ship, so how could he drive the flying ship? He was remotely controlled after contacting Neo Champion. That's also amazing. Flying ship. We don't know how to drive a flying ship. Driving a flying ship through the cosmic meteorite belt is not a trivial matter. If you are not careful, the ship will be destroyed and people will die. Dan Mufeng took Bai Yi from Xiao Yaqing's hand, shook the tortoiseshell to force it out, and asked, Star Beast, can we humans eat it? Star beasts are things that cannot be killed or destroyed. If they can be included in the food list, they will no longer pose a danger in the future. Bai Yi, who was shaken and poked his head out, shook his little head to keep himself awake. After hearing his question, he said proudly, You can't burn it to death. What it said was true. They had tried many methods, but failed to kill the star beast, including burning it with fire, even the fire from the Earth's core. Only the empty fire can do it. Master Bai retreated into his tortoise shell, and did not answer Shan Mufeng's words. The empty fire can roast the star beast. Chang'e and the others had just witnessed this with their own eyes. After getting the answer they wanted, Shan Mufeng took Kong Kong and the others to the military. 3 days later, Chang'e came to the military, and sat in a familiar yet unfamiliar meeting room. This time, she was not looking for support from the military, but to support her little guys in the negotiation. Chang'e, right. Today, I called you here mainly to discuss with you whether you can take these little guys from your family to the Imperial Star for a trip. General Ji sat at the top and asked kindly. Before coming to the military, Shan Mufeng had told her the general situation. Kong Kong's flames can completely kill star beasts. Neo Qianbian's vines can control the movements of star beasts perfectly, and Pixiu can even devour star beasts directly. Their 3 abilities are too perfect for destroying star beasts, and it is hard not to be tempted. In the past, star beasts would eat up all the energy of planets occupied by them, until there is no more energy for them to eat, and they would start to eat their companions until there is no more food. There are 3 planets occupied by star beasts this time. If they can be taken back, the value is inestimable. Chang'e did not agree directly. At present, Kong Kong and the others are not afraid of star beasts, but according to the images of this broadcast and the records of interstellar history, she cannot guarantee that Kong Kong and the others can easily defeat the counterattack of a large number of star beasts. Admiral, give me some time. I need to ask them separately. Admiral Ji expressed his understanding of her concerns, nodded in agreement, and took the lead to leave the meeting room, leaving the space for them. Before leaving, he asked the Deputy General to leave her the information about the star beast. Shan Mufeng, as a military personnel, also stood up and followed behind to walk out, but before that, he walked in front of Chang'e and looked into her eyes, leaving a sentence, You are not a military personnel, you don't have to have any psychological burden, just follow your own inner thoughts, don't worry about anything else. After all the military personnel left, Chang'e swiped her fingers and played the information about the star beast. It was unknown who compiled this information. The opening scene was a star beast eating a child. The child's tender body was not as big as the star beast's mouth. It was swallowed by it in one bite, and there was no time to scream. The chewing sound of the star beast eating in the picture resounded throughout the venue. The laser bombarded the star beast, and the limbs that had not been digested in the stomach fell out. Some nerve reflexes would move. The star beast divided into several segments quickly began to eat and grow again, returning to its original size. Chang'e felt her stomach churning. Before watching, she thought she was ready, and could calm down no matter what she saw. Now, the picture hadn't finished playing yet, but she couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so she pressed the pause button to stop playing. Kong Kong! Master Bai! Can you beat the star beasts on a planet? What are star beasts? Kong Kong had no idea about the star beasts she was talking about. Ignorance is good. Kong Kong and the others were not affected by the picture at all, and they were still as innocent as before. Resisting the discomfort, Chang'e pointed at the star beast on the picture and explained to it, It's the big bug on the picture. Bugs are delicious. Kong Kong's mind was filled with the sweet taste of the star beasts. Seeing the plump star beast on the picture, the saliva in his mouth began to secrete again. Chapter 230. Foodies are not suitable to discuss this. Let's change people. Chang'e turned to Bai Yi. Is it okay for you to deal with the star beasts on a planet? It will be tiring. Bai Yan's little eyes were full of wisdom. Okay. That's it. After repeated confirmation, Chang'e basically understood that there was no problem dealing with star beasts. The number was not a problem. It was just a matter of energy consumption. Chang'e opened the door and let the people waiting outside in. Dan Mufeng walked closer and saw the picture in the house, and secretly raised his foot to kick the Deputy General. He knew that they would definitely play the emotional card, but he didn't expect it to be so direct, and he was not afraid of scaring people. Thinking of this in his heart, his steps could not help but speed up, and he walked to the seat next to Chang'e and sat down. Everyone sat down again, and the deputy general asked on behalf of the general, Chang'e, I don't know what the result of your discussion is. We can go to the Emperor Star, but who will pay for the resources consumed? Of course it's us. The deputy general remembered something halfway through his words, and did not continue, but turned his head to look at the general sitting at the top. The Emperor Star has been abandoned since the star beasts landed. Now, it is equivalent to an ownerless planet, but if they clear the star beasts on the planet, I'm afraid they can't treat it as an ownerless planet in the future. The ownerless planet belongs to the first development group, and they only need to register on the star network, have more than 100,000 residents settled on the planet, and establish a complete planetary defense. General G tapped the table with his fingers, making a rhythmic thumping sound. After a moment of silence, he curled his lips and smiled. It is not without precedent to re-register a planet after cancellation. We just need to follow the rules. The admiral's words settled the matter. The deputy general's eyes were frighteningly bright. He turned around and promised Chang'e in a particularly loud voice, all the supplies have been delivered. The area of the original academy is all yours. General G made another promise. His promise made Chang'e very happy. The academy is not just the place where the school was built. It has independent mineral veins and plantations. It is much larger than her current small manor. It is a complete miniature city. When will we set off? The earlier the star beast is eliminated, the more supplies that belong to her can be preserved. The deputy general had already calculated it, and blurted out, 3 days later. This time is used to organize their supplies. If they didn't want to hide it from someone with ulterior motives, they could be faster. They really can't wait. Haven't they considered that she would not agree? Although she agreed, she still felt a little uncomfortable when she saw that they even calculated the departure time. Not wanting to see these old foxes anymore, Chang'e said goodbye and left with the little guy at home. Shan Mufeng didn't say a word the whole time, just followed her silently. With Nyo Nyo in the aircraft, Chang'e lay on her own recliner, closed her eyes, and rocked gently. If we are unhappy, we will refuse. The invasion of the star beasts was not caused by you. Even if you destroy the star beasts this time, those people can't come back. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Shan Mufeng is a standard interstellar soldier. He has long been accustomed to these life and death. Only by being strong can he protect himself. Relying on others will eventually collapse one day. That's what he said, but those bloody scenes will still make people feel sympathetic. Don't think it's easy for Shan Mufeng to say. If he really sees a group of vulnerable groups in front of him, she doesn't believe he will be indifferent. I'm not unhappy, I just remember that if I hadn't joined the military's evacuation team, I would have ended up like those people. Chang'e's tone was very light, as if this matter was really insignificant. Shan Mufeng stood beside her, and his warm lips carefully pressed against her brow, but his eyes were full of pity. That's all in the past, you will always be my first. Chang'e raised her eyes, and stared at his handsome face, her lips raised to reveal a radiant smile, and whispered softly, It's great to have you. Xiaoyi. Are you back? The peaceful atmosphere between the two was broken. Chang'e saw the family standing at the door, put away the smile on her face, pursed her lips, and slightly raised her head, yeah. Directed Nyo Chindian to go around them. Uncle Chang was dissatisfied with her attitude, his face was gloomy, he chased up and scolded, Humph. Do you still have manners? Is this the attitude you have when your elders come to your house? Shan Mufeng stopped and looked back, his eyes were cold and silent, and after staring at Uncle Chang for a few seconds, he slowly spoke. My family's defense system has just been upgraded, Uncle, do you want to help me test it? Under his shocking gaze, Uncle Chang felt that the wounds he had suffered before seemed to be aching again. The two-person high door slowly closed in front of Uncle Chang's group. They wanted to force their way in, but were afraid that they would really be hospitalized again, so they could only bark helplessly outside. Snap! The arm-thick vines whipped the people outside the door like a whip, turning their curses into screams. Through the surveillance footage, Chang'e saw a family outside the door being whipped by vines and running around. She bit the fruit in her hand and thought to herself, Mr. Bai's craftsmanship is good. The fruit is getting sweeter and sweeter. I have them plant some on Emperor Star when the time comes. The uncle of Chang's family didn't want to come to Chihong Star this time. When Emperor Star was evacuated, they used the same trick to grab the evacuation quota of their cousin's family. Unfortunately, not everyone is a jerk like Chang's father. As soon as they landed, they went to the main family to make trouble. No matter how Chang's grandfather made a fuss, they didn't get any good results. The main family refused to help them clean up the mess. Without the support of the main family, their meager family property could not support their previous life at all, and they didn't even have enough basic supplies to survive the winter season. Knowing that the eldest uncle of the Chang family was coming to Chihong Star, they followed quietly. After arriving at Chihong Star, they went straight to the Chang family after the quarantine ended. Although Chang's mother was dissatisfied with the arrival of these uninvited guests, she reluctantly accepted them and promised to help them find a place to stay and leave after they found a resettlement place. Who knew that the uncle of Chang's family was not at peace at all? After a few days, they found out about Chang Yi's new home. After seeing the scale of her new home, they had evil thoughts again. Ignoring Chang's mother's warning, they secretly came to the door. Chang Song went home and felt bad when he heard that his uncle had been out for a long time. He quickly sent a message to Chang Yi, reminding her to pay attention to the dogskin plaster stuck on the door. Too late. Chang Yi replied to Chang Song with 2 words, plus a live video. The uncle and his family of the Chang family, who had been defeated by Chang Yi, rushed back to the Chang family in a panic, but they were greeted with a cold and indifferent door. After receiving Chang Yi's video, Chang Song immediately asked his mother to pack their things and put them at the door before they came back. He also put up a sign at the door, saying, "We are a small family, sorry we can't welcome you." Chapter 231. How ridiculous. Chang Jingtai, get out of here. What do you mean by this? When the uncle of the Chang family saw the closed door and the conspicuous sign, he was furious and started to rant. They were busy cursing inside and didn't notice the people coming from behind. Chang Jingtai was walking home from outside with a bag of baked cakes in his hand. Hearing his cursing and glancing at the sign at the door, he replied coldly, "If you don't understand the literal meaning, go to the Star Network Enlightenment class to learn." When Chang's uncle saw him coming back, he turned around and asked, "Chang Jingtai, you are back just in time. We came from afar, and you treat your brothers and their families like this?" Chang's father told the truth and suggested sincerely, "My house is small, and we can't afford to entertain you, a distinguished guest. You can stay in the hotel like your eldest brother. If you decide to stay on Chihong Star, register on the Star Network as soon as possible, so that you can build your own home as soon as possible." Second brother. "It's not that we don't want to go, but when we came, our father specifically told us to visit your house, so that he can feel at ease." Chang's aunt's words were full of needles, and she used Chang's grandfather to pressure people. "You have been watching for several days. We are short of food and clothing and cannot afford to entertain guests. If you have time, tell your father and ask him to help me. I will be able to entertain you next time." After so many troubles, if he still can't figure it out, I am afraid that his children will even kick him out next time. After saying this, Father Chang no longer looked at them, but opened the door and went into the house without giving them a chance to pester him. The uncle of the Chang family saw that it was useless to move out the grandfather, so he had no choice but to stay in a hotel with his family. "I'm going out in 2 days. You guys should be careful at home, and don't let those people bully you again." After dinner, Chang Song worriedly reminded Chang's father and others. This time, the mission to clear the star beasts on the Imperial Star is a confidential operation. Chang's father's combat power is too low to be qualified to go. Chang Song has strong personal ability, and took advantage of his relationship with Chang Yi to get a quota. On the day of departure, the sky was beautiful. The first little snows stopped soon, which did not delay their trip at all. Even with the double protection of warm stone and energy core, Shan Mufeng was still afraid of her cold, so he wrapped her in 3 layers inside and outside, and carried her all the way from home to the flying ship. In order to keep the trip secret, they set off before dawn and left the civil aviation terminal secretly. Everyone boarded the ship in batches, wearing casual clothes outside. Chang Yi found their behavior funny. Admiral Ji was afraid that people would recognize him, so he disguised himself and wore a wig, dressing up as a trendy teenager. That wig was provided by the logistics department. Dan Mufeng saw that she had been staring at the Admiral's wig, so he said, "If you like it, I buy you 2 when you come back." Thank you. I don't need it." Chang Yi's scalp tingled when she thought of going out with a chicken coop hairstyle. She didn't like it, so she declined. It was really because the chicken poop on the wig was too realistic that she took a few more glances out of curiosity. Kong Kong, as the main fighting force this time, was wearing a golden armor specially provided by the military. It was said that this was imitated by a senior talent master according to the armor on the interstellar war god statue. Because the materials used were too special and too heavy, it had been left unused. This time, he wanted to give it to Kong Kong as a decoration, but he didn't expect it to fit him perfectly when he put it on, and it didn't look heavy at all. In addition to the armor, Kong Kong also had other customized items, including a purple gold crown on his head, a red satin cape with gold edges behind him, and golden combat boots on his feet. He looked like a majestic general. The flying ship stopped in the starry sky outside the Emperor's star. The stars gathered in front of him, beautiful and mysterious, embellished in the distant and mysterious dark night sky like a colorful curtain swaying and floating. This scene can shock people no matter how many times they see it. Are you ready? Kong Kong and the others heard the Admiral's words, imitated the sergeant's, stood up straight, and nodded solemnly. Chang'e watched them turn around and board another small flying ship to leave. The star beasts would parasitize, and in the early stage, they could only rely on a few small ones to fight alone. From the pictures sent back from the small flying ship, they saw the whole process of Niu Chindian operating the flying ship. It can only be said that a creature that can grow hands according to needs and has a super brain is not something that ordinary humans can accomplish. In the picture, Niu Chindian's vines transformed into several arms. Each button can be pressed at the same time without time difference. Under its operation, the flying ship rushed through the pressure layer steadily. At this time, the Emperor's star was full of star beasts. In just a few days, the green plants that were proud of had been eaten up. The buildings were full of traces of Nas. There was no living creature on the street except the star beasts. Kong Kong stood on Niu Chindian with a golden hoop in his hand and floated in the air. He turned his wrist, and the golden hoop in his hand changed color. A blue flame ignited outside and swept towards the star beast below. A blue and white fire dragon swept out. Wherever the flame touched, it turned into a vacuum, leaving no dust, and there was not even a corpse of the star beast left on the ground. Admiral G had removed his disguise and returned to his original appearance. Seeing this scene, he kept nodding his head in approval. Kong Kong's flame is unusual. Chang'e's eyes were more focused on the golden hoop stick. She knew that Kong Kong alone did not have such great power. Here, with the blessing of the golden hoop stick, the cultivated golden hoop stick could not only freely convert the power of the 5 elements, but also have a blessing effect on the attacks it sent out. Leave the meat! Leave the meat! Bai Yi, who stayed on the flying ship, jumped up and down when he saw this scene. He kept shouting at Kong Kong in the loudspeaker, asking him to keep the meat of the star beast. Kong Kong, who had just been shocked by his extraordinary performance, heard this and stared at the empty ground in a daze. He was a little dumbfounded. That's right. He wanted to keep the fragrant meat to eat back. The number of star beasts was huge. After a while, the place that had just been cleared began to be occupied by new star beasts. Kong Kong, who had just suffered a huge loss, adjusted his state and attacked again. This time, he became much more cautious, and the fire dragon he shot was obviously much smaller than before. The skinny fire dragon staggered towards the star beast, sizzling. Oil splashed everywhere, and the smoke rose, like a sudden cloud covering the area. Chang'e and the others could only see the star beast roasted by the fire dragon sizzling with oil, but Kong Kong smelled the strong smell of burning at the scene. He couldn't help but jump to the ground and rushed into the cloud, looking for the place with the strongest fragrance, and opened his mouth to take a bite. When the smoke dissipated a little, they saw Kong Kong squatting on the ground catching a star beast, roasting and chewing it, and the golden hoop turned into a barbecue stick, with star beasts hanging all over it, and the dark blue flame roasted it diligently. Cough, cough, cough. General G coughed twice, his mouth corners raised, and the expression in his eyes was exactly like an elder who doted on his children. Chang'e. Can you tell the little guy now that we can eat the barbecue later? Chapter 232. On the Emperor's star, without Chang'e's reminder, Master Bai couldn't help it. He couldn't bear to see Kong Kong eating alone, so he took out the Pichio jade pendant and threw it out of the cabin. Niu Chindian skillfully stretched out the vines to wrap the Pichio jade pendant in the air and sent it to Kong Kong. With the cooperation of Niu Chindian, Pichio collected all the star beasts that had lost their lives on the ground into the space. Kong Kong looked at the empty golden hoop, smacked his lips, and savored the aroma of barbecue in his mouth. Master Bai's urging words floated in the air. Kong Kong stood up and swung the golden hoop to hit the fire dragons. Its speed was too fast. The thick smoke rising from the scene soon made it difficult to see the picture again. All that could be seen was Niu Chindian floating around with the Pichio, and there was nothing wherever he passed. You can come over. An hour later, Master Bai sent a message to inform them that they could land. The Emperor's star, which lost its planetary defense shield, was extremely cold. Chang'e's first reaction after getting off the flying ship was to tighten her coat to prevent the biting cold wind from blowing. Chang'e spread her palms, caught the falling snow petals, and murmured, "It's snowing." The snow in the cold season came suddenly. The sky was sunny just now, and suddenly there was a heavy snowfall, which quickly covered the blood stains on the ground. Shan Mufeng adjusted her cloak and reminded her worriedly, "I'm going to be busy, you pay attention to safety." Niu Qindian liked Chang Yi to handle the absorption of energy, which could increase the purity of energy and achieve twice the result with half the effort. "Well, go ahead." Chang Yi was very curious about the robot that was as big as a hill. It looked like a very heavy mechanical arm, but it could carefully avoid every tiny plant below when cleaning and collecting, even if it was just a tiny root. Everyone scattered, cleaning the battlefield and searching for possible lives. Niu Qindian turned back to pick her up and followed Kong Kong again. Master Bai was very busy as the logistics manager, always paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. Once he noticed that Kong Kong's energy was unstable, he immediately sent energy liquid and spirit beast pills to replenish it. The smart Pichio was also worried. It kept count and asked for rewards from Master Bai every time it reached 100, otherwise it would not help collect. Chang Yi watched Master Bai busy with interest until Niu Qindian reminded her in her sea of consciousness. Then she took out a bottle of special energy liquid and poured it on its roots. She was not needed to fight the star beasts, and she could not help much with logistics. When she was free, she smelled the burnt meat and had some ideas in her mind. "Master Bai, can you sell me 2 star beasts?" All the star beast corpses belonged to them. This was agreed in advance, and Chang Yi could not destroy them casually. Hearing that she wanted to buy, Mr. Bai quoted the price skillfully. They had been setting up stalls in the trading city many times, so they were very skilled in selling things. 100 yuan. Okay. Chang Yi handed the energy stone to Mr. Bai, and asked the star beast to keep it for a while, and take it later. She took out the refining furnace, and put it away. She wanted to try whether she could use the star beast to refine it. She asked Niu Qindian to help stuff the star beast into the furnace. Only the star beast was not enough, so she stuffed it with materials with ignition properties, and finally asked Niu Qindian for some of it with thorns to put in. She was afraid that ordinary fire could not refine the star beast, so she called Kong Kong to help light the fire. She could control Kong Kong's flames in small amounts, probably because they had a contractual relationship. Bang, bang, bang. The star beast in the refining furnace began to refine. The gas produced inside impacted the furnace cover and was unstable. The fragrance overflowing from it made people and beasts drool. Kong Kong, who was fighting in front, smelled the smell and ran over to ask if he could have a bite. Chang Yi smiled and rejected this greedy kid, who wanted to taste everything and didn't even ask if he could eat it. Hiss. Just after sending away a greedy kid, there was another greedy little guy behind him. Zhu Er couldn't stand the smell and quietly crawled over. He tried to climb up by pulling his legs, but unfortunately he forgot to consider the temperature of the furnace and his trotters were scalded red. "You deserve it." Chang Yi laughed and scolded, took out an ice pack for it, and let it hold it to cool down, so as not to really become a roasted trotter. The trotter was scalded, and its little eyes were still staring at the medicine furnace. It was like this. Chang Yi didn't want to turn around and find that there were materials added automatically in the refining furnace. Before the fragrance disappeared, she stared at it and guarded it tightly. Fortunately, the fragrance faded after an hour. After the fragrance was not so overbearing, she turned down the fire to avoid burning it. "What are you refining?" "It smells pretty good." During the lunch break, Chong Song slurped the vegetarian porridge in his hand. The scene of the star beast eating was too shocking. Today, everyone unanimously requested to eat vegetarian food. Chang Yi glanced at him and asked maliciously, "Star beast, do you want to eat?" Hearing this, Chong Song's movements froze, and he drank the remaining porridge in the bowl in one gulp. He stood up hastily and said goodbye. "I'm done, I'm leaving first, you eat slowly." Chong Song was not the only one who smelled the fragrance. Others were embarrassed to ask because of face. After knowing the answer, many people were glad that they didn't ask. In the afternoon, the fire was turned off, and when the temperature dropped, she asked Niu Qindian to help open the furnace, and stood on the ladder to look inside. Such a strong aroma, she thought it would be elixir or something, but it turned out to be a furnace of golden and crispy oil residue, with crystal salt particles on it. Boom! What's going on? Where did the sound come from? What exploded? The violent explosion made the busy people stop what they were doing and quickly run from the room to the open space to find the source of the explosion. Chang Yi stared blankly at the huge star beast in front of her. Ugh! The scene in front of her aroused her physical discomfort. They have been on the Emperor Star for 3 days, and have not encountered a single living person. The star beast kept throwing the living creatures below into its mouth like candy beans, biting them with a squeak. This was the sound of the teeth rubbing against each other when it chewed the food in its mouth. The food in its mouth was human and animal. This star beast should be the insect mother this time. It was huge, 10 times the size of ordinary star beasts, and even the empty flames could only hurt its fur. Its recovery ability is extremely strong, and the little wounds burned will soon grow new flesh and blood to replace them. Kong Kong's invincible flames lost their effect on it. Attack its mouth. Chang'e reminded Kong Kong in front of him to concentrate his firepower on burning its mouth. Kong Kong followed his instructions and set a fire dragon towards its mouth. Bang! The blood mist scattered in the air, leaving dazzling blood flowers on the white snow. The star beast's attack has always been that big mouth that can chew everything. Chang'e didn't expect that it would actually condense the food in its mouth into a ball and shoot it out as a bullet to block Kong Kong's attack. This action made Chang'e a little afraid to act rashly. There were still many living things under it. The awake star people saw this scene and made a sharp explosion. The soldiers who came over looked at the star people who were kept as food reserves by the star beasts, and their eyes were red. Chapter 233. Damn it! Damn the star beast! What should we do? We must first find a way to rescue those people? How can we rescue them? Empty flames can't hurt them. The sergeant looked at the wailing star people below, but he was powerless and began to give up on himself. The star beast picked the star people like them in front of him, and deliberately bit them with a squeak. I will fight it. The young sergeant, with red eyes, grasped the energy sword and leaped forward. The sword light slashed at the face of the star beast. The insect mother didn't even move, and the star beasts beside it rushed forward to block it, and the sergeant's attack couldn't get close to the insect mother at all. The star beast that counterattacked opened its big mouth to swallow the sergeant, but at the critical moment, the vines of Nyo Chindian wrapped around his waist and dragged him back. Kong Kong dodged and swung his stick to make up a blow in time to block the star beast. The insect mother had no reaction to the death of these ordinary star beasts. It even threw several half-cooked star beasts into its mouth as food. Let's retreat first and make plans later. It was impossible to save them, and it was impossible to kill them. Xiaomu suggested going back to discuss it first. Save us! Don't go, save my child. Help! The trapped people saw their intention to retreat and were desperate. They ran desperately, approached, and called for help. They wanted to retreat, but the insect mother did not allow them to escape. Puff! After spitting several times, the new star beasts immediately began to devour the surrounding food after landing, and soon grew into the form of adults, surrounding them. The newly appeared star beasts seemed to have a certain immunity to the empty flames. The fire dragons that used to sweep across the land can only slow down their movements now. The effect of the flames is weakening. Seeing this, the sergeant's eyes narrowed and he exclaimed, the empty flames are their biggest reliance this time. If they lose their function, then their cleaning task this time. You and Nyo Chindian go first. Shan Mufeng whispered in Chang'e's ear. Chang'e turned his head to look at him, and saw the determination to face death from his face. You said you would never abandon me. Be good. Be obedient, you go first, I follow behind. Shan Mufeng's words of persuasion did not move Chang'e. It's not time yet. Chang'e looked at the approaching star beasts with flickering eyes. Nyo Chindian, can your net control them? Chang'e communicated with Nyo Chindian in the sea of consciousness. No, their skin has become thicker, I can't pierce it. The reason why Nyo Chindian was able to control the actions of the star beasts before was mainly because he used thorns to pierce their bodies and release anesthetic liquid. If he couldn't pierce through from the outside, what about from the inside? Chang'e kept looking for suitable weapons in his mind, and people's wailing kept coming to his ears. This won't work, this won't work, this still won't work. Chang'e kept throwing out everything he could think of, even the spirit beast pill, and as a result, the star beast became even bigger. What to do? Is there really no way out? At this moment, Chang'e's mind was blank. She couldn't think of any other way to let them escape today's disaster, but just numbly threw things out. Huh? Look, what is that? A warrior with fire attribute, the attack he swung did not hit the star beast, but collided with the meat scraps that Chang'e had just thrown out. The meat residue that absorbed the fire attribute gave off a strong meaty aroma, which attracted the surrounding star beasts to scramble for it like crazy. A lagging star beast took advantage of its companion's scramble to use their bodies to sit on the pedal, bounced its fat body, jumped up, opened and closed its mouth, and swallowed the meat residue into its mouth. Before it could be proud, the salt particles on the meat residue in its mouth turned into fine needles, sewing its big mouth tightly. The disappearance of the fragrance made the competing star beasts stop their actions and turn around to continue to besiege Chang'e and the others. They did not notice that one of their companions was lying on the ground twisting and struggling. Shan Mufeng only saw the reaction of the star beast after swallowing, and did not know what it was. Is that your newly refined array weapon? The sudden change gave them hope of counterattack again, and the soldiers slowed down their retreat. Anything else? As Xiao Mao asked, the soldiers next to him turned their eyes to Chang'e. Yes. A plate of oil residue that looked burnt and crispy appeared just like that. How do I use this? Xiao Mao's Adam's apple rolled slightly. It should be enough to import the superpowers. Just now, it was pure coincidence. Chang'e didn't know how to use this oil residue, but the array equipment should be the same. Importing superpowers is always right. Xiao Mao said nothing, just silently picked up a piece of oil residue, raised his hand to import superpowers. The oil residue that received the energy floated in the air, and followed his push to fly towards the star beast's pile. The oil residue that was stuck in the air did not react at all, and there was no fragrance. The star beast below did not even give it a glance. Zhang Zisheng. Try to import it. Chang'e recalled the situation just now, found Zhang Zisheng of the fire system in the crowd, and asked him to try. Zhang Zisheng, who was on guard at the front, heard the words and raised his hand to shoot a fireball at the oil residue. Sure enough, after being baked by the flames, the oil residue once again exuded that tempting aroma. Snap! Another star beast that was hooked was forced to shut up. This time, it didn't choose a good position when it fell, and it just hit its companion. The aroma of the oil residue had not completely dissipated, and the companion who liked to eat it directly regarded it as food, hugged it, and ate it up. Seeing the effect of the oil residue, the fire warriors took action one after another, and for a while, the air was full of the meaty aroma of the oil residue. The smell was too strong. Not only the star beast couldn't stand it, but Kong Kong was also tempted to try. If Chang'e hadn't let Niu Qindian trap it early, I'm afraid it would have joined the ranks of shutting up. The brainless foodie, with the oil residue hooked, even ignored the orders of the insect mother, and had long forgotten about whether to besiege or not. The insect mother, who was sitting in the back, could not wait for her subordinates to bring fresh food. In addition, she smelled the tempting aroma in the air, so she moved her huge body to come and check. Goo poo! Goo poo! This is the sound made by the insect mother crushing the star beast. The insect mother has absolute suppression over the star beast. The star beasts that were still fighting for it, sensing the arrival of the insect mother, all leaned down and let it crush and devour them. Chong Song saw the fine needle pierce from the upper lip of the insect mother and shouted excitedly, "It works!" He was too happy too early. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The fine needle of the oil residue only made it shut up for a moment. As the energy disappeared, the fine needle in its mouth turned into a hidden weapon and sprayed out. I don't know who shouted, "Be careful!" The vines of the cow stalk wrapped Chang'e into a ball, which was full of shiny fine needles. From a distance, it looked like a cactus. After the rain of needles passed, it spread out its vines, revealing Chang'e inside. Chapter 234. The worm mother appeared, and all the attacking oil residues were swallowed by it alone, and the soldiers dared not drive again. Give me some more of your thorns. Chang'e looked at the worm mother, who was eating with relish. Her eyes were cold. Very good, you like to eat, right? I will definitely let you eat enough. The whole basin of oil residue was soaked in the green thick liquid, which was a super anesthetic extracted from the thorns of the cow purse. Kong Kong squatted on the ground and set the fire, drooling. It smells so good. I want to eat it. Gudong gudong. The boiling anesthetic kept rolling in the furnace, and Chang'e kept an eye on its changes. Looking at the water that had completely turned transparent, her eyes lit up, and she silently said in her heart, "It's done. Now! Xiao Mao. Send it. The oil residue must be hot to taste good." When Xiao Mao heard the call, he retreated from the front row to her side, waved the Daofeng chain, rolled up the entire refining furnace, and floated above the worm mother. Pour! The water column poured down from the furnace. Because of the aroma of oil residue in it, the insect mother did not dodge, and opened her big mouth to catch all without leaving a drop. With liquid as lubrication, a lot of oil residue went directly into its abdomen from its esophagus. Its heat resistance was far beyond expectations. The boiling hot water had no effect on it. It enjoyed the delicious food delivered to its door. What is this thing of yours? It seems to be useless to it? Xiao Mao had already taken back the empty refining furnace. Wait a little longer. She believed in Niu Qindian's strength. As long as it was a living being, there would always be an energy source. Have you found it? Niu Qianbian attached some of its spores to the thorns. After taking root, it was connected to it. The life born from this spore only lasted for a few hours. How strange. Every part of its body is an energy source? The body of the insect mother seems to be a complete individual, and it seems to be a combination of tens of thousands of independent individuals put together. Then string it together? With Chang Yi's instruction, Niu Qianbian directed the spores in the insect mother's body to turn into silk threads, using the spikes on the oil residue as needles to penetrate every energy source from the inside out. Puff, puff, puff. Each penetrated energy source is like a punctured balloon bubble, bursting and shrunken, and separated from the main body. The insect mother sensed the changes in her body, and wailed in pain, but it was too late. It lost control of its body. Chang Song looked at the pearl string that came out of the insect mother. It's pretty. The death of the insect mother gave everyone a strong encouragement. The fire warriors began to attack the star beast with oil residue again. Lian Kongkong turned the fire energy that he couldn't eat into power, and injected the fire dragon into the mouth of the star beast, starting to roast it from the inside. Black hole. The wormway appears. Leave. The black hole that brought the star beast appeared again. The soldiers chasing the star beast stopped and turned around to run in the opposite direction, constantly reporting to their companions. They were about to win, but suddenly, a black hole came to snatch them. Chang Yi looked behind the black hole, and couldn't see anything. It seemed that there was nothing behind it. Why do I feel a little dizzy? It was pitch black in front of her. She didn't feel dizzy. It was Shan Mufeng's broad palm that covered her eyes. Don't look at the black hole. No one knows the origin of the star beast. It's not that no one has been looking for it for tens of thousands of years, but there has been no result. There is only one sentence left in the record. Don't try to explore the mystery of the black hole. It will make you fall into eternal nothingness. When she opened her eyes again, there was no trace of the star beast on the Emperor's star. If it weren't for the traces left on the ground, she would have thought it was just her illusion. Black holes seem to have a special induction to star beasts, and even the star beast corpses hidden in the Pishio jade pendant disappeared without a trace. There was really no flesh left. Chang Yi whispered to Shan Mufeng, "Has this happened before?" Shan Mufeng did not answer, but turned on the optical brain and called up this sentence. Black holes appear, star beasts appear, life ends, star beasts disappear, and the reincarnation remains unchanged for thousands of years. The disappearance of star beasts, like its appearance, cannot be explored. These short 18 words are all the research results. In any case, the disappearance of star beasts is a good thing. Please gather at M131 Square immediately after hearing the notice. The new defense array will start to be built in half an hour. Please. There will be violent vibrations when the planetary defense array is built, and it is best for personnel to evacuate to avoid accidental injuries. The communication on the Imperial Star has been completely cut off, and will not be restored until the defense array is completed. Now, they can only use the radio to continuously broadcast notifications. The survivors also knew the situation, and they supported each other, and walked out of their hiding places, and rushed to the square. Do you think there will be some people left behind every time they evacuate? It has been a long time since she saw such people. Ragged clothes, numb expressions. Many of them were missing arms and legs, and their wounds were not even bandaged, just exposed to the air like that. Shan Mufeng's feelings were not as great as hers. The upper class can only guarantee the needs of most people. Sometimes the abandonment of a small part is necessary. They are lucky. Who can say that they are unlucky to have survived the invasion of star beasts as the abandoned part? I'm tired. I go back to the ship first. She didn't want to continue watching this scene. I take you there. Chang Yi shook her head and refused. No, I just have Kong Kong and the others to accompany me. It's not her character to be sad about other people's affairs. This emotion came and went quickly. She was fully revived after a nap on the ship. Kong Kong, what do you think we should do with such a large area of the academy? The defense array has not been built yet, so she can't go to the field for the time being, but the Admiral has already sent her the aerial view of the academy and the detailed block drawings. She is free now, so she is flipping through it. She wants to plan the new territory carefully. She doesn't know how much the academy can retain after the invasion of star beasts. She doesn't want to think about the crops on the hundreds of acres of planting area, but hopes that the soil is not damaged and she can continue to use it. There is also the sea area in the east. I don't know if the star beasts have caused much damage to the water. If there are no fish in the sea, she will have to find a way to get some seafood back to enrich the ecological environment. There is no need to think about the mountain forest area in the west. Now there must be only mountains and no forests. No! The more she looked at it, the more she felt that she had lost. Although the area of the academy is large, there is nothing on it now. There are only some worthless damaged buildings. There is no need to think about the things inside. They must have been taken away cleanly during the evacuation. If she wants to turn this place back to its original appearance, her private bank may go bankrupt, but she can't bear to leave such a large area unused. Let the optical computer estimate the cost list of the reconstruction of the academy. Chang'e looked at the list that was longer than her own people and felt a headache. This is not all. The densely packed red records on the list are all rare materials, and each one is sky-high. Chapter 235. Have you ever seen a flat plane? It was right in front of her. Oh, that can't be said. There was a big pit there. It can't be said to be completely flat. Chang'e gently closed her eyes and silently said to herself that the land was large. The land was large. It was not a loss. When she opened her eyes again, she had calmed down and directed Niu Qindian to check the pit first. In the interstellar era, it was rare to have purified soil that could grow nutritious ingredients. The academy had so many people to feed, so it was normal to dig 3 feet deep. The original 100-acre planting field is now a 3-layer step pit. The 1 to 3 meter shallow pit is the original primary planting field. The 3 to 5 meter is the intermediate planting field, and the advanced planting field area is all more than 10 meters deep. She had reason to suspect that the academy must have received the news in advance. Fortunately, she was mentally prepared before she came. Her family had a planting expert who could improve the soil herself without buying nutrient solution. Shu Er, who was lying on his back with his belly sunbathed, suddenly felt his anus tighten. He looked around and saw no one around, so he turned over and climbed up, and moved to a well-lit place to continue sunbathing. When they reached the original forest area, Chang'e couldn't bear it anymore. The pits where the trees were moved told her clearly that it was not destroyed by the star beasts, but that they had moved away early. She didn't want to see the last sea area anymore, but thought that she had come here many times, so she would have a better idea after seeing it all at once. Admiral, I don't want the academy anymore. Give me another reward. Chang'e called Admiral G and turned the camera so that the admiral on the other end could see clearly. She also made a 1-to-1 comparison chart for each detail. Admiral G knew that he was in trouble when he saw the call from her. He was still thinking whether he could squeeze out something to make up for it. After seeing the comparison chart she sent, he fell silent. He really didn't expect that the academy would be more stingy with each generation. Fortunately, their generation could still leave some mud and water that couldn't be moved away. Now, even the seawater can be taken away, and the coastline has changed. He didn't think about it. In the past, the academy didn't want to take it. In the past, it was because they didn't have the technology to move it. Now, they have the ability, so they will definitely save as much as possible. Ahem. Don't worry, I see if I can ask the Deputy General to find some good things to send to you. You can pick out the customized sports car that the military has just sent. Tell the Deputy General what you want. The Deputy General next to him heard this, and smiled guiltily with his face raised, nodding and agreeing, letting her bring it up. Can you ask for anything? General G also wanted to take on all the tasks, but his family was poor, and it was hard to be the head of a family, so he had to leave some room, of course, as long as the military can do it. You have to give me 5 large protective shields. You have to share the planting soil with me. At least half of this pit has to be filled back for me, and there are also those building materials. Chang'e read out the difficult and expensive materials on the list word for word without any courtesy. The Deputy General listened. It was indeed the cold season, and the people were starting to have auditory hallucinations. He calculated in his mind and began to think wildly. She was really bold. If she asked for it this way, the military would not have to occupy the territory. It would be useless to occupy it, and there would be no resources for construction. General G was the most prudent one. At the beginning, he would bargain a few words, but after hearing this, he had already leisurely dealt with military affairs. That's all. When do you think you can give it to me? Chang'e felt a little thirsty after speaking, so he took out a bottle of water and drank 2 sips to moisten his smoking throat. Admiral. The Deputy General took a half step forward and leaned over to whisper in his ear. Ah! Oh, are you done? General G seemed to have just come to his senses, stopped what he was doing, turned his head, and looked at her in the video with a kind face. I just thought about it. Giving you those supplies still can't offset the contribution you made this time. This sounded wrong, and the alarm in Chang'e's mind sounded, what do you mean? I mean that with such a great contribution, Only by making an exception to recruit the little guys can the fairness of the military be reflected. Although he said it righteously, he still couldn't cover up his behavior of wanting to shirk his debt. They are not star citizens. They are formation weapons. They are pets. Chang Jia emphasized her tone to remind him that the little guys in her family were all registered through formal channels, and they couldn't be messed around. That's not a big problem. It's the same when you come to the military. It doesn't matter who is recruited, it's better to have her as the master. This is a determined attempt to shirk responsibility. Where is your composure, General? Being a rogue for such a small amount of supplies, Chang Yi closed her eyes, calmed down her complicated heart, bit her cheek, and said clearly word by word, I won't go. Why don't you want it? If you are willing to come, I will also give you a team. General G opened his mouth and wanted to give him a team, and the deputy general's wink was useless. Oh, I don't need it. I just want supplies. The deputy general was still worried about where to get her a team, but who would have thought that she was not interested in this at all? General G's comfortable smile froze. He had already taken out his trump card. Why was Chang Yi still unwilling to give in? You know, talented people are very eager to have the right to command a team. This is an extremely glorious thing. As long as they have the right to command, even if the number of people is small, they will be envied by others. This kid is really, can't he be more face-saving? The deputy general received the general's eyes and took over the conversation. Chang Yi. It's not that we don't give you supplies, it's really that the military is poor. You don't know that we have to support so many people, and we are worried every day. I wish the nutrient solution was calculated by drops. Seeing that she was unmoved, he continued to cry poor. There are so many more refugees this time. We can't just watch them freeze to death or starve to death. We can only squeeze them in. The material warehouse is almost empty. Ordinary food is very cheap, and you won't starve to death. I helped open the energy core. Chang Yi didn't know the other things, but she was still clear about these 2 points. Don't try to fool her with this. The conciliatory policy didn't work, so the deputy general withdrew, and General G stepped forward again. You want too many supplies, and the military doesn't have them. You're not going to pretend, are you? Give me as much as you can first. It's yours only when you get it. She just said so much and didn't expect the military to give it all. I can give you a protective shield, and the other supplies, those special materials are not available, and the military doesn't have those things in stock. I can give you ordinary building materials, but you have to pay for the cost yourself. As for nutrient soil, the military doesn't have it either. You know, the military itself is short of it. General G proudly kicked out most of the things she wanted, and after talking for a long time, he only gave her a little bit of the important supplies. Chang Yi frowned. This was not much worse than not giving it. The materials for the concentration incense are used up. Her trick of cutting off the source of the fire gave General G a headache. At the military sanatorium, because there was enough concentration incense, no soldiers had retired due to mental breakdown for a long time. Chapter 236. With the trump card of concentrating incense, Admiral G had to give in. Finally, he agreed to provide 3 protective shields, all basic building materials, and the existing rare materials of the military. As for the nutrient soil, the military provided 1 ton of nutrient solution for her to transform on her own. Chang Yi was not going to take the soil nutrient solution at first. She always felt that the plants planted in the soil transformed with this thing had a taste of technology, but Niu Qindian said that it could absorb the nutrient solution and be used after purification, which could improve the soil without side effects. The weather in the cold season was not suitable for construction. After the new defense array of the Emperor Star started to operate, they went back home. When they returned, there were thousands of refugees on their flying ship, all of whom were survivors of this time. When Chang Yi returned to Qiheng Star, the first thing he did was to go to the military to collect the debt to prevent any changes. Once the defense array on the Emperor Star was restarted, the disappearance of the Star Beast could no longer be concealed. Other forces soon got the news, and came to the door one after another. Admiral G put these officers, and now, they are busy arguing with them every day. Compared with the 2, her problem was much smaller. As soon as she arrived at the military headquarters and explained her purpose, someone took her to the material warehouse to pick things. Shan Mufeng was busy every day and could not go home. In order to fill her big hole, Chang Yi watched Niu Qindian absorb the nutrient solution every day and fed Pig Air 6 meals a day, making sure that he ate more and defecated more. 100 acres of fertile land was just around the corner. Niu Qindian was forced to run away from home with Pig Air, and went to Chang's house to find Chang's mother. Chang'e received a message from Chang's mother and gave up the idea of going out to find someone. She had to give them a break and relax for a day. She calculated the time, and the egg fruit in the orchard seemed to be ripe. Today, she just went to take a look. She only came to the orchard when the fruits were ripe. At other times, Master Bai forbade her to enter, especially not to touch. They cleaned up the weeds under the forest, much better than those planters in the military. Master Bai and his men took good care of the orchard, and had energy cores to adjust the temperature. In addition to the seasonal cold-resistant egg fruit, she also saw a citrus tree with fruit. Why is it a citrus tree? The fruits hanging on the tree were still green, but it could be seen that they were not of the same variety. The one on the left side of the lower end was a thin-skinned small sugar orange, and next to it was a slightly larger mandarin orange. Looking up, they were all pomelos as big as fists. There were also a few stupid oranges, as big as a human head hanging on the top. There were 7 or 8 different varieties on this tree alone. I didn't expect them to have this ability. With this tree, she simply forgot about the egg fruit, set up the ladder against the tree, quietly went into battle, and slowly climbed up the tree. The trunk was thick and strong, so people standing on it didn't have to worry about it breaking. The branches were dense, and the leaves in the middle could cushion her when she lowered her head. She didn't even have a fear of heights. The fruits below were still green. She was greedy and picked a beauty orange that looked like it had split into petals. She cut 4 times along the skin mark and broke it open. The white flesh was tightly attached to the flesh and couldn't be separated. She put her nose close to smell the fragrance of oranges. Fearing sourness, she deliberately broke the skin outside the flesh and bit the meat on the tip. As soon as the crystal flesh entered her mouth, she couldn't help but close her eyes and shuddered. Save it for fruit vinegar. This taste will make your tea sour. After putting away the beauty orange, she carefully stepped on the branches and continued to move up, reaching for the yellowed stupid pomelo in the middle. Rustle. She stepped on the branches, and the branches and leaves trembled. Hearing this sound, she was afraid that the trunk would break, so she moved her feet to the middle. The trunk on this side was thicker, but this way, she could not reach the fruits on the top. Chang'e! Chang'e! Where are you? Below was Xiao Yaqing, who came to find her. Recently, Xiao Yaqing helped her collect medicine furnace ash. Now she was probably here to deliver medicine furnace ash. I'm here, look up. When picking fruits, she was busy staring at the fruits and didn't feel scared. Now she went down and felt afraid of heights again. Chang'e moved carefully and changed to lying on the trunk, wrapping her arms tightly to prevent falling. Where are you? Xiao Yaqing looked up and looked around in the orchard. She only heard her voice, but didn't see her. She found her ladder below and found her hanging on the tree. What are you doing up there? Are the fruits ripe? This is also a man of action. While talking, he climbed up the tree in a few steps, stepped on the main pole in the middle, held a branch above his head with one hand, and asked Chang'e, who was hanging there, "Are there any ripe fruits?" "Yes, but I can't pick them. They are up there." Chang'e let go of one hand and pointed at the yellow fruits above his head. Xiao Yaqing squinted for a long time before she saw the golden color through the gaps in the leaves. "It feels like I can pick it. I try." She leaned down and used the branches under her feet to get closer to the yellow above. "Be careful. If you can't pick it, forget it." Chang'e stared at the gently bouncing branches under her feet, and her heart swayed with it, not daring to breathe. Xiao Yaqing, who was concentrating on picking fruits, didn't pay attention. Now she only had the stupid oranges within her reach. Alas! She almost touched them with her fingertips, but she couldn't use any strength and didn't pick them. She moved forward again, almost reaching it. The slender branches were bent by the pressure, and the top branches flew up and down more violently. Chang'e held her breath, not daring to make any sound, for fear of disturbing the people above. She felt that she heard the cracking sound of the branches that could not bear it and were about to break. Snap! Fortunately, it was not the branch under Xiao Yaqing's feet that broke, but the sound of her breaking the fruit branch. Yee! Look at this fruit. It's so big and the fragrance is so strong. Xiao Yaqing kept the posture of picking the fruit, not feeling the danger at all, standing there holding the fruit with one hand and smelling it with her nose. Yaqing, put it back first. Seeing that she had finished picking, Chang'e dared to speak. Okay. After saying okay, Xiao Yaqing stood there for a long time without moving and said to Chang'e with a wry smile, What should I do? I dare not move." At this moment, she realized how dangerous the position she was standing in was. She didn't know when her 2 legs moved to the same branch. Now, She felt that as she moved a little, the branch under her feet would break. Her legs began to tremble, and the branches under her feet shook more violently, and the leaves collided and rustled. Hey! Don't shake. I call someone to rescue us immediately. After Chang'e finished speaking, she wanted to turn on the light brain, but found that she had just brought the light brain for the convenience of climbing the tree, and now her body was clean and there was nothing on her. Don't move. I go down to find someone to rescue you, don't move. After Chang'e instructed Xiao Yuqing, he began to hug the tree trunk, like a caterpillar, and moved backwards little by little. When he felt his buttocks touch the big branch behind him, he slowly propped up his body and leaned back. Embarrassed, she raised her head with a sad face and said to the person on top, Yuqing, tell me, can we hold on until someone finds us if we don't move? Chapter 237. Chang'e was in a position where she couldn't move forward or backward. If she wanted to go down, she would have to turn around. However, she felt dizzy and didn't dare to move when she saw the empty ground below. Xiao Yuqing, who was standing on the top and was about to cry, was even more afraid to move. Buzz! Puff! Shashasha! Xiao Yuqing was so scared when she heard the sound coming from above her head that she trembled. What's that sound? Chang'e, who was sitting below, looked up, pulled the corners of her mouth, and asked with a wry smile, Is your clothes waterproof? Unknowingly, they had been hanging on the tree for more than an hour. Chang'e smiled bitterly at the increasingly urgent sprinkler robot above. It was chilling and sad. The two had no way to deal with the approaching sprinkler robot, so they could only close their eyes and accept it. The cold icy rain flowed randomly on their faces. After being baptized by the nutrient water, the two hung on the tree with no hope of life. Buzz! The sound of the robot flying sounded again. Puff! Puff! How many times are you going to water it? With no hands to wipe her face, Xiao Yuqing could only close her eyes and spit out water continuously. The water on her face hadn't dried yet, and she heard the sound above her head again, going and coming back, and her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. These were all handled by Bai Yi and the others. Chang'e really didn't know how many times the water would be poured. She wiped her face and squinted her eyes. It didn't seem to be the robot just now. That doesn't seem to be a sprinkler. It's different from just now. It doesn't have a basin of water. Her words made Xiao Yuqing feel relieved. It's good that it's not watering. The water on her face hasn't dried yet. Water flowed into her eyes. She blinked hard twice, but it didn't blink away. Instead, the burning sensation became stronger. There were more and more tears in her eyes. It was too uncomfortable. She rubbed her eyes with her hands in a hurry. Yuqing. The sudden weightlessness scared Xiao Yuqing so much that she opened her eyes suddenly and found that she was no longer on the tree. Halfway through the fall, the robot wrapped its arms around her waist and lifted her up again. Yuqing, are you okay? Chang'e couldn't see clearly from the tree. She could only see her falling down, but didn't hear the sound of her landing. Xiao Yuqing looked at the insects crawling around and wanted to say to her that she was in trouble, very troubled. She cried and replied to her, I'm fine, don't worry. The branches and leaves blocked her sight. Chang'e could only guess the direction from which the sound came, and shouted in this direction, I'm fine, can you let the robot pick me up? The little robot appeared again. Chang'e leaned against the tree trunk, crossed her legs, and wrapped them around the branches below, and excitedly waved her upper arms at the robot in the air, I'm here. I'm here. The mechanical arm accurately grabbed her body, and slowly lifted her up to the front. Chang'e didn't dare to look down, and kept her eyes closed. She landed on the ground, but the expected pain did not come. She felt soft and elastic underneath. Is there such a place at home? She opened her eyes, and a crow flew over her head. She said helplessly with a sullen face, Actually, you are fine now. It's not like I can't sit on the tree for a while. Ha ha ha. When you encounter an embarrassing thing and feel sad, the best solution is to find someone to accompany you. Then you won't feel sad, and will be very happy. Xiao Yuqing is in this situation now. Seeing Chang'e's disgusted but helpless look, the previous depression was swept away, and she laughed heartlessly. Stop laughing, think about how to get out first. Chang'e was speechless at the crazy woman in front of her. How could she laugh so happily in this pile of insects? She finally remembered what the robot was for. It was responsible for catching insects for fruit trees. It just thought they were insects. Now they were in a place dedicated to storing insects. It's too slippery, I can't get out. Xiao Yuqing put away the smile on her face, pointed to the smooth walls around her, spread her hands, and expressed helplessness. Chang'e tried to lift her feet and walk forward. There were round insects under her feet. It was too slippery. She didn't step firmly and stumbled forward. If Xiao Yuqing hadn't pulled her in time, she would have been buried in the pile of insects. The two held hands and moved to the side little by little, trying to get out by stacking up, but unfortunately their feet were too slippery, and they didn't have enough strength. They fell several times, crushed many insects, and were in a mess, but they couldn't get out. Clang! It was the sound of the lid opening. Is anyone there? We are here. Upon hearing the movement, the two quickly cheered up and jumped outside to call for help. Bai Yi and the others had just rushed home and wanted to feed the two newly hatched birds with a worm. Seeing the two women covered in worm fluid inside, they asked in confusion, "Huh? How did you get in? Do you want to eat worms too?" "Huh," finally came out. Chang'e and the others were in no mood to answer Bai Ye's words. They waved and went straight to the bathroom. They were all green and blue. The worm fluid on their bodies was too disgusting. This one is good, I have to keep it for her. This one is not bad either. After taking a shower, I just went downstairs and heard a lively discussion in the living room. What do you want to keep? Can you show it to me? The living room was full of people. Xiao Mao and others were all there, and there were also a few new faces. Chang'e walked to Shan Mufeng with her hair loose and sat down. Wow, ha ha ha. Chang'e was confused by their inexplicable laughter. She looked at Shan Mufeng with a puzzled look and asked with her eyes, "What's wrong with them? Are they having a seizure?" Shan Mufeng clenched his fist to cover the smile at the corner of his mouth and fiddled with the hair beside her ear. "Don't climb the tree by yourself next time. It's too dangerous." This time, it was fortunate that she was caught by the robot as a bug. I dare not think about what would happen if there was no robot and she fell down. It seems that it is necessary to mention it to Mr. Bai in the orchard at home to increase safety precautions. How did he know that she climbed the tree? You know? Not only does he know, we all know. When the people in the living room heard this, they replied in unison and laughed even more wantonly. A young soldier with a strange face smiled at her and said, "Sister-in-law, next time you need to do this kind of rough work, come to me. I will definitely not hang myself on the tree." Before he finished speaking, he remembered the scene shared by Master Bai and laughed non-stop. "Master Bai, play the video recorded by the robot as a movie." Xiao Yuqing's resentful voice came from behind. Her fame. Chang'e now just wants time to go back. She will definitely not pick any stupid oranges. Ahem. Clearing her coughs twice, she drew their attention back. "Do you want egg fruit?" "Yes, yes, yes." "Sister-in-law, do you have egg fruit? You were the one who laughed the happiest just now." Chang'e showed a bright smile on her face, and her tone was particularly gentle. "Yes. There is a batch that is ripe and has not been picked yet. Do you want it?" "Yes. Yes, yes." "Sister-in-law, do you want to sell it? Can you sell me 10 kilograms? Shan Mufeng's cousin, Shan Mowu, was pounding his head like garlic, looking at her expectantly. Chapter 238. The charm of the egg fruit is endless. Everyone who was just watching the video and laughing stopped laughing and focused their eyes on Chang'e. "You want it too?" Xiao Mao was familiar with her, so he acted as a representative. He put down his crossed legs and said seriously, "If you have extra, sell some to us. We will never let you suffer a loss at the price." Chang'e's eyes swept through their light computers one by one. "What about those videos just now?" "Videos? What videos? We haven't seen any videos." In order to show his sincerity, Shan Mowu took his light computer and deleted them in front of Chang'e, and then smiled flatteringly. Sister-in-law, can I be the first to buy it?" "Shan Mowu, you shameless man." The silver-haired boy sitting on Shan Mowu's left heard him say this, and was the first to jump up from the sofa, jumped on him, put one arm around his neck, and hit him twice on the top of his head. "Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Be careful of the impact! Be careful of the impact!" Shan Mowu has become accustomed to his brother's attacks, and he holds his head with both hands to protect his hairstyle. These two are from the Shan family. The one who got hit is my cousin Shan Mowu, and the other is Shan Muzhi. They came from the Emperor Star, and will settle here in the future. Shan Mufeng smiled, and introduced her two funny cousins. "I recently ordered a batch of flowers and plants, which are very suitable for you. I will send them to you tomorrow." Xiao Mu stood behind her without knowing when. "Brother, didn't you say you ordered these for me?" Xiao Yuqing asked sadly. It was clearly said that it was a gift for her, but now it was shamelessly changed for the egg fruit. "Yours haven't arrived yet. This batch is for Chang'e." The New Year gift, she said, is too expensive. The flowers and plants in front haven't arrived yet, so I didn't tell you. I wanted to wait until they arrive. Xiao Mao said to Chang Yi seriously, and it didn't look like a sudden impulse. Xiao Yaqing was frightened by her brother's shamelessness. She had nothing to say. She could only give him a thumbs up and say 2 words, awesome. Hey! Xiao Mao. There's no one like you. Seeing someone shamelessly running to Chang Yi to play the emotional card, while everyone was not paying attention, they all protested. The sergeants who came with him walked behind him, covered his mouth, and dragged him back. When they were almost done, Chang Yi slowly said, there are a lot of egg fruits. If you want to buy them, I have a condition. What condition? Sister-in-law. Just tell me, I am willing to go through fire and water for you. Shan Muwu, this live treasure, is more active than him in expressing loyalty. Me too. Shan Muzhao followed closely behind him, raising his hand to signal. Puff. These 2 cousins are quite funny. That's not necessary, I just need your help with some work. Sister-in-law. Just tell me, I have plenty of strength, I can do it beautifully by myself. Shan Muwu stood up and slapped his small body. Don't think you can eat alone. Shan Muzhao couldn't stand him, so he raised his foot and kicked him in the butt. Shan Muwu's back seemed to have eyes, and he quickly jumped forward to avoid his attack, and took the opportunity to run behind Chang Yi and help her pound her shoulders. Ahem. Click to the right, thank you. The free technician has good skills, and Chang Yi cooperated with him to adjust his position. It's too slow to do this alone, it's better for everyone to do it together. If he did it alone, wouldn't her fun be much less? What kind of work is it? We'd do it for you now. The sooner you start, the sooner you pick the fruit. Xiao Mu was eager to get started. Those who want to do it, follow me. Chang Yi saw their impatient look, pursed her lips, and tried not to laugh out loud. She stood up and led everyone to a clearing in front of the forest area. There was a stone slab in the middle. I need to stir some nutrient solution for subsequent use. The amount is a bit large, so I'm sorry to bother you. When it's over, you can pick the egg fruit over there. Chang Yi pointed at the stone below. Isn't it just mixing nutrient solution? Sister-in-law, I'm telling you, you don't need them. I'm enough. Just give me all the egg fruit. Shan Muwu looked at the stone that was only 5 meters square and showed off again. Chang Yi pretended not to hear what he said. Now I trouble you all, I hope you can help me stir it evenly. After saying that, she pulled Xiao Yaqing back to make room. I help you stir the nutrient solution, you can sell me some too. Xiao Yaqing was pulled away by her eyes still fixed on the front. She also wanted the egg fruit. Hearing her request, Chang Yi looked at her with an ambiguous look. If you want to stir it later, I won't stop you. The stone slab used for sealing is more than 1 meter thick, and usually there is a special robot to open it. This time she deliberately didn't say anything, and those men who wanted to show off rolled up their sleeves, showing their strong arms, shouting slogans, and lifted the stone slab open. Gulp! 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 Without the cover of the stone slab, the green nutrient solution below kept bubbling, and when it exploded, it emitted a strange smell, which was the smell of fermented methane. The soldiers with sensitive 5 senses collectively frowned, thinking about the egg fruit that was waiting, and barely held back. There is a special stick next to it. In the bucket over there, you go get it. Chang Yi pulled Xiao Yaqing and hid far away. Seeing that they had opened the lid and were still standing there, she quickly reminded them. Stir it! Men should be able to endure hardships. The soldiers began to move and turned to get the prepared wooden sticks. They didn't realize that they didn't even dare to breathe deeply. Xiao Mao wore a mask and held a wooden stick in his hand. He moved it with his arms clenched and began to stir. Ugh, the smell was too overbearing, the mask couldn't block it at all. Tears flowed from her eyes due to the spicy smell. She closed her eyes and silently said in her heart, egg fruit, for the rare egg fruit, hold it in, you must hold it in. Chang Yi watched the performance of the soldiers on the video, nodded with satisfaction, turned to ask Xiao Yaqing, do you still want to stir it now? No. If she wants to go again, she will be a fool. But she was very curious about what was inside. What kind of thing could be so powerful? What is inside? Nutrient solution. Chang Yi looked at her with a look of don't lie to me, and explained with a smirk. It's really nutrient solution, but it has been specially refined by Niu Qindian, and some excrement of Zhu air has been added, and finally some empty flames are buried in the middle to speed up their reaction speed. These are all prepared for the planting fields on the Emperor Star. Originally, the task of stirring was given to Niu Qindian, and she even negotiated the reward for this. Who knew that these people would come here today and encounter her embarrassment, and even dare to follow Mr. Byte to secretly save the video? Don't blame her for being rude. Chapter 239. People have a strong ability to adapt. No matter what the smell is, it will be nothing after you get used to it. Sister-in-law. The nutrient solution has been mixed. Do you think we can go pick the egg fruit? As soon as the stirring stick was put down, Shan Mo rushed into the house and asked. The smell had already drifted over before the person approached. Chang'e covered her mouth and nose and quickly stretched out her hand to refuse his approach. Stop! You are not allowed to enter the house. Go to the guest room and wash up before coming over. Yes. Go. Go. Xiao Yaqing was even more exaggerated and put on a gas mask. Hey! Don't. Isn't it the same if we wash here? Shan Mo deliberately pretended to move forward and took off his coat, shaking it with a snapping sound. I take them over there to clean up and come back later. Shan Mufeng's big hand pressed his fate's neck and dragged him away to prevent him from continuing to make trouble. Phew? Fortunately, this living treasure was finally taken away. After they left, Chang'e turned on the ventilation system in the house to the maximum, and then dared to resume normal breathing. The smell was too strong. As the name suggests, the egg fruit looks like a bird egg with a hard shell, but the flesh inside is soft like transparent pudding, and it tastes lightly milky. Its maturity period is the coldest season, and its fruit period is only 1 month. It is extremely difficult to cultivate artificially, so even the lowest grade is highly sought after by everyone. Sister-in-law. Did you plant all these? You are much better than those in the Imperial Star Plantation. I have seen the egg fruits they planted. The fruit trees look half dead, and the fruits hanging on the whole tree are not as many as your branches. As soon as Shan Mo arrived at the egg fruit forest, he couldn't walk. He came to his senses, held Chang'e's hand, his eyes sparkling with little stars, and praised him non-stop. It's okay. It's okay. These are not planted by me. They are all the results of the hard work of the little ones at home. He held his hand too tightly, and Chang'e couldn't pull it out for a while. She looked at Shan Mufeng for help, asking him to take the child away quickly, otherwise her arm would be broken. Ah, woo-woo. Shan Muzao's heart was shocked, and he pulled him away before his cousin could do anything. This blind guy didn't see that Shan Mufeng's face was already gloomy. Did he want to chop off his hand? He was usually a smart person, but he became stupid when he saw food. Finally, he regained his freedom. Here is the basket for each of you. Pick whatever you want. Chang'e kicked the basket at his feet. These are all ordinary baskets. After they found the benefits of the baskets woven by Niu Qindian last time, they bought from him several times. Niu Qindian, who had tasted the sweetness, marked the price of the baskets later, and Chang'e was no exception. Okay. Thank you, sister-in-law. When he heard that he could pick a basket, Shan Mo recovered and rushed over to hold the basket he liked. He was the first to step into the orchard and start picking. Thank you, sister-in-law. Shan Muzha and others also greeted and went in to pick. Chang'e also went in with a basket. Hey! I want to pick it myself. You can pick your own. Don't give me any. This is the third person she has rejected. Chang'e didn't say that she would keep it for herself, but they were also very conscious. After entering, they didn't pick the big ones one by one, but picked them one by one, both big and small. When they saw the particularly big and good ones, they picked them and put them in her place. Egg fruit needs low temperature to mature, so this orchard does not have an energy core to keep it at normal temperature. Although she had prepared before picking, Chang'e was still too cold. After a while, her fingers were frozen red and her eyelashes were covered with frost. She couldn't stand it anymore. Yaqing. I go in to warm up, are you going? Her toes were frozen cold. Chang'e stamped her feet to warm up her body and greeted inside. You go in. I come back later. Xiao Yaqing's basket was almost full, and she wanted to pick more. Okay. Then be careful, come in if you can't stand it, and it's the same if you take a rest and pick again. Chang'e really couldn't stand the cold, and when she heard that she couldn't go in, she hurriedly lowered her head and rushed into the house. The temperature changed instantly when she entered the house. She poured a cup of hot water and held it in her palm. She took small sips and slowly swallowed it to warm up her cold body. When she felt less stiff, she began to take off her hat, scarf, and mask. Ding dong. Ding dong. Master, there are guests. At this time, the housekeeper reminded that someone was coming to the door. Chang'e often muttered in her heart when it was gloomy outside, who would come to the door in such a cold day. Click. Hello. We are looking for Xiaobai. Is it home? Changyi looked down at the three little kids wrapped up in a ball at the door. They were too well equipped to see their faces. She was stunned when she heard that they were looking for Xiaobai. Is there such a person at home? Hello. We are looking for Xiaobai. Is he here? The little kid at the door looked up and asked again when she saw that she didn't answer. Xiaobai? There is no such person in our house? Did you find the wrong person? Changyi thought, there is no one called Xiaobai at home? Sister, Xiaobai is not a person, he is the elder brother of the piglet. A child wearing a little red hat at the back helped to add a sentence. Are you here to find Master Bai? It is the only one that can be associated with this description. Yes, yes, yes. We are here to find Master Bai. Hearing the names of their friends, the little kids nodded excitedly. Changyi moved aside to make it easier for them to enter the house. Then you come in and wait. I will go to call it. Thank you. Although I didn't see their faces clearly, I could tell from their eyes that they were all pretty kids. The little kids were well educated, standing at the door and carefully wiping the snow water off their bodies before entering the house. The shortest one, who was the youngest, was wearing too many clothes and couldn't reach, so he let his two brothers pull him around and scratch him with their hands. Changyi didn't help, and waited until they finished packing before giving them the shoes they had prepared to change into, and helped them hang up the equipment they had taken off. After removing the thick equipment, the three children were finally seen clearly. The older child who led the group looked like he came from an ordinary family. He was wearing relief clothes issued by the military, but he didn't look uncomfortable. The weather outside was so cold, and the youngest child's face was still red. It was obvious that he was wearing warming items such as warm stones. He looked a little introverted and hid behind his brothers after entering the door. The other child, wearing the new clothes of the season, was always talking nonsense when he entered the door. He asked about everything he saw, but he was not annoying. Every time he asked, he would call her sister sweetly, and thank her seriously after asking, as if she had really helped him solve some central problem. Arrange them to sit in the living room. Xiaobai and the others will be here soon. Changyi had confirmed with Mr. Bai that these were indeed his friends, and they were the friendship that was released when he set off fireworks. Chapter 240. The chatterbox is called Su Shuai. He sits cross-legged on the sofa like an adult, talking to Changyi, asking her if she has eaten, how it is cold and hard to open the windows, how cold it is to go out, etc. He keeps talking here and there. You can tell that he has heard this a lot at home, and he follows the example of his family. The youngest child glanced at the fruit plate several times, biting his fingers greedily, but dared not move because of the older child's eyes. Changyi saw him like this, suppressed the corners of her mouth, stood up and took the fruit, and stuffed one into each of their hands. Here. Freshly washed fruit, you can try it. The fruit in the fruit plate is low-nutrition fruit, which is just right for serving guests. It does not make people feel sorry, nor does it make people feel petty. Thank you. Sister, I like this kind of fruit the most, it tastes so good. Su Shuai took it, and thanked them sweetly. Thank you, sister. He was young and his voice was soft. Changyi stuffed the fruit into his hand. After he took it, he saw his saliva on his hand, and hid behind the older child again. The oldest child, who probably knew that his younger brother's greed was seen by others, blushed, put his hands behind his back, shook his head firmly, and refused to take it. Thank you, sister. I won't eat it. Changyi didn't listen to him, took his hand, put the fruit gently in his hand, and said nonchalantly, This is the fruit grown by your good friend Xiaobai. Please help me see if it tastes the same as the one sold outside, so that we can refer to it. After she said that, the older child took the fruit and thanked him softly. He only took a small bite of his own fruit and put it in his pocket. He also told Changyi seriously that the fruit was sweeter than the ones bought outside. Su Shuai said, It's delicious. He opened his mouth and took another bite of the fruit. His heart was big and his mouth was small, and the tip of his nose was stained with juice. Shan Mu shook off the snow water on his body, stomped his feet, and went into the house. When he looked up, he saw several little guests sitting in the living room. He recognized the person sitting next to Changyi and was working hard, and said in surprise, Hey! Su Shuai. Why are you here? Su Shuai heard someone calling him, raised his head, and pulled his attention away from the fruit in his hand, looking at the person who just came in. Seeing who it was, he greeted with a smile, Uncle Shan, we are here to play with Xiaobai. Uncle Shan! Uncle Shan! The other two little kids also saw him, and greeted him one after another. Oh! Then you play, I go wash my hands first. The people following behind seemed to know these children, and greeted them one after another after entering the door. At this time, Bai Yi and the others also came over. Just now, Bai Yi and the others were worried about their share of fruits, so they watched them pick them in the orchard, and then followed them back. Su Shuai saw his good friend appear, and he jumped off the sofa and ran over to greet him. Xiao Bai, we came to play with you, and brother Su Shan brought you some delicious food. Shan Mowu, who had just washed his hands, heard what he said and deliberately teased him. Su Shuai, your brother Su Shan, remember to bring gifts when you come to visit. Why didn't you bring any? Who knew that this time he was right, and the carefree Su Shuai blushed when he heard this, lowered his head, and embarrassedly took out a handful of candy wrappers from his pocket. There were suspicious traces of saliva on the wrinkled candy wrappers. I did bring gifts, but the road was a bit far, so I accidentally ate them all. The sound behind was so soft that it was almost inaudible. After saying that, he added to Mr. Bai, Xiao Bai, next time, I will definitely resist eating. Perhaps, he remembered the taste of candy, and slurped the saliva in his mouth. Puff! Everyone in the living room couldn't help laughing when he heard his words. Su Shuai was even more embarrassed, and his little feet kept twisting and tapping the ground. Okay. Stop teasing the child. Shan Mufeng stopped them from teasing the child, and asked everyone to come back and sit down. They wanted to pick more fruits, but snowflakes started to fall from the sky, and they were getting bigger and bigger. They had no choice but to temporarily stop and go back to the house to hide. It was snowing too heavily outside, and it was getting late, so Shan Mufeng simply kept everyone at home for dinner, and Su Shuai and the other two children were also kept. Su Shuai adapted well to staying for dinner, and didn't seem to be angry at all. When he heard that he was staying for dinner, he used his optical computer to call his parents to explain his whereabouts. Su Shuai, you went to someone else's house for dinner again. Wait for me, and see if I will let you go out again in the future. Dad Su was helpless with his shameless child. Verbal threats were completely ineffective against this child. Su Shuai was not afraid of his father's threats at all. He stuffed the light computer into Shan Mufeng's hand without changing his expression, and turned around to continue playing with Bai Yi and the others. Among the three children, Su Shan was the most resistant to staying for dinner. If they hadn't dragged him and contacted his father in front of him, he would have rushed home alone in the snow. Afterwards, Shan Mufeng quietly told Chang'e about their situation. The oldest one was called Su Shan. He was the child of her mother, and the guard soldier named Wang. His biological father died unexpectedly a long time ago. Later, he and his mother were always supported by the soldiers of the Su family. Unfortunately later, Su's father was injured in the mission and was forced to retire. Seeing that Su's father was injured, Su Shan's mother divorced him soon, and even refused to give up Su Shan. Since then, Su Shan's family has been dependent on the two non-blood related father and son. Fortunately, the Su family has a good family tradition, and they are still doing well under the protection of the family. The other two children are also children of the Su family. Their family has average combat power, but they have always had many offspring, a good family tradition, and the relationship between the clan members is more harmonious than that of ordinary families. Wherever they go, they are a lively family. There are many people eating at night, and the weather is cold, so they want to eat something hot, so they simply move the stove out and have hot pot. Chang'e is slow to work, so Shan Mufeng sends her to squeeze some fruit with a few children. With so many people, it is impossible to use more high-nutrition ingredients. She is not stingy, but she is not a sucker. She uses ordinary fruits and low-nutrition ingredients to squeeze juice. In this way, the quantity looks good and the taste is also good. There weren't enough green leafy vegetables at home, so they ordered takeout to be delivered. In addition, Shan Mowu and his friends also ordered a few dishes from Jinwei Pavilion to be delivered. When they were halfway through cleaning up, they also received the hind leg meat of a white-haired beast sent by the Su family, which weighed about 7 or 8 kilograms. What should we do? There are only 3 children eating a meal at home, and the Su family is sending things over. Chang'e looked at the express delivery that had just been opened, and had the urge to ask someone to send it back. Shan Mufeng saw the things sent by the Su family, and he had a good idea in his heart. He said calmly, "The Su family is a real family. When we send them back later, you can take care of some of them. If you have nothing to do in the future, you can go to the Su family more often. There are not so many messy things in his family." Because of Ji Shuya's little trouble, Chang'e didn't like to visit people recently. Chapter 241. I heard that Lun Yu is getting a divorce recently. Ming gossip when they get together. Shan Mowu has just arrived at Qihong Star not long ago, so he is well informed. They can't get divorced. At the beginning, it was Ji Shuyao who proposed marriage. Now she doesn't want to, so Leng Yu can't do anything about it. Xiao Mao had heard about this before. When Leng Yu got married, they were all witnesses. They got married because they fell in love with each other, not because of a family marriage. So, they had a good relationship at the time, and they signed a marriage agreement like Chang Yi and the others. There were no principal issues, so they couldn't get divorced. That's right. Back then, Ji Shuyao's good girl sold herself to save her mother, which was a sensation. Shan Mo would put a piece of pork belly into the pot, shaking his head and admiring it. There was also the scene. Chang Yi put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and pricked up his ears to wait for his follow-up. The meat was just put into the pot and not yet ready. He tasted the salt-baked small conch brought by Shan Mufeng. It was very fresh without any other seasoning. Brother Mufeng. I didn't expect you to have seafood. It's so refreshing to eat such a thing in such a cold day. Chang Yi's lips were almost red, but he didn't continue to talk. He just kept eating. Clap. The chopsticks clashed in the pot. Shan Mo didn't care and changed the direction to pick up the chopsticks. Clap. Chang Yi's chopsticks knocked his food off again. Chang Yi said insincerely, "Sorry. I was just thinking about the story and didn't pay attention." The food he snatched was delicious, chewing and chewing. "It's okay, sister-in-law. What's the good story? Share it." Shan Mo didn't think it was wrong. He changed a piece of meat and asked back with a smile. Chang Yi looked up at him and saw that he was eating with his head down. It seemed that he was really chatting with him, so he asked, the story of a good girl selling herself to save her mother. "Sister-in-law, do you like this kind of story too?" Shan Mo seemed to have found his organization. He didn't even eat. He put down his chopsticks and told her the story with gestures. "I tell you, listening to stories is boring. It's fun to read real stories." Back then, Ji Shuyao's mother pretended to be sick to coax her to get married. Unexpectedly, she was lucky enough to find Leng Yu and marry herself. "Oh, yeah. So that's it. Wow. It can be like this." Chang Yi nodded and agreed from time to time. She was conscientious in her duties as a supporting role, which made Shan Mo, the storyteller, feel full of accomplishment. The more he talked, the more excited he became. Later, he simply squeezed next to her and talked in detail. Shan Mufeng saw that he was talking too much, and the two of them were so busy chatting that they didn't even eat. Chang Yi put 2 pieces of tender meat in his bowl and interrupted the 2 people who were addicted to chatting. "That's enough. Be careful that Ling Yu will come to settle accounts with you when he finds out that you are promoting him. Well, let's add each other as friends, and come to my house when you are free." Chang Yi is not good at socializing, but she likes to listen to gossip. She doesn't go out much and doesn't hear anything new today. Of course, she can't miss such a well-informed and good at expressing herself today. Shan Mo was also a little unsatisfied, so he took out his computer and added each other as friends. Chang Yi saw that he licked his lips subconsciously, and because he just told a good story, he took a small gourd of fruit wine for him. This was the most common type, with a low alcohol taste, and it tasted like a drink with a little alcohol when you drank it. Shan Mo was really thirsty, so he took it, thanked him, and poured it into his mouth without even looking at it. He didn't realize something was wrong until he had swallowed half a gourd. He swallowed the wine in his mouth, stared at Chang Yi with shining eyes, and asked her in a low voice with his hands covering his eyes, "Sister-in-law, are you giving me all this?" Chang Yi hadn't swallowed the meat in her mouth yet. Hearing this, she turned her head in confusion and looked at him and nodded. It was a small gourd the size of a palm, and there were only 5 taels of wine in it. Could it be that it was divided into parts? Seeing her nod, Shan Mo became more excited. His hands were shaking like he had Parkinson's disease. He closed the lid several times. After finishing, he put it in his arms like a thief, wiped his mouth and pretended to be fine and continued to eat. He became particularly attentive, serving Chang Yi comfortably by adding dishes and pouring water throughout the process. Others didn't notice their actions at first, and just thought that Shan Mo was starting to have a second-year syndrome again. Only Shan Mufeng, who had been paying attention to them throughout the whole process, knew what was going on. Seeing that Chang Yi was enjoying it, he didn't stop him from being attentive. After eating and drinking, the snow outside stopped. After sending the others away, Shan Mufeng prepared to drive the 3 children of the Su family back home. As soon as he arrived at the door, he met the parents of the Su family, who came to pick them up. "Colonel Shan, I really troubled you today." The man was Su Shuaishuai's father, a bald handsome man with a rough voice. Both father and son were very familiar with each other. Sean Moofing was not very familiar with Sue's father. They had only met a few times. Now he stood at the door and watched the children of the Sue family get on the car one by one, saying polite words to say goodbye. It's not a big deal. We are so happy that they are willing to come and play. Come and play together next time when you are free. Chang'e was afraid of the cold, so she came out to say hello to Sue's father and went into the house. Now she was slumped on the sofa rubbing her stomach and disappeared. Sean Moo was too active, causing her to eat too much again without realizing it. Are they gone? She asked lazily when she heard the door close. Yeah. Sean Moofing sat down beside her, put his hand on her belly naturally, and rubbed it slowly clockwise. Do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want to go out for a walk? The man's rubbing strength was just right, and she felt so comfortable that she didn't even want to say anything, and nodded randomly. When they went out on a snowy day, Sean Moofing directly wrapped her up like a ball. At this moment, she couldn't even see the road clearly, and she had to rely on Sean Moofing to lead her. The newly fallen snow had not frozen solid yet, and it creaked when she stepped on it. Chang'e was in a good mood, so she shook off Sean Moofing's hand, lifted her trouser legs, and jumped on the snow by herself. She looked back at her crooked footprints and laughed foolishly. Poof! The snowball was not big, and it scattered when it hit her body. Chang'e looked back and saw someone in front of her having a snowball fight. The one that just fell should have been accidentally flown over. The ones running on the snow were all young men with firepower. The adults were not as cold resistant as them, and they all stayed in the house and watched the kids through the window. Want to go play? Sean Moofing saw her eagerness and doted on her. Don't play for too long. Okay. Chang'e wanted to take off the burden on her body after getting permission, but Sean Moofing stopped her before she took off her goggles. Wear them? You are not allowed to play without them. Chang'e blinked her big watery eyes and looked at him, hoping that he would be tolerant and at least let her take off her goggles, so that she could not see the road clearly. How could she fight? Unfortunately, she didn't know that the goggles affected her performance, and Sean Moofing firmly rejected her request. The advantage of fighting fully armed is that you can't distinguish between friend and foe. Not long after she joined the battle, a companion was accidentally injured. Chang'e. Why are you hitting me? Hit them. The teammate who was accidentally injured, while dodging the attack from the opposite side, shouted to remind the blind companion. Oh, I get it, Chang'e responded. She couldn't see clearly, so she relied on sound to determine the location. She would attack wherever the sound was the loudest. This teammate who didn't try hard to remind her was attacked by her again. Chapter 242. Chang'e had a lot of fun that day and refused to go home. She didn't go home until the crowd dispersed. She had a fever and caught a cold the next day. Sean Moofing confined her to her home and strictly forbade her to go out until she recovered. She couldn't go out, so she could only wander around at home. Where did these two birds come from? I didn't notice it for a few days, and there was a bird's nest next to Baiye's nest on the second floor of Nyo Chintian's house. Two young birds, one blue and one white, were vying to peck at the insects in the nest. She remembered that she didn't raise birds at home. It was so cold, it was really strange that such a small bird didn't get frozen. Did we hatch them ourselves? After Baiye ate the insects in the nest, he promptly added another one. Why didn't I know when you hatched them? Where did the eggs come from? She remembered that when Ji Shuya was pregnant, Lingyu gave her the 2 eggs, and later it seemed that Baiye and the others took them away. Is this the egg you took from me? Yes. Mr. Bai nodded to confirm her idea. After the insects were eaten, Mr. Bai took out the bottle and fed them water. The guy was quite busy. After feeding the water, Nyo Chintian stretched out the branch to comb the 2 little ones' feathers and coax them to sleep. The chicks without energy cores were still a little afraid of the cold, so they slept together with their heads side by side. Mr. Bai also took out a scarf to cover them as a quilt. Chang'e knew at a glance that it was hers. Chang'e! Chang'e! We came to play with you. Are you home? Su Shuai's little voice was so loud that it could be heard 2 miles away. Why did you come here? Are you here to play with Mr. Bai and the others? The little bean team at the door has grown again today. In addition to Su Shuai and the others, there are 2 more. They stepped aside to make way for them to enter the door. Rushed inside to inform Baiye and the others that some friends were coming. No, we are here to play with you today. Su Shuai explained seriously and took out some candy from his trouser pocket. Here. This is for you. He sucked his saliva and controlled his desire to eat. He didn't forget that he promised to bring them candy last time, so he held back all the way. The child had small hands, and the 3 candies looked particularly large in his hands. Chang'e took one under his expectant gaze, peeled it, and put it in her mouth, tasted it carefully, and nodded and praised. So sweet. Thank you Shui Shui for bringing me candies. Hearing her praise, Su Shui Shui smiled, feeling very proud, but pretending to be modest on his face. Right. This is my favorite candy, I give you all the rest. As he said that, he stuffed the 2 candies in his hand into Chang'e's hands. The candy wrappers were sticky because of the sweat on his palms. Chang'e resisted the urge to wash his hands, took them with a smile and thanked them, asked them to sit on the sofa, and went into the kitchen to wash his hands. After eating the child's precious candy, Chang'e took out 2 egg fruits, cut them open and took them out. Wow! Chang'e, you still have egg fruits at home. My dad said this is too expensive, you should take it back quickly, we are here to play, not to eat. Su Shui Shui was quite knowledgeable. He was lying on the table staring at the egg fruits and swallowing his saliva, and he was still saying something against his will. Chang'e, we are going home. Su Shan was more down to earth. He pulled his brothers and sisters around the table, and stood up to say goodbye to Chang'e. Hey! What are you doing? You are leaving right after you got here. Sit back down quickly. This is what I grew at home, not bought outside. It's okay to eat some. Chang'e stepped forward to stop them, and pulled them back to sit on the sofa. Aren't you guys here to hang out with me today? How about we go down to the garden and roast tea around the stove? Sure. Sure. I love tea the most. For Su Shui Shui, as long as it tastes good, it's good. Su Shan secretly glared at him, but unfortunately, the person who was discussing with Chang'e where to put the stove didn't see it at all, so he glared in vain. The tea stove at home has not been used yet, so Chang'e went to the warehouse to find it first. She didn't need to start the fire, as it was just a matter of waving her hand for a fire warrior to light a fire. The little warriors were all very good at hands-on work, and Su Shan, seeing that he couldn't leave, silently helped to take the grill to the wash basin to clean it. Chang'e, can we put the stove here? Su Shui Shui moved the stove around, unable to make up his mind, and finally decided to put it under the corridor, so that he wouldn't be afraid of snowing later. Okay. It's up to you. With Niu John Bian at home, it doesn't matter where the oven is placed. It's just a matter of extending 2 vines when it snows. Children don't like to drink tea, so Chang'e took 2 pieces of bamboo leaves and put them in, and then filled the pot with animal milk, so that a large pot of milk tea was ready. As he drank it with great interest, Bai Yi took out 2 tangerines from his private storehouse, and put them on the oven to roast. The roasted tangerines have a strong fruity aroma that can be smelled from a distance, which attracted the passing children to come to the door and ask, "What are you roasting at home that smells so good? Can you give me some? I exchanged this with you." The child held a handful of freshly roasted nuts. Chang'e knew the child who knocked on the door. He was the child of a neighbor named Yin nearby. Seeing that he was polite, Chang'e broke off 2 pieces for them. Was there too much? The tangerines that Bai Yi took were of high nutritional value, and she felt sorry to give them to strangers. After sending away the greedy child, Chang'e returned to the corridor to continue drinking milk tea with them. Chang'e, Yin Dai's mother is very fierce. My mother doesn't let me play with him. As soon as she sat down, Su Shui Shui told her about the fierce mother of the child outside the door, with a worried look on his face. Oh! Then I won't play with him anymore, I only play with you guys. Whether the parents are fierce or not is none of her business. Seeing Su Shui Shui's wrinkled face like a bun, she wanted to laugh. She rubbed his chubby face, and it felt as comfortable as she thought. Really? I'm not lying to you, his mother is really fierce, let me go. Su Shui Shui's face was deformed, but he still reminded her dutifully. Okay. Thank you Shui Shui for reminding me, I will definitely pay attention. After a lot of trouble, they felt a little sweat on their bodies, so they stopped. The youngest Su Yuyu snuggled in Chang'e's arms, holding a milk tea cup as big as her face and drinking it in small sips, with a circle of milk stains on the edge of her mouth. You guys stay for dinner tonight. How about we have a barbecue? Being with well-behaved children, time flies by in a happy mood. When the teapot was empty, Su Shan stopped her from refilling it and said he was going home for dinner. No, Aunt. I told my family before I came that I would go home for dinner. We're going back now, and we'll come to play with you next time. After nagging for an afternoon, Su Shan wanted to go home no matter what. Su Shui Shui wanted to stay for dinner, but unfortunately, he couldn't persuade his eldest brother, so he had to get up and walk out. Dong dong dong. Seeing that they were determined to leave, Chang'e had to get up and see them off. As soon as she reached the door, she heard a hurried knock on the door. "Who is it?" Fearing that it was urgent, she hurried forward and opened the door. "Who are you?" She didn't know the woman standing outside the door. Chapter 243. The woman who came to the door had sunken cheeks, protruding cheekbones, and sharp eyes. Just standing there, she gave people the feeling that she was not easy to mess with. "Excuse me, did you just give my son some fruit?" Her voice was as cold as her temperament. Who is your son?" Chang'e stared at her, trying to find some clues from her face. "Yan Dai." "Is she Yan Dai's mother?" Su Shuai's voice came from behind. "Oh, so this is the fierce mother. It's Yan's mother. Hello. I just gave Yan Dai 2 orange slices. Is there any problem?" Knowing who it was, Chang'e also remembered the polite little kid just now. "Don't you know that children can't eat anything randomly? Please don't let my children eat anything randomly in the future." Yan Dai's mother's words made people feel uncomfortable. Although she was unhappy, Chang'e still kept a polite smile on her face and nodded to show that she understood. Chang'e's neither soft nor hard attitude made Yan Dai feel angry, but she had no place to vent. She had a strong personality, but she was not unreasonable. Seeing this, she nodded coldly and turned away. "I said she was very fierce." Su Shuai saw her go far away, and then he dared to hide behind the door and whispered, "She is not fierce to you. Why are you so scared? Then we are good friends. It's not okay for her to be fierce to you." If he hadn't hidden just now, Chang'e would have believed him a little bit. Now, she pinched his chubby little face. "Okay. Good friend, come out quickly. I take you home." "No need, we drove the energy vehicle here today and parked outside." When Su Shuai talked about his car, his eyes lit up frighteningly, and he took Chang'e's hand and led her to the parking lot outside the door. Chang'e was envious of the small sports car parked at the door. Why didn't the military have such a sports car? "It looks good, right? This is mine. Do you want to come up and play?" Su Shuai usually protected his car tightly and didn't let anyone touch it. Now he took the initiative to open the passenger door and invited her to get in. "Okay." Chang'e couldn't resist the temptation and sat down on the passenger seat. This car is a children's version of the sports car, and its appearance is similar to that of an alien beast. Su Shuai's car is similar to the style of Cheongqi. "Let's go!" After everyone got in the car and sat down, Su Shuai waved his hand and pressed the start button, and the sports car left the ground and moved forward. Chang'e felt that she had found a means of transportation that suited her. It was fully automatic. No driver's license was required, and there was no need to consider the route. It was only 1 meter above the ground, which was a blessing for people who were afraid of heights. It also has an emergency protection mode, which was introduced by Su Shuai. In an emergency, this car can change into an anthropomorphic form and protect the people in the car until the danger outside disappears. The convoy slowly drove into the Su family compound. Su Shuai's father Su Jin saw them coming and strode over to pick up Su Yuyu. He tossed her around happily for a few times, and frightened her so much that she screamed and begged for mercy before putting her down. In order to show Chang'e his beloved car in all aspects, Su Shuai took her for a long drive outside before coming back. When he came in, he just saw his father teasing the child again. He slapped his forehead, shook his head and sighed, "I'm sorry, I made you laugh. My dad is just not serious. He is so old but still acts like a child." Chang'e pursed her lips and chuckled. The father and son looked quite alike. Su Shuai didn't know how funny it was when he had a chubby face and talked about his father seriously. "Dad. Put him down quickly. I have friends coming. You should pay attention to your image." Su Shuai hadn't even gotten out of the car when the message came. Su Jin caught the youngster who was thrown up and put him on the ground before turning to walk towards his son. "You stinky boy, you are still lecturing your father." As he said that, he grabbed Su Shuai's neck, and in the blink of an eye, he was suspended in his arms. "Chang'e, right. Welcome to our house. Come in and sit down. They are making glutinous rice cakes inside. Would you like to join in the fun?" Making glutinous rice cakes? The Chang family has a small population, so this winter activity is rare. "No need. I've sent the people there, and I should go back too." Chang'e's refusal was somewhat reluctant. "Don't go. The glutinous rice cakes we make at home are so delicious. We can also make them ourselves. It's fun. Chang'e, come and play." Hearing that glutinous rice cakes were being made at home, Su Shuai couldn't stay in his father's arms anymore. He wanted to get down and play in the room. "Can I let my brother make a long-eared beast for you?" Suyu said softly, pulling her hand in. Then I trouble you. It wasn't too late. It shouldn't be too much for her to play for a while. Changyi followed her little strength, said politely to Su Jin, and walked towards the door of the Su family. It was icy outside, but the Su family's house was bustling. The tables and chairs in the restaurant were pushed aside. 2 stone mortars of different sizes were placed on the empty space. They had just been washed, and the water stains inside were not dry yet. Have you started steaming? Su Shuai rushed into the kitchen as soon as he entered the house, shouting loudly, fearing that he would not participate a little. Not yet. If you don't come to guide us, we dare not start. In the kitchen, Aunt Su joked with a smile. With this lively guy at home, there is no quiet time. Su Shuai didn't hear that Aunt Su was joking at all. He nodded in approval, leaned over, looked over one by one, and approached the uncle, who was grinding flour. He pointed with his little hand. Uncle, wear your mask tightly, don't let your saliva drip into it, we don't want to eat your saliva, pay attention to hygiene. Okay. Uncle Su, who was called, responded loudly, and really adjusted the mask on his face. After finishing, he asked Su Shuai if he passed. After he nodded in approval, he continued the work at hand. With someone to cooperate, Su Shuai's work enthusiasm became even higher. His little mouth never stopped, and his voice filled the whole room. Aunt Su brought a plate of homemade crispy fruit and asked Changyi to taste it. It's just the beginning, it's very messy. We go over when we start making glutinous rice cakes. Let's do it here first and chat. Although she wanted to wander around like Su Shuai, Changyi still followed her hand and sat down in the living room for the sake of the adult's face. Hey! Whose beautiful girl is this? She's so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? Auntie, can I introduce you to one? Changyi heard the voice and tilted her head curiously to look at the beautiful aunt who had just come in. She was wearing a neat sky blue sportswear, and her waist-length ponytail swayed regularly as she walked. Her facial features were not the soft beauty of ordinary women, but rather neutral and heroic. She was very tall, estimated to be over 180 centimeters tall. If she put on a suit, she would be a boss. This is Su Shuai's mother, you can just call her Sister Ing. Aunt Su introduced her to the visitor. Don't talk nonsense, she's already married. Her husband is Colonel Shan of the 2nd Squadron of the military. Aunt Su moved in and made room for Sister Ing who had just arrived. Chapter 244. She picked a crispy fruit from the plate and chewed it before sitting down on the empty seat that Aunt Su had given her. She took a tissue to wipe off the grease on her hands and took out a small box from her pocket. Here. This is a gift from my sister. Changyi was slightly stunned and waved her hand to refuse. Thank you, Sister Ing. I won't need it now. Aunt Su helped to take the gift box, pulled her hand forcefully, and put the box in her hand. Don't be polite to your Sister Ing. This is a toy for coaxing a good child. Just play with it. Hearing that it was a toy, Changyi lowered her eyes and took a look at the instructions on the outer packaging. Seeing that it was really a toy, a bird-shaped assembled lantern, she stopped refusing and thanked her with peace of mind. Seeing that she accepted it, Sister Ing nodded with satisfaction, holding the crispy fruit in her hand and eating it while saying, Is this year's crispy fruit still made by my sister-in-law? Sure enough, the taste is still as good as always. Her mouth has not stopped since she sat down, and the crispy fruit on the plate is disappearing quickly. Pa! Aunt Su looked back and saw half of the crispy fruit on the plate. She patted her outstretched paw lightly and said with a smile, Okay. You should be more careful. The guests didn't touch anything, but you ate it all. Then she pulled the plate over and pushed it in front of Changyi. Come and eat it too, otherwise your greedy Sister Ing will get it all for free. The craftsmanship of the Su family fried crispy fruit is very good. The outside is crispy, and the inside is tender, and it is burnt but not bitter. Changyi ate a few of them in their warm hospitality. Several people sat in the living room and chatted. Most of the time, it was the aunt of the Su family who talked. Changyi nodded in agreement. Father Su's loud shout attracted everyone's attention. Su Shuai. Get out now. In the kitchen, Su Shuai stood aside with an innocent look on his face, looking at the rice noodles in the wooden basin, eager to try. He just didn't stand firmly for a moment, and he thought he could try again. The people in the living room were attracted by the movement in the kitchen and stood up to watch the fun. Ingjia grabbed a handful of crisp fruit and ate it herself, and also stuffed a handful into Changyi's hand. Chewing the crispy and fragrant crisp fruit in her mouth, she walked to the kitchen door, and at a glance, she knew why Su Shuai was driven away. At this moment, his body and face were all white. He was still unconvinced when he was driven aside, pouting and muttering softly. The rice noodles in his hand were a little sticky because of the water. He was carefully rubbing them off bit by bit, twisting them together into a dough, and playing with them in his hands. Suyuyu and the other children were envious of him playing, and they also secretly moved their little feet, quietly approached the basin of noodles, and took advantage of the adults' inattention to stretch out their little claws from below to grab a handful and ran away. I caught it. I have it too. I have more than you. Stop. I'm not allowed to catch you anymore. Let go. The adults shouted fiercely, and deliberately made their hands waterproof so that every little one could have a pink ball. The little ones thought they had escaped the adults' encirclement with their own abilities, and smiled and hid in the corner to compare their achievements with each other. Chang'e, do you want to play? Su Shui took advantage of rolling in the rice noodle plate, and pulled the powder all over his body, successfully crushing everyone in terms of quantity. Chang'e lowered his eyebrows and glanced at the color-changing powder ball in his hand, with a smile on his lips, and politely thanked him for his kindness. In the beginning, they were able to touch the pink balls because of the adults letting them go, but later, the adults began to play with the powder seriously, and never let these little monkeys succeed again. Put the glutinous rice flour mix with water into the rice bucket and steam it. After the steam comes out, it will be ready for 10 minutes. At this time, the rice flour is ready to eat. It is sweetened with some white sugar. The grains of rice flour are coarser than flour, and it tastes a bit like the graininess between rice and flour. After steaming, the most critical step is to start pounding glutinous rice cakes. This is a strenuous job. The stone hammer made of a whole stone is not light in itself. Every time it goes down, the rice flour ball below is directly sunken. This step requires the cooperation of two people. One person holds the stone hammer to knock, and the other holds the basin of water, soaking his hands. In the gap between the stone hammer, turn the rice flour in the stone mortar over, and hammer it over and over until it is hammered into a smooth, delicate, and sticky ball. The children were excluded from this step, and Chang'e was also blamed for this team. He could not get started, and could only watch with Su Shui and others. Come on. When the glutinous rice cake was almost formed, Ansu waved at them with various colored fruit and vegetable juices. Come on, add whatever color you want. Chang'e saw how the Su family spoiled their children today. The small stone mortar that had been empty in front was actually used in this way. I want purple. I want orange. I want pink. Seeing the fruit and vegetable juices in Aunt Su's hand, the children of the Su family were excited and raised their hands to report the color they wanted. Okay. As usual, go wash your hands first. Aunt Su, who was surrounded by them, raised the tray in her hand high to prevent them from touching it. Under the leadership of Sister Ing, the children lined up to wash their hands obediently. After coming out, they picked out the color they wanted and kneaded it into their own dough. Soon, colorful glutinous rice balls appeared. Wow. This is Su Shui's sad cry. He was too greedy and wanted all colors, and then he got a piece of colorful black. Sister Ing was not tolerant of Su Shui at all. She raised her sword eyebrows and scolded with a smile. Shut up. Who can you blame for the colors you made yourself? I told you not to put so many colors, but you still didn't believe it. The tears on his eyelashes had not dried yet. Su Shui did not dare to challenge the pressure of his mother. He lowered his head, pursed his lips, pinched the black ball in his hand, and joined his friend's creative team. Chang'e, can you give me some of your red? Chang'e, who was concentrating on pinching the little man, did not hear what he said clearly at all, and nodded nonchalantly. Thank you, I give you some of mine too. As soon as he said it, there was a snap, and a black birthmark appeared on the face of the dough man that Chang'e had just pinched. Oh! Her hand failed to stop the black dough. Even if it was pulled off, it still left a black mark on the face of the dough figurine, which looked like a mole on a person's face. Chang'e played at Su's house until Shan Mufeng came to pick her up after get-off work, and then she took her spoils home. The next day, Shan Mufeng stayed at home with her on a day off to make a display box for the dough figurines she made yesterday. She used a lot of different dyeing materials yesterday, and she didn't even remember what she used. She didn't dare to eat these dough figurines, so she just made them into ornaments to play with. Oh! Be careful, don't drop them again. She pinched the neck of the dough figurine too thinly, so it wasn't very firm. Ding dong. Ding dong. Who is it? Muttering to herself, Chang'e got up and walked to the door. Before leaving, she instructed Shan Mufeng to put her work on the display stand. Put it there for me, I go open the door. She saw the two women standing outside the door through the monitor, and she was suspicious. Why did she come here? Chapter 245. Chang'e opened the door, stood at the door, and looked up at the people outside, smiled and asked politely, Shuyao, how come you have time to come here today? Come in. Ji Shuyu's complexion was still not very good. She looked listless and had no energy. She was also weak when she spoke. She forced a little awkward smile. I haven't been out much recently. I saw that the weather was good today, so I came out to visit. I hope I didn't bother you. No, come in. Seeing her sickly look, Chang'e was really afraid that she would faint if she stood for a while longer, so she hurried forward to help support her arm and lead her inside. Chang'e supported Ji Shuyao to walk into the living room, thinking about the purpose of her coming today, and asked, Have you felt better recently? I'm much better now. I really troubled you in front. Ji Shuyao smiled politely with all her strength. She was still trying to cover up. The woman next to her, who looked a bit like her, who should be Ji Shuyu's sister from her mother's family, frowned and shouted in disapproval, Sister Shuyao, don't be so stubborn. If you don't take good care of your body, it will affect your lifespan. This was her own business. Chang'e lowered her head and pretended to be thinking about something. Seeing that Chang'e didn't respond, the woman continued to complain to her, You said so. She didn't listen to my advice. My sister is too easy to talk to, so she was bullied. Please help me persuade her. Chang'e pretended to have just come back to her senses and looked at her in confusion. Ah, you're talking to me? What did you just say? Sorry, I was a little distracted. I said. Ji Shuyao also looked at Chang'e with a good face and interrupted her cousin lightly. She didn't say anything, just some family matters. Just forget it if you didn't hear it. Oh, homely things. Come sit down and chat. The living room was in sight. Shan Mufeng had already cleaned up the table. Chang'e walked over quickly and led them to sit on the sofa. Shan Mufeng saw that the two female guests were coming. He nodded to them as a greeting. He turned around and went in to make a pot of fruit tea. He put it on the table, said, Sit slowly, and went upstairs alone, leaving the space for them. Ji Shuyao looked at his back as he left. She didn't know what she was thinking about. She sighed faintly. Your Colonel Shan is really attentive. Chang'e poured a cup of tea for both of them and said indifferently, It's okay. Your Ling Yu is also very attentive. As the deputy team leader, Ling Yu manages the chores of the entire team. He is also a fox. As long as he has a plan for you, he will be very attentive. Otherwise, he will just laugh. Chang'e picked up the teacup and gently touched her lower lip. Her eyes flashed. Shan Mufeng didn't like the visitor, except for a piece of sour orange used for seasoning, which was a nutritious fruit. The rest of the tea was the worst fruit in the house with low nutritional value. The sour orange was the one she had taken a bite of, and she cut the untouched part and put it in. Since the family had the little fellows like Bai Yi, who were good at planting, the quality of the nutritious fruits eaten at home has always been very good, and the inferior ones are generally taken to the underground trading city for disposal, and it is difficult for him to find these. Ji Shuyao heard this and held the teacup in both hands, drinking tea sip by sip, not knowing what she was thinking. Even when the tea in the cup was gone, she continued to drink. Her eyes were blurred, and she didn't speak for a long time. She didn't speak, and Chang'e followed suit and kept silent, just concentrating on playing with the teacup in her hand. Finally, it was Ji Shuyao's cousin Zhou Jimei who came to accompany the guests, who couldn't hold back her temper. After drinking 3 cups of tea in a row, she secretly tugged at Ji Shuyu's clothes and whispered, Sister, don't forget the business. Ji Shuyao seemed to have just woken up. She put down the empty teacup awkwardly, twitched her lips, and said to Chang'e, Sorry. I was a little distracted just now. It's okay. It's nice for us to sit quietly like this for a while. The standard smile showed that she really didn't care. It was better to just sit there and not talk. Chang'e picked up the teapot and slowly refilled her teacup. For a while, the living room returned to silence again, with only the sound of the gurgling tea flowing out. Zhou Jimei pushed Ji Shuyao a few times, but she didn't speak, so she couldn't wait to speak herself. Oh, sister. If you don't say it, I say it for you. We came here today to ask you to buy some nutritious fruits, preferably high-nutrition fruits with better taste. Ji Shuyao pretended to stop her twice, and let her cousin help her out. After she finished speaking, she looked at Chang'e with an embarrassed face. I'm sorry. My cousin speaks more directly, don't mind. Chang'e put down the teapot in her hand, sat back on the sofa, and looked at the two people in front of her with a smile. I don't mind. I speak more directly. I hope you don't mind. I also need to take care of my own body. The high-quality nutritious fruits at home are not abundant. Sorry, there are no extra ones to sell to you. Ji Shuao didn't expect her to be so disrespectful, and the smile on her face froze. Hey! Didn't you just collect the egg fruit? You gave it to many people, why can't you even sell it here? My brother-in-law and your husband are good friends. Zhou Jimei started talking as soon as she opened her mouth. Snap! She put the teacup down with a bit of force, and the tea in the cup splashed a lot, soaking the back of Changyi's hand. Changyi took a tissue and wiped the water stains on his hands carefully. After wiping them clean, he slowly spoke. I'm sorry, you came late. There is really no extra at home. Besides, you also said that I gave away a lot. I remember that I also gave one to your family, Xiao. Didn't you receive it? Ji Shuao replied with a guilty conscience. I received it. The fruit is very good, but I ate it a little too fast because I was greedy. That's why I wanted to ask you if you have any left and ask you to buy some. I'm really sorry, Xu Yao. After I gave them away, there are not many left for myself. It's not convenient to sell them to you. I will give you more next time if there is a chance. No need for next time. Just see if there is anything else to share with my sister. She is weak now, and needs good things to take care of her. You look healthy, so you don't need so much. After the cold season is over, let my brother-in-law find some high-quality ingredients to return to you. Zhou Jimei said this with confidence. Changyi lowered his eyes, sneered, ignored this fool, and said to Ji Shuyao, I really don't have any extra ones. If you want to find some, go to the trading city. The winter season is halfway through, and there are no high-quality nutritious fruits in the trading city. This is a clear rejection. Ji Shuyao's already bad face turned even paler, with tears in her eyes, and she forced herself to reply, since there are no extra ones, then there is no need. We are being presumptuous today. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. You can go to my house with Colonel Shan when you are free. After that, he stood up and pulled Zhou Jimei out. Chapter 246. Hey! Sister! You haven't bought the fruit yet? Why are you leaving? She must have some, but she deliberately didn't sell it to you. Let's go back and tell my brother-in-law that what kind of friend is he? He's too stingy. Someone saw his pet selling fruit in the trading city. Zhou Jimei was dragged out by Ji Shuyao, and she kept talking loudly on purpose, afraid that no one could hear her. Changyi didn't move her and said insincerely, walk slowly. I won't see Shuyao off. I really don't have any this time. Don't take it to heart. Sister. Look at her. Changyi couldn't hear what they said afterwards, but it wasn't good at all. Last time, Ji Shuyao caused Lang Hui to run away from home in the middle of the night. For Leng Yu's sake, no one said anything to her face, but that didn't mean that everyone had forgotten her good deeds. Moreover, this time, after Changyi found out that the egg set by Leng Yu had hatched, she also gave him a small basket of egg fruits. It is said that these fruits were passed on to Ji Shuyao to give to her family. Are they gone? Shan Mufeng came downstairs when he heard no more noise downstairs. He saw Changyi throwing away the teacup she had just used, and hugged her into his arms and asked softly, What's wrong? Who made you unhappy? Why did she become like this? She wasn't like this before? Changyi really couldn't understand Ji Shuyao. She had a good life, but she invited her family to make trouble. Leng Yu bought so many things for her, and she gave them all to her family. Now she brought her family to me to play the emotional card. What do you think she thinks? Shan Mufeng listened to her complaints quietly, and waited until she finished speaking before saying, Don't care what she thinks, just ignore her. I say hello to Leng Yu later, and ask him to keep an eye on her. Let's not talk about her. Today, the logistics department asked me to ask you if you are interested in being a planting consultant in the military. Me? Being a planting consultant? Isn't the military afraid of not getting anything? Just thinking about that scene makes me happy. Dan Mufeng helped explain this, but the logistics department didn't believe it. They all thought that they didn't want people to know Changyi's ability, so they pushed Bai Yi and the others out to cover up. I go back for you tomorrow. Speaking of planting, Changyi remembered that there were still many empty fields in her own planting fields. What are you going to plant in the military's next planting fields? Except for the fruit trees planted by Bai Yi, the other planting fields at home have been empty. Now, it's not convenient to go out in the cold season, so it's just right to plant some fruits and vegetables at home. Regular green leafy vegetables. This year's energy core is still abundant, and the planting fields can still be used now. The planting fields belong to the logistics department, and he is not very clear, but there are only a few types. The military has many personnel, and the first choice is high-yield species. What should we plant? What do you think? If not, Let's ask the military to plant together. The spiritual rice planted by the military last time was not bad. There are only 2 people in their family, so it doesn't matter whether they plant or not. However, there are few people selling fruits and vegetables in the cold season, so planting some by themselves can change their income. I want to plant it myself this time. Changyi was thinking about how to divide the planting field. Fruits and vegetables in the cold season are ridiculously expensive, and the price changes every day. She wanted to break the green leafy vegetables into pieces and sell them. Even if she had money, she couldn't bear to eat them like this. Dan Mufeng looked at her face and suggested carefully, "Why don't we ask the military to help plant it?" Just when the military asked her, she said she was not afraid of not getting any harvest. Why did she want to plant it herself now? If she didn't grow it, he wouldn't mind it. He was just afraid that she would be unhappy again. "No, I plant everything myself this time." She had already thought about what to plant. When she turned around and saw Shan Mufeng's intriguing expression, she rolled her eyes. "Don't worry, I won't get nothing if I don't do anything but just give orders." After agreeing to plant the land, she immediately browsed the star network and picked some seeds and seedlings that she liked to eat and placed an order. A bag of cucumber seeds costs me 10,000 yuan, and there are only 8 seeds in it, and the grade is unknown. Why don't they go and grab them? After watching for a few minutes, Changyi was so angry about the prices on the star network. After browsing for a long time, she didn't buy anything. She really couldn't bring herself to buy. Shan Mufeng glanced at the price on the light computer and said calmly, "This is the price of seeds in the cold season." Picked up the light computer she threw away and prepared to buy some of what she had seen. Changyi held his hand. "Hey! What are you doing? Don't buy it, they are too deceptive. I won't buy it on Xinguang." "Then you won't plant it?" "Plant it. Of course I won't plant it. I just won't buy it on Xinguang anymore. Didn't my mentors give me some seeds last time? I plant them now." Then she was stimulated by the price of seeds on Xinguang, and she remembered that she still had several bags of untouched seeds in her material warehouse. "Don't worry about it, I take care of the seeds myself." Changyi took back the laptop from him to stop him from wasting money. "This is the cucumber seeds from the fall, this is the cantaloupe seeds you like, the rest are here after we planted a row at home. These are some onion, ginger and garlic seeds, you can scatter them in the corners, it will be convenient for cooking when they grow up, you don't have to go out to buy them." Chang's mother knew that Changyi wanted to plant, so she collected all the remaining seeds at home, and even went to the neighbors to exchange some if they were not enough. The price of these seeds is not cost-effective now, so everyone exchanges with each other. She hadn't swallowed the xiaomai in her mouth yet, and could only nod to show that she understood what Chang's mother said. As soon as she opened her mouth, the xiaomai grains choked her throat. Cough, cough, cough. Chang's mother hurriedly stood up and scooped a bowl of soup and handed it to her, gently stroking her back. "Drink 2 sips of soup and calm down. You said that you are so irritable at this age." After drinking 2 sips of soup, the xiaomai grains in her throat finally went down. Put down my bowl, turned around and said, "I will plant it later." Chang's mother had no confidence in her planting skills. She was afraid that the good seeds would not be harvested in the future, so she hesitated and said, "Why don't I plant it for you? Just tell me how to plant it." They can't have a little confidence in her. Changyi pouted and said helplessly, "Don't worry, I won't do it. Let Bai Yi and the others plant it. Then I will collect these seeds first, and you can tell me where to plant them later." Hearing her say this, Chang's mother quickly put away the seeds she had just taken out one by one. Chang's mother knew that Bai Yi and his friends could plant crops. Even in the Chang family's planting fields, Bai Yi and his friends also helped to plant crops. Chang's mother could trust their planting abilities 100 times more than Changyi. After dinner, Changyi led people to the vacant planting fields. Before leaving, Chang's mother checked the things she had prepared. She didn't see the protective cover and thought she had forgotten it. "Your place is large. Have you bought the protective cover? If not, there is another one at home. Otherwise, I will give it to you first. It may not be big enough, so some places need to be marked out." Chapter 247. Don't worry, the protective shield has been prepared. You can keep yours for yourself. I don't need it. Changyi's protective shield was given by the military for use in the Imperial Star. Now, it can't be used there, so it's just right to use it here first, and the area of use is completely sufficient. Do you still have the ash from your medicine furnace? If there is not enough fertilizer, the crops will grow slowly in the cold season. Chang's mother really has no confidence in her planting. She was worried about this and that all the way, and her mouth never stopped. "Mom, don't worry. If the crops I plant don't grow, I will go to my house to pull them out. Chang'e was a little headache because of her nagging. This is also okay. You know the land at home. You can pull whatever you want to eat. Chang's mother thought that this was also a solution. What she planted was originally eaten at home. Chang'e covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Her mother had such a personality. Fortunately, there were only 2 children. Otherwise, she might not plant enough. Except for Chang'e's planting field, the planting fields of other neighbors have been planted with crops. The fields belonging to the military are indeed planted with the highest yielding green leafy vegetables. Su Shuai has long been impatient to plant seeds. When he saw her, he said something to her parents, ran over with his short legs, and asked with a smile, Chang'e, Chang'e, are you here to plant vegetables too? Yes. Is your planting field also here? Chang'e has seen Aunt Su and others working in the planting field. Yes. Ours is over there. Su Shuai stretched out his chubby claws and pointed to his own planting field. Where is your planting field? I'm telling you, I'm good at planting seeds. Is this beautiful sister your sister? Su Shuai followed her around, chattering non-stop, and even found time to greet Chang's mother sweetly, coaxing Chang's mother to touch her whole body, and then find a can of animal milk to quench Chang'e's thirst and hand it to him. Aunt Su came over and patted his little butt. Su Shuai. Go back quickly, everyone is waiting for you to plant the seeds. Oh! What will you do without me? Su Shuai believed it, shook his head and sighed, then said goodbye to Chang'e. I have something to do at home, so I go back first, and come to play with you later. If you don't know how to plant the seeds, wait for me to come and help you. Chang'e nodded in agreement. Okay. I wait for you to come and help me. Sending the little happy fruit away, Aunt Su asked with a smile, Chang'e, is this farmland yours? We originally thought it was an idle land of the military, and many people wanted to ask if they could buy it. It has not been vacant all the time, but has been idle for a few months. After harvesting the spiritual rice, it is left vacant for cultivation, but it is not for sale. This winter, there are many new residents on Chihung Star. Some of the original farmlands have already been owned, and the new farmlands have not been completed yet. Many people have set their sights on the idle farmlands, and have been asking the owners in various ways to buy the ready-made farmlands. Chang's mother was afraid that Chang'e would be fooled by others, so she hurriedly spoke up and explained the reason. This land is not idle, but they can use it to cultivate land. That's good. I thought this farmland is next to the military, and the fertility is not weak. How can they not want it? I know it when you say that. The Su family's farmland is close to Chang'e. Recently many people have come to them to ask about it in a roundabout way, hoping that they can help to make connections. Aunt Su looked at her planting field, and then looked behind them, and asked hesitantly, Are there only 2 of you today? Chang'e's planting field had been abandoned for several months, so there were mostly dead grass on it. It looked like a lot of work to plant. Not only that, I also brought Bai Yi and the others. Chang'e turned around and pointed at the little guy playing on the flying carpet. Aunt Su looked at Bai Ye's palm-sized body, and shook her head. It seemed that Chang'e was still a child at heart. She was as playful as Su Shuai and the others, and she even brought her pets with her when she worked. What are you going to do first? I'm almost done over there, let me help you. The children at home like Chang'e, and they also like her, and are happy to help her. No. 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 Chang'e and her daughter quickly refused. You don't have to be polite to me. I'm just sitting around doing nothing. Aunt Su thought she was embarrassed, so she picked up the hoe and walked into the field. Chang'e quickly pulled her back, not wanting anyone to work in the fields, and said with a smile, Aunt Su, really not. I don't need people to turn the soil here. If we don't need people, then we have to use machines? Aunt Su was even more anxious, and advised her earnestly, Chang'e, don't think I'm annoying. The nutritional level of your farm is high. I think it's possible to grow 3 to 4 level nutritious ingredients. If you use machines, it will reduce the level of the farm. Don't do that. If you don't have any manpower, tell us, we will help you. It just takes a little more time. Aunt Su was too anxious, and she pulled Chang'e to persuade her, not giving her a chance to interrupt. Chang'e had the chance to speak only after she finished speaking. Aunt, don't worry, I know everything. I don't use machines. Don't worry, someone turning it over won't damage the grade of the planting field. Seeing that she still didn't believe it, Chang'e pulled her aside, took out a bottle of special energy liquid, and poured it on the roots of the cow purse. Let's get started. Remember to turn it over carefully. After receiving the reward, Niu Chindian immediately went to work, rolled up the few friends who were still playing on it, put them on the ground, and quickly flew above the planting field. The roots as thick as arms quickly penetrated into the soil, the hardened soil began to crack, the dead grass was turned out with roots, and the brown soil was revealed in front of everyone as the roots rolled. You are a formation device? Aunt Sue looked at Yo Chindian, who turned over most of the planting field in just a few moments, and was very envious. Talented masters are good, and they can use formation devices for planting. I guess so. No matter how Yo Chindian explained, it was wrong. It was more like a monster in fantasy, but there was no such race in the interstellar era, so it could only be called a formation device in front of people. Oh! Your array is really good. How much labor can be saved? After seeing enough of the strange things, Aunt Sue knew that Chang'e and the others really didn't need help, so she said goodbye and went back to her own fields to work. There was no John Bien to turn the soil, which was easily done. The next step was digging holes, which was the pig's specialty. Its reward was the easiest to get. As long as it contained energy, it was not picky and would eat anything. Sometimes Chang'e was greedy and fed it energy stones directly, and it also accepted it well. Chang's mother first used the hoe to set an example, and then let the pig dig holes according to the standard. It is now more and more professional in digging holes. A hole appears with a pig's nose, the same size and balanced distance. Chang's mother and Bai Yi followed behind it to plant seeds and bury the soil, cooperating tacitly. Chapter 248. This time, the vegetables and fruits were planted in a mixed way. In addition to the common vegetables and fruits brought by Chang's mother, there were also unknown seeds set by the tutor. Chang'e planted the seeds set by teacher Qiao in a separate field. It was not known whether they were vegetables or fruits. The distance between them was 1 meter. The seeds she planted in the remaining marginal field were provided by Mr. Bai. What will grow in the end remains to be determined. Chang's mother took the bucket and looked at the pink liquid in it with doubt in her heart. Is your nutrient solution really useful? Don't worry, there will be no problem. She was confident in the fermented nutrient solution this time. After all, after the fermentation of the beef radish was completed, she would secretly water it every day. Chang's mother held the nutrient solution doubtfully and mixed it into the irrigation water. The 50L pink nutrient solution mixed in the clear water could not be seen at all. Chang'e patted the empty nutrient solution bucket and asked Chang's mother, "Do you want to take some back?" "Yes." "Can you give me the bucket?" Chang's mother thought that Chang'e's planting was a bit weird, but as long as she didn't do it herself, those methods were still quite effective, such as the medicine furnace ash mentioned above. Since the medicine furnace ash can be used for planting, now, the Star Network is full of furnace ash sales. Some of them are indeed useful when bought back, and some are not only useless, but also reduce the grade of crops. Most of the nutrient solution is still used in the Chang family's planting fields. With these planting experts at home, Chang'e's planting fields can be completed in 1 day. Now, just waiting for the harvest results. The planting fields at home are of good quality. Even if the fertility is a little poor after planting for a season, it can be supplemented with the nutrient solution. On the way back, Chang's mother looked at her and said hesitantly, "Chang Jiajiu is getting married. The invitation has been sent to the house. Will you go then?" The sunshine in the cold season always makes people feel extra warm. She lay on the rocking chair with her eyes squinting, and rocked hard with her feet. Squeak! Squeak! No! She got married in a hurry, and she didn't want to see a bunch of people she didn't like, so she didn't hold a banquet. She wouldn't go to that person's wedding either. After all, she didn't receive any gifts from that family when she got married. Are you going? As elders, she has sent out invitations, so it's not good not to go. I go with your dad and sit there, show my face, and leave after I save face. Mother Chan also disliked the family of Chang's uncle, and she disliked the niece, who liked to use her own children as stepping stones since she was a child. But people are alive, and some things can't be ignored just because you don't like them. What are you going to give as a gift? When it comes to the gift, Mother Chang frowned, thinking of the meaning behind the words of her sister-in-law. Chang Jiajiu is marrying Mu Qin from the second team of Qihong Star. If the gift is light, it may affect Chang'e and others. She said calmly, I haven't decided yet. Your aunt came over and said that she wanted the two families to each give her 500,000 interstellar coins to give her a flying machine as a gift. Chang'e was no longer calm, and she instantly jumped up, staring at Chang's mother and asked dissatisfiedly, 500,000. Do you agree? Chang's mother was frightened by her, and her heart was pounding. She scolded, Oh! You kid, you are so startled, it's scary. I haven't agreed yet. Your father and I think the gift is a bit heavy, but she is marrying Mu Qing, who is in the same military department. We will see each other every day in the future. It won't look good if the gift is too little. It's good that she didn't agree. Changyi laid down again and said indifferently, you can just give a little as a token of your appreciation. Don't consider anything else. The military department is a place where ability speaks. Is it really okay? Mother Chang was still not very relieved. Don't worry. It's okay. The various teams in the military are not only comrades and allies, but also competitors. Every fool who can become the captain of a team. Changyi believes that Mu Qing will never use tricks in public affairs for such a small matter, referring to the deputy general Chen of their team at the beginning. After solving this recent troublesome matter, the smile on Mother Chang's face was much wider. Okay. Then I will pack it according to everyone's price. Changyi didn't take it to heart, and said it, and threw it away, but she didn't expect that the matter was not over yet. When she returned home, Shan Mufeng brought back another invitation. Mu Qing's wedding invitation. He said the name is your cousin, so we must go. The more she doesn't want to go, the more he forces her to go, right? Is it okay not to go? Dan Mufeng knew that she didn't like this cousin, so he said after careful consideration, if you don't like it, we will return the gift after sending it to you. Then let's go! The gift was sent, but she was not allowed to eat at the banquet. She didn't want to eat it. How to send gifts? Do you have an agreement among your colleagues? As soon as she said that, Dan Mufeng knew that she wanted to treat it as a visit between his colleagues, and that the cousin didn't need to be paid attention to. Yes, Mu Qing also sent a gift when we got married. Just return it with the same value. Changyi opened the light brain. He sent a box of precious purple ginseng, which we should not have in the warehouse. The gift from Mu Qing was quite heavy. Shan Mufeng used all the good things in the warehouse to make soup for her to replenish her body. For the time being, there is really no ginseng grass at this level. It's okay, just take something similar, no matter what it is. If not, I remember there is a jade Ganoderma in the warehouse that will work too. Shan Mufeng knew everything about the things in the warehouse, and was not in a hurry at all. The jade Ganoderma is a rare spiritual plant of the same level as the purple ginseng. She was reluctant to give it away. Moreover, she didn't want to give her good things to Chang Jiajiu. She couldn't do that at all. Can we give energy liquid? Shan Mufeng looked at her dotingly. Sure. Changyi happily rummaged through her private warehouse, took out a box of energy liquid, opened it, and showed it to him. Okay. Then I prepare a box of energy liquid, so that the value will be about the same, and a little higher, okay? Shan Mufeng unconditionally supported her little idea, smiled and nodded, and let her wrap the energy liquid layer by layer with wrapping paper, and she didn't stop until she wrapped more than 10 layers. The next day, Changyi remembered to sort out the warehouse because of the gift-giving matter, and dug out a pile of soybeans that were about to sprout. She forgot when she had piled them up. Fortunately, they were in a sealed jar, otherwise they would have sprouted. Beep beep. The signal on the communicator kept flashing. As soon as the call was answered, Aunt Sue asked anxiously, Changyi, are you home? Changyi was now covered in dirt and mud, and his fingerprints could not be recognized. He rubbed 3 fingers on the corner of his clothes, and used his fingerprints to open the communicator after cleaning them. Yes. What's the matter? It's hard to explain this matter in a few words. Shuai Shuai ate the glutinous rice cake dough figurines that day, and now his whole body has turned red. I came to remind you not to eat those clay figurines. The whole person is red. This state seems a little familiar. Has his hair changed color? Yes, yes, yes. Now, even his eyebrows have turned red. I don't know what this naughty kid mixed in the flour that day. His father has sent him to the treatment hospital. I hope he's okay. Chapter 249. After listening to Aunt Sue's description, Changyi carefully recalled the fragments of that day. It seemed that Su Shuai Shuai had taken the dough from her, but she didn't eat it herself and didn't think about it. I'm sorry. Aunt Sue, that. Shuai Shuai. Maybe it's because he ate my dough. He is in the treatment center now, right? I go over and see if I can help. Aunt Sue didn't expect this to be a turn of events and hurriedly comforted her. It's okay. It's okay. He just changed the color of his body. He is very energetic, more energetic than usual. It should be nothing, don't worry. Okay. Aunt, I hang up first. I go to the treatment center to check the situation first. After hanging up the call, without caring about anything else, he hurriedly washed his face and drove out in his newly purchased children's sports car. I was moved by the treatment center and saw Su Shuai Shuai making snowmen in the yard with his bare chest. As soon as Changyi parked the car, She ran over to pull him up and down, asking, Su Shui Shui, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm comfortable now. Not cold at all. Su Shui Shui didn't understand the adult's worries at all. After she finished reading, he ran to build his snowman. He felt so handsome now, warm all over and full of energy. Father Su stood in the corridor and read the report in his hand carefully twice, and then he was sure that his kid who changed color had no problems. He was as strong and energetic as if he had taken a tonic pill. After receiving a call from home, he knew that Chang'e had also rushed over. He quickened his pace and walked out. He saw Chang'e standing under the eaves at the door. Chang'e, sorry to bother you to make a trip. He is fine, just his skin color has changed. Don't worry. But I want to ask, what did you add to the flour? Can his skin color change back? On the way here, Chang'e thought about the materials used that day and had a rough idea in his mind. Yes. This skin color is caused by a color-changing fruit and has a time limit. It will fade away slowly. Chang'e looked at the snowman in the yard that melted faster than the snowman and asked, Shui Shui, is it a fire ability? Yes. There are many fire abilities in our family, but their combat power is not very strong. Father Su looked at his son in the yard and sighed. The Su family's awakened abilities are basically offensive fire abilities, but the combat power of each generation is not strong. All the hunting teams of the Su family have always relied on winning by quantity. The more people, the more consumption. Often, what others think is a rich harvest can only barely break even for them. Chang'e walked to Su Shui Shui, feeling the warm breath, looking at the snowman that he couldn't make, raised his eyebrows, and said, Shui Shui, your snowman is melting. Why don't you make a fireball and make a fireman? Su Shui Shui tilted his head and thought, fireman? A fireball as big as a basketball suddenly appeared with his little hands. It was the first time he made such a big fireball. With a shake of his little hands, the fireball fell on the top of the snowman's head and turned into snow and water in an instant. It's true. Chang'e nodded and whispered. He has become so powerful. Su Shui Shui stared at his little hands blankly. The corners of his mouth gradually rose. Wow, ha ha ha. When his consciousness returned, he looked at the disappeared snowman and laughed arrogantly, turning to Su's father, who was still stagnant in the same place, and said, Dad, did you see it? Am I better than you? I will go on missions to support you and Mom in the future. Father Su was brought back to his senses by his son's bold words. Seeing his arrogant look, he laughed and scolded, You kid, you are so arrogant. Su Shui Shui didn't understand, but Father Su knew that this was probably due to Chang'e's dough. He walked up to Chang'e and asked, Is this related to the fruit? Will there be sequelae? How long can this state last? She added more than just the color-changing fruit to the dough, and it's hard to say too clearly, so let's just take it as it is. I guess so. The duration is about 1 day, and it will gradually weaken afterwards. If he vents more, it will be shorter. As for the sequelae, the appetite will increase, and he may sleep longer afterwards. But don't worry, it won't be harmful to his body. I added non-toxic materials. If you are worried, you can wait for him to recover and then do a full-body check. In addition to the color-changing fruit, she added edible materials to the flour that day, so there will be no sequelae. Then I'm relieved. With her words, Su's father was completely relieved and invited with a smile. Why don't you come to our house and sit down with us? Su's father really wanted her to go and play. Chang'e thought he was still worried, so she nodded and agreed. You go first, I drive there myself. Did you drive here? Where is your car? Can I get a ride? Su Shui Shui had sharp ears. When he heard that she drove here today, he kept looking at the parking lot at the door, trying to find her car. My car is parked at the door. Do you want to try it? Her new car was on the road for the first time today. Su Shui Shui was the first passenger. After saying hello to Su's father, she took Su Shui Shui to see her new car. Wow! Su Shui Shui touched the handsome blue-black car, and kept saying wow. Chang'e sat in the driver's seat, whistled at him, and honked the horn. Beep. Get in, sit. Su Shui Shui climbed into the car with his hands and feet, and sat down. Chang'e, where did you buy this car? It must have cost a lot of interstellar coins, right? Su Shui Shui always felt that his car was the best looking, but now that he saw Chang'e's car, he wanted to change to a new car. Fortunately, I didn't spend any interstellar coins. The military promised to give me a car, so I made some small suggestions and modified it myself. Chang'e also liked his new car very much. It was small and safe, and could adapt to various environments. It could go up the mountains and down the sea. With Su Shuaishui around, even the energy core was saved a lot, and the wind became warmer. Father Su followed behind them to protect them. Shui Shui is back. Shui Shui. Shui Shui. Shui Shui. Chang Yi's car was surrounded by a group of radish heads before it stopped. Surprisingly, Su Shan, the older brother who was calm, didn't care about Su Shuaishui, but came forward to touch her car body and asked enviously, Chang Yi, is this your new car? Yes. Do you want to come up and try it? Chang Yi got out of the car and vacated the driving seat for him. Can I? Su Shan was surprised at first, but then hesitated. Of course, this car is the same as yours, but the appearance is different. You can drive it. A strong and kind child deserves everyone's love. Go! Go quickly! The little rascals cheered him on. Amid the cheers of his friends, he opened the car door and carefully sat in the driver's seat. His fingers slowly swiped across the dashboard above, and after a while he gently opened the door and got out, returned the key to Chang Yi, shook his head, and said shyly, I still don't drive. Chapter 250. Chang Yi took the key and turned to ask Su Shuaishui, who was still in the car, do you want to drive? Yes, yes, yes. Su Shuaishui nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Here are the keys for you. Take your friends for a ride. Chang Yi simply threw out the car keys. Su Shuaishui was not Su Shan. He had been itching to get in the car all the way. He took the key and stood in the car. He climbed from the passenger seat to the driver's seat next to him, sat down, and waved to his friends to get in the car. It was obviously a two-seater car, but the little rascals squeezed 4 people in. There were 2 who didn't get in and tried to sit on the back of the car. This dangerous action was stopped by Su's father. He held one under his armpit and forced them back. At this time, Su Shuaishui had already started the car. The car moved forward steadily and slowly. He found the cool start button. After pressing it, a dragon pattern appeared on the surface of the car body. From a distance, they looked like they were flying on a dragon. Wow! Oh 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 oh! The children in the car screamed excitedly in the wind. With Su Shuaishui leading the way, Su Shan and others also bravely experienced it one by one, until all the children had had their fill. Chang Yi's car was able to park quietly in the parking space. Chang Yi did not wait for them to come back outside. After Su Shuaishui drove the car out, she went into the house and sat down. It was halfway through the winter season, and everyone's green leafy vegetables were almost eaten. Those planted in the fields had just been planted, and it would take a few days to harvest them. Chang Yi's family had been eating meat recently, and had a sore throat, so she wanted to get some vegetable leaves to change their taste. Holding Su's bean tea, she gently blew away the heat and took a sip. It had a faint bean smell, which was not bad, but she was not used to it. Putting down the teacup, Chang Yi pondered and asked, Auntie, do you plan to go out to find wild vegetables recently? Aunt Su looked at her strangely. Going on missions in the winter season is difficult and risky, so no one will go out easily. Their Su family has low combat power and a large population, so they go to nearby, less dangerous places to look for food every winter season. This is something everyone knows. If those who are too picky ask this question, they must be looking for a sense of superiority. She thinks Chang Yi is not that kind of person, so she asked suspiciously, do you have any ideas? Hearing her ask this, Chang Yi knew there was a way, turned around and faced her. The leafy vegetables prepared in front of the house are not fresh, and the ones planted in the field have not grown yet. I want to find some fresh wild vegetables to change. Aunt Su looked much more relaxed, and said to her earnestly, oh, so that's it. It's too dangerous outside now, you better not go out. If you just want to change, don't go through so much trouble. The tomatoes I planted are ready. Wait for me to pick a few for you. Aunt Su pretended to get up and pick them. Chang Yi hurriedly stood up and grabbed her hand to hold her back. Ah, Aunt, that's not what I meant. Pulling her back by the arm and sitting her back on the sofa, Chang Yi continued, I know your hunting team goes out every winter. I just want to follow and see if I can find some wild vegetables or something. If it's not convenient, then don't. Aunt Su was afraid of hurting her by using too much force, so she sat back down. You really don't have to be polite. I've got a good harvest of tomatoes this year. It won't hurt to give you a few. Aunt, I really just want to follow and see. I haven't been out for a few months since the winter. I want to go out and get some fresh air. Chang Yi said it with all her heart, raising her hand to assure that she really wanted to follow on the mission. Father Su was holding Su Yu, walking in front, followed by a group of little radish heads with smoke on their heads. Hearing their conversation, he took over the conversation. If she wants to go, go. You don't have to go too far to pick wild vegetables. Just go to Chisha Mountain and take a stroll. Su Shuai was very enthusiastic about all activities, and he listened to everything, so he raised his hand to sign up first. I want to go pick wild vegetables too. I have sharp eyes, and I will definitely pick a lot. And Su thought about it. Chisha Mountain is really good, the mountains there are low, and high-level exotic beasts are rare. It's just right to take them out for a walk. Okay, let's go there. Go now. Chang'e had an idea in his mind, and wanted to verify it immediately. Aunt Su laughed when she saw her like this, and scolded her. You are really impatient. You have to pack up before you go. How can you go right away? Can't you? What else do you need to pack? We are not going far. We will be back soon. How many things do we need to bring? In the cold season, if you don't have something warm to keep you warm outdoors, you really can't stand it for a few minutes. Even if you have an energy core, you can't stay outside for a long time. The lower the temperature, the faster the energy core is consumed. She didn't plan to go for a long time at the beginning. When Su's father heard it, he turned around and said, if you are going to be back soon, you don't need to prepare too much. Just call a few people, and we can go right away. Then let's go now. It just so happens that Shuai needs to vent his energy now. Chang'e's words made everyone in the room turn their attention to Su Shuai, who was secretly playing with fireballs. In just a short while, his clothes were burned with several holes. Father Su looked at his son, who couldn't stop for a moment, made up his mind, nodded and said, okay. I call a few people, and we set off in an hour. Do you have anyone else who wants to go with you? Call them too. Since it wasn't a serious mission, Su's father felt relaxed, and didn't mind taking a few more people out to play. Chang'e heard his suggestion and thought of Chang's father and mother, who were idle at home. I asked my parents if they have time to go together. Okay, ask. Having decided to go, Su's father immediately took action and sent a message in the family team group, saying that he was going to Chisha Mountain to play, and asked if anyone was there. The adults didn't react to his message, but the idle boys at home were very active. After seeing the message, people kept replying to ask to join. In the end, this temporary winter season activity took less than half an hour from planning to team formation. The team members were gathered, including 20 adult superpower warriors including Chang's father and son, 15 half-grown warriors with an average age of 13, 10 little radish heads, and finally 20 women. Chang'e and other people who had cars said they would drive there by themselves. Along the way, a strange-looking children's sports car led the way, followed by 3 small floating cars. This team attracted a lot of attention from pedestrians along the way, who would spoil their children so much in such a cold weather and bring them out for a stroll. As soon as they arrived at Chisha Mountain, Su Shuai became a mobile heat source. Needless to say, the little kids automatically moved around him within a 1-meter radius, and even the wind in the air had a hint of warmth within this radius. Su's father and others did not tell anyone about Su Shuai's abnormality, not even to him himself, but only told him that he had eaten something wrong and would not be back to normal until tomorrow. Chapter 251. There are many old hovercrafts parked at the foot of Chisha Mountain. There are figures squatting on the snow, looking for something. Going on a mission is a talent engraved in the bones of supernatural warriors. Su Shuai and his friends, who were not at home running around, lined up spontaneously according to their heights as soon as they got off the car. Su Shan, who was in the lead, was responsible for counting the number of people and reporting the situation to Su's father in a serious manner, waiting for instructions. Report. There should be 11 people, and there are 11 people. Please give instructions, Captain. As the captain of the little carrot head, Su Shan put his feet together and reported the personnel situation to Su's father with a serious face. His voice was sonorous and powerful, without any shyness and introversion at home. Su's father returned a solemn salute and replied to him seriously, very good. You must always remember that you cannot leave our sight. If you encounter any situation, return and report immediately. Did you hear it clearly? I heard it clearly. Su Shan's answer was clear and loud. Very good. Disband? Father Su nodded with satisfaction and gave another last word. Be careful. After receiving the captain's order to move freely, the little carrot heads cried out, took out the small baskets and hose they had prepared, and rushed in. Seeing that someone had passed by the place he liked, the little carrot head jumped anxiously, and had to stop to wait for his brother, who had fallen behind. Hurry up! Hurry up! If we go there, they will pass by. Hurry up you! Let's drive over there. Chang'e grabbed Su Shuai, who wanted to run with the team. Su Shuai heard that it made sense. His little eyes lit up surprisingly. His short legs turned neatly, turned around and went back to drive, and did not forget to turn back and greet his friends on the way. Come back, we drive. The slow-moving kids all heard the call and turned back to drive, but the impatient ones didn't hear it and continued running in the snow with their short legs. The colorful sports car quickly caught up with the children on the road, and Chang-yi braked handsomely and stopped beside Su-shan. Ding! Get in quickly, I take you. Thank you. Su-shan was more comfortable than before, and thanked him softly, climbed into the car with his hands and feet, fastened his seat belt, turned his head, and nodded to Chang-yi, indicating that she could drive. Chang-yi! Su-shan! Hurry up. Su-shan's handsome sports car was past them. His excited voice was still floating in the air, and he had already left 2 miles. Su-shan, hold on, we're going. As soon as the voice fell, the car flew out, leaving a white mist behind. Whoosh! The car body suddenly rushed forward. Su-shan pursed his lips tightly, stared straight ahead with eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with restrained excitement, and his hands firmly grasped the seat belt on his chest. Su-shui. You can't do it. When Chang-yi passed by him, she was still childishly provocative. Wow! Wait for me. Su-shui's sports car didn't unlock the adult lock, and he couldn't catch up with her car even if he stepped on the accelerator, so he could only chase and shout from behind. Wow! Su-shan, how is it? Does it feel good? After the madness, Chang-yi slowed down the car and asked the passenger next to him, who had remained calm throughout the whole journey, how was the ride experience? Yeah. Thinking about the feeling of speeding just now, Su-shan stared with bright eyes and nodded heavily. Wow! Chang-yi, how could you not wait for us? Su-shui caught up with him, pouting his lips in dissatisfaction. The red hair on his head was clearly visible and pointed upwards, and his round face looked like a red garlic. Chang-yi didn't even turn his head, and said, an excellent soldier must be brave enough to accept challenges. Are you an excellent soldier? Yes. I am an excellent soldier. Su-shui answered loudly with his chest puffed out. Seeing that he was so easily tricked, Chang-yi curled the corners of his mouth. It turned out that children are the easiest to coax. The small children's sports car has obvious advantages at this time. It can ignore the terrain and obstacles, and can shuttle freely in the forest. Entering the forest area, the snow on the ground becomes less, and the green below emerges sporadically. It is no longer as white as the outside, and no other colors can be seen. Shall we stop here? Chang-yi found a flat open space as a parking spot. There are actually quite a lot of wild vegetables in the cold season. One kind likes to hide under the snow and grow close to the ground. It has purple stems, green leaves, and white flowers. It is called purple ground vegetable. This wild vegetable is sweet. After being rinsed with water, it tastes great when mixed with cold or stir-fried. It is one of Chang-yi's goals today. It was too strenuous to scrape the snow, so Chang-yi asked Su-shui to be her helper, and agreed to split the snow between them. After agreeing on the price, Su-shui followed her instructions obediently. Luckily, the temperature of his feet became higher, and he stepped on the snow on the surface in the place designated by Chang-yi. Chang-yi scraped the purple ground vegetable on the ground twice, and saw the burnt leaves. She looked up and asked Su-shui, adjust it again. The temperature is too high. You see, the leaves are a little curled. Can't use this one? Can't use it? It's just a little bit, it doesn't matter. Don't give it to me. Su-shui squatted down with her, lifted up the ground vegetable that Chang-yi disliked, scraped off the burnt leaves, and happily put them into his own small basket. Ugh! Su-shui still couldn't control the temperature, and Chang-yi asked angrily, tell me, did you do it on purpose? There were more than 10, but he only had 1 or 2 good ones. The others were burnt, and one was completely burnt. I didn't. Su-shui put his hands on his hips, and replied confidently. It was obviously her who was too picky. It was okay to burn a few leaves, just pull them off. She didn't want them, but she blamed him. The two stood there staring at each other unconvinced. Su-shan came over with a small basket, saw them standing there, looked at the fresh vegetables on the ground and asked tentatively, what are you doing? Don't you want to dig? If you don't want them, then I dig them. No. No. The two shouted at him in unison, we found this, go find it yourself. Although Chang-yi didn't want the burnt vegetables, she couldn't give them to others, so she could only give them to her partners. She kicked the soil next to the ground vegetable and urged Su-shui in a bad mood. Do you want more? Dig quickly so we can find the next one. Yes. I dig it now. Don't kick it. It's going to break. With the appearance of the third person, The two temporarily put aside their conflicts and reached a consensus. Su Shuai squatted down and used his small shovel to carefully lift up the roots of the ground vegetable, tear off the bad leaves, and carefully put them away. Su Shan saw Su Shuai digging up the ground vegetable, turned around and used a small shovel to dig up the snow on the ground, revealing the green leaves underneath. He was lucky. This was a sedge, which is also a kind of wild vegetable, but it tastes a bit bitter. Chang'e stood aside and watched his careful movements, thinking, Su Shan, are you willing to change your body for a day like Shuai? Su Shuai was too uncooperative as a partner. She wanted to find someone more reliable to cooperate with. Chapter 252. Su Shan looked back at the little red man and shook his head to refuse. No. After that, he dragged his small basket and walked away. After Su Shuai finished digging the vegetables, he stood up, looked at Su Shan who was walking away, touched his head, and asked in confusion, why did brother Su Shan leave so quickly? What did you just say? The new partner did not agree. Chang'e said nonsense to the partner, who was not in harmony with her. I said you made me lose everything, I wanted to take his, but he ran away. Ah! Why are you like this? It's obviously you who don't want it. Su Shuai believed it, and protested dissatisfiedly, my share is yours. Don't take brother Su Shan's, he worked very hard. It's okay if you want me not to take his. You control the back for me, and don't step on the scorch again. The child is quite easy to deceive, and Chang'e took the opportunity to fool him. I try my best. Su Shuai pouted and reluctantly agreed. He then took every step carefully. Before he lifted his foot to melt the snow, he kept repeating, don't burn it. Don't burn it. It seemed that he could really control it this way. It was hard to find wild vegetables in the snow. Chang'e's eyes were like radars, and she found a nest. Can you melt this piece at this temperature? After Su Shuai could basically grasp the appropriate temperature, Chang'e used a dead wood stick to draw a circle with a diameter of about 1 meter in the new place. Is it all here? The ground vegetables had just grown at this time, and the largest one they found was not even the size of a palm. If there were not enough, they would not be able to find a dish in a day. I don't know. Let's take a look first. Chang'e was used to leaving a little when he spoke, and did not say the whole thing. Su Shuai glanced at her, not knowing what he saw. He nodded seriously, stepped forward, waved his hand to let Chang'e back off. I'm going to fire a fireball, you back off. This tiny place, surrounded by snow, and he asked her to back off, making it like a big war. In his heart, he laughed at others for being too fussy, but his body obediently took a step back, raised his hand to cheer him up. Pay attention to the temperature. Boy. Yeah. Su Shuai nodded, looked at the snow circle in front of him. His expression was serious, slowly stretched out his little hand, rubbed his thumb and index finger, and produced a little spark puff. He was too careful, and the sparks rubbed out before they grew. Chang'e, who was standing behind, clenched his fist and pressed it against the corner of his mouth to avoid laughing out loud, causing his partners to go on strike in anger. Su Shuai didn't dare to look back at his teammates at this moment. He was so anxious that his face turned red, and he kept rubbing his fingers, hoping that the fireball would reappear soon to save his face. The more anxious you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes. Poof! A fireball bigger than a basketball flew out of his hand like a cannonball, piercing the tree trunk in front of him. It continued forward without stopping, piercing 3 trees in a row, and then turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared in the air. The smell of burning instantly filled the air, and the pine trees, which were connected by only a little bit of bark, creaked under the heavy load and were about to fall. Chang'e's pupils shrank sharply at this sudden change, and he took a big step forward, hurriedly grabbed Su Shuai's red hair, and quickly dodged to the side. As soon as they left, the next second, the big tree fell straight down, hitting the snow heavily, stirring up a large piece of snow and rain. Poof! 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 The speed of the snow and rain splashing was too fast, and they were still forced to be covered with snow. Su Shuai. I told you to control me. Control me. Is that how you control me? I want to break up with you. Chang'e couldn't help but punch Su Shuai, who was still in a daze 3 times. I did that. Hearing his question, Chang'e rolled her eyes at him, and said unhappily, if it wasn't you, could it be me? Su Shuai's eyes were straight, as if he didn't hear her words, and he just kept repeating to himself, I broke 3 trees? I broke 3 trees? What is this kid asking? Is he scared? Chang'e saw that something was wrong with him, so she waved her hand in front of him, but there was no response, no way. Is he really scared? Chang'e imitated the man in her memory, touching Su Shuai's forehead to the back of his head, and kept muttering to herself. Touching the hair won't scare you. Touching the head won't scare you. Su Shuai is back. Ah! It hurts. Be gentle. Ouch. My hair. Su Shuai held his head with both hands to protect his handsome hairstyle, lowered his body, moved to the side, and after escaping from her clutches, he brushed his teeth and touched the painful part that was pulled. Huh? It's good to have a reaction. It's good to have a reaction. If this scared a good child silly, she wouldn't be able to explain to the parents. You still have the leisure to care about your hair. Do you know that you almost killed us just now? The air froze for a moment. Su Shuai silently put down his hand that was rubbing his head, glanced at his masterpiece, wanted to grin, turned around and saw the furious Chang'e, and said to her flatteringly, I broke 3 trees. Blinking his silly big eyes, looking at Chang'e with expectation, shouldn't he be praised for being so powerful? Really not praise him. Chang'e. Su Shuai. Chang'e. Su Shuai. The hunting team saw their misfortune from afar, and their hearts tightened. They ran into the forest, anxiously calling their names and looking for their traces. Chang'e heard their voices, temporarily put aside the questioning of his stupid teammates, and shouted to the newcomers, We are here. Behind the tree. The fallen tree just covered their figures. The soldiers were relieved when they heard Chang'e's voice. The voice was loud, and they should not be seriously injured. Chang'e. Su Shuai. You are not injured? Father Su found the 2 angry team members behind the tree. We are all fine. Chang'e pulled Su Shuai forward to let him see clearly that they were fine and not injured. Although Father Su was usually careless, he always let Su Shuai go, saying that the training of young soldiers should start from childhood. At this moment, his face was pale, his steps were messy, and he rushed to Su Shuai, wrapped his iron arms tightly around Su Shuai's small body, and trembled his lips, repeating the same words. It's okay. It's okay. How did you do this? Chang Song stood beside Chang'e without knowing when. I asked him to release a fireball to melt some snow, but he broke the tree. Chang'e regretted her partner this time very much. Not only did she gain little, but she almost lost her life. Yu said it was the child from the Su family who did it. It is a recognized fact that the Su family has low combat power. If such a young child from the Su family has this combat power, then the fact that the Su family has low combat power needs to be investigated. No matter what others think, Su's father is extremely proud at this moment. His eyes, which were cold and wanted to kill people just now, are now smiling. The man with a clumsy mouth only knows to rub the child's head with his rough iron palm, and he only says one sentence in his mouth, My son is great. Chapter 253. Su Shuai finally got someone to praise him. It was his usually strict father, who didn't care about his hair being tangled up like a grass nest, and was determined to describe his handsome image to him. The Su family soldiers, who came over also gave him face. When he was excited, they would also give him a thumbs up and praise him. Chang'e looked at the gradually lost Su family, big and small, and had to play the villain and remind them in a depressing way, his condition is temporary, don't go too far. The people who were still talking and laughing just now suddenly became quiet. Su Shuai looked at her in astonishment, and his eyes seemed to question, You are talking nonsense, I will always be so powerful. No, your condition will return to normal tomorrow. Chang'e's decisive answer ruthlessly broke his fantasy. Woo-woo, Su Shuai turned his head and nestled in Su's father's arms, and soon he could hear his sobbing. Feeling the wetness on his chest, Su's father sighed helplessly, stroking his back and silently comforting him. It's okay. Our Shuai is already very powerful. When you grow up, you will become as powerful as you are now. You can feel it in advance now that you are more powerful than others. Don't cry. A soldier with a scar on his eyebrow from the Su family came forward to take him from Su's father's arms, hugged him, and coaxed him softly. You cannot say it so bluntly. Chang Song also shook his head in disagreement. Not so bluntly, how to say it? When he wakes up tomorrow and finds that his dream is shattered, he will cry. Chang'e doesn't think so. Temporary concealment cannot change the facts, but will only make it more painful when the bubble is broken. The child cried so sadly that Chang'e felt a little embarrassed. She asked calmly, Su Shuai, are you done crying? Do you want to find some good things while you are still so powerful? He cried for too long and hiccuped a little. He lay in his uncle's arms and wiped his tears. Then he replied to Chang'e with red eyes, Yes. Hiccup. I come. Hiccup. Uncle. Put me down? I. Hiccup. I'm going. Hiccup. To dig wild vegetables. Su Shui patted Su Liancai's shoulder and signaled him to put him down. Su Liancai put him on the ground as he said, patted his little head, and encouraged him, go. Little warrior of the Su family. Su Shui nodded his little head heavily and clenched his fist to cheer himself up. I am a warrior of the Su family. A man sheds blood but not tears. Ha! Ha ha! He turned around and strode towards Chang'e with a heroic and high-spirited stride. Chang'e was surprised at Su Shui who had recovered immediately, and muttered, is the Su family's self-brainwashing so good? It makes sense for the Su family to squeeze into several major families with their low combat power. Chang Song admired the Su family's self-regulation ability very much. Su Shui, who had recovered, said to Chang'e in a hoarse voice, shall we continue? Chang'e nodded, without moving her feet, standing there stroking her chin and thinking, do you think the things under the tree should not be crushed? Seeing her like this, Su Liancai said kindly, we will move it for you. 4 or 5 adult soldiers stood separately, took horse stances, and exerted force at the same time. The 1-meter-thick tree was easily lifted, and everyone took neat steps, and sent it to an empty space on the side. After moving the tree, the other soldiers left one after another, and returned to their original positions to continue guarding the other team members. Father Su took out a saw and started sawing wood. He planned to take a piece of wood back to make a small thing for Su Shui as a souvenir. Chang Song was afraid that they would have an accident. He was not a soldier of the Su family, and was not assigned to take care of them, so he could just stay and watch them. The traces that Chang'e had originally scratched had been destroyed by the tree, leaving a huge and irregular outline on the ground, and the snow surface was pressed into intricate textures by the tree. They followed the pressed traces, and searched for the position in their memory little by little. Is it in there? Su Shui used a small shovel to dig a few times in the place where he suspected it, but the familiar purple stem was gone. No! We just stood a little to the right. Try shoveling there twice. Chang'e identified the purple lily by its growth characteristics. It likes to grow near a kind of leaf with short white hairs. At this time, the ground was pressed in a mess, and she couldn't find it for a while. Su Shui was ready to show off. Hearing this, he immediately moved his feet, and walked to the place she said to dig. Shovel after shovel, the snow below seemed endless, and he gradually dug a big pit on the ground. Chang'e saw that the situation was not right, and hurriedly called out to stop. Su Shui. Stop! Ah! Su Shui, who was obsessed with digging, stopped and looked at the snow pit in front of him that reached his waist in confusion. Is the snow so thick here? Go up. Chang Song stepped into the snow pit, put his hands under Su Shui's armpits, lifted him up to the snow, and looked around at the newly dug snow pit. This should be some kind of cave, crushed by the snow. The snow layer around was not thick, only this time it was abnormal. Judging from the traces around, this place should have been flush with the ground next to it. Chang'e looked down at the snow that had obviously become solid, and turned to ask their opinions. Do you want to dig? Dig. 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 There must be beast meat underneath. Su Shui was very excited when he heard that it was a cave. He had heard that some beasts would hibernate in the cold season, and if the cave was not well built, it would be crushed by the snow and die inside. Someone had picked up such a beast in the cold season. Let's dig. Judging from the size of this cave, it shouldn't be too deep underneath. Chang Song touched the snow layer below, and thought it was okay to dig. 2 of the 3 agreed, and Chang'e also nodded in agreement, and they took out shovels, and jumped into the pit to help. You can do it alone. Chang'e ignored him, and held the wooden handle of the shovel by herself. She pushed the shovel into the snow with her arm, feeling the resistance of the snow. She pressed the wooden handle with her arm muscles, and with a click, the snow blocks separated from the surroundings. She shoveled up the snow blocks twice, and threw them on top. Inspired by her, Su Shui also changed to a large snow shovel, using his own weight to pry the snow blocks, and then shoveled them away little by little. Seeing that both of them had found their own methods, Chang Song also lowered his head, and focused on shoveling snow. Squeak! This sound is not snow. After half an hour of joint efforts by the 3 of them, the snow was finally dug out. They could hear the friction sound of the shovel touching the soil. After the last snow block was cleared, the frozen soil underneath was exposed. When Chang Song tried it with the shovel, the sound was like metal hitting hard stone. It's too frozen to be broken directly. I send you up first, and wait for the soil to thaw before we do it. I come too. I help. Su Shui stepped forward actively, and said he would stay and help him. Chapter 254. Chong Song found a plausible reason to refuse. No. You have to go up and be responsible for alert, so that you can help in time if something unexpected happens. Chang'e also chimed in. Yes, if you are also in the pit, what if the monster below is not dead? With his ability to melt snow into felled trees, who knows what this melted soil will turn into? Forget it. Staying up there with her and not causing trouble is the right thing to do. Su Shui was persuaded by their singing and nodded seriously to promise. Don't worry. I will definitely help you keep an eye on it. The people who were in the way were cleared, and only Chong Song was left in the snow pit. There were snow walls all around him, so he couldn't use a big fireball to burn directly, but could only control multiple small fireballs to slowly thaw the ground. Chang'e stood on top, watching the situation below, and at the same time reminded Su Shui to pay attention to learning. The ice in the soil slowly melted, and the hard soil gradually became soft and moist. Chong Song moved on it, and the soles of his shoes made a popping sound when they came into contact with the wet mud. Tick! Tick! The sound of water dripping came from below. Chong Song stopped and tried to insert the shovel into the mud under his feet. Swish! It was easily immersed in the mud. The resistance below was not great. The mud below was very loose. Is it melted? Seeing him start to shovel the soil, Chang shouted down. Chong Song was alone below, shoveling the soil non-stop, and the mud on his body was splashed everywhere. He replied without turning his head, It's almost done. I don't know what's going on below. Don't come down yet. Chang'e tied the basket with a rope, held a long rope, and leaned over to shout to the people below, We won't come down. You put the mud in the basket, and we stand on it to pull it. With a swing of his arm, the basket landed right at Chong Song's feet. The snow pit was not very big. If the excavated mud was piled in it, it would be difficult to transport the things inside. Chong Song was digging mud and filling it with soil below. Chang'e and Su Shui pulled the full basket ashore. The thick rope left 2 deep marks on the snow. People still have to work. They have to work hard in the cold weather. Chang'e was sweating from the heat. She had already pulled off the hood on her head and thrown it aside. Su Shui was a hot boy. At this moment, he only had a single piece of clothing left, but his forehead was still covered with sweat. Hey! 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 Children must shout slogans when they work. Their small bodies pulled the thick hemp ropes and moved forward steadily step by step. Su Shui was strong enough to pull up the mud easily. He didn't need anyone else. He could do it alone. Chang'e was embarrassed to stand aside and watch him work alone, so she could only follow him and help share the burden symbolically. Just after she came back from dumping the soil, she heard Chong Song in the pit asking, Chang'e, do you have any extra ropes? Yes. What do you need the ropes for? While still asking, she had already found a bundle of new ropes in her hand and put them in the basket and threw them down. With the weight of the ropes, the speed of the basket falling down was obviously accelerated. With a snap, it collided with the soft soil and sank directly into half of the basket. The rope is in the basket, do you see it? After 2 excavations, the snow pit was more than 4 meters deep. The second excavation of the mud pit was not big. Chong Song and his men stood inside and blocked the view. Chang'e and his men stood on top and could not see the situation below clearly. I see, the things below are a bit heavy. I tie them up first and bring them up later. You go and wait on the side first. Chong Song was busy packing now. He hurriedly replied and went into the cave below to search. The cave under the snow pit was very large. They only cleaned a small area of it. Chong Song first tied up the 3-tailed red fox he had just dug with a rope to ensure that it would not escape and be thrown aside, and then brought it back together later. The 3-tailed red fox is a strange beast that looks like a dog and sounds like a sheep. It is usually distinguished by the number of tails behind it. This 3-tailed red fox is a 3rd-level strange beast. There is still a place buried in the soil below, and Chong Song raised his arms to continue digging. Is that a red fox? Su Shui lay at the entrance of the cave and looked at the tightly tied thing. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, wanting to see more clearly. Half of his body was suspended in the air. Chang'e hurried forward, grabbed his ankle and dragged him back a little, and said unhappily, Be steady. Don't make such a fuss all the time. It was dangerous just now. If you fall down, you will definitely break your legs. She usually doesn't nag so much, but today she just gave up when she met this kid. Every day is full of thrills and excitement. Shuli. It's Shuli. The cave below is Shuli. And I can see clearly that it has more than one tail. Su Shuai was so excited that he got up and pointed to the direction of the snow pit and explained excitedly. Worried that Chang'e didn't understand, he also emphasized that it had more than one tail. The main value of Julie is not its meat. Its meat is different from other exotic beasts. The higher the level, the harder it tastes. However, its shiny fur is different. The higher the level, the better the fur, and the higher the value. Someone once auctioned a Julie with 12 tails, and the fur was directly exchanged for a mine. Shall we go down too? Since Su Shuai knew that there was Julie's cave below, he could no longer wait above, and kept turning around Chang'e like a donkey pulling a millstone. Chang'e grabbed him and stopped him from turning. She was dizzy and said, "Stop." "Wait a minute, I asked first." Chang Song didn't say what was going on below, and she didn't dare to take people down rashly because she valued her life. Chang Song. Chang Song. He was so focused on digging that Chang'e called him several times before he reacted, stopped his work, and looked up at the big and small above. "Can we come down?" The mud in the cave had been dug almost, and it seemed that there would be no danger below. Chang Song nodded, stuck the shovel in his hand into the mud, and walked to the side. "You go down from here, slowly." Chang Song chose a place where the wall was not so smooth for them to go down, stood there and watched, ready to receive people. Chang'e leaned over to take a look. It wasn't particularly high, about the height of 2 floors, but she still felt a little dizzy and couldn't bear to look. She looked at it several times, but it didn't work. She felt dizzy just standing and looking down, so she let Su Shuai go down alone. "Or you go down, I won't go down." "Okay." Su Shuai couldn't wait any longer. As soon as she finished speaking, he ran to the side with a joyful step. The shoes under his feet had already changed the mode. The soles of the shoes were covered with sharp cones, and there was a pit with every step. He walked on the snow wall as if walking on flat ground. The climbers looked relaxed, but Chang'e, who was watching from above, turned blue in less than 10 seconds. She turned her head and dared not look again. If she looked again, she felt that she would faint. The person in charge of the investigation left, and Chang'e could only stand on top and stare at the big pit in a daze, and analyze their situation from the sound coming from below. Chapter 255. After Su Shuai went down, he touched the frozen Julie from top to bottom. After he had satisfied his desire, he ran to help Chang Song dig the soil. Chang'e, who was up there, could only hear his loud little voice from time to time, "Wow! Wow!" while non-stop, which made people feel itchy. She didn't dare to look, so she told them that she was going to find wild vegetables nearby, which was her main purpose today. She looked around, followed the edge of the snow pit, and dug along the traces on the ground in the direction where the big tree fell. Without Su Shuai, the little fireman, by her side, her fingers soon became red with cold. Chang'e had to take out the heater with the energy core. She adjusted the range to the minimum to ensure that her body was warm, so that the energy inside could be used for a longer time. Digging wild vegetables is something that everyone who has dug knows is easy to get addicted to. Shovel away the snow layer on the surface to reveal the tender green leaves underneath, shovel close to the ground, and cut off and lift up. Chang'e has been repeating this action since she squatted down. The place she is digging now should be the place they were going to dig just now. Every time she shovels away a piece of snow, there are fresh and tender vegetables underneath. She is so focused on digging that she hasn't looked at the 2 people in the pit below for a long time. "Chang'e, where have you been? Come down quickly. We're getting rich. Come on," Su Shuai said and hung up the call in a hurry. The call from Su Shuai made Chang'e realize that she had been digging wild vegetables here for an hour. Looking back, she had dug a small path behind her. The wild vegetables in the basket were pressed and pressed again until they filled up a full basket. There were too many things, so she picked out the small and old ones in the basket and threw them away, leaving only the fresh and tender ones. He walked back to the snow pit along the path he had dug. He still didn't dare to lean over to look. He took out his optical computer and called Chang Song. "Is there anything good down there? Why is Su Shuai so excited? Down there is Zhu Li's storage room. There are a lot of things in it. Why don't you come down and take a look?" Chang Song was in a good mood. The reserves in this cave were very rich. If they could dig them all out, they wouldn't have to worry about the snacks they had for a few months. "I'm afraid of heights." She wanted to go down, but she felt weak after just one look and didn't dare to take a step. Chang Song almost forgot about this. "Wait, I come up to pick you up." Before Chang Song left, he told Su Shuai, who was pulling at his pocket and trying hard to dig in. "I go up to pick her up. Be careful. Yeah. Got it. Go ahead. At this moment, Su Shui Shui was afraid that he would say anything to him, as long as he didn't interrupt him to continue to enrich his material warehouse. The height of the snow pit was no problem for Chong Song, and he reached the top in less than 2 minutes. What's down there? Chong Yi saw him appear and looked behind him. What about Julie? Didn't you bring her up? Chong Song took the basket of wild vegetables from her hand, tied the basket with the empty rope, and put it under the pit. There are a lot of things down there. We may have to stay down there for a while. It will be inconvenient for Julie to be brought up without anyone watching. Do you have to be so careful? There's no one here. Chong Song was too careful to even hide the basket of wild vegetables. Chong Song looked back at her and asked, "Are you willing to be taken by someone?" Okay. She was unwilling to give up. She squatted until her feet were numb before digging wild vegetables. If anyone dared to take them away, she would chase them and kill them. Okay. After the wild vegetables were processed, the next step was to lead people down. Chong Song patted the snow water on his body, walked to Chong Yi, picked her up by the waist, weighed her gently, and joked, "You have a good diet after getting married. Have you gained weight again? Take a deep breath. Don't get angry, your life is in his hands now." Chong Yi wrapped her arms around his neck tightly, biting her back teeth, and said, "Yes. The main thing is that you are missing someone who snatches food from me." "Nonsense. From childhood to adulthood, you have always snatched food from me, but I have never snatched food from you. Don't blame me for being picky about food." Chong Song felt sad when he thought about the scraps he had eaten since he was a child. Everything that Chong Yi couldn't eat or didn't like to eat was eventually eliminated by him. Recalling that when she was a child, she ate the buns instead of the fillings, only the skins, and always stuffed the meat fillings into his mouth. Outsiders misunderstood that Chong Song had snatched her meat fillings. She explained it seriously, but no one believed her. The adults looked like they were covering up for him and bullying you, which made her want to laugh. Chong Song heard the muffled laughter from her throat and complained for her childhood self. "You also remember it, right? From childhood to adulthood, I always suffered in silence, and the adults always thought I bullied you. Tut tut tut. Then I explained it for you, and no one believed it, so you can't blame me." "Yes. You explained it, and as soon as you explained it, they hugged you and coaxed you, and lectured me. Then who made you not eat it happily every time? You already asked me to do it, right? You said it was because of you that you were in such a mess." Chong Song was a silly and straightforward child. Every time he helped Chong Yi eat meat stuffing, he would be lectured by adults, so he would just shut up and not eat. But Chong Yi didn't want to eat it, so she forced him to eat it. He was afraid of hurting Chong Yi, so he would compromise in the end, and then entered a vicious circle. Later, he never allowed Chong Yi to eat meat buns outside again. While talking, Chong Song had already brought her back to the pit and bowed his head to call her. "Okay, open your eyes." After her feet landed on the ground, Chong Yi opened her eyes. The first scene she saw was Su Shui Shui, who had transformed into a little hamster, squatting in a pile of nuts, chewing them non-stop. Su Shui Shui climbed down the pile of nuts step by step, and handed her 2 nuts he liked. "You came down? This is delicious, try it." Chong Yi took one from his hand, peeled off the hard shell, picked up the white kernel, and put it into her mouth to chew twice. "It's a bit astringent, it's better to fry it. Raw nuts that have not been fried taste a bit bitter in addition to the original sweetness." Chong Yi ate 2 and stopped eating. "It's okay. I don't feel astringent." Su Shui Shui bit it, and it was crispy, without any bitterness. When he spoke, his mouth was not empty. Chong Song saw that the child had eaten a lot of fruit shells, and kindly reminded him, "Eat less, this kind of fruit is high in starch and easy to bloat. Be careful of stomach discomfort later." "It's okay. If you are bloated, just rub your stomach to let it out, I'm not afraid. Don't think about what will happen next when eating, it's just bloating, it's nothing." Seeing him like this, Chong Song and his wife smiled and ignored him. Children don't learn their lessons, and facts will teach them a lesson. There are really a lot of nuts in Julie's cave. Before Chong Yi came down, Su Shui Shui had already filled 2 sacks, estimated to be about 100 kilograms, and the nuts in the cave are still not less. Chapter 256. Chong Yi looked around, and there was only the red fox that was there at the beginning, and no other ones. He frowned and asked, "Is there only this red fox? It is unreasonable that there is only this red fox with such a large storage volume." The red fox likes to remember the family as a unit. When it grows up, the red fox will leave the original family and find its own partner to form a new family. Moreover, the red fox has a very long-term habit. The food they store in the cold season will only be enough to survive the entire cold season, and there will be no surplus. According to this habit, the nuts in this cave are too rich. If there is no special reason, it can only be that it has a premonition that this cold season will be much longer than before. Only this one has been found so far, and it is possible that the others left before the cave collapsed. Chong Song also had doubts about this situation, but the prediction on the Star Network for this cold season is only about 15 days longer than in previous years. But if there is no problem with the talent of this red fox, according to the amount it has stored, this year's cold season will be at least 2 months longer. Chang'e held a dark green fruit and said, "Put this kind of bitter oil fruit in a separate box, and we take it back to make oil for eating." The bitter oil fruit has a high oil content and can be used to make oil. The fried oil has a special fragrance, and the meat fried with it is particularly sweet. If you eat it alone, it has a strong oily smell and is bitter. Eating one is bitter enough to last for half a day. Good. This fried meat is very fragrant. Su Shuaishui is proficient in eating. He took a small shovel, shook, picked out the bitter oil fruit and put it in a sack separately. He worked more efficiently than an adult. Chang'e brought a dustpan, and Chong Song used a target to pull it in. She waited twice, picked out the bitter oil fruit inside, and packed the rest together. Division of labor and cooperation is faster than one person working alone. Su Shuaishui is small, and has small hands. Although he works very well, he is still not as good as the cooperation of the two adults. As Chang'e and the others packed bags one by one, he was anxious in his heart. He had no room to eat nuts in his mouth. He didn't even have time to chat with Chang'e and the others. He just lowered his head to catch up with the progress. Sacks were filled one after another. After the nuts in the cave were cleaned up, Chang'e and the others worked together to fill 6 sacks. The bitter oil fruit was in a separate sack. They used a 100 jin large sack, which was about 700 jin. Su Shuaishui was also very impressive. He packed 4 sacks with nuts including the ones in front. The bitter oil fruit was also packed into half a bag, estimated to be about 230 jin. The child looked at his harvest, and his smile never fell. After packing, he moved them to one side and stacked them. Chong Song wanted to help him, but he refused. After putting them away, he took out a children's version of the computer and took a lot of photos. He also asked Chang'e to help him take the photo of him standing on the top. He only had one request, that he must be handsome and hardworking. Chang'e took no less than 100 photos according to his request, and let him choose slowly. Unable to bear his smug look, Chang'e said behind him leisurely, "If you pose like this, aren't you afraid that they will all come to eat yours?" Su Shuaishui froze and posting photos, turned stiffly, looked at her, and said with a sad face, "What should I do? Can I withdraw it?" Ding! 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 Chirp! Before he had finished removing all the photos, the notification sound in the communication kept ringing. It was now, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. As long as they saw the photos he posted, they all sent him greeting messages. The content was quite consistent. When the fire happened, they would come to help. You deserve it. You are so proud. You are being eaten by the rich. He was about to cry, and Chang'e was still watching him laugh heartlessly. Chong Song did not join them. He was busy doing the last exploration of the cave. The cave of this red fox was divided into 2 layers. The last time it was its own nest, it was directly crushed to death and frozen inside after the cave collapsed. The second layer was its storage room. Under its cave, it put a lot of hay in it to prevent moisture and keep warm. It was precisely because of these hays, as a buffer, that the cave below was intact. Now, Chong Song was checking the dry grass underneath to see if there was anything missing. Wow! Aoao. Unable to resist Chang'e's realistic analysis, Su Shuaishui broke his defense and opened his mouth to howl. Speechless was Chong Song's mood at this time. He rolled his eyes silently. With such a girl, he could only say that it was a good thing that she got married, and married a high-level warrior, so she didn't have to have a baby. Don't cry, she scared you. No, they really want to eat. So many people, are going to be eaten up. Thinking of the sad things, Su Shuaishui couldn't stop the tears on his face. He hiccuped and showed Chong Song the information on his communication. Every message was coming to eat his gluttony. Chong Song endured his devil's voice piercing his ears, looked at the culprit, who was cracking nuts and watching the fun, and said to him with an unclear look, "You can also find a big family to eat." Oh! You can't be like this. Seeing that the fire was about to burn herself, Chang'e spit out the fruit shell in her mouth and stepped forward to stop him from continuing to bring trouble to others. Chang'e didn't say anything, and Su Shuai couldn't remember what this meant. When she said it, Su Shuai's eyes lit up instantly, his eyeballs were as bright as laser lights, and he looked at her expectantly. I'm gone. Can you give me some to eat? No, don't even think about it. Go home and eat your own food. Don't think about me. She refused too firmly, and Su Shuai's just rising hope was extinguished by her. His nose was a little sour, and he wanted to cry again. Stop. Shut up, stop howling, and listen to me. You can only take care of the trouble you caused yourself. You have 3 bags, and they don't know how big your bags are. Why don't you change to small bags later? If they ask about the size, just say that the photo is photoshopped and the real thing should prevail. Sacrificing a small part of the interests to keep the big part, Su Shuai counted on his fingers for a while, and finally understood. He finally burst into laughter, and hurriedly looked for the bag. You don't have to be so anxious, right? Can't you change the bag when you go home? No. They will find out. Su Shuai didn't listen to her, opened the tied sack again, and took out a small sack to put it in. TSK. The bag can't hold more than 10 kilograms. Alas. It's another day of teaching bad kids. Shall I take you up first? Or do you wait here for me, and I send these things up first? Chong Song rummaged around and didn't find anything. He sorted out his things and prepared to return. It's all right, Chong Yi looked at the snow falling behind Chong Song. Her pupils dilated instantly, and she pointed at the snow and said tremblingly, The snow is falling. Chapter 257. Starting from the first falling snow block, the snow layer above began to collapse completely, and countless snow blocks rushed down with the oppressive cold air. It was impossible to go up at this time. Run to the cave below. Chong Song pushed Chong Yi with all his strength, watching her fall into Zhu Li's cave, and turned his head to run towards Su Shuai, who was still packing nuts. Grabbing the child's clothes, pulling him close, and picking him up, he didn't stop for a moment, holding him and jumping into Zhu Li's cave before the snow wave hit. There was no other place to hide, so the 3 of them hid in the pile of dead grass. The air was filled with snow mist, and every breath was piercingly cold. Several sacks of nuts were washed above the cave, forming a triangle, which helped them block the fierce snow wave. Are you all right? The 3 of them were buried under a thick layer of snow, with no light to be seen. Chong Yi fumbled to turn on the light brain, and used its weak light to find the other 2 people. It's okay. We are all unharmed. How about you? Su Shuai was held in Chong Song's arms. He was not injured at all, but he might be a little scared. At this moment, his face was pale, and he didn't say a word. His little hand tightly grasped Chong Song's collar. I'm fine too. Do you have anything to illuminate? Darkness always makes people uneasy. No. Chong Song shook his head regretfully. Today, everyone was going to go back immediately, and no one brought the sunlight stone. I have this, is it okay? Su Shuai timidly took out a handful of fluorescent stones from his arms, and a strange green light illuminated his face. This is a kind of stone that children play with. It will emit a green light in the dark. It is not particularly bright, but it can be clearly illuminated when you get close. Chong Yi's eyebrows twitched. In the pitch-black space, she didn't know whether to say yes or no to the green fluorescent stone. Yes. Chong Song didn't have as much imagination as her. He thought that any color of light was not light, as long as it could illuminate. He picked up a fluorescent stone and held it in his hand. Seeing that they all took it, Chong Yi also gritted her teeth and took one. It was green. Anyway, there were only 3 of them here, so what was there to be afraid of? Chong Song turned on his optical brain, tried it, and asked, Do you still have a signal on your optical brain? No. No. It seemed that the signal was completely blocked. Did you bring the energy core? It seemed that they couldn't get out for a while, and Chong Song had to consider their survival time. I don't have it. Su Shuai replied a little frustrated. He didn't even wear an outer shirt, let alone an energy core for warmth. I brought it. Chong Yi took out the energy core and showed it to Chong Song. How long will it last us? She brought a small energy core this time. If she used it when she went out, this energy core could last for a whole winter season. But now she had to stay in this low-temperature environment for a long time to maintain the body temperature of 3 people. She didn't know how long she could last. It's enough. Chong Song took a look and asked her to take it back. At present, Su Shuai didn't know how he was not affected by the temperature outside. It was okay if he didn't use the energy core. He could bear it for a while. Chong Yi's energy core should be used sparingly. It should be enough for them to last until the rescue team arrived. Have we been waiting here? The child's voice was a little tearful. The claustrophobic environment and the increasingly scarce air made people feel uneasy. Not knowing when they could get out, Su Shui couldn't stand it anymore. The nervousness made his body temperature rise rapidly, and the snow on his head began to melt a little, with water dripping down. Chang'e moved to his side, put her arms around his shoulders, and gently patted him to comfort him. "It's okay, Shui. They will come to rescue us soon, don't be afraid." In the small space, they couldn't even stand. Chang Song groped the wall beside him and asked him, "Is your shovel still there?" The situation was too urgent just now, and there was no time to pack up, and their shovels were buried in the snow. "Yes. Here." Su Shui hurriedly handed the shovel he had been holding tightly in his hand to Chang Song. Chang'e didn't understand. "Why do you want a shovel? Keep digging the hole?" "I think there seems to be a hole here." Chang Song answered her. Taking Su Shui's shovel, he tried to dig a little bit at the mud wall behind him. He dug very carefully. If the hole collapsed, they might really die. He only dared to keep digging in one place, and Chang'e and Su Shui helped him hold up the fluorescent stone to illuminate him. Su Shui was no longer afraid when he had something to do, and the space here was just right for him. Swish, swish, swish. For a while, there was only the sound of soil falling in the cave. The moment he dug through, a small breeze with a little damp soil blew in, and Su Shui exclaimed in a low voice, "There is wind. There is really a cave behind." Finally, there was a smile on his face again. A small hole swept away the dullness in the cave. "Can you dig it bigger?" The hole was only the size of a fist, and it must be expanded if you want to get through. "It's a bit difficult. The soil here is frozen. If you want to dig, you have to thaw it first, but if I use my supernatural power then—" Chang Song raised his head and pointed at the snow layer above. "You can't use open flames, and you have to melt the soil." "Handsome. Do you remember the force of melting the snow above? The energy in Su Shui's body now just meets this condition. There is no open flame, it is well controlled, and it will not affect the surroundings." "I don't know." Su Shui was a little panicked when he said this. He was afraid that he would not do it well. "Don't worry, Shui, listen to me. Try to mobilize the power in your body to your hands, and then, we will melt it little by little. It can be a little bit at first. It's okay, take it slowly." With their encouragement, Su Shui began to try to circulate the energy in his body, starting from the hole dug by Chang Song, and slowly moving downwards. The hard mud wall was about to melt completely. He couldn't hold on, and fell down with a snap. "Handsome. Handsome." He scared the other two people, and Chang Song reached out to support him to prevent him from falling to the ground. The color of his hair has changed. The light from the fluorescent stone was too dim, so they didn't notice that Su Shui's red hair had returned to its normal color. "Yes." Chang'e held the fluorescent stone closer, checked it carefully, and said, "Fortunately, he's fine, just a little weak, and he'd be fine after a good sleep." Chang Song handed Su Shui to Chang'e to take care of, and picked up a small shovel to start enlarging the hole. The ice in the soil had melted, so it was much easier for him to dig this time, and he dug it through in a few strokes. The hole was only about 1 meter high, so he could only crawl over it. The new cave was much larger than the original one. Although he couldn't stand up completely here, he could stand up straight at the highest point. After confirming that there was no danger, he turned around to pick up Chang'e. "Okay, come over." Chapter 258. Hearing Chang Song's voice, Chang'e pushed Su Shui over first, and then slowly crawled over. Chang'e was shocked by the scene in front of him, and murmured, "Is this also the cave of the Red Fox?" The spacious and tidy cave, with a beautifully decorated grass nest with feathers of various colors, and a whole piece of colorful animal skin under the nest. On the right side of the cave, there is a hill made of various shiny energy stones. Beautiful, isn't it? Chang Song was also surprised when he first came in. He didn't expect that there would be such a big surprise waiting for them here. The corners of his mouth have never dropped since he came in. The Red Fox should be in the courtship stage. Seeing this cave, it can be explained clearly why there is such a rich storage when there is only one Red Fox. It is a prospective groom, waiting to form a new family with its beautiful bride. After sighing, they took out the animal skin in the nest and shook it, and put it on the ground as a mattress for Su Shui. Julie had a good eye. The feathers used for decoration were very colorful. Chang'e was reluctant to throw them away, so she picked them up one by one and carefully put them away, so that she could make some decorations to play with when she went out. Chang Song's collection was different. He packed up the branches used to build the nest, which was a kind of energy wood. The ingredients baked with it could retain the energy inside to the maximum extent and remove some impurities. The two people were like bandits entering the village, looting everything they could use. Rustle. At this time, Changyi heard a strange sound. Did you hear any sound? She stopped packing and turned to ask Chang Song, who looked nervous. Chang Song frowned and nodded gently, holding the shovel in his hand tightly, tiptoed to the edge of the wall where the sound came from, raised his arm high, and aimed at the wall with his eyes focused. Rustle. The sound was getting closer and closer. Click. It worked. What came out was a small hoe, not the strange beast they thought, and Chang Song urgently withdrew an attack. He relaxed his body slightly, but he still stood there without moving, still staring at the newly appeared hole. Changyi had already picked up Su Shui and hid behind him, and their fluorescent stones were carefully put away, leaving only a little to illuminate Chang Song. The people in the cave were still trying to dig and expand the cave entrance, and the soil kept falling. About 50 centimeters from the cave entrance, the people inside stopped digging. Changyi heard the rustling sound of his body rubbing against the soil. Puff! The black helmet came out of the hole with water. 3 pairs of eyes met in the air. Shall we? Chang Song hesitantly called out the name of the person who came, and brought the fluorescent stone in his hand closer. Chang Xiaowei also recognized him, and the expression on his face instantly relaxed, and he replied happily, Brother Chang Song. Seeing the person clearly, Chang Song put down the shovel in his hand. Why are you here? They were talking to a head on the wall like this, and Changyi felt that the scene was a bit weird. Do you want to pull him out first? Oh! Yes! Brother Chang Song, help me. Chang Xiaowei twisted his body, and pulled out an arm, calling Chang Song for help. Chang Song grabbed his arms on both sides, and pulled him out like pulling a carrot. Puff! There was a sound when he left the cave. After the person came out completely, they found out why Chang Xiaowei couldn't come out just now. His left arm was in a strange twisted state, and there was an obvious scratch on his right lower limb. The skin and flesh were torn, and there was a lot of sand on the surface of the wound. Seeing him like this, Changyi quietly asked Chang Song, who was examining the body, who is he? Sister Changyi. I am Chang Jing's son. My name is Chang Xiaowei, Xiao for big and small, Hui for glorious. The child was not afraid of strangers, and gave his name crisply. Chang Jing? I seem to have heard this name somewhere, but I couldn't remember the person for a while, so Changyi murmured and repeated it. The girl who stole your hair flower. Chang Song gave her a hint. Oh, it's her. Changyi pouted and remembered. When she was a child, she brought a pair of silk flowers she made to a party at her master's house. One of them fell off, and was picked up by Chang Jing. She turned around and gave it to Chang Jiaojiu. Later, Changyi came over and saw that the silk flower on Chang Jijiao's head was hers, so she went up to ask for it. She refused to return it, and the two of them started fighting. Chang Jiaojiu said that since Chang Jing gave it to her, it was hers, and asked Changyi to ask Chang Jing for it. Chang Jing gave the thing she picked up to the younger generation, and it was found that it was another younger generation's. She couldn't hold her face, so she insisted that the silk flowers were hers, bought a pair, and gave them to the two younger generations. In the end, Changyi was so angry that she snatched back Chang Jijia's silk flowers, and threw them into the fire to burn them. When Chang's mother came over, the two sides had already finished fighting. After Chang's mother came over, Chang Jing knew that the matter could not be covered up, so she pretended to faint and hid. The matter ended like this. She was obviously the victim, but in the end, people still accused her of being too picky and strong. Chang Jing was ignorant, but her husband was polite. After knowing this, he came to her house the next day to apologize. He did not ignore her because she was a child at that time. He apologized to her properly, and gave her a set of headdresses for children on the market. She remembered that Chang Jing married well, and had good conditions, otherwise she would not appear in the host's house, and those people would help her speak up. But now Chang Xiaowei's dress did not look like that. Did you come out alone? Chang Xiaowei's arm was dislocated and fractured, which required treatment in the hospital. Chang Song could only treat the wound on his leg simply. No, I came with my neighbor. I was just washed away by an avalanche. Even though his forehead was sweating from the pain, he was still smiling. Changyi interrupted and said, Your frail mother didn't come with you? My mother is frail, and it was too cold, so I didn't let her come. No matter how bad their mother is, their children will still protect her dignity when they are outside. Yeah. Weak. He's not weak when fighting with others, but he's easy to be weak when he can't win. Changyi still has a fresh memory of the few actual combat opponents he has. When Chang Yi's tone was heard, Chang Xiaowei knew that she had a story with his mother, so he kept silent and just smiled foolishly. He didn't respond, and Chang Yi couldn't say anything more. After all, that thing happened so long ago, and the other party also came to apologize at the beginning. Don't bandage it yet, I brought a therapeutic device. Chang Yi saw that Chang Song had almost cleaned up the mud and sand on Xiaowei's wound and was ready to bandage it, so she took out the therapeutic device from her arms and gave it to him. She always carries the therapeutic device when she goes out now. Chang Xiaowei's arm injury can be treated with the therapeutic device, but the minor injury on the leg is just right. With the therapeutic device, Chang Xiaowei's leg injury can be easily treated. After a while, the wound began to scab and new flesh grew soon. Chapter 259. The wound on Chang Xiaowei's foot was obviously caused by the claws of the strange beast. Chang Song asked during the treatment, "Was the wound on your foot scratched by the red fox?" "Yes. I dug a frozen red fox in front of me. I thought it was dead, so I didn't tie it up and dragged it out directly. I didn't expect it to still have a breath and was scratched again. It chased me all the way. There was no place to hide at that time, so I could only run into the cave it had dug to hide. Later, there was an avalanche outside, and the red fox was buried in the cave. I was lucky that I was only injured by the falling rocks. The road behind was blocked, so I could only try to dig forward." Chang Yi and the other person exchanged glances in the air. It seemed that the red fox was probably the bride they found. "Is the passage you came in far from the ground?" Chang Xiaowei thought about it. "Not far, not counting the part one dug. It took me 5 minutes to climb in there. We can try to get out from this side." Chang Song drew a terrain diagram on the ground. Chang Xiaowei said seriously, "That Julie may not be dead. This is a problem. Chang Song's fire ability will be greatly suppressed in this environment. If it is encountered in a narrow cave, it will only wait for death." For a while, the cave fell into silence again. The temperature in the cave was getting lower and lower. Chang Xiaowei's injury had not healed yet. His lips were frozen purple. He didn't say a word, but just tried his best to curl up his body. Chang Yi stretched out his hand to pull the person next to him, and silently adjusted the temperature range. Feeling the warmth around him, Chang Xiaowei shyly thanked him. "What is your ability?" Chang Yi had an idea in mind, but it depends on whether his ability is suitable. Chang Xiaowei pointed at himself and asked, "Are you asking me?" "Yeah." Chang Yi lowered his head slightly, waiting for his answer. Chang Xiaowei scratched the back of his head with his uninjured hand, and said embarrassedly, "I am a fire element like brother Chang Song, but my combat power is only B+. I give you something to eat, which can temporarily improve your combat power after eating." "Really?" Chang Yi met Chang Xiaowei's eyes, which were as bright as fire, paused, and then said, "But you will be in a coma for a while afterwards, so are you willing to try it?" "I am willing." Chang Xiaowei didn't hesitate for a second. Chang Song's attention was attracted by their conversation. Looking at Su Shuaishuai, who was still in a coma, he asked, "Did Shuaishuai eat this thing before?" "Yes." Chang Yi nodded. Chang Yi continued to explain to Chang Xiaowei, "Have you really thought about it? You also saw that he ate my food before, so he is still sleeping now. How long will he sleep?" "1 day." Chang Xiaowei looked into her eyes, and nodded firmly, "I am willing." Chang Song stopped them and asked, "Wait! Can I eat this?" Chang Yi blinked and thought about it. It shouldn't be possible. There is a material in it that is used to stimulate that ability. It may not be convenient for an adult man to eat it. Chang Song didn't understand, and followed her line of sight down to the middle part, put his legs together, covered his mouth, met Chang Xiaowei's innocent eyes, turned around, and coughed, then give it to Xiaowei. Chang Yi pursed her lips and suppressed the smile in her throat. "Come back. This thing is a bit hard. You need to roast it over the fire." When going to Su's house, Chang Yi brought her own dough figurine. Now she took it out and asked Chang Song to break off a small piece of red dough, and then baked it over fire, and handed it to Chang Xiaowei. "Eat it." Chang Xiaowei's delicate nose sniffed it. The burnt aroma of the glutinous rice cake was very strong. He doubted whether this glutinous rice cake was as magical as she said. Although he doubted it in his heart, it was just a glutinous rice cake, and it would not eat bad people. He took the baked glutinous rice cake and put it in his mouth, chewed it twice, and swallowed it. "How long will it take to work?" "I don't know, it should be fast." The only person who had eaten it was in a coma, and Chang Yi didn't know the answer. The three of them sat together in a circle. Chang Yi and Chang Song kept staring at Chang Xiaowei, waiting for the dough to work. "Did you eat too little? Why is there no reaction yet?" Chang'e didn't know how much dose Su Shuaishui had taken that day. Then let's eat some more. Chang Xiaohui knew nothing, and his scalp was numb when they looked at him. Is it still ineffective? Don't worry, eat more, maybe you didn't eat enough. Chang'e said, as he took out the doughman and broke off the red dough on top. Chang Song took it skillfully, and roasted it with a small flame from his fingertips. He stopped when the glutinous rice cake began to swell and become fat. This tastes the best, crispy on the outside and glutinous on the inside. Come on, eat it. Oh! Good. Chang Xiaohui obediently reached out to take it. Chang Yi's eyes lit up, and suddenly grabbed his fingers and said, "It has changed." The three of them all looked at Chang Xiaohui's hands. His fingertips had turned bright red at some point, forming a clear dividing line with the normal skin color below. The effect has begun to take effect, and Chang Song turned his hand to take back the baked glutinous rice cake. Feel it yourself, is your whole body starting to warm up? Chang Xiaohui nodded after being reminded by her, got up, left her temperature range, and stood there quietly to feel it. I don't feel cold anymore. He was still worried, so he ran a little further away and leaned against the wall. He was still not cold, it really worked. He couldn't see it himself, but his neck was also red. Okay. Shall we come back? Try it now? Has your combat power increased? Chang Song called him back excitedly. Chang Xiaohui followed Chang Song's instructions and carefully released the flame, which grew bigger little by little. When the flame turned into a fireball, Chang Song nodded and asked him to put away his superpowers and not release them anymore, otherwise it would be troublesome if the soil above melted. What is my combat power now? Chang Xiaohui was so excited that he looked at Chang Song with expectation. The desire for combat power is engraved in the bones of a warrior. I'm not sure about the specifics, but there is definitely an A+. Chang Song gave a conservative answer based on the size and energy of his fireball just now. Chang Xiaohui, can we go out now? Next, Chang Song carefully explained the implementation plan to him. Yes. When you climb to the place where Zhu Li is buried, if it is still alive, you can harass it with fireballs and pull the rope, and then we will pull you back. Remember to protect your own safety. You only need to lure it over. Don't worry about it when necessary, come back first. If Zhu Li is dead, then you also pull the rope, and I will go up to dig the passage. Do you understand? Although he said it many times and tried it many times, Chang Song was still a little worried. After all, the other party was just a 10-year-old child. Before sending him in, he couldn't help but repeat it again. Well, I know, brother, don't worry, I will complete the task. Unlike their worries, Chang Xiaohui himself was very free and easy. Chapter 260. Chang Song used the energy would remove from Zhu Li's nest to make a simple protective gear for Chang Xiaohui's injured hand. He used animal skin to wrap the soft pad inside to avoid his hand from being injured again. Be careful. Chang Song picked him up and gave a final warning. Yes. After Chang Xiaohui responded, he went into the narrow and dark cave. He lay in the cave again. This time, his state was different from the previous one when he was chased by Zhu Li and fled in panic. There was a fixed fluorescent stone on his head to illuminate the way forward for him. Behind him was a partner who was always paying attention to him. He was passionate and full of strength from inside to outside. With a good mentality, he moved quickly. One hand did not affect his speed of advancement. Chang Xiaohui looked at the extra passage and was a little dumbfounded. How to deal with it? Is the Zhu Li dead or not? How is it? The Zhu Li is dead, right? Chang Song carried him out. Chang Xiaohui frowned and shook his head. That means he's not dead. The atmosphere became tense, and Chang Song stared at the cave entrance with a shovel. No! Chang Xiaohui paused. I don't know if it exists. There's an extra passage over there. I don't know which way to go. An extra passage? This situation was beyond their expectations. If the extra passage was dug out by the original Zhu Li to escape, it would be fine, but if it was some other unknown beast, it would be troublesome. Did you see the traces on the ground clearly? Chang Song hoped that the child would be smarter. I took photos and videos. Chang Xiaohui proudly opened his optical brain, retrieved the information, and showed them one by one. The light in the cave was limited, and the pictures taken were glowing green. Chang Yi only saw the claws of the beast from inside, and could not see anything else. The same picture looks different to different people. Chang Song looked at it carefully one by one, and stopped to zoom in from time to time. The bamboo raccoon should be dead. Chang Song returned the optical computer to Chang Xiaohui. Chang Yi and Chang Xiaohui were close together, staring with wide eyes, studying the photos, and they couldn't see how to prove that the bamboo raccoon was dead. What about the passage? Look at the marks on the ground. The bamboo raccoon's claws have 5 short fingers in the shape of plum blossoms, and the most common marks on the ground and the wall are 3-clawed bamboo leaves. It is obvious that another strange beast came in and dragged away the dead bamboo raccoon. After Chong Song said this, the other two suddenly realized, nodded, and learned. Then which way can we get out? The oxygen in the cave was dropping. They couldn't stay here for too long. They had to get out as soon as possible. My suggestion is to try from the new passage. Chong Song said what he meant. Chong Yi and the others did not reply immediately. The new passage means that it is likely to be unobstructed, but at the same time, they have to face the unknown beast. What if it is a high-level beast? Then they... Chong Song understood their worries, smiled, and comforted them. We still have time. We can wait and see. Maybe the rescuers will be here soon. At this time, the rescuers they were looking forward to were digging the pit they went down. They found this place because of Su Shuaishuai's boastful information. The place where they were buried was too far from the ground, and the detection could not find their location. The rescue team could only dig and rescue according to their last location. 5 large snowplows were urgently dispatched to work together to clear the snow on top. Sean Mufeng stared at the place where they disappeared last without blinking, and his fingers kept stroking their wedding rings. Boom! Changyi heard a very chaotic sound, and pricked up her ears to find the direction of the sound. What is this sound? Is the rescue team coming to find us? Of course. Such a loud sound must be made by the snowplow. Chong Xiaohui's face brightened several degrees as he said this. Chong Song didn't say anything, but stood up and listened carefully, distinguished, and searched. He followed the source of the sound, and slowly found the edge of the cave, where Chong Xiaohui came out. As soon as he approached, there was a clear and chaotic sound of running in the cave, and there were several noisy calls in the middle. His face changed suddenly, and he quickly retreated. Quick! Be alert. This is not the sound of a snowplow. This is the sound of a strange beast running in the passage. What? Changyi put away the joy on his face, quickly carried Su Shuaishuai, who was sleeping on the ground, on his back, and tied him tightly with animal skin. Chong Xiaohui held his shovel tightly, stepped forward and stood in front with Chong Song, staring at the cave entrance vigilantly. Gago! Gago! Jie! Rhythmic calls came from the passage. Chong Song and his friends looked even more serious, and veins popped up on Chong Xiaohui's arm holding the shovel. Plop! Plop! The short legs, which were inches long, could not reach the ground, and they rolled directly from the cave entrance to the ground. Their slender necks were urgently protected under their abdomens, and their bodies curled up into a round snowball. After landing, they quickly stretched their bodies, raised their proud little heads, and issued a warning sound with their iconic orange snub mouths. This is a flat-mouthed beast. The first time Changyi saw them, what came to his mind was a snowy day, a big pot, with fresh and fragrant yellow meat bubbling in it, and the edge of the pot was a burnt wild vegetable cake. Although it shouldn't be, saliva still flows out uncontrollably. Slurp! Changyi's hand quickly wiped the corner of her mouth. No saliva, not her. Slurp! Changyi moved her eyes forward. Chong Xiaohui seemed to become redder, and it felt like smoke was coming out of his body. Chong Xiaohui didn't dare to look at the other people this time. He really didn't mean it. It was his saliva that was coming out. He could only stare at the flat-mouthed beast in front of him more seriously. As the number of flat-mouthed beasts continued to increase, Changyi and his companions had to continue to retreat, and give them most of the space. Grind, grin, grin. The flat-mouthed beast thought the place was too small, and issued a warning sound to them, asking them to leave their territory. The flat-mouthed beast has delicious meat, high nutritional value, and low combat power level. It is one of the favorite exotic beasts of the hunting team. But it doesn't include that they are now like this, with limited superpowers, basically no weapons, and a large number of beasts on the opposite side. Boom! Changyi's back hit the mud wall behind them. They had no way to retreat. Nah! The flat-mouthed beast saw that they had stopped moving. Its dark green eyes stared at them with dissatisfaction, and it flapped its powerful wings to warn them again. We have nowhere to retreat. Chong Xiaohui explained to the flat-mouthed beast nervously. I don't think they understand. Although it was inappropriate to laugh at this time, seeing his stupid look, Changyi's mouth corners still curled up. Gaga, goo-goo, goo-goo, goo-goo. Chong Xiaohui's optical brain made a sound similar to that of the flat-mouthed beast. Can it be like this? She was ignorant. Changyi looked at the optical brain in his hand curiously, wanting to see what function it had. Next time she would install one, maybe it could be used at a critical moment. Chapter 261. Hearing a strange voice of a companion, it tilted its little head in doubt, and tentatively opened its mouth and cackled twice. Caco, caco! This time, before Chong Xiaohui opened his mouth, the translation software on the optical computer had already automatically replied. The reply from the optical computer was like a battle horn. The confused little eyes of the flat-mouthed beast opposite suddenly became sharp, and the red on its forehead became more and more bright and eye-catching. The leading flat-mouthed beast cased twice, and the eyes of the flat-mouthed beasts behind them collectively shifted to them. Chong Yi swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with them? Are they going to nag us?" It seems so. Chong Xiaohui fiddled with the optical computer with his fingers in a panic, and a bunch of garbled characters appeared on the translator. "Did your translator say what the situation is?" "Caco, cato!" I don't know what Chong Xiaohui pressed, and the translator made another high-pitched cry. "Gaga! Oh my god, don't pick at my feet!" Chong Yi didn't have time to care about what the translator meant. She jumped up high to avoid its iron jaws. When the translator's call fell, the flat-mouthed beasts on the opposite side stretched their necks neatly, flapped their wings, stepped on their orange-red paws, and rushed towards them aggressively, launching a ruthless attack on their bodies. Chong Song didn't dare to use big fireballs, and only dared to use small fireballs to harass them. But the flat-mouthed beast's outer feathers had special oils that could prevent fire and water, and they extinguished these small fireballs with a flutter. Wow! Woo woo woo! Don't pick at my brother. Chong Xiaohui clamped his thighs together, tearfully protecting the key parts with one hand, and constantly waving the approaching flat-mouthed beasts with the other hand, avoiding their attacks with awkward postures. Ashi, my calf was attacked by them again. Chong Yi was angry, lowered her eyes, stopped running, stretched out her hand, and turned to launch a counterattack. Enduring the stinging pain on the sole of her foot, she strangled its throat, one hand in each, and tied a knot crosswise. Chong Yi looked at her masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, very beautiful. The two flat-mouthed beasts whose necks were forced together tried desperately to pull their heads out, but the knot became tighter and tighter, and finally they could only fall to the ground and make a groaning sound. From this moment on, Chong Yi started a killing spree. As long as the flat-mouthed beasts approached her, she was forcibly tied up. Seeing this, Chong Song and Chong Xiaohui's eyes lit up and began to imitate her to counterattack the flat-mouthed beasts. For a while, feathers flew in the cave, and the flat-mouthed beasts went from being brave at the beginning to running around the room in the end, just wanting to get as far away from these three killers as possible, and their groans became more and more shrill. Pervert! Mom has a pervert! Run! The useless translator recovered like crazy at this time, helping the flat-mouthed beasts on the ground to shout for justice. Chong Yi neatly tied a beautiful bow for a pair of new beasts, threw them on the ground, stepped on the flat-mouthed beasts' bodies, turned around and said to Chong Xiaohui, "Remember to complain about your broken translator when you go back. It's not accurate at all." "Yeah. I complain when I go back." Chong Xiaohui grinned and nodded heavily. His little hands carefully tied a solid knot for the flat-mouthed beasts. Fearing that they would break free, he pulled them hard twice with his hands. The two flat-mouthed beasts didn't even have the strength to shout, rolled their eyes, and gasped hard. Boom! There was another noisy sound above the cave, this time accompanied by the falling of small pieces of mud. Is this cave going to collapse? The three people below stopped at the same time and looked up. Bang! 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 Crash! More and more rocks fell, and they collectively retreated away from the middle. It seems that the cave did not collapse, but someone was digging above. As the mud layer above was dug, a basin-sized hole was opened in the middle, and the long-lost light came in from the gap. After the snow layer was cleared, the machine showed that there were many living creatures below. Although there were only 3 missing people, which did not match the number below, it was very likely that there were hibernating beasts below instead of missing people, but the rescue team still chose to dig and check. Is there anyone below? The life-form display here was too messy, and the rescue team did not dare to dig it completely, but only opened a small hole and shouted inside. Yes! There are people. There are 4 of us below. Chong Xiaohui raised his head hard, opened his mouth wide, and shouted loudly. The clear human voice made everyone on the scene smile. You guys step aside, we expand the exit a little bit. After confirming that there were people below, the rescuers no longer used large machinery, but used tools to dig manually. As the hole expanded a little bit, the scene below gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Handsome? With red eyes, Sue's father jumped down the hole impatiently, shouting to find his son's figure. Chong Yi! Chong Song! Shan Mufeng and Chang's father also jumped down one after another, looking for the missing two people. The ground below was full of flat-mouthed beasts. The two flat-mouthed beasts that Sue's father stepped on immediately stuck out their tongues. "We are here, you watch your feet, they are not dead yet." Chang'e saw that there were still people coming down from behind, and hurriedly reminded them that if so many flat-mouthed beasts were crushed to death, their value would be different. With her reminder, the others could see clearly that there were flat-mouthed beasts intersecting with each other on the ground below, and if you look closely, you can find that their chests are still alive if they are moving. Shan Mufeng checked her with his eyes, to see if she had any external injuries. Seeing that she was fine, he set people up with confidence. The missing person was found. Not only was he not injured, but he also harvested a nest of flat-mouthed beasts. The rescuers became logistics personnel. The flat-mouthed beasts that were forced to hug each other finally waited for the savior, who came to rescue them. The soldiers first sent pairs of flat-mouthed beasts back up, and then carefully separated them one by one. The ropes used for rescue became straps to tie them up. Lift up the wings and wrap them around the roots twice to tie a knot. The flat-mouthed beasts with tied wings immediately lost their ability to move, and were thrown to the ground motionless. "Colonel Shan, there are 123 flat-mouthed beasts here, 10 of which have died. What do you think your wife wants to do with them?" After tying up and counting all the flat-mouthed beasts in the cave, the leader of the rescue team went to ask the Su family for their opinions. The Su family said that there was only a little kid with them, who didn't help much and was causing trouble for others. The Su family would not get involved in the matter of the flat-mouthed beasts, and it was up to Chang'e and the others to decide how to deal with them. Chang Song also said that he had no opinion and would see what Chang'e said. So the rescue team asked around and found Chang'e, who was still held in Shan Mufeng's arms, to check his wounds. When Shan Mufeng heard the number of flat-mouthed beasts, his eyebrows jumped, and his arms tightened a little more. "How do you want to deal with them? Take them home to raise them or?" Chapter 262. "Why do you want to raise them?" "I won't. We stew the ones that have died tonight. Everyone we rescue today will be included. If it's not enough, we kill a few more." Chang'e's legs were bitten in purple, and it hurt when she pressed them. Now, it's impossible for her to raise these culprits. There's no possibility at all. "Enough. Enough. There's no need for so many. I go back and tell them. I ask them to send the others back for you. I guarantee they be alive and kicking." Hearing Chang'e say that the ones that have died were eaten, and the rescue team also had a share, the captain's face was as smiling as a flower. He had just left for a while and turned back, and said to them excitedly, "We found a hatchery of flat-mouthed beasts near the place just now. There are many flat-mouthed beast eggs in it. I give you half of them when the time comes." He didn't say exactly how many eggs there were. There were too many to count after we go back. Chang'e had no objection to giving her half of the flat-mouthed beast egg. They found the egg, so it was reasonable not to give it to her. But if they were willing to give it to her, she would not refuse the benefit that was delivered to her door. They did not participate in the subsequent cleanup work, which was completed by other soldiers. Shan Mufeng carried her to the aircraft and went home to treat her wounds. He left a message for others to help drive the car she drove back. After putting Chang'e in the seat, he set the aircraft to autopilot first, then turned around and took out the treatment device to check her body. He squatted in front of Chang'e, took off her boots first, and then lifted up her pants. Shan Mufeng looked at the bruises on her legs, frowned, and asked softly, "Are there any other places?" Chang'e also looked down and saw the bruises. She gently rubbed the bruises with her fingers. "Hiss, it hurts." Her feet shook slightly uncontrollably. She shook her head honestly and replied, "I don't know. There were many painful places, and she couldn't tell where she was injured. Anyway, her calves were the most injured." Shan Mufeng looked at her deeply and sighed softly. "Bear it, I will use the treatment device to treat you." It was inconvenient on the aircraft, so Shan Mufeng could only help her deal with the obvious scars on her calves and arms first, and check the others carefully when she got home. During the treatment process, Shan Mufeng chatted with her to divert her attention. "You really don't raise these flat-mouthed beasts. Flat-mouthed beasts have high nutritional value, and are difficult to breed artificially. This time she encountered such a group and caught them alive. She can take them home and feed them for a long time. I don't want to raise them." Seeing the bruises on her legs, she didn't want to raise them even more. "There are more than 100 of them, and we can have 30 each among the 4 of us. We can eat one every 2 days, and they will be finished soon. We don't need to raise them deliberately. We can just put them in a circle in the orchard." She calculated in her mind that if they ate freely, Dan Mufeng could eat a flat-mouthed beast in one meal, and they would be finished in a month or so. They could just leave them in the orchard and eat anyone they didn't like. They didn't need to worry about raising them or worrying about them going bad. What about the eggs? Put them in the supply warehouse and eat them slowly. 1 egg a day will keep you energetic all day. Chang'e touched the wound where there was no trace left and recited the slogan half-heartedly. Dan Mufeng looked at her lovingly and said with a smile, "Some of those eggs can hatch into flat-mouthed beasts." Is this back to the question of whether to raise or not? Chang'e was so annoyed with the flat-mouthed beasts that she had no intention of raising them, but she knew rationally that raising flat-mouthed beasts was a more appropriate option. Do you want to raise them? Chang'e turned the question back to Shan Mufeng. Shan Mufeng rationally analyzed, there are still several months of cold season, and fresh ingredients will become less and less later. Then we will raise some, and burn their mouths when they come out. Chang'e had a deep grudge against the flat-mouthed beasts. It was fine if the wild ones nagged her, but if the ones she raised still nagged her, she couldn't stand it at all, and would kill them at the source. Shan Mufeng doted on her and said, "Okay. Burn the mouths of each one." Seeing her indignant look, Shan Mufeng knew that she still didn't want to raise them. If the mouths were burned, the flat-mouthed beasts could still be raised. Forget it, if she didn't want to raise them, then she wouldn't raise them. At most, she would spend some energy to get her some fresh ingredients from other places. The dinner party was held at Chang'e's house. Half of the rescue team members were from the Su family team, and the other half were from the military. No one else from the Su family came. Chang'e came back and didn't see them. She asked Chang Song to drive her to Su's house to invite people. "Aunt, don't refuse. If you don't go, who will do the work at night? I can't do so much work by myself," Chang'e said like a rogue. "You kid, you're talking nonsense. You give them good food, and they can't just sit and wait for it to be ready. If you don't go, I ask them to make it and send it over later." After Chang'e said this, the aunts of the Su family couldn't refuse anymore. "Okay, there are a few tomatoes in my field that have grown. Pick some. Cut them up and sprinkle some white sugar on them to make a cold dish. You can pick the small corianders. I pick some too." The Su family's aunts all set off to the field at the back. Chang'e tried to stop them twice but failed. She was dragged to the field to pick fruits and vegetables. The field in the backyard of the Su family was well taken care of. Each area was separated by smooth pebbles, and even the fine mud was swept clean. Aunt Su planted 2 rows of tomatoes, about 20 trees, with many fruits hanging on them, but they were all slightly red, and few were fully ripe. Aunt Su must have come to see this field every day. She walked directly to a position in the middle, bent down, and pulled apart the large leaves outside, found the ripe tomatoes hidden underneath, and picked them. Chang'e glanced at the colorful peppers next to her. She couldn't eat spicy food, but she was a little greedy. This brightly colored round colorful pepper was the most suitable. It was a little spicy but not too spicy, and more sweet. This year, the colorful peppers in the Chang family's field were sick, and they wilted as soon as they started to bear fruit. She didn't eat any of them. She thought her eyes were very obscure, but they were still easily seen through. Aunt Su picked the tomatoes and walked around to the location of the colorful peppers. She picked one that was about 70% ripe and put it in Chang'e's hand. "Here, this tastes good when eaten raw. You can try it. If you like it, I ask you to pick it next time when it's ripe." Chang'e felt a little embarrassed, but she didn't refuse. She was really greedy for this "thank you, Aunt." It was not dirty when it was picked. She walked to the spring next to her and rinsed it with water twice, then took it in her hand and started to bite it. The unripe colorful peppers were not spicy, and they were sweet and refreshing to eat. Chapter 263. The Su family's aunts were afraid that people would say they were taking advantage of their numbers, so they wanted to pull up all the seedlings in the planting field and take them away. When Chang'e found that Aunt Su wanted to pull down even the bell peppers that were not as big as a fist, she quickly pulled them away. If they continued to pick them, they would not be able to live in the future. She was the one who invited people to dinner, and she couldn't let them go bankrupt. Su Shuai hadn't woken up yet, so Chang'e didn't mention that the flat-mouthed beast was distributed. It would be better for him to take his harvest when he woke up. When she got home, Chang'e found the bag of wild vegetables she dug in the kitchen. She thought it was lost when buried, but she didn't expect that they even found it. The Su family's aunts started working as soon as they entered the door. They were really more decent than Chang'e, the host. Aunt Su and the other 2 took the fruits and vegetables they brought to the washing area to wash. There was also the eldest sister-in-law of the Su family, who was 2 years older. She had good cooking skills, and knew that the staple food for the evening was pancakes. She mixed the flour in advance and put it aside to wake up. Sushan led his brothers and sisters to chat about what happened today around Mr. Bai. Chang'e couldn't do anything else, so she moved a small stool and took the bag of wild vegetables to the side to pick them. As soon as she sat down, Chang Xiaohui walked over to her and squatted down, stretching out his hand to help her pick the wild vegetables, picking off the old and yellow leaves, and throwing away the weeds and dead leaves that were accidentally added in the middle. Chang Yi's eyes fell on the top of his head, and she couldn't bear to see that he was a child with a heavy heart all day long. Your 30 flat-mouthed beasts should be picked by yourself later. Chang Xiaohui didn't expect that he could get so many, and looked up at her in surprise, and said politely, I only need 2, I can't come back without you. He looked a little lonely. He was the only one at the scene just now, and no one was looking for him. His father didn't know that he had gone out to find food, and his mother simply forgot that she had a son to take care of. If you say so, we should give you a thank you gift. Chang'e saw that he didn't understand, and continued, if you didn't dig that tunnel, we might all die there. How is it? The same. Chang Xiaohui's voice became smaller and smaller, as he looked at Chang Yi's disapproving eyes. Don't waste it. We each have 30 living flat-mouthed beasts, and the rest will be eaten tonight. Don't feel that you are at a disadvantage because we have more people. 2 of the flat-mouthed beasts they brought back died when they got home. Chang'e simply asked someone to pick up another one, so that the remaining 120 beasts would be exactly 30 for each of the 4 of them, which was easy to count. No thank you, sister. The child felt that he had taken a big advantage and worked harder. Sister, I will bring you a portion when I go out to look for fodder every day. Before he brought the flat-mouthed beast home, he had already made a follow-up feeding plan in his mind. Wild vegetables are delicious, but it is troublesome to collect them. They are too small and need to be picked bit by bit. Chang'e curled her lips and rejected his kindness. No, I don't plan to raise them. I will eat one every day. It will take just 1 month to finish them. Chang Xiaohui was shocked by her arrogance. Eating a flat-mouthed beast a day, his father didn't dare to eat like this before he was injured. The flat-mouthed beast has high nutritional value, so you don't have to eat it every day. He said it very tactfully, but Chang'e didn't appreciate it. Thinking of the pain of being nagged, she picked the vegetables more heavily, shook off the yellow leaves stuck in her hands, and muttered, it has high nutritional value and should be eaten every day. If you want to replenish it, you should replenish it to the end. Her reason was very strong, and it made sense, but who could bear to eat like this every day? A bag of wild vegetables looked like a lot, but after picking and choosing, there was only a slight touch of the remaining vegetables. After blanching, there was less again, only half a basin left. Mrs. Su minced the garlic finely, cut some red peppers for color, and finally dripped some sesame oil in it, and mixed it with chopsticks in and out for a few times. She put it in a small plate and served it to Chang'e. Try it quickly. Is it to your taste? If not, tell me, I mix it for you. There was not much in the small plate, just 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Chang'e took it and put a chopstick into her mouth. The skill of cooking still requires talent. It is obviously the same steps, but it is different from what she mixes herself. Before eating the dishes mixed by Mrs. Su, her own dishes were also okay, but after eating them, she instantly felt that hers were just a little more salty. In the small kitchen, Mrs. Su was in charge of cooking. She would occasionally prepare a few bites for Chang'e and the others waiting on the side, so the kitchen door was full of greedy kids. There were too many people today, so there was no room for them to sit inside. Dan Mufeng simply asked Niu Qindian to build a tree house in the front yard, which was both romantic and convenient. There were 15 big pots in the newly built house, and Xiao Mao was busy with people inside. In the middle of the pot was a flat-mouthed beast, 1 in each pot, exactly 15, including the head and feet, and the internal organs were also cleaned and cooked together. In each pot, there was a circle of dough cakes on the edge, half of which was full, and one side was filled with wild vegetables in the middle. You could take whatever you wanted. The foreign beans, wide noodles, and mushrooms for stewing flat-mouthed beasts were all contributed by everyone, so the side dishes in each pot were slightly different, very mixed, but the taste was equally good. Everyone worked together for about 2 hours to prepare this meal. The amount of vegetables was small, so only 5 tables for children and women were guaranteed, and there was no room for others. Chang'e also got a basket of half-cooked flat-mouthed beast eggs, peeled them, cut them into flower patterns, and put them into the soup to simmer for a few minutes, and the salty and fragrant braised eggs were out of the oven. Flat-mouthed beast eggs have a strong fishy smell, and other cooking methods are not delicious. Cooking this way, the fishy smell is not smelled at all. There are few eggs and many people, so the soldiers share one egg among 4 people, and no one tasted it. Flat-mouthed beast eggs can be hatched and raised. Normally, they would not be willing to eat them like this. When Chang'e first took them out, they also persuaded her to keep them for hatching. After tasting them, several soldiers who had no talent for breeding also had the idea of raising eggs in their hearts. After dinner, everyone moved to the living room to discuss the distribution of flat-mouthed beast eggs. There was no need for children for this matter. The Su family left a few representatives, and the others took the children home first, so as not to make noise and make it inconvenient to discuss things. It was originally agreed that half of the eggs of the flat-mouthed beast would be given to Chang'e. Unexpectedly, there were nearly 3,000 eggs in total. If half was given to Chang'e, she would take a large share. Since she had already agreed, it was not easy to go back on her word. Now everyone was discussing based on the remaining half. Originally, the number was small, so everyone was thinking of raising them together. Now that the number is this, even if half is given, the remaining half is enough for each of them to get 10 eggs, which is just enough for a small incubator. The share of the Su family hunting team will be divided from me. They didn't mention it. Chang'e scratched her fingers. There was no reason for her to take so much. Although the place should have been found by the 4 of them, it was not them who found it after all. Chapter 264. Chang'e can't raise so many eggs by herself, and she can't eat so many eggs even if she eats them. Eggs are not like other things. If you don't keep them properly, they will rot immediately. She originally went out with the Su family, and the Su family share was just right from her. In this way, the remaining eggs are enough for others to share. Each person can get about 15 eggs. Even if only half of them are hatched, there are about 7 eggs. If they are raised well, when they can lay eggs, you can pick up 2 or 3 eggs every day, enough for the children at home. I agreed to give you half. How embarrassing. If you don't want it, the Su family and I will calculate it ourselves, and you can just divide it normally. Helping them is still hypocritical. Chang'e looks down on them, grown men who are so shy. Yes, yes, yes. We want it. Just divide it according to your request. We listen to you. Another soldier in the rescue team was afraid that the duck in his hand would fly away, so he quickly smiled and took over the conversation. The other 2 young soldiers cooperated to cover the captain's mouth and prevented him from speaking. In the end, each of the 85 members of the rescue team received 17 eggs, and the few eggs that were picked out were unanimously given to Chang'e. Chang'e distributed 20 eggs to everyone in the Chang family, and the 4 people who fell into the pit received an additional 50 eggs each. In this way, Chang'e had nearly 100 eggs, which was a lot for her to eat or raise. After the eggs of the flat-mouthed beast were distributed, everyone discussed breeding. Are you going to buy an incubator? I want to buy one, but I don't have one at home. I have an old one at home, but I don't know if it can still be used. I know there is a new incubator with more functions than the previous one. Do you want to take a look? Everyone had a common topic, and the scene immediately became lively. Holding the light computer, they walked back and forth and recommended and discussed the incubators they liked with people they knew. Chang's mother was a little dazzled when she saw the incubators recommended by Aunt Su. She didn't know which one to choose. She thought Chang'e would also buy one, and they would buy the same one for easier care. Do you want to buy your incubator? Aunt Su hid a tomato for her. She was chewing it. The fruit was big and her mouth was small, so her face was full of juice. She swallowed the flesh in her mouth and replied, I'm not going to buy it. Chang's mother was surprised and said, if you don't buy it, how can you hatch it? Don't we have flat-mouthed beasts? If you can hatch it, hatch it. If you can't hatch it, eat the eggs. It's okay, Chang'e said casually. She didn't want to raise this thing. She just followed the crowd. Everyone raised it, but she didn't. Just eating the eggs was a bit unsociable, and people would mutter behind her back. Chang's mother was choked by her words. I buy 2 more, and I hatch them for you when the time comes. It's definitely not okay to be so casual. The eggs of the flat-mouthed beast are not cheap in the market. How can she play with them so casually? If the eggs are half-hatched, how can they be eaten? No one in his family will eat those hairy eggs. Okay, hatch them if you want. Anyway, I won't buy them. Chang'e didn't want to hatch them, but she didn't object if Chang's mother wanted to. The small flat-mouthed beast is also good for making soup. Everyone was busy buying incubators, as if the eggs had already hatched. Who among you knows how to pick breeding eggs? Now it was quiet, and a soldier from the Su family asked a question that stumped everyone. When buying breeding eggs in the market, the merchants have specially hired people to identify them, and pick out the fertilized eggs and sell them separately. This batch of eggs was original, brought back from the same place, and looked exactly the same. Who knows which one is the breeding egg? What if they found that all the eggs were white halfway through the hatching? That would be a disaster. It's okay. There's a tutorial on the Star Network. We just need to follow it. The Sioux family warrior saw that the atmosphere was not right, so he quickly called up the tutorial he had just found and shared it with them to save the awkward atmosphere. I think it's quite simple. Just shine the light, and you see it. It looks quite easy. We just click here to choose it later. The tutorial on the Star Network is quite complete, from fertilization to hatching, and later feeding. The entire growth process of the flat-mouthed beast is very detailed. After watching it once, everyone's confidence in themselves soared. After learning the theoretical knowledge, everyone moved to the material warehouse for practical testing. In order to meet the selection conditions, the lights were not turned on, and each person took a flashlight and picked up the eggs and shone them. The strong light shined through the thin eggshell to reveal the egg white inside. Where is the black spot you mentioned? Why can't I find it? Changyi looked at the egg in his hand over and over again, but he didn't see the black spot mentioned in the video. No black spots mean white eggs. Didn't the video say that? She hadn't forgotten the teaching video on StarNet, and someone gave her professional advice just as she was mumbling. Okay. Then change one, and she changed 10 or so in a row, but she didn't see a single black spot. Changyi silently stopped picking and stepped behind the crowd. She didn't want to raise them anyway, so she would just wait for them to pick the remaining eggs. If they were all white eggs, she would eat 2 every day. It seems that women have a natural advantage in breeding. Changyi looked at the expressions on the faces of those young soldiers, which were similar to hers before, but she was embarrassed to say that the tall soldier, Changyi dared to bet that he would not pick, and the eggs he picked, Changyi clearly saw that the people next to him had picked them and put them back. Chang's mother and Aunt Sue seemed more reliable. They picked carefully. They put the eggs in question aside and checked them a second time. They carefully arranged the eggs neatly, with the small end facing down. Changyi thought that the warrior who just said that the egg without black spots was white was also a half-baked one. Some of the eggs he picked were with the big end facing up, and some were with the small end facing up. He was a typical student who didn't study seriously and only listened to half of the class. The number of breeding eggs looked large, but there were not many for each person. The breeding eggs of the Sioux family were collectively taken care of by several aunts in the family. They occupied a corner and sat in a circle. The warriors of the hunting team picked in batches of 5 people. They were half learning the tutorial and half relying on their feelings. They were very fast and finished all the selection in half an hour. They said goodbye to Changyi and left. The breeding eggs had to be put in the incubator as soon as possible. The number of the Sioux family was large, but they divided the work and cooperated. The speed was not slow. They finished the selection only a quarter of an hour later than the hunting team. Chang's mother was slow to pick eggs by herself, but she was in no hurry because she was a family member. She could continue to pick eggs tomorrow and put them in batches. Chang Xiaohui was small, and there were many eggs. He was so anxious when he saw others finish picking eggs and leave that he bit his lips. Changyi saw that he was serious and leaned against the door. She said lightly, "You can come back tomorrow to pick eggs. There is no need to be so anxious. The incubator at home is not ready yet." Chang Xiaohui walked out slowly with the eggs he had picked in the carton. "Can I come tomorrow morning for the rest?" Changyi thought about it and said, "Come tomorrow afternoon. I can't get up in the morning." The others left, and Chang Song and Chang's mother also said goodbye and left so that they could rest early. Before going to bed, Changyi remembered to ask, "Where are those flat-mouthed beasts?" Chapter 265. Changyi didn't want to raise these adult flat-mouthed beasts, so Shan Mufeng didn't find a place to raise them. He just put them in a cage in a corner next to the material warehouse. "Don't worry, they are locked up. Tomorrow I will quickly circle them in the woods and make sure they don't come forward." There are a lot of things to do today. Changyi's eyelids are so sleepy that she didn't hear what he said clearly. She just heard that the flat-mouthed beasts were locked up. It's better to lock them up. They won't run around and it's easier to catch them. Shan Mufeng wanted to tell her about the hatching of the flat-mouthed beasts later. When he turned around, he saw that she had closed her eyes and fell asleep on his arm. He smiled, shut up and stopped talking. He kissed her forehead lightly, reached out to turn off the bedside lamp, and fell asleep with her side hugged. The next morning, Changyi didn't wake up at all as she expected. Shan Mufeng got up early and opened the door to bring in the incubator that he ordered last night. Changyi said that there was no need for an incubator, but he still gave one to her. He didn't need to put it in a warehouse. If she wanted to use it, she could just take it out and use it. When Sean Moofing went to see the 30 adult flat-mouthed beasts, they were curled up and still sleeping. When the black light-blocking cloth was lifted, the sudden light made them panic instantly, and they ran around in the cages, quacking. Sean Moofing ignored them, and pushed the cages onto the trailer, and pulled them into the orchard. Considering their ability to poop, they chose a place near the planting field and fenced it off. As long as Chang'e didn't come here on purpose, he would definitely not see them. He used a metal net to enclose an area of about 30 square meters, and he also built a small shed inside, so that if it was windy or rainy, he would not be afraid of the flat-mouthed beasts getting wet. Having reached the edge of the planting field, he went to the planting field to see what Chang'e had planted some time ago. Standing in his own planting field, Sean Moofing's mouth twitched a little. What did it mean that the water knotweed that should have grown in the pond was blooming in his field, and the purple knotweed with white rings must be the knotweed he knew? How could it grow pitifully in the gap in the middle, and turn along the field ditch? In these two planting fields, the varieties planted were all kinds of things, not only fruits and vegetables, but he also saw flowers mixed in. Except for these two fields, the vegetables in other planting fields were quite standard. The purple-skinned round melon was shiny, and looked ready to be picked. Although he was not good at planting, he knew that the situation in his own planting field was not right. It had been less than a week since Chang'e told him to turn the soil and plant. Even if he used high-quality nutrient solution, it would not grow so fast. He took a picture of the planting field and sent it to Chang'e, then walked into the planting field, picked some ripe fruits and vegetables, brought them back, sorted them out, and put them in the kitchen, and then went to work at the military headquarters. Chang'e was afraid that she would sleep until dark that day, so Chang's mother calculated the time, prepared lunch at home, packed it in a lunch box, brought it to Chang'e's house, and asked her to get up and eat. Chang'e slept until noon, and she yawned when she got up. The warm quilt in winter was too tempting, and she was pulled every day to prevent her from getting up. Eat your meal first to wake up. I go to the warehouse to pick out all the eggs. Chang's mother waited until she sat down and started to eat before getting up and going to the material warehouse. Yesterday she picked out a total of 30 eggs, and she had to pick out the rest today, so that they could be put in the incubator to start hatching at night. She didn't know that Sean Moofing had bought the latest model of incubator. She bought the old model to save interstellar coins. She had to check the incubation status by herself during the incubation. Not long after she sat down to choose, Chang Xiaowei and his mother came to the door. "You are here? Come in." Chang'e ignored the embarrassment on Chang Xiaowei's face and greeted them indifferently. "I have already chosen in the material warehouse. You can go there too." She didn't like Chang Xiaowei's mother. As soon as she came in, she sent them to the material warehouse by themselves and sat back at the dining table to continue eating. "Go quickly, I knew that you, a little kid, would definitely be bullied by her. She asked you to come in the afternoon, and you really came in the afternoon. You don't have any brains at all." Chang Xiaowei's mother got anxious when she heard this, and pushed him to lead the way in front, chirping crickets lightly, not caring whether the owner would hear it. Chang Xiaowei's face was redder than the color-changing fruit he ate yesterday. He lowered his head, and dared not look at Chang'e. He hurriedly ran to the material warehouse with his mother. On the way, his mother kept mumbling. Chang Xiaowei stopped at the door of the material warehouse, his eyes red, turned around and looked at his mother and said, "People saved me yesterday, and these materials don't have to be shared with me. My brothers and sisters took care of me, and got the materials. If you say something nonsense again, I will take you home now." His mother was a little scared by his appearance, and murmured, "You are so strong that you threaten your mother. I said these few things for your own good, but you don't appreciate it. What's wrong with what I said? She just bullied you because you are a child and fooled you. Hey, hey! Where are you going?" When his mother saw that Chang Xiaowei really turned around and left, she stopped talking and held him. "I won't say anything. Why are you leaving?" Chang Xiaowei didn't go in but looked at her steadily and said, "You can't even think about it." Okay, I won't say it, I won't think about it. Your brothers and sisters treat you the best, better than your mother, okay. This son is really raised in vain, helping outsiders every day, afraid that he will really quit. His mother had to give in to him and agree. Chang's mother didn't know about the lawsuit between the mother and son. When she heard the door open, she thought it was Chang'e coming over. "I have almost finished this basket. Ask Xiaowei when this child will come? I haven't touched the basket next to it. When he finishes, I will go through the rest and that's it." Chang Xiaowei glanced at his mother and said with his eyes, "I said no one bullied your son." Her mother pouted and rolled her eyes, muttering in her heart, "Maybe they knew you were coming and deliberately told you. The remaining baskets may have been picked by others." Chang Xiaowei was so angry at his mother's behavior that he glared at her fiercely. He turned to Chang's mother, who was carrying them on her back, and called sweetly, "Aunt, it's me, not Chang'e. She's still eating." Chang's mother patted her sore back with her hands behind her back, turned around and looked at Chang Xiaowei and his mother standing at the door, and greeted them with a smile. "Oh, it's Xiaowei. Come here quickly. I just said that your sister would call you. Come on, I help you pick. We picked them and hatched them early. These eggs can't stand being left." "Okay. Thank you, Aunt." "No, we picked them ourselves. What if you deliberately pick white eggs for us?" The two people's completely different answers made the scene very awkward for a while. Chang Xiaowei glared at his mother beside him, tears welling up in his eyes, turned around and pulled his mother out. Chapter 266. "Hey! Why are you pulling me? I didn't say anything." Chang Jing's buttocks fell down hard, and her feet supported the ground and refused to leave. Chang Xiaowei, who was angry, was surprisingly strong. With his small body, he bit his lower lip, and his hands tightened Chang Jing's hands like iron pliers, dragging her body of more than 100 pounds, step by step towards the door. Seeing that she couldn't stop her son, Chang Jing turned back to seek help from her mother, sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, please help me persuade this child. I know I was wrong. I won't say anything. You can choose, okay?" Chang's mother really couldn't like this unreliable person, but Xiaowei, this child, oh, forget it. She got up and quickly caught up with them at the door, holding Xiaowei's hand and persuading. "Xiaowei, your mother is just quick-witted, and Auntie didn't take her words to heart. You should stop being angry with her." "I'm sorry. Auntie, I'm not angry. I took advantage of my brother and sister yesterday to get the flat-mouthed beast, and these eggs have nothing to do with me." Chang Xiaowei held Chang Jing's hand tightly. "Why is it okay? What's divided for you is yours. Why don't you want it?" Chang Jing's muttering became lighter and lighter under Chang Xiaowei's sight, and finally lowered her head, and dared not look into his eyes. "I'm sorry. Auntie! I'm going to take my mom home first, and I come to play with my sister later." After saying that, Chang Xiaowei grabbed Chang Jing's hand and tightened it, dragging her out with big strides, and he couldn't stop her. Chang Jing was really panicked when she saw her son like this, and she didn't dare to say anything even though her wrist was red from pressing, and she staggered behind him. "What are you doing? Why are you acting so much instead of picking eggs?" Chang'e actually heard the noise, and came over when they started to quarrel, but she just hid, and didn't make any noise. She only showed up when she saw Chang Xiaowei was really leaving. Chang Jing was so noisy, but Chang Xiaowei still wanted to save some face for her, so he put on a smile and said, "Sister, my mother is not feeling well. I take her home first." Chang'e looked up and down at Chang Jing's rosy cheeks, and said with a smile, "Well, your mother is not in good health. She faints all the time. You let her rest in the house. You go and pick the eggs yourself? This person is really lucky. She used to have a husband who spoiled and protected her, and now her husband is injured and her son is protecting her." Chang Jing immediately climbed up the pole, and while her son was stunned, she quickly pulled back her hand, rushed behind Chang'e in 3 or 2 steps, nodded continuously, and replied, "Yes, yes, yes. I go in and rest, you go and pick, you go and pick." Chang'e rolled her eyes at her. This person was still as shameless as ever. "Your mother is right. Since we have divided it with you, it is what you deserve. Don't feel burdened." Chang'e saw that he still wanted to refuse, and continued, "Besides, your father's health needs to be taken good care of. There is hope that he will recover in the spring." Mentioning his father, who was injured at home, Chang Xiaowei no longer refused, "Thank you, sister." Chang'e nodded, and waved her hand to let him go to work quickly. "That's right, go quickly. Eggs will go bad if they are left for too long. I am still waiting for you to pick them so that I can scramble them." Chang Jing saw that his son was persuaded, and started to chatter again. "Scrambled eggs? Are you scrambling today? Don't add salt to the scrambled eggs. When they are ready, just add some soy sauce when they are out of the pan. This will taste the freshest. Mom, if you keep talking nonsense, I will send everything from yesterday back to my sister." Chang Xiaowei heard his mother start to be out of tune again, standing there and warning without turning back. "I won't say it. I won't say it anymore." Chang Jing hurriedly promised, and even made a gesture to shut up. Chang Xiaowei took a deep breath, suppressed the tears in his eyes, and then continued to move forward. Chang's mother looked at his back, then looked back at Chang Jing's innocent face, and shook her head helplessly. It was hard for this child to have such a mother. Chang Xiaowei returned to the material warehouse alone, and Chang's mother took Chang Jing to sit in the large living room outside. It was impossible to expect Chang Yi to greet her. Just now, it was completely to give Chang Xiaoyi face. If Chang Jing came alone, do you think she could enter the door of Chang Yi's house? Chang Jing was pulled by Chang's mother to sit on the sofa and couldn't move. There was only a glass of water in front of her. She clearly saw that Chang Yi was drinking a glass of freshly squeezed juice in the small living room inside. Chang's mother also saw Chang Yi's actions in the inner room and laughed at her childish temper. Not only did she not give the guests food, but she also deliberately took out a bunch of snacks to tempt them. She was not afraid of other shamelessness and went up to do it herself. Chang's mother suppressed the smile on her lips and glared at Chang Yi, hoping that she would restrain herself a little. Unfortunately, she was too far away and Chang Yi didn't understand. She deliberately took out the snacks on the plate one by one and fiddled with them. Chang Jing's eyes were hooked, but was eager to move. She wanted to stand up, but Chang's mother, who had noticed it long ago, held her hands tightly and held her down. Xiao Jing, how is your husband's health recently? Is he feeling better? In order to divert her attention, Chang's mother deliberately raised her voice. Oh! Just like that, you have to take care of him slowly. Chang Jing's mind was completely attracted by the various snacks on Chang Yi's table, and she didn't even turn her head back when answering. So what did you plant in your field this year? Chang's mother pulled her hand to make her come back to her senses. Just those green leafy vegetables and the like. Chang Jing's eyes kept glancing at Chang Yi, and her answer was a little absent-minded. Chang Yi kept paying attention to the movements here, and seeing Chang Jing's silly look, he felt much happier and his hands were more energetic. Chang's mother pulled Chang Jing to talk, and didn't let her move. Seeing that Chang Yi was getting more and more excessive, she deliberately made a smacking sound when eating, which tempted Chang Jing to walk in regardless of anything. Chang's mother held her shoulders to prevent her from getting up, and said with a smile, I go get you a glass of water, you sit here for a while. Walking into the small living room, Chang's mother slapped Chang Yi's busy hands and said, just stop here, be careful she doesn't want to rush in without any shame. Chang Yi tilted her head, and looked at the people outside who looked like they had red eyes. She covered her mouth and laughed, I won't give it to her even if she rushes in. She can't beat me now. Patting her fairly strong arms, she did some bodybuilding movements to squeeze out some muscles to show her. Chang's mother pulled down her weird hands and said with a smile, don't be weird, we will come out and see you teasing Chang Jing like this, he will be sad, put the things away quickly. Chang Yi glanced in the direction of the warehouse, thinking of the strong and sensible child, pouted, put away the scattered snacks on the table, and put them back in the box, and her mouth stopped smacking. Chang's mother asked Chang Yi to pour a glass of juice in a small cup and bring it back to the living room for Chang Jing to calm her down and not let her rush in. Chang Xiaoyi sat alone in the material warehouse, thinking about his mother outside, afraid that she would say something inappropriate again. The selection process was obviously much rougher, unlike yesterday, when he carefully looked at each one again, and simply shone a flashlight and put it away. Later, he simply didn't even use the flashlight, and directly counted them, and put them in the small box he brought. Chapter 267. After counting enough, Chang Xiaoyi walked back with the carton. Chang Yi saw him coming back, got up in a hurry, walked out of the small living room, and said, how did you finish so quickly? Did you pick anything? She looked at the time, and it was less than half an hour. According to their speed of picking yesterday, they shouldn't have been so fast. I picked everything. Look! Chang Xiaoyi changed to holding it with one hand, and used his free hand to pretend to open the top of the box. No need to open it. I won't look at it. You hold it quickly, and don't drop it. Just pick it up. Chang Yi stopped his hand. The juice in the cup was empty. Chang Jing wanted her mother to refill it, but her mother ignored her. She also knew that she would not give it again. At this moment, she just happened to see Chang Yi blocking Chang Xiaoyi's way. She hurriedly got up and chased after him. Just heard Chang Yi not looking at it, and saw that Chang Xiaoyi was going to open the box, so she hurried forward to hold him down. Chang Yi, now that we have picked the eggs, we are leaving now. Come to our house next time when you are free. Chang Jing realized that the box in Chang Xiaoyi's hand was not light, so she spoke some human words, although it was just a false politeness. Yeah. Seeing her coming, Chang Yi had no interest in continuing to talk, nodded lightly, and said to Chang Xiaoyi, go back early. After sending the mother and son away, Chang's mother discussed the hatching of the eggs with Chang Yi. As they walked to the material warehouse, they said, the fertilization rate of this batch of eggs is quite high. I have picked out 80. If I pick out 20 more of the remaining eggs, it will just make up 100. Chang's mother was very satisfied with the number of eggs this time. According to this number, even if half of them died, there would still be 40 to 50 eggs. In this way, each family would have half, and there would be no need to worry about the eggs at home when they grew up. 80 already? Then don't pick any more. This is enough for us to hatch. We can save the rest for later after Su Shuai takes his share. I don't know when the fragrant chives in the field will be ready. This thing is just right for scrambled eggs. Hearing that Chang's mother had picked out so many kinds of eggs, Chang'e didn't want her to continue picking. The flat-mouthed beasts were noisy and fierce, and they were very good at pooping. There couldn't be more. If there were more, you could smell the smell even from a distance. That's enough. The hatching rate of this flat-mouthed beast is not high. Even if the professional comes, it's less than half. If you don't prepare more, there will be too few hatched by the time it's time. It's not worth keeping it. Chang's mother had a different idea from her. There was no such thing as too much of this nutritious food. Chang'e glanced at her and pouted indifferently. Knowing that the hatching rate was not high, picking so many was a pure waste. It would be better to eat the eggs directly. As they talked, they walked to the material warehouse. Seeing the eggs in the lower half box that had not been touched, Chang's mother sighed. What a sensible child. Yes, he is sensible. Who made him have such an unreliable mother? Whose children are born sensible? They are forced to be so. After sighing about other people's children, and looking at her own child who is still willful at such a big age, Chang's mother said, if you want to keep them for food, keep them for food. I will take them back first, and send them to you after they are hatched and raised half-grown. With parents like them, children don't need to be so sensible and rational in everything. She doesn't have to work, and she can eat more. Chang'e happily replied, okay, it's better if you keep them all the time. I can just catch them when I want to eat them. Chang's mother paused. This dead child should not be spoiled too much. I won't let you raise them. You should catch them, and raise them yourself as soon as possible. Chang'e pretended to be dumb, and didn't hear. Oh, by the way. Shan Mufeng said he bought an incubator. See if it can be used. If it can be used, you can take it back later. Did he buy it? What model? Incubators are so expensive recently. The ordinary ones used to cost only about 1,000 interstellar coins, but now they cost more than 3,000. The new ones with full functions are even more outrageous. I saw one with a small house for landscaping, which cost 100,000 interstellar coins. Chang's mother was amazed when she remembered the incubator that had similar functions, but the shape was fancy. The incubator was only used for a few days when hatching eggs, and there was no use afterwards. It was purely unnecessary to make those small houses. The price was so different, just to cheat those fools who didn't care about the family. Really? That kind of thing looks good, right? Rich people don't need this little money. Chang'e didn't know the market price because she had never bought one. Anyway, she didn't plan to spend a penny on incubation. The incubator that Shan Mufeng bought was in the material warehouse. Chang'e asked for the specific location on the communicator and found the unopened box and dragged it out. As soon as the ceiling strip was torn, Mom, do you think it's better to put the little house on top or on the bottom? Should I choose pink or orange? What house? Where do you want to put it? The egg in Chang's mother's hand almost fell to the ground, and she hurriedly put it away. Is this the incubator that Dan Mufeng bought? Chang'e smiled and nodded at her, taking out the small accessories in her hand bit by bit to play with. Chang's mother looked at the incubator on the ground, whose outer packaging looked more noble than the one she bought, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She just said that this was a scam, but she saw the real thing so soon. Don't tell me, this more expensive one looks different. If you use it to hatch, the hatching rate will definitely be higher. Chang'e was full of admiration for her mother's quick change of expression, and gave her a thumbs up. Mother Chang was a little embarrassed by her strange touch. She clenched her fist and coughed twice to cover it up. Don't use it. It looks good as a decoration. Don't tell me, Shan Mufeng has a good eye. TSK. This man is really fickle. Chang'e smiled and nodded in cooperation, calling her to come and assemble it together. This kind of advanced incubator can actually be used for more than just hatching. It has a complete breeding system. After hatching, it can be used as a small breeding box. It is completely fine to raise 4 or 5 eggs in it until they molt. Mother Chang helped to assemble the incubator. Looking at the incubator that looked like a miniature landscape, she said, since you have a breeding box at home, you can hatch those eggs yourself. This kind of incubator only needs to be observed every day and the temperature and humidity adjusted. It is very simple to operate. Seeing such a beautiful incubator, Chang'e was not so reluctant to raise a flat-mouthed beast. Chang's mother explained to her the key points to pay attention to during incubation, and her communicator rang. As soon as the communicator was connected, Su Shuaishuai's loud voice exploded in her ears. Chang'e. Chang'e. Are you at home? Did we catch a flat-mouthed beast yesterday? Yes, yes, yes. I'm at home. Please be quiet. Your ears are almost deafened by you. Are you awake? How are you? Do you feel uncomfortable? He turned the volume down again, and it was finally not so harsh. Yeah. I'm fine, and I feel that I've become stronger. I tell you when I get to your house. After Su Shuaishuai finished speaking, he hung up the call in a hurry and urged Su's father to accompany him to Chang'e's house to see his flat-mouthed beast. Chapter 268. Mother Chang had a good impression of the Su family. They were all reasonable people, big and small. This child of the Su family is always energetic in everything he does. With him around, no place will be quiet. Yes. I like him too. Chang'e herself was calm, and like people who were born like little sons. As they were talking, a reminder sound of a visitor came from outside. Chang'e asked the smart housekeeper to open the door, and took Su Shuaishuai and the others directly to the material warehouse. Chang'e! Chang'e! Where is the flat-mouthed beast? Su Shuaishuai's presence was shown the moment he entered the door. His chubby little legs ran vigorously. He ran so far that he was sweating all over his forehead. Dragging the assembled incubator aside, Chang'e stood up and took him to the exotic animal cage on the side. Here? Another Chang, shall we pick 30 to go, and we didn't touch the others, waiting for you to pick first. Chang'e was afraid that he didn't know Chang shall we, so he explained one more sentence. Chang shall we came after you fell asleep, and he followed you to catch the flat-mouthed beast. As soon as the isolation door of the exotic animal cage was opened, the creaking sound inside kept ringing. Su Shuaishuai lay outside the cage, looking at the flat-mouthed beast curled up in a corner because of his arrival. His eyes widened, and nodded excitedly. Yeah. I know, my dad told me about it at home. Wow. So many flat-mouthed beasts. How long will it take me to eat them all? No wonder Chang'e likes him. They are like-minded, and the first thing they see is not to raise them, but to eat them. Chang'e approached and kicked the cage. One of the fish in the corner seemed to be unwilling to move. She helped him calculate. Soon, there will be enough for 3 people. You only have 30. Eating one a day will be enough for a month. Father Su was afraid that his greedy child would really eat one every day, so he quickly coaxed him. Let's take it home and raise it first. When the little flat-mouthed beast grows up, we can eat it, so you can eat it for a long time. The light in Su Shuaishuai's eyes dimmed, and he pouted and looked at the flat-mouthed beast inside without saying a word. Chang'e glanced at him and understood immediately. I left you a portion of the iron pot stewed flat-mouthed beast we ate yesterday. You can take it back and heat it up and eat it. Really? Thank you, Chang'e. You are the best in the universe. The light in his eyes returned, and his mouth became sweet. Father Su, who was standing behind, shook his head helplessly. It seems that the flat-mouthed beast eggs need to be hatched earlier, otherwise they may not be able to keep up. After the Su family father and son left with their own supplies, Chang's mother helped her pack and went back. Chang'e was not just saying that she would let the flat-mouthed beasts hatch by themselves. She picked one that looked like a liter, the largest one, and fed it a cayenne pill. Remember, from now on, you have to lead your little hand to hatch eggs, and take good care of the baby, otherwise I will stew you. After being forced to feed the black thing, the flat-mouthed beast screamed gaw. As soon as it was free, and ran away, curling up and hiding among its companions. There were some crystal tears in its little eyes. That demon was too scary. It almost killed him yesterday, and today it was fed poison. Woo, it hasn't hatched eggs with the beautiful females yet. It doesn't want to die. What's going on? The cayenne pill is useless for the flat-mouthed beast. Chang'e went around to the opposite side and kicked the cage again. The cage shook, and the flat-mouthed beasts gathered in a group and fled to the other side. The flat-mouthed beast hiding in the middle was exposed to people again. You? Come here and talk. Stop quacking and speak human language. Quack, quack, the devil is here again, run. As she spoke, the flat-mouthed beasts ran more chaotically. Those behind them were afraid of being caught, so they flapped their wings, jumped on their companions' bodies, and ran over them. Don't quack. If you quack again, I stew you. Her warning had no effect, and it caused even more tragic quacking. The cayenne was useless for such a low IQ beast, so Chang'e's plan to let them hatch eggs and raise babies by themselves would not be realized. Being headached by their noise, Chang'e turned around and went to the touting incubator. The incubator has 3 layers and can hatch 30 eggs at the same time. Fill the moisturizer on the left with water, set the temperature, cover it, put the energy stone on it, and start it. Then all you have to do is observe it every day and wait for it to hatch. The smart breeding box is convenient. In order to observe the hatching situation at any time, she put the breeding box on the second-floor terrace. Kong Kong, who had gone out to play, just came back and saw her carrying the eggs upstairs. He thought she was going to roast the eggs and followed her silently. Kong Kong stared at the eggs in the incubator with great interest and began to saliva unconsciously. He stretched out his tongue to suck through the transparent box. Kong Kong. These are used to raise small flat-mouthed beasts. You can't eat them now. Chang'e was amused by its appearance. She grabbed its little scarf, asked it to keep a certain distance, pointed at the eggs in the incubator, and explained to it carefully, so that it would not take out the eggs and eat them if it was not paying attention. Platinum? Yes. These eggs will hatch and grow into flat-mouthed beasts when they grow up. After Chang'e finished explaining, Kong Kong did not want to eat eggs anymore. He wanted to raise a flat-mouthed beast instead. Where could she raise a flat-mouthed beast for him now? No, she did. Thinking of the stupid flat-mouthed beasts in the material warehouse, Chang'e stood up and took Kong Kong downstairs. The exotic beast cage was not difficult for Kong Kong. He used his arms to lift the exotic beast cage above his head and put it on his head. He followed Chang'e and walked to the breeding area circled by Shan Mufeng. After arriving at the breeding area, Chang'e stayed outside and did not go in. Kong Kong carried the exotic beast cage in by himself. The door of the exotic beast cage was opened, and the frightened flat-mouthed beasts inside were still huddled in the corner and trembling, not daring to come out. Kong Kong was impatient and picked up the cage and shook it down, forcing them to come out. Kong Kong, catch the one that's not moving. We eat it today. Kong Kong's movements were too rough. One of the flat-mouthed beasts looked like it was stressed. It stood there shaking like it was electrocuted. It was stupidly bumped into by its companions and didn't know how to move. Eggs, raise them. Kong Kong didn't want to. He now thought that these flat-mouthed beasts were egg-laying machines. This is only a male. It can't lay eggs. It's useless. It's stressed. It won't last long. If you don't eat it early, it won't taste as fresh when it's dead. When he heard that it couldn't lay eggs, Kong Kong no longer hesitated. He pressed its neck with his ruthless iron hand and easily solved it. When he pulled it out to Chang'e, it was still breathing. Yesterday, when they killed the flat-mouthed beast, they twisted its neck directly so that the nutritional value was high, but it was inevitable that there would be a bloody smell in the meat, which could not be covered without adding heavy ingredients. Today, Chang'e wanted to drain the blood and make blood tofu. There was no one else at home, and she didn't dare to deal with it herself, so she picked up the phone and called Chang's mother. A flat-mouthed beast died at my house. Can you come and deal with it? Chapter 269. Mother Chang, who had just returned home, received a call, put the egg she brought back in the incubator, and turned around to go to Chang'e's house. Why did it die? She asked as soon as she entered the door. When she left, the flat-mouthed beasts were still fine, so how could they die in a short time? How should I know? It's just not going well. Chang'e spread her hands and pretended to be innocent. It was going to die. Just before Mother Chang came over, they caught the beast for a while, and now it was lying on the kitchen floor, breathing out more than breathing in. Mother Chang reasonably suspected that her daughter didn't want to keep it and deliberately killed it, but there was no evidence. She looked at her suspiciously and walked to the kitchen to check. This flat-mouthed beast looked like it was dying, and there were no wounds on the outside. Was it really dying on its own? What do you want to do? Stew it like yesterday? If it really is dying, then we have to get rid of it quickly. Chang's mother rolled up her sleeves and carried the flat-mouthed beast to the running water in the backyard. It couldn't be slaughtered in the house because the smell was too strong. No. I want to roast it. Chang's mother weighed the flat-mouthed beast in her hand. It weighed more than 30 kilograms. If you remove the internal organs, it would weigh about 15 or 16 kilograms. It is the cold season now, and its body fat consumption is not high. It is just right to roast it like this, not fat or woody. Go get a basin to hold the blood, so you can make blood tofu later. Oh! I thought so too. Don't throw away the liver. I like to eat it after braising it in slices. I won't throw it away. I will clean it up for you and braise it for you in my little nest. Chang's mother always responded to her requests. Huh? After letting the blood out, Chang's mother cut the knife down along the midline of its abdomen. When she reached the back half, she paused. Chang'e saw that she was fine, and suddenly put down the knife, put her hand into the flat-mouthed beast's belly, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Chang's mother touched the round thing inside with her fingers, turned around and told Chang'e, "Go get a clean big bowl." Chang'e thought of something, and walked into the house happily to get the bowl. "Is it an egg?" "Yes." Chang's mother nodded, and took out the eggs she touched one by one. The eggshell of the unborn egg is a white film with red capillaries on it, and the yolk inside is clearly visible. After being cooked, it tastes especially good with a soft and sticky texture. "Hey! Why can't you keep it for 2 more days?" Chang's mother looked at the full bowl of eggs with a look of regret. There were more than a dozen eggs of different sizes. If it was a few days later, the big ones would definitely be born, which would be much more cost-effective than now. Chang'e didn't care. She happily took the bowl into the house, found 2 small sticks, and concentrated on picking up the meridians and blood vessels on it. If these were not picked out, it would affect the taste. It is best to use fruit wood to slowly roast the flat-mouthed beast. Do you have any fruit wood at home? The big hairs have been plucked out, and the small hairs need to be scalded with hot water and cleaned little by little with tweezers. The hot water in front is no longer hot. Chang's mother came in to change the water. Seeing her, she asked a question. Chang'e then remembered that the energy which she needed was not available at home. If other wood was used, it would be a waste. She tilted her head and thought for a while. "Wait a minute," I asked Chang Song. "He seems to have brought back energy wood." If she remembered correctly, the material used by the red cat to build a nest was energy wood. Chang'e put down the sticks in her hand, washed her hands, and called Chang Song. "I want to roast flat-mouthed beasts, but I don't have any energy wood. Do you have any? Send them over first." There's no need to be polite when asking for things from your family. Once the call was made, she explained the matter clearly. "Okay, is there anything else you need? I go over later and bring it all." Chang Song agreed readily, without a word of nonsense. Originally, there weren't many energy vegetables at home, but she seemed to have seen that some of the vegetables in the planting field could be picked. Chang'e pondered for a moment and said, "No need for anything else, but the seasoning for barbecue at home is not complete. You can take some when you come back, and remember to tell Dad to come over for dinner in the evening." The military headquarters was not very busy during the winter season. After Chang Song hung up the call, he said hello to the team and drove the hovercraft straight to the underground trading city. The weather was too cold, and the business in the trading city was not good. Many stores were open, but the stores were empty, and there was nothing decent on the counters. Chang Song went to several houses to gather the seasonings. The flat-mouthed beast has high nutritional value, and the materials used are rich in nutrients and energy, so the food can be made without wasting. In the evening, the Chang family came to dinner. After Chang'e hung up Chang Song's call, he also called Shan Mufeng and told him about it. Shan Mufeng didn't care about the planting matter, just make your decision. And the crops in your planting field can be harvested. You can go and have a look. It's just right for your mother and others to take some away. Really? I also felt that there seemed to be some that could be picked before, but I didn't look carefully, so I don't know which ones can be harvested. In the morning, I picked some and put them in the storage box in the kitchen. You can go and have a look. Your planting field has a good harvest, and it can basically be picked. Speaking of the situation of her planting field, Shan Mufeng's eyes flashed, and he stood up and walked to the window, lowering his voice a lot. After ending the call with Chang'e, Shan Mufeng returned to his seat and sat down, not looking at the people below who were making eye contact. Shan Mu's ears were erected like an antenna. As soon as he sat down, he immediately leaned over hesitantly, smiled flatteringly, and asked, "That, brother, do you have guests at home tonight?" "Not guests, your sister-in-law's family will have a meal together." Shan Mu moved his chair to his side and pushed his teacup forward. "Sister-in-law's family? They are all family. Look, can you bring me to meet them tonight? It will be embarrassing if we don't know each other in the future, right?" Shan Mufeng then raised his eyes and looked at the shameless brother in front of him. How did he manage to be so shameless? "Your sister-in-law is treating me, not me. It's inconvenient for you to go." "No. Brother, can you ask my sister-in-law for me? I don't eat much." In order to get a bite of food, Shan Mu didn't even care about his face. He pulled out Chang'e's communication, pushed it in front of Shan Mufeng, and looked at him flatteringly. "The flat-mouthed beast was eaten yesterday. There is no flat-mouthed beast today." Shan Mufeng knew what this foodie was thinking. After knowing that his family caught the flat-mouthed beast yesterday, he started to stick to him early in the morning and wanted to go home with him. If he couldn't eat it, it would be good to see it. "It doesn't matter. I'm not picky. When he heard that there was a way, he became more active and even dialed the communication, waiting for Shan Mufeng to speak. Unable to persuade him, Shan Mufeng told Chang'e that his two younger brothers wanted to go to his house for dinner together. Chang'e, who received his communication, thought of the two sensible younger brothers of the Shan family and nodded in agreement. Let them come. In the evening, roast the flat-mouthed beast. It may be late to eat, so you don't have to come too early. Chapter 270. Sister-in-law. Are you short of energy wood? I go cut it now. Sister-in-law. I have nutritious honey. I send it to you later. Sister-in-law. I can work, wait, I help you. I can boil water, wash vegetables and so on. Just give me a little bit of flat-mouthed beast meat, just a little bit. Hearing Chang'e's agreement, and saying that she would roast flat-mouthed beasts in the evening, Shan Mowu and the others shouted excitedly into the communication without Shan Mufeng saying anything. They said they would come to work early, and they arrived at the same time as Chang Song. As soon as Shan Mowu entered the house, he held his honey jar and looked for someone. Sister-in-law. I brought the honey, and roasting flat-mouthed beasts with it tastes super good. The grill is set up under the porch in the backyard. You can take your things there. Chang'e was not used to the fishy smell, and picked carefully. He was still picking now. When he heard them coming in, he didn't get up, but just stuck his head out and said something. Shan Mufeng washed his hands, went to the bottom of the room, and pulled over the bowl she had not finished picking. I do it here, you take a break? Okay. She was tired of picking this sticky thing, so she put it down and watched him do it. Shan Mufeng's hands were more skillful than hers. He picked up the meridians that she had been trying to pick for a long time without success. He used 2 sticks to stir and pull the meridians like playing with candy. The military department of the former Emperor Star is going to send a batch of supplies over there. We will do some preliminary work first. The general asked you how to do it, and whether you need to bring anything to you. The territory of the Emperor Star was a reward from Chang'e and the little guys. Shan Mufeng respected their ideas. He made his attitude very clear from the beginning to those who wanted to find a breakthrough from him. He had no right to make the decision. That was Chang'e's territory. Are you going there so soon? Hearing what he said, Chang'e originally thought that the military would wait until spring to go there. Shan Mufeng explained, prepare some infrastructure in advance, and you can go there directly when spring comes. The geographical location, resources, and environment of Emperor Star are much better than those of Qihang Star. Although it has been destroyed by the star beast this time, it is still more suitable for human habitation than other planets. Part of my soil transformation liquid is ready, and I need the military to help bring it over. For the rest, let them make it according to the drawings I gave them. Chang'e did not plan to live there permanently. The climate there is better than Qihang Star in summer. She wants to make it a summer resort, so the green area for planting is indispensable. The transformation liquid at home can only fill in the planting fields that have been dug up, and the rest will come later. The so-called drawings are actually just a few places where the house is to be built, and they are asked to help build a framework. This time, Chang'e did not do the house design herself, but found a special designer on the Star Network to do it. Shan Mufeng picked the eggs in the bowl clean, and soaked them in some sour fruit water to remove the fishy smell. He glanced at the people around the grill in the corridor and said to Chang'e seriously, wait, if Shan Mowu and the others mention going to the Emperor Star or something, don't say anything. The military has not announced your territory to the public. They haven't given up yet? Chang'e frowned slightly. He had to be sneaky about his own things. It's not that easy to give up. It was once the Emperor Star. Not only did they not give up, but the major forces that originally evacuated from the Emperor Star have recently set their sights on Qihang Star. After the failure of the open negotiations, they united to control various resources and refused to sell Qihang Star. Although the military had been prepared, they still felt a little uncomfortable being suppressed. The generals and others have been worrying about resources every day recently. Chang'e, have you picked it? You can start grilling. Mother Cha helped them to set up the grill. Seeing that Shan Mowu and others were grilling well, she let them grill, and went into the house to pick up other dishes in the kitchen. Okay, Shan Mufeng has already taken them out to grill. Chang'e pulled out all the vegetables in the storage box. Shan Mufeng picked them in a hurry in the morning, so he only picked 2 cucumbers, a cantaloupe, and 2 colorful sorghum cobs. Mom, the sorghum cobs in the planting field are ripe. You can cook some. I want to eat them. She didn't like corn flour very much, but she could eat 2 sweet and tender cobs in one meal. Why don't you eat it tomorrow morning? Mother Chang picked up the cob she had pulled out, tore open the shell a little, pinched it with her hands, and the milky white juice flowed out with a light touch. It was very tender, and just right for cooking. If you want to grind it into powder, you have to wait a few days. Why eat it tomorrow? It will get old if you leave it here. Fresh cobs are only delicious when they are fresh. Chang'e didn't want to, so she picked up another cob and started to peel the shell, leaving only the thin innermost layer of shell. This way it will be more tender when cooked than peeling it. You kid. Mother Chang saw that she had finished processing, and helplessly tapped her forehead. She looked outside and saw that there was no one, so she whispered in her ear, "Today, there are so many people. It won't look good if you only have 2 cobs. I cook it for you now, and you finish it inside, and you're not allowed to go out." Ouch! Chang's mother's one finger of the sun was still so powerful. Chang'e turned her head to avoid her attack and replied, "Didn't I tell you? I planted this myself. There are still some in the planting field. I will pick a few later, and we can eat together. You have only planted it for a few days? You can pick it now." Chang's mother didn't believe it. She must have made it up to coax her. Chang'e saw that she didn't believe it, put down the vegetables in her hand, and said, "Anyway, there are not enough vegetables. Let's go to the planting field and see if we can pick some." Chang's mother also wanted to know, so she took off her apron, picked up the vegetables on the ground, put them away, and followed her to the planting field. Neither of them knew the specific situation of the planting field. The two of them went there quietly without disturbing others. "Kong Kong, what are you doing?" As soon as she reached the planting field, Chang'e saw Kong Kong pulling something in it. When she shouted, Kong Kong pulled harder, and the green plant with small flowers was directly pulled up by the roots. It just held it in its arms with the soil and ran to the side. Kong Kong! Kong Kong! When Chang'e caught up, there was only a pit on the ground, and it was impossible to see what was inside. "What are you doing? What does Kong Kong like to eat?" Mother Chang was very protective of the little ones in the family. Kong Kong was usually the most obedient. Moreover, it looked like a human, so Mother Chang was even more fond of it. She was not angry when she saw it destroying the planting field. Chang'e squatted down, took out a small hoe, dug twice in the empty soil hole, and didn't see anything. She replied to Chang's mother, "I don't know. The seeds here are all given to me by my mentor. There are all kinds of things in them." "Then ask your mentor what they are. They shouldn't eat bad people, right?" Hearing that she didn't know what they were planted, Chang's mother looked in panic in the direction where Kong Kong left, afraid that it would get sick. Chapter 271. Eating nothing and getting a bad stomach? Chang'e was not worried about this at all. Animals are much smarter than humans when it comes to what they eat. "Don't worry, it's okay. Look at the footprints on the ground. It's definitely not the first time it's pulled it." Chang'e stood up and turned his body to the side so that Chang's mother could see the rows of messy footprints behind him more clearly. "You still have to pay more attention." The footprints on the ground made Chang's mother feel much more at ease. There were many plants in this area that Chang'e couldn't recognize. He took out his light brain, scanned them, and uploaded them to the star network for identification. Grass seeds, green leaves, purple flowers, annual plants, suitable for feeding poultry, tender leaves can be used, likes moisture, and is afraid of waterlogging, difficult to plant artificially, low nutrition food. "Mom, why are you pulling these grass seeds?" The star network said it's for feeding poultry. She was looking at the introduction on the star network one by one, and saw Chang's mother sticking her butt out and pulling grass. "I know that this kind of grass seeds can be used as feed when they are old. When they are tender, they are fried with rice cakes or boiled in a pot. There are many people today, so it is just right to stir-fry them as a dish." Mother Chang always remembers the importance of saving. Grass seeds grow quickly, and the young leaves that are pulled off can grow back in 3 or 2 days. She doesn't feel bad about using them to entertain guests. I need to pull more and stir-fry more, so that there will be some left for the rest." Thinking of this, she looked at the amount in the basket and started to pull some more. "Pull it!" Anyway, grass seeds are the most in this field, accounting for half of the area. Chang'e couldn't persuade her, so she turned around to study other things. Magua, shrubs, the fruit is green-brown granular, with a strong fragrance, a slightly numb taste, and a bit of spicy taste. It can remove cold and warm the stomach. Unexpectedly, this was also included in the seeds given by the instructor. The yield of hemp fruit is low, and the price on the market has never been cheaper. It was included in the seasoning that Chang Song bought today. It was a small bag the size of a palm, and there were many bubbles. He said that he spent 10,000 interstellar coins. If I had known, I would have asked him not to buy it. Chang'e picked the ones that had changed color. The hemp fruit was too small. She pulled 2 larger leaves next to it, folded them in half a few times, and turned them into a temporary packing bag. After picking the hemp fruit, she walked around here. There were 2 or 3 kinds of flowers left. Energy flowers have a certain effect of nourishing spiritual power. These can be moved to the front yard later, just in time to connect with the batch of flowers and plants set by Xiaomao in front. The other few plants are fruit trees. They need to grow longer, only 1 person tall, and it will take some time for them to bloom and bear fruit. After looking at this side, she also walked around the land next to it. The seeds planted here were all given by Mr. Bai. They are most likely fruit seeds. Now they are all small saplings, and can't be distinguished. After she finished her walk, Chang's mother had picked enough grass seeds. She looked at her figure walking away and shouted, "Have you seen it? Let's go home." The newly grown grass seeds were tender, so she pressed the basket very firmly, so that there would be enough for frying later. Chang'e heard her shouting, shook her light basket, walked back, looked at her full basket, widened her eyes, and said, "You just picked it, and took this back? Is her mother so stingy?" She just prepared this feed for poultry to entertain people. Chang's mother took away her hand that was stretched out to pick it up, and said unhappily, "Why not? This is a nutritious ingredient." "No. It is a nutritious ingredient?" Chang'e was quick. She tore off a clean leaf, and put it in her mouth and chewed it for a while. Puff. She spit it out as soon as she opened her mouth. Sure enough, no matter how good this thing is, it is only a food with trace nutritional value. It is called a low nutrition food, but it is actually worse than normal low nutrition food, just a little better than ordinary food. If you don't like it, don't waste it. How can it not be a nutritious food? Didn't our family eat it a lot before? Your brother and your father like it very much. Chang'e didn't argue with her. This kind of grass seed, when tender, can be eaten by people, but after all, it is a plant that exists as feed. The stems and leaves are thicker than other vegetables. It pulls the throat when you eat it, and there is a weird green taste. I want to eat the purple round melon with mince meat you cooked. Let's go pick 2 and take them back. The purple round melon was planted in front, and she saw it just now. After she finished speaking, she went over first, picked 4 big ones, tore them off, and put them in the basket. Pick less, there will be enough for dinner. Every time she picked one, Chang's mother felt a pain in her heart. Vegetables in the cold season were sold individually. Who knows what price these 4 big purple cucumbers can be sold at the trading city? This prodigal child just ripped it off. At night, there are many people. How many bites can she eat? It's better to wait until there is no one around. The couple pick one, and she cooks it for them. At least they can eat half of it. Chang'e didn't know what Chang's mother was thinking. She was addicted to picking cucumbers in the vegetable garden. This cucumber was just grown. She liked to eat it when it was tender, and the thorns on the outside would not prick her mouth. She picked a small cucumber, wiped it with her hand twice, and took it and bit it. Turning back, she asked Chang's mother, who was still worried, "Mom, this cucumber is delicious. Do you want some?" While asking, she had already reached over and picked another small cucumber. Ouch! Can it grow any longer? If you like to eat tender ones, just pick 2 for yourself. I don't want any. Mother Chang saw the half-grown cucumber in her hand, and felt a little pain on her forehead. She quickly stepped forward and gave her her basket, took her half-empty basket, and pushed her out. "Okay. I picked the rest for you. Hurry up and stand outside." Chang'e took another bite of the small cucumber in her hand. It was crunchy. She nodded with satisfaction. She would go back and get some sugar to dip it in. It would taste better. Chew, chew, chew. That. Break off a few more sticks. There won't be enough for so many people. She was still eating, and took the time to give suggestions to Mother Chang inside. Chang's mother thought she was deaf and couldn't hear, so she broke off half a cucumber for each person, and walked over without breaking any more. There were already 2 cucumbers in the kitchen, enough for the salad. The small green vegetables had just grown, and looked fresh and tender. They would be even better if they grew for 2 more days. She couldn't bear to pick them. Forget it. Even the green leafy vegetables with grass seeds were not needed. Pick some green onions, so that they can be used to make sauce later. Chang'e likes to eat them. In the end, in addition to the ones Chang'e picked earlier, there were only 4 more cobs and a handful of green onions in Chang's mother's basket. She felt reluctant to see anything else. She counted the things in the kitchen and felt that she had enough, so she walked out of the planting field. Chang'e looked out and muttered dissatisfiedly, "Why did you only pick so little? I like to eat cobs, and your little is not enough." He wanted to go past Chang's mother and go in again to pick some more. "That's enough. If you like to eat, You can eat too and I count for you. Don't worry, you have enough. Mother Chang grabbed her arm and pulled her back, not letting her continue to pick vegetables in the field. It's enough for the rest of us to share. There are other things. It's a waste if you can't eat too much. No, that's not enough. Chang'e still felt it was not enough and wanted to get more, but unfortunately her mother thought it was enough, and in the end, she was not able to enter the field again. Chapter 272. When Chang'e and her husband returned home, there were 2 more boxes in the living room. Shan Mufeng came out of the kitchen and saw her staring at it, so he stepped forward to explain, "This is what the Admiral sent to you, a box of primary energy stones and a box of golden pearls." Golden pearls? Did the Admiral get rich? This is a high-quality nutritious fruit with a very low yield. It is a favorite of birds, and is often eaten by birds before it is fully ripe. This box is not a small amount, right? Chang'e happily stepped forward and opened the box with energy stones first. It was full of energy stones below level 3, and the quality was pretty good. She opened another box and saw that it was also full. She carefully pulled open the top layer with her hands. There was only a thin layer of paper partition, and there was nothing underneath. This was really a solid box. Her eyes were big with smiles. The Admiral was so awesome this time. She picked a big one and threw it into her mouth. The high-nutrition fruit tastes good. You don't even need to bite it with your teeth. The flesh bursts in your mouth with a light sip, and the rich juice fills the whole mouth. Hey! Slow down, it hasn't been washed yet. Shan Mufeng stopped her hand from continuing. I take it in and wash it for you before eating. Chang'e took another one into her mouth without caring. It's okay. It's not clean, but you won't get sick if you eat it. Things in the wild are truly all natural and pollution-free, so it doesn't matter whether they are washed or not. Shan Mufeng didn't listen to her and took the box away, not allowing her to continue. Chang'e stared at the box in his hand eagerly, like a puppy, following him around. Shan Mufeng washed one, and she ate one. Wash it quickly. Why don't you wash it? She was eating happily, and Shan Mufeng suddenly stopped taking it out, and sealed the box back. Was he not going to let her eat it? Chang'e looked at his actions in confusion. Shan Mufeng pulled her hand over and wiped the juice off her hand with a tissue, explaining, Eat it tomorrow, we have dinner soon. If you eat later, you won't be able to eat. Chang'e glanced at the packed box and reluctantly accepted the reason, okay. Rubbing her half-full stomach with her hand, she asked, Where did the general get so many Jin Azu? Did the team go out hunting? There is no such good quality in the market. The ones that look so good can only be ordinary ingredients. No matter how good the surface is, it will definitely be dregs when you bite it. This fruit is a thank you gift from the second team. Seeing her childish look, Shan Mufeng pulled her into his arms, bit her ear gently, and then slowly said, You gave Mu Qing a wedding gift, he used it, and it worked very well. Knowing that the Admiral was going to give you something, he added this box. She took the energy liquid as a gift, purely because she didn't want Chang Jiaju to take advantage of her, but also wanted to repay the favor. She didn't expect that there would be a follow-up to this matter. Alas! Chang Jiaju still took advantage. Knowing how Jin Aza came, she was not so happy. Shan Mufeng looked at her annoyed look of being taken advantage of, tapped her nose with amusement, and said lovingly, Don't worry, she definitely doesn't have as much as you do. This is a military task, and everyone has a certain amount of distribution. You got a whole box because the second team tried to please them, and with the tacit approval of the general, everyone else will be lucky to have a handful to taste. He is so annoyed that his wife is too good. Why can't she be a little lazier? If she gives energy liquid to others next time, he will definitely oppose it to the end. Moreover, he also heard some gossip that Chang Jiaji was furious when she found out that Mu Qing sent a whole box of gold beads to Chang'e. She started a quarrel with people in the military department. Mu Qing was so angry that he ate the portion he gave her. After hearing what Shan Mufeng said, Chang'e felt better again. In his arms, she smiled like a cat that had stolen some fish. It turned out that I would feel at ease as long as you live a worse life than me. Shan Mo came into the house to get something. Seeing the two people hugging each other in the kitchen, he exaggeratedly covered his eyes with his fingers open, and said in a weird way, Yo! Yo yo yo! You can't help it! It's not dark yet, you wait a little longer. You have to wait until we finish eating and leave before you start. His weird cry scared Chang'e so much that she hurriedly retreated from Shan Mufeng's arms, turned her back, and tidied her manners. She didn't care that her face was still hot, lowered her head, turned back embarrassedly, and whispered, I go out and take a look. Then she ran out. Shan Mufeng rolled his eyes at his tactless cousin and reflected on himself. Why did he bring them home? The good atmosphere was ruined by him. His wife ran away. He found the people in front of him even more annoying. He was still angry after thinking about it. He kicked the silly cousin and asked angrily, "Why did you come in?" Sean Mowu was so busy watching the show that he almost forgot the purpose of his coming in. He remembered it after being kicked. "Oh!" and said, "There are purple round melons. They said to roast some minced garlic." Sean Mufing looked at his idiotic look and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He said coldly, "Wait." Turned around to find garlic for him. Chang's mother was just washing vegetables outside. When she came in, she saw the two of them talking in the kitchen, so she went out again and went to the corridor to see how their flat-mouthed beasts were being grilled. When Sean Muzhao came in to get tea, he also saw it, and he went out quietly without disturbing them. Only Sean Mowu, the silly boy, was so stupid that when he heard that they wanted to use minced garlic to grill, Zai Wangla immediately volunteered to go in and get the garlic, and he couldn't stop him even if he was called. Sean Mufeng walked out leisurely, looked at the flat-mouthed beasts that were sizzling on the grill, and asked, "How is it grilled?" "Almost. It should be almost done in another hour." Sean Muzhao brushed the honey sauce on it again and estimated the time. Chang'e saw him coming out, stretched her neck to look behind him, saw no one, and asked in confusion, "Why are you alone? Where is Sean Mowu? Where did he go? Where is the garlic? We are waiting for him." Sean Mufeng raised the corner of his mouth and said calmly, "Mowu said that minced garlic is more fragrant when it is chopped by hand. He is chopping garlic inside. Let's deal with the other things first. He will come out when he is done." "Oh!" Chang'e did not doubt him and concentrated on picking up the purple round melon. One roasted melon would definitely not be enough for so many people, so let's roast all four. Add some vermicelli and cut some millet peppers. It will look good and enhance the flavor. Okay, let's roast more. I asked Mowu to chop more garlic, so it will taste better. Sean Mufeng helped her with ideas. Sean Muzhao glanced at his cousin with a weird look, and sympathized with Sean Mowu in the heart for 3 seconds. He turned around and said to Chang'e, "Sister-in-law, it's better to cut chili peppers by hand. Let Mowu cut them together." Sean Mowu, who was crying and chopping garlic in the kitchen, didn't know that the two good brothers outside were constantly adding to his workload. He vowed never to ruin his cousin's good deeds again. "Woo, the garlic grown by sister-in-law is so effective. It's so spicy that he can't even open his eyes." Chapter 273. Chang's father came in with a fan of ribs. Seeing that no one was in the house, he knew that they were roasting them in the back corridor. He carried the ribs into the kitchen first. Seeing Sean Mowu chopping while crying, he asked, "Are you Mufeng's cousin?" Sean Mowu's eyes were red from being rubbed. He heard the voice, squinted his eyes, turned his head and looked. His eyes were full of tears. He could only see a blurry figure. He thought it was Chang'e's family. He grinned and nodded, "Hello. I am Sean Mowu, Sean Mufeng's cousin." Chang's father saw his miserable appearance and thought that Chang'e had thrown things around again and couldn't find the tools. He said embarrassedly, "Oh, you kid, how did your eyes get like this? Didn't you find the garlic cutter? I find it for you now. Stop chopping and go wash your face." Sean Mowu's tears began to flow again. This time it was not only because of the spiciness, but also because of the touching feeling. Finally someone felt sorry for him. He wanted to use tools, but he couldn't. His cousin said that if he dared to use tools, he would not even let him eat the hair of the flat-mouthed beast. He could only refuse his kindness against his will. He gritted his teeth and said, "No, uncle. I like to mince garlic. It tastes better when I mince it by hand. Don't worry about me. I be done in a while." Sean Mufeng just came into the room and heard their conversation. He smiled and said to Chang's father, "Yes, Dad. Don't worry about him. He likes to mince it by hand." He turned to Sean Mowu and said gently, "The garlic is almost minced. Cut these chili peppers too. We need them later. Hurry up." The gentler he said, the more terrifying it sounded to Sean Mowu. The key was that he didn't dare to refuse, and he had to smile and agree, "No problem, leave it to me." Father Chang felt that he seemed to see something different in Sean Mowu's smile, but he didn't understand young people's affairs, so he shook his head and put the garlic cutter he had just found back into the tool cabinet. He didn't notice that Sean Mowu, who had just wiped away his tears, burst into tears again when he saw the tools he put back. Sean Mufeng flashed and stood between the two of them, blocking his sight, picked up the ribs and asked, "Dad, how do you plan to chop these ribs?" Father Chang's attention was immediately diverted, and he smiled and said, "Chang'e likes sweet and sour taste. I plan to make her a portion of sweet and sour ribs, and I heard from your mother that there are corns for the rest. Cut a few pieces and put them into stew soup. From his arrangement, we can see how biased his heart is. The portion of sweet and sour ribs was specifically made for Chang'e, and the other portion of soup was for everyone. Mother Chang's plan was to give each person half a corn, but when it came to Father Chang, he was directly sent away with a corn. Shan Mufeng looked up at Chang's father, who looked cheerful and honest. He understood that the only thing his family was generous to was Chang'e. They were stingy with everyone else, including his son-in-law. Listen to Dad. I divide it for you first. I trouble you to cook it. My cooking skills are not as good as yours. Shan Mufeng picked up the ribs and started chopping them. In the middle, he didn't forget to flatter him. With Shan Mufeng by his side, Shan Mowu even wiped his tears less often. In order to end the torture of pain quickly, he endured the discomfort and used all his skills. A kitchen knife danced out a residual shadow. After cutting, he immediately took it out to find Shan Muzhou and others, fearing that if he was a step slower, Shan Mufeng would take out something for him to chop. Wow, ha ha ha. Shan Mowu, your eyes. As soon as he came out, everyone saw his red eyes. Chang Song took the bowl from his hand, suppressed the smile in his throat, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. You've worked hard. I give you one more bite later. Yes. I will. The work was done. Shan Mowu also felt that he couldn't lose out, and nodded solemnly and replied, put more in my share, thank you. Chang'e used chopsticks to stir the half-cooked purple round melon. She couldn't eat spicy food, so she always put millet peppers one by one. She didn't know how much more they put, so she turned around and asked, can you eat spicy food? Or do it yourself? Okay. I bake it. Shan Mowu sat down in the seat she gave up, grabbed a handful of minced garlic and chopped millet peppers and put them in. Don't put millet peppers in my share, I can't eat spicy food. Chang'e looked at his big hand, grabbed a handful, and quickly reminded him not to put it in his share. Okay. Shan Mowu left the last one with only minced garlic but no chili pepper, and put the rest on top of the other three. Garlic and chili pepper are also nutritious ingredients. He is not afraid of spicy food, so he put them all in, making the remaining three red. The chili pepper and minced garlic were roasted over the charcoal fire below, and the spicy smell rushed towards him with the wind. Ah! Shan Mowu was choked and wanted to sneeze. As soon as he opened his mouth, Chang Song, who was standing next to him, quickly covered his mouth and pulled it away. If he sneezed, everyone would not be able to eat. Yawn! Yawn! Shan Mowu was pulled aside. As soon as Chang Song let go of his hand, he sneezed several times in a row. Tears and snot came out again, and his eyes, which had just healed, became red again. Go further away, it's windy here. He was already so pitiful, and his heartless brother wanted to stab him twice. Oh! Shan Mowu responded with grievance, and walked away obediently. He didn't want to eat his own saliva. At this time, he still said to Chang Song, remember to save the spiciest part for me. Chang Song looked up at him, and the sneeze was not over yet. He retracted his gaze and met Shan Muzhou's gaze, raised his eyebrows, and winked and asked, your brother has always been so stupid. Shan Muzhou shrugged and replied with his eyes, I don't know if we are not close, but other brothers are not like this, such as Shan Mufeng who stood there watching the show. After 4 or 5 consecutive sneezes, his nose was finally not so itchy. Looking back, seeing Shan Muzhou's winking hands, Shan Mowu shouted anxiously, what are you doing? Don't burn the food, turn it over quickly. He suffered so much today just to eat something good, and he couldn't let them ruin it. Chang'e liked this lively feeling. From the corner of his eye, he saw Chang's mother secretly pulling the corn skin back. Thinking of the dish Shan Mufeng had just told her, he knew that she wanted to put it back and not cook it. She must eat the whole corn today, so she nudged Shan Mufeng with her elbow and asked him to lean over to her ear, go break off a few more corns. I want to cook them. It's in the stewed pork ribs. Shan Mufeng didn't know what happened before, and thought she had just forgotten that Chang's father wanted to stew pork ribs with corn. Chang'e rolled her eyes at him. She didn't know it was in the pork ribs. I want to eat the whole, boiled kind, not the kind that's gone in 2 bites. Even though she had it, she was still so stingy in eating it. It wasn't satisfying at all. Good things should be eaten all at once, so that you don't miss them every day. Chapter 274. If my wife wants to eat, then break them. Shan Mufeng looked into her eyes, and said lovingly, okay, I break them. He agreed to go, and Chang'e smiled and stretched out her scissor hand gesture to him, break more, I want to eat too. Shan Mufeng followed Chang'e's instructions, and left quietly, not letting Chang's mother and others find out. Their squandering behavior was unknown to Chang's father and mother. The couple was still happy that they had saved their daughter some money. The saved corn was enough for Chang'e to have another meal. Shan Mufeng came to the planting field again and broke 10 corns before coming back. Chang's father took the spatula and turned around to see the cleanly peeled corns in the basin. He was about to burst. The son-in-law couldn't say anything, so he could only secretly glare at the daughter who was following him to pick the whiskers. It must be the idea of this squandering daughter. Why didn't she know that the good things were hidden for her to eat slowly? She couldn't teach him so many times since she was a child. Chang'e was not bothered by his look, as she had been immune to it since she was a child. After delivering the dishes, Chang's mother came back to help Chang's father, and saw these corn cobs. If she hadn't been at her son-in-law's house, she would have pulled Chang'e's ears to teach her a lesson. Don't pull them, leave some whiskers, and cook them together to reduce the heat. Chang's mother, with a stern face, drove away the 2 prodigals, squatted down and neatly arranged the washed corn cobs in a big pot, and boiled them. She could see that Chang'e would not give up until she had boiled corn cobs today. Chang'e was not afraid of being driven out, and smiled and told Chang's mother to pick the tender ones for her, because she didn't like the old ones, which would ruin her teeth. The ingredients for the evening were good, and Chang's father didn't dare to waste them. He spent a lot of effort to fry, stir-fry, and deep-fry them, and the spatula danced. Boiled corn cobs, the fastest, can be done in 15 minutes. Chang's mother picked up the corn cobs and brought them to the corridor, calling them over. Fresh corn cobs, come and eat them while they are hot. When there is something delicious, Shan Mu is the most active and the first to come forward. He took one, peeled off the outer coat, and started to eat it. He was reluctant to spit it out even if it was hot. When he saw Chang'e coming, he spoke with a big tongue. Well, sister-in-law, you are too good to me. There is such a good thing to eat. Chang'e saw that he was too busy to breathe and talk, so she sincerely suggested, if it is hot, just spit it out. Well, no. Spitting it out is impossible. He will eat it even if it is hot. Shan Mu opened his mouth, raised his head high, and chewed hard, so that it would not be hot. Chang'e did not have their patience. She took the corn cobs that Chang's mother had skewered for her with chopsticks, blew air on it, and bit it in small bites. It was sweet and refreshing. That's the taste. She had eaten the yam sticks grown by machines before. They looked crystal clear and full, but when she bit them, her mouth was full of dry powder, the kind that could kill people, and there was no taste. After eating it once, she never wanted to eat it again. After eating the yam sticks, they roasted it for another half an hour, and the flat-mouthed beast was finally out of the oven, and dinner officially began. Dan Mufeng had already cut the tender meat on the abdomen into Chang'e's bowl with a knife. Seeing how he took care of Chang'e, several people in the Chang family were happy in their hearts. His familiar movements were not done for them to see, but they were always like this. Chang'e's temper was sometimes a little stubborn, and she would never change her mind if she made up her mind. But most of the time, she treated her family better than herself. She always remembered the little kindness of others in her heart, and then returned it double, as if this would make her feel at ease. They had always been afraid that she would suffer a great loss after getting married because of her personality, but after seeing how she got along with Shan Mufeng over the past year, they felt relieved. Shan Mu and the other 2 were shameless, and came to eat for free, so they had no objection to this. During the meal, Chang'e didn't even need to pick up any dishes, she just had to lower her head and eat what was in the bowl, and Shan Mufeng never let her bowl be empty. She had the smallest appetite, and after Shan Mufeng fed her, she was full early, holding the bowl of soup and drinking it slowly, watching them eat. When they were almost done eating, Leng Yu and Xiao Mao came to the door, and Mu Qing from the second team also came with them. As soon as they entered the door, they smelled the aroma of food. Seeing the bones on the table that had not been cleared away in time, Leng Yu pulled a chair and sat aside, smiling and teasing, "The food is good tonight." Seeing them coming, the meal was finished. Chang's mother stood up to put away the dishes on the table. Chang'e wanted to help her, but stopped her, and asked her to go in and make a pot of tea. She didn't need to wash it. Today, she had a happy meal, and was in a good mood. She saw Mu Qing, who came to her house for the first time, thinking about the box of Jean as he sent. She took out the polygonal leaf tea she had put away, and put 3 pieces in it. She didn't have much of this. If she didn't save it, she wouldn't be able to last until the beginning of spring. Leng Yu and the others were familiar with the taste of this tea. They drank it hurriedly, and picked up the pot to add more. Those who can be captains are not stupid. When they drank the second cup, Mu Qing found out the trick. He was no longer reserved and drank it all in one gulp like them. He pushed the empty cup forward and asked Ling Yu to add it to his cup. Several grown men sat there without saying anything and drank a bellyful of water first. After drinking it, Ling Yu added water twice before stopping. Chang Yi had a reasonable suspicion. Would it still taste good? She only put 3 leaves in the pot of tea. If she hadn't put them in herself, she would have doubted whether there was a handful in it. Shan Mowu, this kid, is young and thoughtful. After drinking, he took out the leaves and chewed them in his mouth. Shan Mufeng couldn't bear to see his cousin's shameless behavior, so he simply ignored him and treated him as if he didn't exist. Mu Qing's eyes stayed in his mouth for a while. He didn't see the tea leaves clearly. This tea should be the tea that their team said privately that can stabilize mental power. Unfortunately, their Team 2 and Team 1 didn't have a good relationship, so they didn't get it. It was his first time to drink it today. It seems that marrying the Chang family girl is still useful. Chang Yi saw Shan Mo was still fiddling with the empty teapot, so she reached out and grabbed the teapot, whispering beside him, "No more, I only put 3 leaves in total. This year, we call you when we go to look for Polygonata moderatum leaves." Really? When he heard about this good news, Shan Mo was stared at Chang Yi with eyes that were frighteningly bright. "We are all family, so it's okay to go on a mission together. The mountain is so big, it won't matter if there are more people." Chang Yi has no reason to lie to him about this. Really? She covered the empty teapot and put it back on the table. Shan Muzhao, who was sitting on the side, also came over and whispered, "Sister-in-law, can I go with you guys?" "Okay. You can come too, we call you when the time comes." The 3 of them thought they were discussing secretly, but in fact, everyone present heard it clearly, except for Mu Qing, who was originally together, and now everyone pretended to be deaf and dumb, and even helped them cover up, pulling Mu Qing to chat, not letting him speak, and come closer. There is no problem with Mu Wu and a few more people, but it is different with Mu Qing. He is not alone, he has a whole team following him. Chapter 275. Mu Qing was held by them, and couldn't get away. He tried to speak several times, but they interrupted him. "This tea is good? Do you have any more? We have finished all the tea at home recently, and I just want to buy new tea." After a short silence, Shan Mufeng looked at him indifferently and said lightly, "No more. The tea I bought last year is almost finished now. If you want to buy more, you have to wait until the spring to buy new tea this year." Mu Qing put down the empty teacup in his hand, looked up at his face, and said with a smile, "Oh. Then remember to call me when you buy tea this year, okay? I call you if I go." Shan Mufeng's words seemed to be a promise and a disapproval. "Oh. It's still too early for spring. It's too early for you to discuss these things." Lung Yu interrupted, "We talk about these things later. Don't forget the business we came here for." Shan Mufeng turned his gaze to him and repeated it in confusion. "Business? Yes. We came here to talk to you about the resource planning of Emperor Star." When Lung Yu spoke, his eyes kept glancing at Chang Yi. Shan Mufeng frowned. This was a military matter. What did they mean by coming to his house to talk about it? He became suspicious and turned to the person next to him and said, "Chang Yi, there are 2 melons in the kitchen. Go wash and cut them." "Oh. No." Lung Yu took back the unfinished words in Shan Mufeng's unfriendly eyes. Chang Yi's eyes moved around their faces. He had something to say and wanted to send her away. Okay. Chang's mother and others had left after cleaning up the kitchen. At this time, the kitchen had returned to its tidy appearance. Chang Yi got up and went into the kitchen and took out the cantaloupe. Even without cutting the cantaloupe she had grown, she could still smell the fragrance. Since they didn't want her to listen, she was in the kitchen, cutting it bit by bit with a knife, cutting it into neat squares, and using the peel to make a boat shape. Impossible. I still say that. No one can touch the part that belongs to Chang Yi, and I don't care about the rest. Shan Mufeng's voice in the living room became even colder. "Brother, we just want to change a part, and we will compensate you." Shan Muzhou spoke more and more quietly under his sight, lowered his head, and dared not look him in the eye. Shan Mufeng looked up at them, his eyes full of warnings. "There is no room for negotiation on this matter. If you mention this again, leave now." Shan Mowu couldn't stand the tense atmosphere in the living room, so he quietly got up and slipped into the kitchen to tell Chang Yi about it. "Sister-in-law, I heard that the original location of the academy on the Imperial Star is now yours?" Chang Yi had just arranged her fruit plate and was considering whether to go out when he came in. Suppressing the urge to go out, she took out the scraps she had just cut and shared them with him. "Who did you hear that from?" "It's not true." Sean Mu nodded in agreement with her denial, pinched a piece of melon in his hand, rubbed it closer, looked at the direction of the living room outside, and whispered in her ear, "Now, many people are eyeing that piece of land, you have to be careful." "It's okay. Anyway, it's not mine, don't worry." Chang Yi's smile remained unchanged, and her expression was ambiguous. Her things were not so easy to rob. If those dared to rob them, she would destroy the land. She pointed to the outside and asked, "Is that what they are talking about?" "Yeah." The main purpose of Sean Mo coming in was to tip her off. Seeing her indifferent look, he thought she had an idea. The task was completed, so he concentrated on eating a few more bites of melon. That kind of brain-consuming thing was not suitable for him. Knowing that the group of people outside came to plot against her, Chang Yi didn't want to send the melons, so she and Sean Mu ate them in the kitchen. Yee! When they were eating happily, Sean Mufing's tall figure appeared at the kitchen door. Sean Mu was very tactful at this moment, and stood up and walked out. "I go back outside and sit for a while." Sean Mufing waited for Sean Mu to go out, then sat opposite Chang Yi, looked at her and said, "You know everything?" Chang Yi poked the melon in front of her with a fork, looked up at him, and said in a light tone, "Yeah. They want my territory." Sean Mufing saw her displeasure, and held her hand to stop her from poking the melon that was poked into mud. "Don't worry, I've rejected it for you. If you don't want your things, no one can take them by force." Chang Yi heard this, and suddenly looked up at him and asked, "Really? There are not only other people outside, but also people from the Chang family. Did he really reject them all? Really?" Sean Mufing raised 3 fingers, swore, and promised her. Chang Yi's face was smiling again. "This melon is very sweet, try it." She picked up a piece of melon with a fork and brought it to Sean Mufing's mouth. Sean Mufing took a bite from her hand, chewed it for 2 times, looked into her eyes, smiled and said, It's very sweet. I picked 2 more for you tomorrow morning." Chang Yi also forked a piece for herself, and put it in her mouth to eat. Looking at the few melons left on the plate, she looked up and asked with a smile, "What should I do? I ate them all, and they have nothing to eat." He pointed his finger in the direction of the outside. "It's okay. It's yours. If they don't want to eat it, you can eat it slowly here. I go back and sit down. I send them away later." At this time, Chang Yi found that Sean Mufing was holding an empty teapot in his hand. He came in to fill it with water. When Sean Mufing returned to the living room with the teapot, Ling Yu and others glanced at the kitchen with a hidden look in their eyes. Chang Yi didn't come out. He was determined not to let Chang Yi come out tomorrow. Ling Yu helped several people fill their teacups with tea, and sat on the sofa with a relaxed body. He faced Sean Mufing, but his eyes were looking at the figure in the kitchen. He deliberately said loudly, "Xu Yao said that her sister said something wrong last time, which made Chang Yi unhappy, so she asked me to apologize on her behalf. Please help me tell Chang Yi that Xu Yao's sister is just a bad mouth, and ask her not to take it to heart." He didn't take what Xu Yao said to heart. If it wasn't for easing the atmosphere, he wouldn't even mention it. Women's private quarrels can't affect the brotherhood between men. He just said it casually, but he didn't know that Sean Mufing would nod and say seriously, "Well, Xu Yao and the others can't talk, and my Chang Yi won't quarrel with others. You should let them make Chang Yi less angry in the future." Ling Yu couldn't drink the tea in his hand anymore, looked into Sean Mufing's eyes, and asked with his eyes, "Are you serious?" Sean Mufing let him stare at him, calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip, raised his eyes to meet his gaze, and nodded slightly. Chapter 276. Ling Yu sneered at Chang Yi's shadow in the kitchen. "Just protect her." "Well, it's my fault if I can't protect her." Sean Mufing tilted his head, and looked at the people in the kitchen, raising the corner of his mouth. Mu Qing thought he understood and echoed. The women in the Chang family like to be a little bit temperamental. Unfortunately, his words did not get Sean Mufing's approval. "My Chang Yi doesn't like to be a little bit temperamental. She is kind-hearted and always bullied." Mu Qing didn't expect that he would protect his child to such an extent that even such a sentence would not work. He was speechless for a moment, and looked at the person in the room. Her means were really amazing. In just 1 year, she could make Sean Mufing protect her to this extent. No wonder the one at home said that she was always bullied by Chang Yi and the Chang family. Chang Yi, who was washing her hands after eating in the kitchen, didn't know the arrangement of these people outside. Otherwise, she would definitely tell them what good things their gentle and sensible good wife had done. Ling Yu said sarcastically, Okay. Your Chang Yi is the best. It's all other people's fault, okay." Sean Mufing nodded. He thought so. You have to keep your opinions to yourself. His attitude made Ling Yu unable to stay. A good brother, he lost his principles to his wife after getting married. He stood up and said, "The general asked you to go to him tomorrow to discuss the material matters with you." He left with these words and said goodbye first. As soon as he left, others followed him back. After everyone left, Sean Mufeng turned around to look for Changyi inside, but he didn't find anyone in the kitchen. He went to the bedroom on the second floor to look for someone, but still no one. Finally, he turned to the audiovisual room next door to find someone. Seeing that she had fallen asleep on the sofa, Sean Mufeng walked over gently. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, he did not wake her up. The movie opposite was still playing. He turned it off with the remote control, bent down, and held her in his arms. Changyi felt as if she had changed places in her dream. She was about to wake up, but a familiar voice told her, "Go to sleep." "It's me." She half opened her eyes, closed them again, fumbled with her hands randomly, let herself get closer to the warm place, twisted her body to adjust a comfortable position, and continued to sleep. Sean Mufeng liked this feeling of her wholehearted dependence on him the most, which would make him feel extremely satisfied. Holding his treasure, he walked back to the bedroom carefully, helped her change into pajamas, and covered the corners of the quilt. After all this tossing, Changyi was not sleeping well, so Sean Mufeng also went to bed, and laid down beside her, hugged her sideways, and comforted her softly, and waited until she was asleep before getting up and going to the study. The moonlight tonight is not very good. There is no light in the place, and you can't see your hand in front of you. Sean Mufeng stood by the window and looked at the dark sky. He said to the person on the other end of the communication, "She is my wife, not from the Sean family." His words made the person on the other end unhappy. The roar could be heard from a long distance. "What's good about her? Is she worth you disregarding the interests of the family? What's good about her?" Sean Mufeng murmured to himself, maybe because in her eyes, he is just an ordinary person. When she encounters delicious food and fun things, she will always leave a portion for him to share. When he is on a mission, she always desperately stuffs things into his hands, fearing that he will get hurt, and will secretly lean over and whisper in his ear, saying that you should be a living hero, not a dead martyr, and it is not shameful to run away if you can't win. Thinking of her cute look that you must remember, but cannot let others hear, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. "What do you want? Just go and get it by your own ability. In short, do not disturb my wife, otherwise, do not blame me for turning against you, and the position of the clan leader is not impossible to fight for." The person in the communication was choked by his words. After a moment of silence, he said, "You promised to stay on Chihong Star." "Well, I know, this is my mission as a member of the Sean family. I can dedicate myself to the Sean family because my last name is Sean, but my wife does not have to. She is just her, and she does not have to be morally kidnapped because she married me." Sean Mufeng has always been clear about this matter. Compared with Sean Mufeng's threats, Changyi's little interest is not that important. The man's voice sounded again in the communication. "Tomorrow I will let Mu Zhao send her an apology." After solving the troubles of the Sean family, Sean Mufeng returned to his room and hugged Changyi to sleep. When Changyi was half asleep and half awake, she felt that she couldn't breathe through her nose. She subconsciously opened her mouth to breathe, pushed her hand away, and said coquettishly, "Hate it. I want to sleep more." She was not awake yet, and her whole body was in a lazy and relaxed state. Her voice was soft and charming, and her unconscious coquetry was the most deadly. Sean Mufeng was reluctant to wake her up, but he couldn't. If she slept too much, she would be even more listless. He lay beside Changyi's ear and called her lovingly, "Little lazy pig, get up. Let's sleep after dinner." Changyi pulled up the quilt, turned over, turned her back to him, buried herself in it, and refused to cooperate. Seeing this, Sean Mufeng temporarily let her go, stood up and stood in front of the closet to pick out clothes for her to wear today. The clothes in the closet were all purchased by him, and they were customized and sent to her every season according to the popular styles. She had never worn this orange gradient suit since it was delivered, but she wore it today. After choosing the clothes, he sat down on the bed again. This time, he did not try to wake her up. He directly dug her out of the quilt and started to change her clothes. "Raise your hand, yes. Put it down, change your hand." After putting on the clothes and washing up, Changyi was held like a child by him, and sat at the dining table, eating the food that was fed to her. Her mind was awakened halfway through the meal, but the situation at that time was too embarrassing, even if it was her husband who fed her. In order to avoid social embarrassment, she chose to close her eyes and pretend to the end. After eating, Sean Mufeng carefully wiped the stains on her mouth with a handkerchief. "Mu Zhao sent a box of cordyceps this morning. Do you like to soak it in water, or stew it in soup? Soup. Soaking in water has a smell that I don't like. After saying that, Changyi remembered that she was pretending to be confused. She quietly raised her eyes to look at him. Shan Mufeng's face did not change. Did he find out that she was awake from the beginning? Okay. Then I stew soup for you. Shan Mufeng knew that she was peeking. He didn't think there was anything wrong with holding his wife and feeding her, but for her face, he pretended nothing happened. He calmly held her and walked to the living room. You sit here and wake up. I go clean up the table first. Seeing him enter the kitchen, Changyi screamed softly, "Ah!" She was so ashamed, covering her face and flipping over and over on the sofa. Dan Mufeng was in the kitchen, listening to the noise outside, with a smile on his face. Maybe in the future he should accompany his wife to finish her meal before going out, so that she wouldn't go out too late and skip breakfast. He decided happily. This was for her health. Chapter 277. After packing up, Shan Mufeng received a call from the admiral, and went out to the military headquarters. Changyi wandered around and felt a little bored, so she went to the planting field to pick a basket of vegetables, drove her customized children's sports car, and went to Chang's house to play with Chang's mother. In the middle, she saw Kong Kong in the circle of flat-mouthed beasts, and asked him if he wanted to go with her. He refused, as he only wanted to raise his flat-mouthed beasts. When Chang's mother opened the door and saw her coming, her expression was a little stiff. She stopped her from entering the door and pushed her out, asking in a low voice, "Why are you here? Go home." "Hua Min. Who is here? Why don't you come in?" The voice of the old clamp is easy to distinguish. Changyi quickly put the basket in her hand into the space. It is better to lose some energy than to feed it all to the dog. And Chang came over with white melon seeds, stopped behind Chang's mother, looked at Changyi who was still at the door, and greeted her warmly, "Ee. Why don't you come in? This is your own home, don't be polite. Come in." Since she had already seen them, Chang's mother no longer stopped Changyi, and stepped aside to let her in, closing the door behind her. Walking into the living room, Changyi felt a headache when she saw the people in the room. The Su family gathered together, and talked and laughed, with a harmonious and friendly atmosphere. You would not feel uncomfortable among them. When these people from the Chang family gathered together, Changyi only saw the intrigues and yin and yang in the room. There were no children in her family, and Chang's mother was diligent, so the house was always clean and tidy. At this moment, the living room, on the table, on the floor, and under the sofa were full of melon seed shells. The child had just run around on the floor, and immediately jumped on the sofa. His mother next to him did not stop him, but chatted with others, and showed off her new clothes. Seeing her standing there motionless, Chang's mother's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. She said unhappily, "I told you to go but you didn't." Seeing that the child was jumping more and more happily, and was about to call others to join him, she quickly spoke up and called his mother, "Xiao Li. Hurry up and get your son down. What if he falls on it? Hurry up and get him down." Lu Xiaoli looked back and said nonchalantly, "It's okay. He won't fall. He's very strong." The person next to her saw that Chang's mother's face was not right, so she quickly pushed her and said, "You should get your son down? The sofa has changed color because of being stepped on. Changyi will be unhappy later." Lu Xiaoli pouted and opened her mouth to say something, but the person next to her desperately winked at her, asking her to look back at Changyi standing there. She glanced back at Changyi, then reluctantly put down the melon seeds in her hand, stood up, grabbed her son's arm and pulled it down, cursing, "Jump, jump, jump. You just know how to jump all day long. You have no sense of vision. Don't you see your aunt is unhappy?" The child was having fun. How could he not want to end like this? Struggling to continue, Lu Xiaoli was impatient, and after pulling twice, he didn't move. Seeing that he was disobedient, and there were so many people staring at him, she raised her hand and slapped his butt twice. Woo wow wow wow. Okay, this sofa at home can't be used anymore. Lu Xiaoli's child didn't know what was wrong with him. He was crying on it, and urinating from below. The golden urine was even more dazzling on the beige sofa. The people who were sitting next to Lu Xiaoli just now got up and changed seats. "You kid, why did you pee again? Can't you wait a little longer? Come down and wash it." Lu Xiaoli was no longer surprised by her son's behavior. She said words of blame, but her hands had already skillfully taken her son's hard-on. She turned around and asked as a matter of course, "Aunt, I go to your bathroom upstairs to take care of him. Do you have any pants that he can wear? Give me a pair." "Ah, Changyi rushed to say before Chang's mother, "No, I don't have any children at home. Where can I get such small pants? Go home quickly. Even after she said that, Lu Xiaoli still refused to leave. No, just wash it. It's not cold here. I put his pants back on after they are dry. After saying that, she took her son and walked upstairs. Chang Yi winked at Chang's mother, saying that she couldn't let these two people go upstairs, as she was disgusted. Chang's mother caught her eye and quickly stepped forward to stop the person at the stairs. She stretched out her hand and held Lu Xiaoli's arm tightly. Xiaoli, the water pipe upstairs is broken. I take you to the bathroom downstairs to wash. That's fine. Sorry to bother you. Children are like this. Alas, it's better to live without children. There are no such troubles. She said this because she thought children were troublesome, but there was a hint of boasting in her tone. Chang's mother quickened her pace in front of her and kept a distance from her. She didn't want to listen to her. Chang's mother opened the bathroom door and found a new bath towel in the cabinet and put it on the table. I put the bath towel here for you. You move quickly and be careful not to catch a cold for the child. Okay. Aunt. Lu Xiaoli pulled the reluctant child in without even closing the door. Chang's mother couldn't stand it and helped her close the door before going back to the living room to clean up the mess. What are you doing? As soon as she came back, she saw Chang Yi being pulled and not allowed to leave. Aunt Chang didn't take her seriously. She relied on the fact that there were many people today and was sure that she wouldn't dare to do anything. She pushed Chang Yi onto the single sofa in front of her. What's the matter? Chang Yi just came and said she wanted to leave. We let her sit down and chat for a while. Mother Chang stepped forward quickly and pulled away the hands that were holding Chang Yi. She said with anger, this is her home? She can come and go as she pleases. Why do you care so much? Look at what you said. How come we are in charge of her? We, the elders, haven't seen her for a long time. We want to chat with her and get closer to her. The person who spoke was a fat woman with a face like a full moon. Chang Yi had never seen her before. She should be someone who had just moved to Kahangsing. They were afraid that Chang Yi would run away, so they pulled a chair on the left and right and sat on both sides of her. At this moment, Chang Yi didn't want to leave so much. Seeing their attitude, they had something to ask her. If she didn't make it clear today, they would not let her go. She was interested in knowing what happened that made them unite to deal with her. Her eyes swept across their faces one by one, and finally stopped at Aunt Chang's face. She looked at her and said with a smile, Aunt is right. Then I won't leave. What do you want to talk to me about? Who's the old man who helps the eldest child to eat the second child, or helps the youngest child to bully the eldest child? Tell me and make me happy. Every time she said a word, Aunt Chang's face became uglier. Everyone around knew about the little thing between them. Today, there was something more important to talk about. Everyone laughed and agreed with her, avoiding the topic. Chapter 278. The fat ant took Chang Yi's hand and stuffed the melon seeds in her hand into her hand. The fat ant was fat to begin with, and when she smiled, her pupils could not be found. Chang Yi, ants heard that the military gave you the land of the Imperial Star Academy? So it was because of this matter. Chang Yi smiled brightly at her, withdrew her hand, and swept her eyes across their faces, remembering everyone's expressions in her heart, and then slowly said, Really? How come I didn't know about this? Seeing that she didn't admit it, Aunt Chang stood up excitedly. Oh! We are all family here, don't hide it. The news has spread a long time ago. Spread? Who spread it? Why didn't I know? Did the military issue a notice? Chang Yi's lips pulled out a mocking expression. Then, there was a short silence. The military had not yet made any public announcement about the resource allocation of the Imperial Star. All the news was still in the stage of private discussion. They could only do but not say anything about the things they wanted to do behind the scenes by relying on gossip. It doesn't matter who spread it. We just heard the news and came to ask you out of concern. If it's true, it's a good thing, and we are happy for you. If not, then you must have been calculated by someone. Go check it out quickly. Be careful, and don't be cheated by others. This is a skillful statement. Chang Yi looked at the fat ant with a new look. It's really true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Yes, yes, yes. That's what we mean. The people next to him nodded and agreed. Chang Yi showed a weird smile at the corner of his mouth. Really? But no one told me about this except you. Where did you hear this news from? Can you tell me? It will be convenient for me to find the person who wants to calculate me. Everyone didn't dare to look directly into her eyes and avoided her sight. The fat ant had grown flesh on her body, and even the skin on her face was 3 points thicker than others. She was still calm at this moment, and explained with a smile, We all got the news from people chatting, and we don't remember who said it. Maybe we heard it wrong. After the fat ant spoke up, the others nodded, yes, yes, yes. Maybe we heard it wrong. Wrong? Chang'e smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. The fat ant answered firmly, yes. We heard it wrong. No one said you got the college's territory. She was very smooth, but unfortunately, she had teammates who were not good at dealing with things. Lu Xiaoli, who had just washed her son, came from the bathroom and heard this. She hurriedly ran up to question, hey. No, what are you talking about? Don't we all know that the military has allocated the college's territory to her? Really? Aunt Xiaoli, who did you hear that from? Chang'e looked at her with interest. It's your dear aunt. She said that her son-in-law is the captain of the second team of the military, and knows the latest news of the military. Lu Xiaoli didn't think of hiding anything. She pointed at Aunt Chang and immediately sold her out. Lu Xiaoli, don't talk nonsense. When did I tell you? This is not true. Aunt Chang was so angry about her accusation. This idiot, if she wasn't afraid that she couldn't handle Chang'e with fewer people, why would she bring such a fool with her? How can I be talking nonsense? Didn't you say that your daughter told you so herself when she came back? There were many people present at the time, and everyone can testify for me. Seeing that she didn't admit it, Lu Xiaoli began to look for witnesses. Her eyes swept through the people present. Those she looked at lowered their heads and dared not look at her. Some of them even shrank their bodies and tried to hide behind people. Aunt Wu, Aunt San, Fan. Say something. Weren't you there at the time? No one took the initiative to admit it, so she began to call out names. The people she called stiffened and tried to hide behind people when they reacted. Aunt Xiaoli, it seems that no one heard it except you. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lu Xiaoli was anxious and put the child on the ground and rushed towards the people. Lu Xiaoli, let me go! Lu Xiaoli, what are you doing? The people she caught screamed, pulled, and tried to hide behind, unwilling to take a step forward. Unfortunately, Lu Xiaoli looked small, but her hands were strong. She grabbed them, and they couldn't get away no matter what. They were forced to follow her and stagger to the front. They all heard it, we were together. The two people she pulled out denied it flatly. We didn't, don't talk nonsense. Seeing that they couldn't take advantage of Chang'e today, if they betrayed Aunt Chang, they would be equivalent to offending the two largest teams in the military. They would have no good results in Qihang Star in the future. Those who came to the Chang family today were all from the side branches and ordinary families who wanted to take advantage. Lu Xiaoli, have you had enough of making trouble? You heard all kinds of messy news outside, and you dared to spread rumors in front of us, causing us to wrongly accuse Chang'e. Now you want to force others to lie with you? Aunt Chang was also afraid that the fuss would get out of hand and affect her daughter and son-in-law, so she deliberately stepped forward to block her and shouted loudly. No! How did I make up a rumor? It was clearly at your house you said that? Lu Xiaoli was a little confused by what she said. Isn't this different from what she said when she came? Didn't she say that she would come to Chang's house to make a scene, force Chang's mother to call Chang'e, and then everyone would come together to force Chang'e to take the initiative to give up some benefits? The land of the college, if she took it out casually, would be bought by major forces at a high price now. That Hua Min. I'm still stewing soup at home. I have to go home quickly to check. I'm leaving first. I have something to do at home. I'm leaving too. I'm leaving too. While Lu Xiaoli and Chang Xiaoshan were confronting each other, others greeted Chang's mother and found excuses to leave. If they didn't leave, the fire might affect them later. Chang's mother had been standing beside Chang'e from the beginning, watching them quarreling with a stern face. Seeing that Chang'e didn't suffer any loss, she secretly turned on the surveillance camera. She couldn't argue with all of them alone, but she could record their shamelessness and settle accounts later. By the way, she could send it to the family group later so that everyone could enjoy their performance. She forgot about the surveillance camera at home. Several people in the family were bound. When she turned it on, Chang Song and others received a prompt. Chang's father had already called Chang's uncle and quarreled with him. Chang Song didn't quarrel with anyone. He just saved the video, edited it, gave Chang's aunt a big close-up, and added big text to her conversations to prevent anyone from not hearing clearly. He packaged it and sent it to Mu Qing and his wife. Mu Qing, who received his special video, had blue veins on his face. He went home and talked about Chang Yi's reward from the military. He originally wanted Chang Jiaoju to go back and build a relationship with her. After all, they were sisters and thought it would be easier to get close. Unexpectedly, she gave him such a big surprise. Chapter 279. Chang'e. Chang'e! Open the door! Chang Jijio's face was pale. She could not wait to ring the doorbell and directly slammed the door with her hands, shouting at the top of her lungs. Mom! Mom! Come out! As soon as she received the video, she knew that things were not going to end well. She rushed to the Chang family as soon as possible to stop her mother from going on. On the way, she saw Mu Qing's communication and did not even have the courage to connect. She spent a lot of effort to get married to Mu Qing. The gifts she gave to Mu Qing's brothers and sisters alone cost her most of her wealth. Since she started to refine most of the medicines she had given to the Mu family, and the Chang family did not even give a fraction of them. She also gave away a lot of resources from her grandfather, which made the Mu family believe that she had a very high talent and ability and a promising future. In addition, after Chang'e married Shan Mufeng, Mu Qing also felt that the daughter of the Chang family had good talent and good luck. Although she didn't want to admit it, Chang'e contributed to her being able to marry into the Mu family so smoothly. On the wedding night, Mu Qing told her that Chang'e gave her a box of energy liquid. She didn't care, thinking that Shan Mufeng gave it to Chang'e to save face. As a result, after the second team's hunting, Mu Qing gave her a whole box of Jin Azu to thank her for the energy liquid. Why? She also gave energy liquid, but she only had a small handful of 1 pound. She went to Mu Qing to argue, but he actually took it away in front of so many people, saying that if she didn't want it, he would keep it for himself. She had never been insulted like this. Before she got married, Chang'e's family had always been trampled under their feet. Even if Chang'e married Shan Mufeng, it didn't matter. She was a talentless person, and would be dumped sooner or later. She was so angry that she went home and told her mother that Chang'e had received a reward from the military, hoping to make her unhappy. Unexpectedly, Chang'e was so shameless that she spread the family's affairs everywhere. She shouted her throat out outside, but Chang'e and the others did not open the door. In the house, Aunt Chang and Lu Xiaoli were performing a fight. How could such a wonderful fight be interrupted? Lu Xiaoli's son is not bad. The child saw his mother being bullied, and didn't care that the bath towel fell off. He rushed to Aunt Chang with his bear, but like a calf, and bit her calf with his head down. The scream was so painful, tsk. It was really painful to hear. Chang'e pulled Chang's mother back to give them more space to play better. Standing farther away also prevented herself from being accidentally injured. Chang'e was peeling nuts in her hand. These were the ones she found in Julie's nest. They had not been fried yet. But there was nothing else to eat right now. Nuts could be eaten raw. The white melon seeds that Chang's mother brought to entertain guests were ordinary ingredients, so she would not eat them. There was a free big show to watch, and Chang's mother was happy to accompany her to watch the show. She took the nuts she handed over and peeled them and ate them, and said to her happily, "Eat less raw ones. I fried some 5-spice ones last night. You can take some back later." Chang Song also brought back a lot of nuts. She went home last night thinking that they'd like to eat them, so she asked Chang's father to buy some seasonings and fry them. If these messy people hadn't come to the door today, she would have sent them to Chang'e a long time ago. "You fried them last night? Why didn't you call me? I want to fry mine too." Chang'e chewed the dried fruits that had a little raw sweetness and complained with a pout. She was a bit picky. Fried ones were not easy to keep for a long time. Chang'e was the only one in the family who liked to eat these. If Chang'e hadn't insisted, Chang Song would not have taken those raw nuts home. "It's so late, why are you called? The fried nuts at home are enough for you to eat for a few days. Keep yours first, and I fry more for you after you finish eating." The nuts on both sides were kept for Chang'e. She ate the ones on this side first, and then ate her own portion. In this way, these nuts were enough for her to eat until the end of the winter season. She thought it was good, but unfortunately Chang'e didn't appreciate it and glared at her. "I have my own, I don't want yours." As she said that, Chang'e took out the nuts from her pocket and stuffed them into Chang's mother's hand. "I have plenty, I don't want yours. You can keep the ones at home and eat them. If you don't want them, just throw them away." She loves to eat good food, but she has never had the habit of eating alone. They are all family members, so what's the big deal if she is the only one eating good food? If there is good food, we should eat it together. If there is no food, forget it, let's eat bran and vegetables together. Anyway, no one can monopolize it. "You?" Mother Chang didn't finish her words, and saw from the corner of her eyes that Aunt Chang broke free from Lu Xiaoli, climbed up, and casually picked up a glass ornament and smashed it on the person's head. She put the nut in her hand into Chang'e's hand, rushed up, grabbed her, snatched the ornament from Aunt Chang's hand, and scolded, "Wu Jing! Are you crazy? If you want to be crazy, go home and be crazy, not in my house. If she had just smashed it, today's matter could still be settled peacefully. Su Huamin. Let me go, you didn't come when they beat me just now, why are you here to take sides now? With her hands fixed, Wu Jing couldn't break free, so she could only stare and curse. Chang's mother noticed that her struggle had weakened, and she must have calmed down. She loosened her arms and said indifferently, I am taking sides? If you want to fight me, go out and fight me. You have made my family into such a mess. If you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, none of you can leave. Lu Xiaoli on the opposite side came to her senses at this moment, looking at the messy living room with her son hiding in the corner. Her family conditions were ordinary, so she followed them to take advantage. If she was asked to pay, she would definitely not want to pay. After they stopped fighting, Chang Yi opened the door and led Chang Jiaoju in. Your mother had a fight with someone in my house. You will be a witness for the loss later, and remember to compensate us. Chang Jiaoju didn't care about this at all, and rushed in as soon as the door opened. In the living room of the Chang family, the sofas, tables and chairs that were originally neatly arranged have changed now. There is no place for people to sit. Several people in the room each occupy a position and stand still without speaking, just looking at people with red eyes. Chang Jiaojiao looked at her mother, who was standing alone and powerless. Her hair was disheveled like a mad woman, her eye sockets were bruised, her mouth was torn, and the right side of her face was swollen. She asked in a trembling voice, Mom, are you okay? I'm fine. The corner of her mouth was torn, and Wu Jing's speech was a little unclear. Second aunt, are you just going to watch my mother being bullied? Chang Jiaoju felt sorry for her mother, but she didn't dare to confront Lu Xiaoli, fearing that she would go crazy and beat herself up. She could only vent her anger on those she thought were easy to bully. Chang Yi frowned and retorted dissatisfiedly, Chang Jiaojiao, how can you talk like that? What do you mean by watching your mother being bullied? It was obviously your mother who started it first, and she was just defending herself. Chapter 280. That's right, it was your mother who started it, so how come you say it's your mother who was bullied? Lu Xiaoli was nervous at the moment, but when Chang Yi said this, her eyes lit up and she followed suit. Mother Chang looked at her niece, who had always acted delicate and weak, and coldly reminded her, Jiao, we are all family today, who would bully your mother. Watch your words. You guys? Chang Jiaojiao's eyes turned red, and she wanted to cry. Chang Yi took out the nuts in his hand and started to peel them, looking at her with a half smile. Don't cry yet. It's not too late to cry after we have calculated the losses of my family. Chang Jiaoju was stunned by her words. She secretly exchanged glances with Wu Jing, bit her lip, turned her head, and looked at her and shouted, Sister, you. Chang Yi stretched out her hand to interrupt her performance and shouted, Stop. When she stopped talking, she continued to speak leisurely. Don't try to make connections first. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. My family is not a martial arts arena. You went to someone else's house as a guest and demolished it. I am right no matter how you say it. Seeing that Chang Jiaoju was about to speak again, Chang Yi turned around and spoke loudly to Chang's mother, Mom, find the purchase records, don't let people think we are blackmailing them, and calculate the depreciation fee for them. After all, they are relatives, and we can't cheat them. Okay. Chang's mother responded simply, and happily took out the light brain to search. When we first arrived at Kahangsing, our family was in financial difficulty, so we chose relatively affordable furniture. Later, when we had more money, Chang Yi asked several times for a replacement, but she was reluctant to do so. Although they were not expensive, they were all new and usable, so there was no need to replace them. This time, her wish was met, and all the furniture was replaced with new ones. Seeing that the mother and daughter were really going to ask her to calculate the loss, Wu Jing secretly sent a message to Uncle Chang, hoping that he would talk to Father Chang and let it go. Their family had moved twice in just over a year. Although they had received subsidies from Grandfather Chang, they were not well off. In addition, Chang Jiajiao got married some time ago, and they bought a lot of things for her face. The private warehouse was almost empty, so there was no interstellar currency to compensate. She sent several communications, but Uncle Chang didn't reply to any of them. He was still arguing with Father Chang at the moment, and didn't see her message at all. Before she could wait for a reply, Mother Chang had already calculated the loss. The sofa, coffee table, cups and other things added up to 650,000 interstellar coins, and the most expensive one was the tea set. This set of tea set was bought by Chang Song to brew polygonum leaf tea. It was not taken out at first. It was because Aunt Chang was sharp-eyed. When she saw the tea set she put in the cabinet, she had to take it out. Now, she smashed it directly. This set of tea set alone cost 380,000 yuan. She was still very distressed at first. If Chang'e hadn't stopped her from moving, she would have put the tea set away at the beginning. As soon as Chang's mother reported the data, Wu Jing jumped up. Su Huamin, are you crazy about poverty? What kind of junk? You dare to ask for 650,000 yuan. Chang'e looked up at her. Aunt, you can donate your mouth if you don't want to. My junk is none of your business even if it's 1.65 million yuan. The bill is sent to you. If you don't know how to count, find someone who knows how to count. Wu Jing looked away guiltily. She always felt that Chang'e's momentum was getting stronger and stronger after she got married. Look, I want to see what you have. As soon as Wu Jing saw the price tag behind the tea set, she said, great. You want 380,000 for this tea set, and you still say you're not blackmailing me. Chang Jiaoji was smart enough to see the big and obvious logo on it, and quietly tugged at Wu Jing's clothes, calling in a low voice, Mom. Mom. She enlarged the purchase record that Chang's mother had followed and handed it to Wu Jing. She knew this brand. When Chang Jiaoji got married, she had just bought a set of tableware, which cost them more than 200,000 interstellar coins. Even though there was a purchase record, she still didn't want to believe it. She pouted and argued in a restrained manner. So what if there is a record? Maybe it's a fake? After standing for too long, her feet were a little sore. Chang'e walked inside, found a chair and moved it over to sit down. Should she settle the bill? She was not in a hurry. We can find out if it's a fake by taking the fragments to ask. But you still have to pay the inspection fee. That. Chang'e. You see, she was the first to attack, so I fought back. I'm still injured. Can you let me go first? Lu Xiaoli wanted to slip away. Even if she paid half of the bill, it would be more than 300,000. Her family has a bad temper. If they knew that she had lost so much money after going out, they would not know how to deal with her. She wanted to leave, and Chang'e didn't need to object. Wu Jing was the first to disagree. She jumped up and pointed at her nose, shouting, Don't leave. You are also responsible for this. If you didn't talk nonsense, I would beat you. I was already beaten, but she was still afraid of her. Lu Xiaoli slapped her hand away, tilted her neck, and fought back. How could I talk nonsense? I'm telling the truth. It was clearly you who said it to your daughter. Now, you still refuse to admit it and blame others. It's you who is unreasonable. She turned back to look at Chang'e, pointed at Chang Jiaojiu, and said, That's what she said. She also said that you took advantage of your man to take advantage of the military. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. Chang Jiaojiu denied it flatly, looking at Lu Xiaoli with a look of wanting to kill her. Chang'e didn't believe her words at all, but she didn't deny that she took advantage of the military by taking advantage of her man. The military gave her preferential treatment not only because of her personal ability, but also because she was a military family member. That's nothing. You know what I said, and what I didn't say. Now, we are talking about compensation. Let's put the rest aside. Wu Jing saw that Lu Xiaoli was about to make more claims, so she quickly admitted the compensation and wanted to cut the Gordian knot and settle the matter first. It's our fault today. We admit the compensation. I'm not the only one who fought. I have your uncle give my share to your father later. Is that okay? No need to wait for your uncle. Just give it now. It's not worth waiting for such a small thing. Chang'e signaled Chang's mother to give Wu Jing the collection information, not giving her the opportunity to default. Wu Jing saw that she was so disrespectful, her face was gloomy. She really didn't have so many interstellar coins, so she had to wink at Chang Jiaojiu to ask her to help find a solution. Receiving her look, Chang Jiaojiu reluctantly took out 3 bottles of potion and put them in Chang's mother's hands. Second aunt, I have troubled you today. Please forgive me, this potion is our apology. Her 3 bottles were only low-level potions, which were not enough in terms of value, but potions were rare and good for superpower warriors, so overall it was a draw. So Chang's mother accepted them and let the matter go.